Pistons hat today.
Yes, absolutely. We got to restore the floor after the game.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, it's going to be good. Hopefully they will play a little better for 48 minutes.
That would be nice. Mm-hmm. Hey, with you in, I think it's only right that I have a stat of the day.
Oh!
And it is admittedly a stolen stat of the day.
That's okay.
But I want to present this as a way to talk Tigers to start the show.
Mm-hmm.
So the Tigers are now past Sparky's 40-game mark.
Yes.
They've never made the playoffs with a start this bad through 40 games. 18-22 before a win yesterday against the Royals. That stat courtesy of Tony Paul.
Okay.
My question to you.
Yes.
Hope or nope? Do you have hope this team makes the playoffs, or is that stat just confirmed? There's nothing redeemable. It's a nope.
Have you looked at the standings? They're a game and a half out. Of course there's hope. They play in that wretched division. You know, and actually the whole American League is pretty wretched except for like the Yankees, Tampa. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, because Gov's always big on this stat, I believe the Tigers are third in the American League in run differential. Third best. It's the Yankees, I guess Tampa, the Tigers, and then Seattle. Everybody else has a minus run differential. So, yeah, there's hope. You know, you expect, obviously, Valdez to come back after suspension and not go loco. Hopefully, Mize will get back soon. Verlander will be, no earlier than May 31st. And Skubal, of course, is the big wild card. If you believe Scott Boras or his spokesperson, John Heyman, in the New York Post, it might not be 2-3 months. So, yeah, they have hope. It's a flawed team, but thankfully they're in a flawed division.
So your little run differential stat, okay, I can think of just the last 2 weeks, 3 blown saves.
Yes.
And you go to the 1-run losses on Friday night, and then the 2 Jansen just within the last couple of weeks.
Yes.
That's why you got 3 losses by 3 runs just right there, and there's probably more, but I can think of those off the top of my head.
Yeah. There's definitely hope.
So I still think of all the flaws on this team, the bullpen is killing them in terms of surviving. You take those 3 right there. Let's say you win 2 of them. What are you, 500?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And you're in a playoff spot right now.
Yes. And it's funny you mentioned the bullpen because Drew Anderson, who started off horribly, actually was pitching pretty well for the last 2 weeks, 2 to 3 weeks, until yesterday. Yep. He blew a 3-0 lead.
I think the biggest thing, too, is there are injuries that have returns. Like, not return dates, but they have players who are injured who will come back along the way this season. It's not like the Tigers a couple years ago where you had guys like Aiden Hutchinson who were just done for the season.
Correct.
You've got reinforcements on the way with this team.
The problem is that some of those reinforcements weren't very good before they got hurt. Like Kerry Carpenter, what the hell happened to him?
Well, the play he got hurt on.
I know, I saw that.
I mean, it looked like out of a little league.
Yes.
What do you mean inside the ballpark homer? What do you mean you're jogging and lollipopping the throw in?
I hope guys like Connor McDavid are watching this. Say, wait a second. I played the playoffs with a broken foot, and you're out for that shoulder thing?
But even the night before, Wenzel Perez can't feel the ball hit rolling towards him in right field.
Oh, their defense is horrible as well. It's what, 4th most errors, I believe?
Yeah.
In baseball. How about this? This one I looked up. Because you watch these guys, Kansas City in particular, their outfielders throwing like darts. Mm-hmm. Okay? You realize the Tigers have 1 outfield assist all season? Who in the Tigers outfield you sit there saying, boy, that guy's got a really good arm?
They can't run on him.
No one.
Exactly.
I mean, and probably, I don't remember the play that the outfield assist. It was probably a great tag by Javi or something.
It might have been. In terms of their outfield defense, it's the worst in Major League Baseball.
Yes.
Dead last in defensive runs saved, and you saw it on Friday night. You saw it on Saturday. You've seen it all season long. Their defense is bad. Their offense is ice cold right now, other than Gage Workman.
Riley Green's hitting the ball
and the
well.
pitching's in shambles.
Right. Riley Green's hitting the ball well. There's not a lot of power there.
Yeah, he's a bright spot.
Yeah.
But collectively, the offense has
no.
not been very good, especially in the month of May. So it's why it all feels a lot heavier than the standings indicate.
Exactly. Now, or the White Sox. I mean, White Sox got the guy from Korea is like 15 home runs. They're in there.
I think he's from Japan.
Oh, okay.
Murakami.
Yeah. I thought he played in the Korean League.
Maybe he did.
I don't know. Whatever he's doing. He's keeping them alive. The Royals. I don't know what their problem is. I thought they were going to be much better this year. and they got swept by the Tigers, and they won 2 out of 3 against the Tigers. Cleveland will always be there because they're Cleveland, and they made an interesting trade over the weekend, getting a Gold Glove catcher from the San Francisco Giants. Yeah.
Felt like a very Cleveland move.
Yeah, and Minnesota, they're just hanging around too. They're all hanging around because they all stink.
No one's running away with this. That's the whole point.
Right.
The Tigers are not playing an inspiring brand of baseball. Very few redeeming qualities. Even this weekend where they won Sunday, they lost 2 or 3 to the Royals.
Yes.
So nobody's feeling good. And when you hear, through 40 games, they've never made the playoffs playing this poorly. You're right, though. You have to color outside those lines and realize, well, hold on. No one's running away with the division.
Right.
Guys are going to come back. This thing's far from over. It may be a very painful summer.
Man, you talk about unwatchable. This baseball team, even when they win, is very tough to watch at times because they're just not exciting. They don't hit the ball out of the ballpark.
No, I was pulling that up, too. Their home run numbers are terrible. Isolated power, terrible. I mean, the lineup card they submitted yesterday.
I know.
Woof. If not for Gage Workman, who I'll say again.
Right.
By the way, his backstory, who the hell is this guy? He's a former Tiger draft pick.
Yeah.
He was in the COVID draft, same draft as Torkelson, was a teammate of Torkelson at Arizona State.
Forks up, baby.
That was his Tiger debut because he ended up
the
Cubs and briefly with the White Sox too, before making his way back to Detroit. Mm-hmm. And pinch hit home run, first career home run, only his 4th major league hit.
Good
just
for
as
him.
we all predicted.
That's exactly. They needed something. They needed something good to come out of that series.
When you're in your most dire, desperate position, you look and turn
to Gage Workman. Gage Workman sounds like like a prosecutor. All right, prosecuting for this Gage Workman.
He almost sounds like a person you'd make up for a blue-collar sports city. He's just a workman.
Yes, exactly.
Gage will put into work.
He fits Detroit, damn it.
That's right. Blue collar. He's gritty.
Yeah.
Gage Workman.
His nickname is Tater.
Right. Fittingly.
Mm-hmm. He hit one.
248-539-9797. We got Stoney in today and tomorrow. We'll get to the Pistons at 6:35, talking about Game 3, set the tone for Game 4. And what happened to you in Philly trying to watch Game 3 deserves some attention as well. That's at 7:02. A Stoney conundrum. I always love these.
Yes.
It's 97.1. Tigers get a win. The only one this weekend against the Royals. Hope or nope? They've never made the playoffs with a start this poor through 40 games. That's a stolen stat of the day from Tony Paul in the Detroit News. We all said hope because the division's terrible. The injuries aren't terminal. And there's extra playoff spots. So
Yeah.
and by the way, it's May 11th.
Exactly.
Now, Twitch comment says, isn't it May 11th right now? I had to listen to Mark Ryan take calls yesterday on if the season is over. Let them get healthy, see what they look like in July. Panic is way, way over the top.
I agree. Because of where they look, if they were playing in the American League East and were 9 games behind the Yankees, you're talking a different ballgame.
Right, because you feel like they'll keep drifting while they're hurt.
Yes.
Stoney, if you do a blind ranking the next 2 days, make it for Heather and have it be non-chocolate candies.
Oh, I could totally crush that.
We'll see. If there's a demand, we could come up with something.
Got some listener requests. There is a text for you, Stoney, that says, can you explain to me how the Celtics lost to the Sixers and why the Sixers decided not to participate in round 2 of the NBA playoffs?
Well, they had one game where they were close. It was game 2 at the Garden, I believe. And other than that, the Knicks are playing great. I know everybody around here says, "Oh, we'll get the Knicks. They're in our, we're in their heads." Don't go by the regular season. Pistons had a better regular season against the Knicks last year and lost to them. But yeah, the Sixers were horrible. But the Celtics, I mean, if Tatum doesn't get hurt, does Boston win that series or win Game 7?
Right.
I don't know. The Sixers are they're laughable. They are. They should just if somebody they should find somebody who can take Embiid and George, but the problem is their contracts are so ridiculous.
Yep.
Just play with Maxey and Edgecombe and build from there. That's what I would do. But, people have to pay money for good tickets, I guess, and see your team suck.
Twitch comment, Tigers are currently plus 110 to make the playoffs. Essentially a coin flip today.
Yeah.
So maybe that puts
That's
in
fair.
perspective for people. Yeah.
There's hope. It's a very tough watch is the biggest problem. It's not, and if it's one thing to be a game and a half out when you're playing good baseball. They have not played good baseball, especially away from Comerica Park, despite the sweep by the Red Sox. But they've been pretty good at home.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I think the thing that irks you the most, and I don't think you're alone, is the defense. Like, it's one thing to go, hey, look, our starting rotation's 2 guys, duct tape and glue. We've been here before. It's not going to be pretty. Our bullpen's not good. It's when the ball's hit to you, catch it.
Yeah.
When it's rolled to you on the ground, field it. When it's hit to you in the outfield, don't bang off the boards like it's bumper cars. Pick up the ball and throw it in.
And what's discouraging the most is some of the things that you expected from an A.J. Hinch club, and even the one Scott Harris is trying to build, is at least you're going to play good fundamental baseball. You may not win every game, injuries like you mentioned, Jim, and the bullpen and all that stuff, but at least when the plays are there to be made, make your plays.
Mm-hmm.
And the fact that their defense is bad, and once the ball's hit to the outfield, you're not going to get anybody out.
Let me ask you, who would you consider to be a plus defender on this baseball team? I'll give you Dingler, who won the Gold Glove last year.
McGonigal is probably pretty good.
Okay. Again, I don't have the metrics. I'm just asking you based on what you've seen this year. And that might be it.
That's pretty much it. Because Parker Meadows is hurt.
Mm-hmm. Neither guy in the corner's plus.
No. Whoever they put in center field.
Same with corner infield, same thing.
When Javi's in there, but he's hurt too.
Right.
Yeah. No.
So it's kind of when you really break it down and go, okay, catcher's good, but when the ball's put in play, he's not helping you there. No one's making him.
How you Lee is his defense. He had that one yesterday.
Hit right at him.
Yeah. Well, he had the one where him and by the way, can we end the Zach Short experiment already? Seriously.
Well, they tried to, didn't they? Like DFA him and then they brought him back.
Yeah, why'd they bring him back?
I don't know, Stoney. I don't see any reason to have him here.
No, they should have had Workman here from the get-go.
Mm-hmm.
From, instead of the Zach Short stuff. Because Workman can at least play on the infield, right?
Yeah. Now, how about this? When teams struggle, you get more of the deeper dives. It says, I drives me nuts is Hinch's obsession with righty-lefty matchups. Sometimes the righty is just not good enough, no matter what the matchup is. So that's a concern this texter brings up.
It's possible, but when you
The over-managing criticism.
sometimes he does, but sometimes
At the same time, don't you have to over-manage when your team's all beat up?
Yes, and a lot of times it works out perfectly the way he's done it, especially early in games sometimes.
Like the one that gets me is I'd like to see Colt Keith play more against lefties. He hit lefties well as a rookie. He hit lefties well in the minors. You don't have a lot of options right now. How about you tell Colt Keith you're playing every single day?
How about Colt Keith drive the ball over the fence?
He still doesn't have a home run.
No. This is a team without power.
If you're complaining about righty-lefty matchup, see decades long of baseball that I've been watching.
I know.
Right. It's not new.
No.
But when you're losing, that's what fans will point to and say, look, no one's getting in a rhythm. You're not helping your guys out.
Right.
He would argue, I got to get guys favorable matchups because it's a flawed team.
Right. Got to get Jahmai Jones in there because he kills lefties. But what Greg pointed out is correct. You know, lefty-righty matchup's been going on for years. The problem is it happens early now as far as with pitching staffs because of the bullpen games and things like that. And a lot of times, even though it works sometimes, but when you take some of your really good players out, it irks people a lot.
Believe the count is now 17 injured players per Evan Petzold with the latest Kerry Carpenter over the weekend. So I'm not going to kill a manager for trying to find some kind of groove. And hey, pinch hitter yesterday was Gage Workman.
Yeah, it worked. And it's like the basics. Okay, you're injured. So make your team have a better chance to win by A, when the ball's hit to the major leaguers who are playing, catch the ball, don't have so many errors, and maybe, can actually throw some guy out from the outfield. But you can't because you have no outfield arms.
He's not wrong, people. All right, we'll talk Pistons at 6:35. Biggest reason they lost Game 3 and looking ahead, level of concern. But first, Heather with the news. Heather, good morning.
Good morning. This news is brought to you by Gardner White. Well, a major water main break in Auburn Hills could leave some Oakland County residents and businesses without water for up to 2 weeks. According to the Great Lakes Water Authority, the break occurred on its 42-inch water transmission main at Riverwoods Park around 1:30 a.m. Sunday morning. Crews have been hard at work. They have dug down to the damaged pipe. It sounds like the goal is to have or start replacing it as soon as possible today if they can. But they do say you should be ready to be without water for about 2 weeks. So on Sunday, the Water Authority asked residents in Orion Township, Lake Orion, Rochester Hills, and the northern section of Auburn Hills to only use water for absolutely essential reasons. So hydration, food preparation, obviously, bathing, basic sanitation, but you're not supposed to run your washing machine or your dishwasher or water your lawn, things like that. They're trying to
For 2 weeks?
No, I really need to do laundry.
It's you
You go to a
it's
laundromat.
tough when you are used to having those things and then
Yeah.
you are told you can't do them. Do you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
Yes, of course. I just anything could
How do you deem what is necessary?
anybody could think what's necessary.
I know.
And
right?
those aren't small communities.
oh no. And I mean, I'm right on the edge there. I'm glad it didn't go into Independence Township because it easily could have. I know I heard somebody even say, I don't live far from Great Lakes Crossing, right? That all the food court down, they're not supposed to use the water. I mean, this is impacting businesses, schools. Lake Orion schools closed today and tomorrow because of the water main break. You can go online and see they have set up water trucks in impacted areas and communities where you can go and get water you need. And
I also think about this only works if everybody pitches it. All of a sudden you see your neighbor out there hosing down the begonias and you're going, well, hold on, why is he doing that? I'm going to do it too.
Because it's necessary.
Right.
It's absolutely necessary.
because you don't want those begonias to die. You
Right.
just planted them. It is a big thing, and a lot of people are impacted for sure. Man, a tragic incident unfolded Friday night at the Denver International Airport. I'm sure you heard about this because it was everywhere when a Frontier Airlines flight bound for LA struck and killed a person who had basically jumped over the perimeter fence and was on the runway. So the plane was carrying 224 passengers, 7 crew members, and it was literally accelerating for takeoff when the pilots reported hitting somebody on the runway. The impact did cause a brief engine fire, smoke inside the cabin, forcing the pilots to obviously abort takeoff. And all the passengers had to be evacuated on one of those emergency slides. 12 people suffered minor injuries during the evacuation. 5 were taken to the hospital. Authorities say the victim was not an airport employee, had apparently climbed over a perimeter fence, run onto the runway just moments before the collision. Obviously, now everything is under investigation.
Yeah, who is this person? Why were they running out onto the... Wow.
It's wild. I mean, a wild story for sure. Detroit hockey fans are embracing their new professional women's hockey league team with thousands of ticket deposits placed since the franchise was just unveiled on Wednesday. So more than 4,500 season ticket members made deposits to have season tickets for the very first season in 2026-27.
15 home games, I think they play.
Is that what it is?
13, between 13 and 15 home games. Yes. They haven't announced the season ticket prices yet, but standard deposits start at $50 per seat. Premium center ice deposits are $200 per seat. And they say the fans who place the premium deposits will receive priority access to the center ice seating. And then also they'll have like private members only spaces.
We don't have a nickname for the team yet, do we?
We don't.
do not.
We don't.
Do you have a
any
recommendation?
suggestions?
No, I was just thinking of, the way, what are the odds, you're Mr. Cash the Tick, what are the odds the Detroit women's team makes the playoffs before the Red Wings?
I made the same joke last week.
Oh, you did?
I
Yes.
did. It's,
Oh.
it's on a tee. And now,
Okay.
when does the season run from? Any idea when it starts?
I think their playoffs go on now.
Okay, so it's like similar time frame
I
as...
believe so.
Okay.
Sounds good to me.
Could be another team that gets home games at home playoff games at Little Caesars Arena.
Romulus police are searching for a hit-and-run driver who left a bicyclist in critical condition on Friday evening. Police say the crash happened right around 6:30 p.m., less than 2 miles from the airport. They say a 55-year-old Romulus man was riding his bike on Wickham Road when a dark gray 2025 Ford Escape struck him. They say the driver did not stop after the crash, just continued driving southbound. And according to the police, the victim sustained serious injuries and had been reported in critical condition. I don't have an update on his status, but anyone with information should call the police. Finally, in less than a week, we will know the Detroit Lions' full 2026 schedule. On Friday, the NFL reported the league's annual schedule release will take place on Thursday, May 14th at 8 p.m. The Lions will find out their opponent for their international game in Germany a day earlier.
That's going to be on Good Morning America.
Yeah, well, Good Morning Football.
Oh, Good Morning Football. Okay.
That's what it says on Good Morning Football on Wednesday, May 13th at 9 a.m. on the NFL Network.
Stoney stopped reading after the first 2 words.
Yeah, I must have.
It does look like the article
No,
does
I
say
know.
Good
Hey,
Morning
look, it's a
Football.
big enough deal. It should be on Good Morning America. It's the
Especially if they
NFL
play the
schedule.
Giants. Strahan will be there.
So, yeah, it could be. Now, this could be between 3 teams, right? The Bucks, Giants, and Patriots.
Yes. What's Germany's public stance on professional coaching, professional head coaches who commit adultery?
Did I see the Patriots wished a happy Mother's Day yesterday? They did. That went viral. Everybody had thoughts on that. So I don't know. I don't know if they'll be there, Stoney.
I know.
It's Heather with the news. All right, coming up next, he's rocking the Pistons hat. We're talking Pistons basketball. They lost game 3. Why and now what? It's 97-1. Cavs pick up the win in Game 3.
That started the downfall.
Yeah. Look, we'll do an autopsy on what went wrong. But I expected you get the Cavs' best shot in Game 3, right?
Yes.
And they shot their best of the series.
Oh, absolutely. They couldn't, they shot over 50%, right?
Yeah.
Didn't they?
And James Harden turned
58%. They were 43 of 74. From three, 38%, which was a little better than the Pistons. They made 3 more, 3-pointers. They took 7 more than the Pistons did. But
and Harden turned back time, and got a couple big shots late in that game.
yes.
I'm not panicked at all, but let's get into what went wrong in Game 3, Stoney. Why did they lose that game?
Simple. They couldn't get key rebounds when they, even though, the stats aren't crazy about, rebounds, all right? If you look at the box score, you say, oh, wait, they out-rebounded them 40-33. Yeah, but they weren't key rebounds. Look, you can't even mention turnovers if you look at the box score because they were completely even, 15 turnovers each. However, it's when the turnovers occurred. So they lost for 2 reasons. Number one, they didn't defend early, and they got themselves in a hole. They came back, much like they did in Orlando, from 17 down. And then, unfortunately, your best player, one of the top 10 players in the NBA, had turnoveritis with a triple-double. I mean, he would have had a couple more turnovers. He would have had a 4-double, whatever you call it.
Quadruple-double.
Quadruple-double. 4-double. Yeah, great. Make up your own words.
I love having you in.
I mean, Kate is great, okay? He's a star. You can't have your star players make 3 bad turnovers down the stretch after you come up with you tie the game at 104. The basket we just heard Strus from Blaha, like it wasn't as bad or as damaging as Bird stealing the ball from Isaiah in '87. Okay, it wasn't that bad, but it was bad.
Off the inbound.
Yeah, off the inbound. Then he threw one over Tobias's head out of bounds. He had one earlier. I don't know how he did this one, where he threw the ball and the ball got stuck on the sang, hit the backboard, right?
When they were inbounding underneath their hoop.
Yeah.
That was earlier in the game, yeah.
Yeah, and Asor Thompson's telling Cade, here, bounce pass, basically. That's why they lost the game. They lost the game also because they couldn't defend Donovan Mitchell.
Mitchell had a really good game. Harden had some big crunch time closeout shots. You have to defend in those moments. The Cade turnovers, 3 straight turnovers. How about playing Duren as many minutes down the stretch when B-Ball Paul's got the hot hand? Is that not part of it? You're talking about key rebounds, and Duren had 4 for the game. Why is he an automatic closeout player? Why? I don't give a damn about what he did in the regular season.
I agree with you. I do think the Paul Reed obsession in this town sometimes goes a little overboard.
I'm not maxing Paul Reed either.
No, I know. But people think that's the difference in a series. No.
Paul Reed had 11 points in a third of the minutes.
He should play. There's no doubt.
He should have played the last 5 minutes of the game.
Yeah, probably. But there's other players too. I mean,
how about Dennis Jenkins, minus 28?
Yeah, I know he's coming off his, the games at home that were really good.
But you see this in the NBA. Role players play better at home. They struggle on the road. The Cavs role players, I thought, collectively shot better. Sam Merrill getting back in the rotation.
Yeah. Well, you know what bothers me more than Duren for some strange reason? And I know the reason a lot of people are bugged about Duren because he played so good in the regular season. Everybody assumes he's playing for a max contract, which the way he's played in the playoffs, he should not get. Is Isaiah Stewart. He's been bad.
And he said, I'm not hurt, because people were wondering.
Yeah, I mean, 2 rebounds, 4 points. Beef Stew's only playing 9 minutes.
Yeah.
That says something, right?
I think with those 3 bigs, you're just playing the hot hand, though. I don't care who was an all-star. I'm playing whichever big is playing the best.
Okay, that's fair.
Yet JD is still hopped up on Duren is my guy.
I understand.
It's not the number one reason they lost the game. It's just it's one of the things that they need to do better is not be beholden to Jalen Duren. He's just not very good.
Right now, you're
not
right.
in the postseason.
No, he's not.
He doesn't finish as many layups. He doesn't finish as many drives. He doesn't get as many rebounds.
Now, they are
he can't shoot.
They are making it a lot tougher for him in the playoffs where there's not a lot of space for the alley-oops and all that type of stuff, his bread and butter. But if you can't adjust to that, if you can't make a 4-foot shot, 5-foot shot, whatever, you do not deserve a max contract.
Or close to one.
Yeah.
What went wrong? Biggest reason they lost game 3. We'll start there. Text coming in. Biggest reason they lost, Cade, 3 straight turnovers. Unacceptable in clutch moments.
It's not a good look. I mean, you sit there, oh boy, he had a triple-double. Yeah, 27 points, 10 rebounds, 10 assists. But he also took 27 shots. He was 10 for 27. And then the turnovers, he had 8. I understand because he has the ball a lot. He's going to have more turnovers than probably anybody else on the team. That's fine. But it's, as the texter pointed out, he's right. The timing of them and some of the ways those turnovers occurred were just really bad.
Game 3, you look back. If Cade doesn't pick up that stupid third foul where he somehow got called, even though he didn't move his hand in the last 4 minutes of the first, we weather the storm, and the game may play out much differently. I'm not going to the first half foul as the reason they lost that game.
Or the fact that they wasted a challenge in the first half again.
You love that. I thought of you.
Oh, my God. What's he doing? The only time you challenge in the first half where it's a complete no-brainer, like a ball goes off a guy's hand or something, not leaving up to a judgment whether a guy got fouled or not. No.
Agreed. Losing game 3 always made sense. Never felt like we were going to win, but by the end, it felt like they figured it out, and that's why I believe they will win tonight.
Cleveland, look, what are they, 5-0 at home in the playoffs?
And winless on the road.
Correct. So they're obviously better at home. I don't expect them to shoot as well as they did. So it's up to the Pistons to, defense is your identity. You can't give up 64 points in the first half.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you only gave up 52 in the second half.
But some
still,
crunch time buckets.
Yes, 30. You gave up over 30 points in 3 of the 4 quarters.
Yeah, that's just not a recipe for this team specifically.
Correct.
To win. I'm looking over at the Twitch comments, and they bring up Tobias Harris D'ing up James Harden late. Explain it.
Well, Asor had foul trouble, so I don't know. He was in at the end, but he'd do a lot of in and out stuff.
They like to sometimes play him off ball as like a free safety.
Yes.
And he can kind of jump in late as a helper or get a block or a steal. He's also their best perimeter defender. You could put him on Mitchell. You could put him on Harden. You can't put him on both.
Correct. And would you rather have Tobias on Harden or Duncan Robinson on Harden?
Right. Well, you could put Cade on Harden.
True.
There's different ways to play it.
Yeah. But you just see, you don't want Cade, it's up to him not to do it, but so many people, great players, fall for that damn pump fake that he does, and you get another foul. Look, he had a great game for him. I mean, everybody after game 2, me included, he's washed, he's done, he's
Harden?
Yeah. And he played very well. You got to give him credit for
I'm
that.
just curious. James Harden in the playoffs is quite the track record.
Oh, yeah, I know.
And I'm willing to believe that games 1 and 2 was more of who he is than game 3.
Probably.
Part of why I'm not panicking, right? I don't think Cade's going to flirt with a quadruple-double with turnovers every game they play.
No, I'm not panicking either. I thought this was going to be at least a 6-game series, and, I picked Cleveland in 6, but whatever. The Pistons could be up 3-0. That's the thing that's so.
I was just going to say that.
That's the thing that's so depressing. They could have put the nail in the coffin.
But you can make.
Everybody always says, "Well, they're home for Game 4." No, what happened yesterday in Philly is what happens all the time. Although it was even worse. Usually, teams down at home 3-0. They get up to a really good start. The crowd's into it, and then by halftime, as we get into the third quarter, they realize how impossible it is to win the series subconsciously, and they usually don't.
But you make amends for it tonight.
Yes.
If you felt like, hey, that's Cleveland emptying out the kitchen sink, down 0-2, a Harden game that's not going to repeat, a Cade performance that's not going to repeat. And how about this? The Pistons shot it 17 more times than Cleveland in game 3.
Yeah.
And they're plus 20 in shot attempts in the series. You're not losing the series if you're going to continue to have that advantage.
You would think not. And they shot obviously a better percentage. Cleveland did 58% to the Pistons 45%. And, you're looking for guys, as we always do, to blame and all that stuff. It's time for Javonte Green to get back to what he did during the regular season too.
Tex says tonight is a measuring stick game. I think the defense gets us back on track, suffocating, and the Cavs won't hit 100. We'll talk more about what's next for the Pistons on the other side. It's 97-1. Looking for your phone calls and texts on why they lost Game 3 and how do you feel about the series now? No panic.
No, it's just, I thought it was going to be a long series. That's what playoffs in sports usually are.
And you know a team coming home down 2-0 is going to throw their best counterpunch.
Absolutely. There's no doubt about it, especially in that building.
And they shot their best.
Yeah. It's built a little more for basketball than the LCA is.
I'll say.
It's a little, compact, which is, makes it loud and things like that. I like that place.
So a lot of things went horrible in Game 3, yet they had a chance.
Yes. Yep.
So that leaves me optimistic. This is the first time this team's in this spot. It's kind of a kill shot moment. Last year they never were up 2-1, and on the road and had a chance to kind of bury a team a little bit. Last series they fell behind. So it'd be interesting to see how they respond here, because this is all, to me, like in a typical playoff series in any sport, this is when you can really kind of strangle somebody.
Yeah.
And make it extremely difficult for the other team to come back.
Yeah, look, a series that's 2-1 doesn't scream huge advantage, but you have a chance to create that tonight.
Correct.
And regardless, if they lose, it's 2-2 and you have home court in 2 of the last 3. Cleveland yet to win a road game in these NBA playoffs. It's not a house money situation because you don't want to play around and let Cleveland back into the series, but Detroit's going to be in a great spot regardless at the end of tonight.
Yeah.
But an even better spot if they can play the way they did in games 1 and 2, because Cleveland's going to say we had a chance in those games, but Detroit closed the door.
Yes.
And that's the difference. This text says the way Cade has played in crunch time has decided every game in this series.
He's right. First 2 were really good, and Saturday was really bad.
So then what do you expect? Because I expect more of what we've seen from Cade in general in this postseason than what we saw on the road in Game 3.
Yeah, I think he's got to be a little ticked off at himself. Those turnovers are just unacceptable the way they happen, and they can't be casual. They have to cherish possessions.
Tex said Cade's not going to bat 1,000 in the clutch, but if 5 of the 7 games in a series he's the best closer, that's how you win.
Yeah,
I agree.
No doubt about it.
Says, boy, does Langdon have negotiating ammo when you go to Paul Reed scoring as many points as Duran in a playoff game with a third of the minutes?
Yeah, that's true, but I think Langdon or anybody else to say, you know what, I'll give that up if I can tell me Duran's going to play the way he played during the regular season.
So you're saying Cade and James Harden switched places in Game 3? Kinda.
Yeah, absolutely.
Kinda. If Harden has to play that well and Cade has to make that many dumb plays in a row for the Cavs to win, we're in a great spot.
Yes. I mean, they got to do a better job on Mitchell, too. Look, people know I love the guy. He's a great player, but his playoffs have not been all that wonderful in his career either.
No. Well, that's part of this. Cleveland has not made it out of the second round post LeBron.
Correct.
So, I mean, their track record is this is where it ends.
Yes.
Now, the Pistons are in uncharted territory.
I know.
This group won a playoff series for the first time. And to Tom's point, they're leading in a series for the first time.
Yeah, when was the last time they led in a series? 2008, right? Right?
Probably, yeah. Greg and I have a joke that everything goes back to the 08. It's the first time since 08 for all of these stats.
Yeah, that's true.
248-539-9797. Your outlook for the series. Now, ahead of the series you've shared, you thought Cleveland would win.
Cleveland in 6.
What is the updated thought process?
I think Pistons in 7 would probably be more realistic. Mm-hmm. But who knows?
If the Pistons win tonight, should be done in 5.
Should be. And by the way,
if they lose tonight, I bet it does go 7, but I like their chances hosting that Game 7 with the best player in the series.
Yes. And by the way, right now, the cheapest to get into Game 5 is $119.
That's up.
Upstairs, yes.
That's up from what we've been seeing.
Yeah. Not too shabby. Now, if they lose, I wonder if it goes up or down. I would think it would go down a little bit. A lot of people love being at clinching games.
Mm-hmm. Well, Game 7 was incredible.
Yes. And the crowd needs to be better in Game 5 than it was in Game 2. We'll leave it at that.
Okay. Yeah, I know. I remain unshaken. I don't know if Pistons... It feels like that's kind of the consensus for most of the texts from people is like, yeah, that's bad. We got things to bitch about, but nobody's actually concerned they're going to blow this.
No, we're still in the driver's seat, but the greatest or worst, depending how you want to look at it, cliche in sports is series doesn't start until the home team loses a game.
Right, but you do realize, and we gave the stat, teams that go up 2-0 win 92% of the time. So whoever coined that stat was talking out of their ass. Because very regularly, the team that goes up 2-0 that hasn't started the series goes on to win a vast majority of the time.
Cleveland hasn't started the playoffs yet then.
Right.
They're still stuck in limbo.
It's true.
Yeah, and especially when you have home court. Like when this series started, I said it's truly a coin flip to me. I really had a hard time and wrestled with this.
Me too.
But the things that I put on the Pistons side of the ledger were you have the best defense in the series, better than Toronto, which gave Cleveland fits. You got the best player in the series in Cade Cunningham. You have home court in the series. These things have held true through 3 games as a difference maker.
Right.
Duran is ass. Dude can't even make a layup. That's Dave in Royal Oak.
Or at least attempt a lay. They did miss a lot of layups. You showed me the play from Saturday where
In transition,
just go and dunk the freaking ball. That's what you're really good at.
This is on JB Bickerstaff. He needs to reset, inspire, and motivate.
I think coaches get too much blame for some of that crap. You can give him criticism for maybe not playing Paul Reed enough or particular matchups, but I don't think I think they're motivated to win a lot. I don't think that's something to criticize JB about.
I think it's tough too. Like I think he'd like to get Cade more of a breather, and he very quickly realizes every time Cade leaves the floor, we got to get him back out there.
I know,
and that makes it tough. So you're just and those turnovers late in the game. I mean, you could say, well, JB's got to get him a breather. Well, they're going to be down 10 points if they give him extended rest.
Right.
So you're kind of damned if you do, damned if you don't. You got to lean on your clutch star player to finish that game.
And you also have to hope that your bench players can come through like they did at home, and Danis Jenkins did in the first 2 games, but certainly didn't yesterday or Saturday.
I feel weirdly more confident about the Pistons after Saturday's loss. It took Cleveland having an almost perfect game and us having a worst half I've seen for Cleveland to squeak out a win, Pistons in 5 or 6.
They did what the Pistons did game 2. I mean, Cleveland came back, took a lead, and then they fell apart. That's what the Pistons did.
Pistons need the refs tonight. Refs gave Cleveland game 3 the same way they gave Pistons game 1. The refs aren't deciding these games. Come on, people. We got a Stoney conundrum for over the weekend. Watching the end of game 3 from a wedding. We'll mix that in next. Plus your feedback, 97.1.
Brought to you by Rapid Roofing. Despite being battered and bruised, the Tigers snapped their 5-game losing streak last night with a 6-3 win over the Royals in the series finale. Detroit took a 3-0 lead in the second inning that evaporated when KC got 2 runs in the third and fourth on Drew Anderson. In the sixth, Gage Workman gave the lead back to Detroit with a 2-run homer in his first at-bat as a Tiger. Detroit called up the top prospect just days ago after the injury to Kerry Carpenter over the weekend. Then with a 5-3 lead in the seventh, Wencel Perez added some insurance for Detroit. Kenley Jansen would then come in for his 7th save of the year. He had a 1-2-3 inning with a pair of punch-outs to secure the win as the Tigers are off today now before heading to New York tomorrow. Well, they will start a 3-game set against the Mets. We've got Pistons and Cavs game 4 tonight here on 97.1. It's Detroit's latest tip-off of the postseason with an 8 o'clock start time this evening. Pistons are 3.5-point underdogs tonight, trying to bring a 3-1 series lead back to Detroit for game 5 on Wednesday. In other NBA games last night, the Knicks eliminated the Sixers with a 144-114 drubbing in Philly in game 4. Minnesota even the series against the Spurs as they survived 114-109 against San Antonio, who lost Wembanyama to an ejection in the second quarter. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Good morning. Jim Costa, no John Jansen. We've got Stoney today and tomorrow. Heather Park, Gov and Greg behind the glass. Good morning.
Good morning.
Pistons drop game 3. We've been taking phone calls and texts. What went wrong and reset where you're at with the series now. It doesn't change a thing for me. Still feel like this team's going to win the series.
It's more looking that way for me than my original pick, which was Cleveland in 6, but that could change tonight again.
Saturday.
Saturday. Well, yes, I was in Philadelphia for the weekend. I had originally trying to get tickets to see a concert on Friday night, but that was postponed because both Philly teams were playing home all weekend, and didn't make a difference anyway because they all got swept. I believe, because I did the research myself, the last time a city had two teams swept in round two was, I believe, 2017 when both the Clippers and the LA Kings lost. I always forget about the Clippers being an LA team. Anyway, so that was so Friday night was my sister's 65th birthday. No, I didn't sleep in her bed for her present. So I'll get that out of the way right now. We went out to
was she disappointed?
yeah, maybe. So we went out to dinner, and then Saturday, the main reason I came in was my best friend's daughter's wedding was Saturday evening. And then yesterday I got to spend a little Mother's Day with Mom, which I hadn't done in a while. It's
great.
93.
Sounds like an awesome weekend.
93, yes. Okay, so I had a good weekend. All right. Now, you know me, I kind of get addicted to the phone a little bit, and there was a basketball game going on Saturday starting at 3 o'clock. Or was it started at 3:15? Yeah, whatever. And I had major problems because I was going to watch the first half, in the hotel, and then drive to the wedding at halftime, whatever. Okay. First of all, the hotel, the TV, because it was a dish and it was raining, for some reason couldn't get NBC.
What?
So I had to watch it on my iPad, 2 minutes behind, which is okay.
Whatever.
Anyway, so get to the wedding. And I'm following the game, watching it a little bit, but more just, sitting in my seat, before the ceremony. And it's the 104 when I hear the words, I hear some music, and the officiant says, "Would you please silence your phones or turn them off?" And Cindy and I were sitting third row. So what do you think I did? Did I, A, comply, turn off the phone? Because it was 104 at that point. 2, have a little discreet AirPod and listen to the game. Or 3, decided to have some sort of bathroom issue, so I go in, and just watch the rest of the game on the phone. What do you think I did?
The bride's walking down the aisle, and they're stony, wait, I gotta go to the bathroom. Hold on.
Squeeze past you real quick. Oh.
What do you think I did?
I think you turned off your phone and complied.
I think you complied.
I complied.
Temptation, though.
Oh, yeah. And when the ceremony was over, flip on the phone. And actually, Cindy had it. She got it first before I did. She goes, they lost. She holds me the phone, 116-107. I said, okay. Well, I'll see the highlights. And I did. I'm glad I made the right move. Could you see, sitting there at the ceremony, walking down the aisle, all of a sudden, Cade, why are you throwing that ball to Strus?
He's exploding in the stands.
Yes, exactly. So I did the right thing.
Do you take whatever the bride's name to be your lawfully wedded wife, and Stoney's just
Yeah.
no.
Rebound!
Yes. No, I did the right thing. Maybe it's, finally at my age, I'm getting a little more mature.
See, it's tough because it's the ceremony. If it's the reception,
there's no doubt.
Yeah, some best man's giving some speech. You're watching the game.
Yeah, it was at a country club, and there was, I'd have to go to the locker room to watch TV because the TV wouldn't be on at the bar. But yeah, so to me, it was. I wouldn't call it a no-brainer because I make things difficult on my brain.
Did you ask him to hold off a few more minutes? Say, hey, I know this is a special day and all, but
No.
Cade's got the inbound. Can we take 5? Go back. Do fix your hair.
Get
Whatever
a
you
little
got to
nervous.
do. Yeah.
Take a shot.
Yeah. I mean, for the most
Do you
part,
really want to do this? Go back and think about it.
for the most part, I do 5:30. For especially when it's a big affair, so to speak. So a lot of times when you have weddings at 6:30, 7 o'clock, sometimes they, the Jewish rule basically they're not supposed to start till sundown. Mm. So this was, even though they were pretty religious, this went away from that. So we were eating dinner by 8:30. Sometimes you don't eat dinner till 10:30, 11 o'clock at night. You're sitting there, what the hell's going on?
That's late.
Anyway, so yeah.
So what if this was a game 7? This is where I'm going to call your bluff here a little bit.
Game 7.
You were in a very good situation with the series.
Where
Yes.
are you seated?
Third row, he
I'm
said.
seated like second or third.
Oh man. If you were like 15, 20
Oh, yes.
rows off to the side, you
Yes.
just slip out.
Yeah.
Or you could have done the AirPod, like a little earpiece or an AirPod.
Right,
You could have in the back. I think you could have gotten away with that.
I do have friends who have those, hearing aids where you can't really see, and they, they could pull that off. Because you sit there with my, the white things
Well,
coming out
maybe
of
just
your ears.
one.
I don't know. Game Set's a great question, Gov.
So let's say you do walk away. You just come back during mid vows?
No,
You're
you don't
stuck.
re-enter.
You can't.
No. Well,
So you just miss the ceremony at
yeah.
that point.
I mean, there are people who have to go to the bathroom, I guess. I mean, legitimately.
How long was the ceremony?
It was about a half hour.
I think you can hold it. You
Yeah.
go before, you hold it, and you go after. Nobody's getting up during a ceremony to go to the bathroom.
Unless it's game 7.
Yeah, Game 7. To answer Gov's question, I would probably still have complied, but my mind would have been racing like crazy. It would have.
Is it different because it's the second round?
Yeah, probably.
Like if this is Robert Horry in the corner, this is the NBA Finals, and it's dramatic. How close are you with this person?
It's my longest friend's daughter.
Yeah.
From when I was.
Yeah. I mean, checks out. That's why you're row 3.
Yes. 10, 11, since we were like 10 or 11 years old.
I was hoping he would be like, it's like a neighbor's brother's daughter. I met
see,
her one time.
See, if it was like a friend of Cindy's or something, kid, I might be going to. First of all, I wouldn't want to sit that close to begin with. I try to sit on the. I would try to sit on the aisle. Yeah, I would. It would have been easier to do if it was somebody that I really didn't care that much about personally.
Did you know ahead of time this was a possibility? Like, were you mathing it out? Are you going, the game starts
during
at
the
3,
day-
ceremonies
Yeah,
at 5:30. Is
yeah.
this going to be done?
Yeah.
When the Pistons were down big, were you like, okay, well, it'll be
Yeah,
over?
I was saying, you know what? I hope it's a blowout one way or the other because then I don't have to deal with any of this stuff in my mind. And of course it wasn't because the Pistons came back, tied it up, and then all of a sudden the music started.
Yeah, some text coming in on the game. It says, why does Jim keep saying Cade is the best player in this series? I think it's Mitchell. It could certainly be argued between the two, but Mitchell can win a game or even a series over Cade. He's a turnover machine and should not be playing point guard. That's Keith in Detroit.
Well, I would say to that, Mitchell, you could argue, is the best offensive player in the series. But Cade's defense has been really, really good. Donovan Mitchell, as much as I love him, is not known to be a great defender and hasn't been a great defender. So all around, I'd give the slight edge to Cade.
Yeah, I don't think it's like a either or hotly contested debate. Cade's going to get MVP votes. Cade was number 2 in the NBA in assists. I don't know where this he's not a point guard narrative comes from. I get wanting someone else to
bring up the ball
occasionally so the guy has a little bit of a breather even if he stays in the game. But I want him driving the bus. I want him orchestrating the pick and roll.
Right.
I want him going downhill and negotiating and finding guys. He was very good at it.
I think when people try to determine how great Cade is, and that has nothing to do with how I view him as a star. He's not a superstar yet until he leads them to not a championship, but maybe to the NBA Finals. But he's definitely one of the top 15 players in the league. And if that makes you a superstar, so be it. That's what you need from Cade Cunningham.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's nothing against Donovan Mitchell. He's
No.
a very good player, and I thought he had a great game 3. He had to, right? You're at home, you're down 2-0, your best player, he's their best player,
Right.
had to step up. And James Harden did too, by the way.
Yes.
But Cade is, over a 7-game series, if you drafted from scratch, he'd be the number 1 pick.
I would think so because
between
of
these two teams.
Because the defense he provides, he's had some big block shots in this series already.
He's a
He
bigger
plays
guard
good
who
defense.
does bring the effort, moves his feet, block shots. Yes. He's the best player in the series. So again, part of my thought process is best player, best defense, home court.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't change because they lost game 3 in Cleveland.
Would you say the next 4 best players are from Cleveland?
So
or
this is where
has
it gets-
Tobias Harris changed that because he's not playing like playoff Tobias did historically?
What is it now? 8 straight 20-point games for Tobias?
It's incredible.
Yeah, which he didn't do back-to-back at all in the regular season.
No.
Yeah, you really do have to change the equation. He's become the number 2 scorer we were complaining that they didn't
Yes.
have. And then I was also going to ask you, what do you do with a player like Asar? How do I rank him in a list of the best players in the series? Because he's the best defender in this series.
Yes.
And we're talking about how important defense is closing out these games.
And Duncan Robinson's played very well.
Who's the second best player on Cleveland?
Well, I would say Mobley, but Mobley had one bad game too, right?
Yeah, game 2, he only had the 1 rebound.
Right. Jared Allen's had a horrible game. He played good, on game 3.
I know. So while we've dissected, like, who's the Pistons number 2 and who's Cleveland's second best player? Because I really got to tell you, if James Harden is the answer, there's a reason this team doesn't get far in the playoffs.
Right. I mean, I have a little bit of a man crush on Strus, but he hasn't, except for the steal. He had, because I can't believe anybody can get the ball off as quickly as he can. He on his 3-pointers, which to me is amazing. I think Cleveland's roster is deeper, especially when arguably Detroit's second best player is not even playing like their 4th or 5th best player, and that's Jalen Duren.
Yep.
That's the biggest problem the Pistons have had this series, if you ask me.
248-539-9797. We're going to keep talking Pistons. We'll work more Tigers talk in the show as well. We got Stoney in for John. It's 97.1. felt like they got better efforts from their role players at home. Sam Merrill getting back in the
Yes.
series.
That's kind of what Danis Jenkins was at LCA.
Yep.
Better at home. That's what happens.
You shouted out Max Strus. Texter says there's a special place in not heaven for people who have a man crush on Max Strus. Why do you like him? Says he's the absolute worst.
Because I think he's a really good shooter, and I'm amazed that he can get off shots as quickly with the release when he's defended well.
Yeah, they've got their core four, but then it's the others.
Yes.
So your Merrills, your Wade, Tyson, and Strus.
Yeah, Tyson has been a kind of a bitch for Cade to a certain extent. He plays him tough. By the way,
Schroeder too, another one.
Schroeder
Yes.
has, as I was going to get to. Look, I understand a lot of, and we'll finally get this whenever that season, closing press conference is, whether it's in the NBA Finals, whether it's next week, whatever. But the Malik Beasley situation really put the Pistons in a bind. Now, I don't know if they would have paid what Sacramento paid to keep Schroeder here. I don't know, but he was really good last year in down the stretch and with the one playoff series, and he certainly has gotten into somebody's head on Saturday, and that was Danis Jenkins.
Yeah, what did you make of his acting job when he got hit in the throat?
Yeah, that was lame.
Somehow was able to finish the game with what had to be a ruptured larynx.
Oh, yeah.
Stones go down 3-1 to Orlando, and they're trash. They come back to win the series, go 2-up on Cleveland, lose a game, and they're trash again.
Nobody said they were trash.
I say, have you listened to a different show this morning?
Yeah. No.
It's like people made up their mind that they thought we're going to dump on this team.
No.
I still feel good. We're going to spend some more time on this later in the show. I still feel very good about them in this series.
You should. In fact, I altered a little bit. Originally I said Cavs in 6, but what I've seen so far, I think the Pistons are going to win in 7.
Pistons played from too many points behind in Game 3. Cade was not able to come out of the game and get rest. He looked tired at the end with turnovers and missed shots. I mean, they can't give him extended rest.
No.
I mean, that's a failure of the roster. He can only sit for 90 seconds at a time or 2 minutes here, 2 minutes there. Otherwise, they're down.
Yeah. Or maybe that's why Bickerstaff takes stupid challenges to give Cade more rest.
Sure. Tex says it's time. The math says Duran has his best game tonight. 24 points, 14 rebounds, and 3 blocks.
What math are you looking at?
Show your work.
Yeah. What math suggests that? Is it regular season math or is it AP math that we've seen in the playoffs?
Yeah, I mean, they're doing like advanced trigonometry. I mean, this isn't just what is the shape.
Yeah. Look, Orlando figured something out, and Cleveland's pretty much said, okay, that works. We'll try to do the same thing on Duran. How many alley-oops have you seen in these playoffs? Not very many.
Very few.
Yeah.
Look, it's a skill set you can scheme and take away.
Right.
Duran doesn't have a low post back to the basket game. It first of all is not incentivized for a lot of young big guys growing up now. So he doesn't have this refined post game or a face up jumper. Nothing reliable anyway. Certainly can't shoot the 3. His offense primarily comes from putbacks, oops, layups, drives, and you can put up walls.
Right.
You can make that hard.
He's a very good player, but he's not a star.
Nope.
I know he's going to be on some people's third-team All-NBA ballot. I know that for a fact. I don't know if he deserved it. Well, he kind of did for his regular season.
Yeah, because it's a regular season accolade.
Right.
But where you're going to look to get paid is what you do in the postseason.
Yes.
The Cade's not a point guard narrative comes from all the turnovers. If he didn't have the lazy-looking turnovers, it would be different, Roy and Clarkston.
That's true.
You've said that's what's keeping him from being a superstar.
Superstar, if you want to go semantics, yes.
Because you think he's a star.
He's a star.
But not a superstar.
Correct. Too many turnovers.
At least he's not out there elbowing people and getting himself ejected.
It's got to be, you're talking about Victor Wembanyama. For those of you who didn't see it last night, he got ejected. They almost, Ant-Man went crazy in the fourth quarter to save that 3-1, they would have been down. So that series is tied at 2. And it's going to be interesting. He was ejected if he's going to get suspended as well. I don't think so because it was early enough in a game where the ejection they could look at it as a suspension on its own. And although it was definitely a flagrant 2, there was no really evil intent when he did it.
Mm-hmm.
Is my guess.
what was crazy, JB literally brought in Jenkins to handle the ball and set up Cade so he doesn't make dumb turnovers. But Cade said, I see what you're doing, and proceeds to make dumb turnovers immediately, including on the inbound.
The inbound one was absurd. Yeah. Two of them off the inbound.
Yeah. Let's get to Heather with the news. Heather, what's going on?
Well, this news is brought to you by Gardner White. So, health officials are trying to calm fears over the recent hantavirus outbreak, excuse me, and they want Americans to know this is not another COVID situation. So, officials with the CDC say that there's no reason to panic, stressing that the hantavirus does not spread nearly as easily as COVID-19. Of course, we know. Oh, there we go. So this current outbreak, of course, is tied to the whole cruise ship, right? Mm-hmm. 3 people have died. Several others have become seriously ill. 17 Americans are either back in Nebraska or being flown back to the U.S. for evaluation and monitoring in Nebraska. But officials say the risk to the general public remains low. So of those 17, 1 has tested positive, but is not showing any symptoms. Another does have some mild symptoms. All these passengers, again, I don't know if they're actually home yet or they're headed home, will be taken to the University of Nebraska Medical Center. And then 1 will be going to the Nebraska Biocontainment Unit. That's the one that tested positive. All the others still need to quarantine because it can take like 8 weeks to actually show symptoms. So they're going to the National Quarantine Unit for assessment and monitoring.
Is that in Nebraska too?
It's in Nebraska as well.
A lot of things going on in Nebraska.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think people are going, oh, hantavirus, you can't spread person to person, except this one variant that they happen to have, which has everybody spooked.
Sure. I mean, it is can be spooky if you really start to like, oh, well, if I come in contact and then it's because it also like hibernates in your body for 8 weeks, right? And you don't realize you might have it and you just keep going out because you feel great. Lo and behold, who knows? Anyway, a major water main break in Auburn Hills is causing major disruptions for thousands of residents across Oakland County. So according to the Great Lakes Water Authority, the break occurred on a 42-inch main in Riverwoods Park around 1:30 a.m. Sunday morning after crews had been monitoring the leak for several days. So residents in Orion Township, Lake Orion, Rochester Hills, and Auburn Hills are asked to restrict their water usage to only essentials. So that's like, they say hydration, food preparation, and basic sanitation. They are urging residents to not run dishwashers, washing machines, water their lawn, things of that nature. Now, some areas could actually lose water completely, and officials warn that repairs may take up to 2 weeks. There's also boil water advisories in effect for some of those neighborhoods. There are water distribution trucks that have been set up for the affected communities. Governor Whitmer has declared a state of emergency so that they can help speed up resources for those in need and the repairs. Officials say they are working around the clock, but residents should prepare for about 2 weeks of water outages.
2 weeks is a long
It's a long time.
And consider me skeptical that everyone's just going to pitch in to help their neighbor. Hey, my dishes are piling up in the sink. Cool if I run the water to wash them? Bacteria and sanitation, it's going to do it. Oh, I got a big presentation. I spilled something on my shirt. I'm going to wash it. Like, I planted new flowers. I don't want them to die. Like, I'm skeptical that everybody's going to pitch in and just do what's good for everybody.
I'm sure not everyone will, but it does sound like
I hope they do.
I have family that live in these areas that are trying to follow the best they can because it does feel like it is a pretty serious situation. You guys, a Frontier Airlines flight preparing to depart from Denver International Airport for Los Angeles struck and killed a pedestrian on the runway Friday night. The collision triggered this engine fire, smoke inside the cabin, which obviously forced the pilots to abort the takeoff. All the passengers had to be evacuated using those emergency slides. 12 passengers did report some minor injuries. 5 were taken to the hospital. Authorities say that the pedestrian jumped a perimeter fence and was struck 2 minutes later while they were crossing the runway. No official identification has been provided, but it is believed that they are not an airport employee. It's such a sad situation.
So they evacuated the plane.
Yeah, they had to. There was a big engine fire. I mean, yes.
And you were saying, I don't know if this was in the news story, that they were like taking photos.
Well, I saw photos. So I click on an article, right? And of course, then you see everyone. I saw videos of people sliding down the emergency slides.
Yeah.
And then they show pictures. People have their cell phones out and are taking pictures and video of the engine. And then one big picture of the engine. And it's.
Did the guy get like sucked into the engine?
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah. It's awful. It's absolutely awful. This is not so awful, though. So The Price is Right has been on our TV screens for more than 50 years, but it is still setting new records. On Friday night's Mother's Day themed episode, a contestant won the largest single game prize in history.
Which is how much?
Yeah.
$240,150 in cash and prizes. So she won $227,500 in cash from playing the Lions share game and a luxury trip to Morocco, which is valued at over $12,000. So
No viruses on that cruise, by the way.
It just says trip.
Oh, okay.
It doesn't say cruise.
Putting her on a boat.
No, her name was Vanessa. The previous record was set back in 2016 with $210,000 from the Cliffhangers game. So that's good
It's
news.
still Drew Carey, right?
Yes. Yep.
Do you like Drew Carey?
It's all right. It's fine. Yeah.
Just the way you said that, I was like, are you waiting for somebody else to host the show?
I don't know. Well, in my lifetime, I remember what Bill Cullen, then Bob Barker.
See, I don't remember. Bob Barker.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I remember.
Get your pet spayed and neutered.
That's right. He used to also do, when I was a kid, Truth or Consequences. Bob Barker, yes.
How's that one go?
I'm trying to remember.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, forget
Heather
I
with
forget it. I just remember the name of it.
That's Heather with the news and Stoney with the nostalgia. All right, we'll talk more Pistons. Get the Tigers at 8:97.1.
Hey, with all the amazing NBA and NHL playoff games, I'm guessing you're staying up a little later than normal. And if you are, and you're feeling a little tired today, don't keep pounding the coffee. Go to 7-Eleven or Speedway and grab a can of Fusion Energy. So many great flavors: Cosmic Cherry, Rockin' Rainbow, Galactic Citrus, Paradise Pulse, and of course my favorite, the new strawberry lemonade. And it's got this good for you ingredients. So like Cellflow, Chromax, Cognitique, it's all for your brain. So go ahead, stay up late watching the NBA and NHL playoffs because Fusion Energy is there for you the next day. Available at 7-Eleven or Speedway.
We got Stoney in today. Spent the weekend in the land of multiple sweeps.
That's right. Flyers got swept by the Carolina Hurricanes on Saturday, and Sunday the Sixers got bitch slapped swept by the New York Knicks and Madison Square Garden South. And I imagine there are a lot of Knick fans who have already purchased, whether they're hotels for here and things like that. They travel. Look, they haven't won a championship since 1973.
Willis Reed, right?
Yes, I don't think they're going to win this year either because I think it's coming out of the West. So
Oklahoma City looks unstoppable.
I know.
But yeah, what did you make of your Sports City getting taken over by Knick fans? And then, by the way, just literally taken over. I mean, sweeping up on the streets, crashing into camera shots.
Look, I don't blame them. People that do not like the owner at all, partly because he also owns the Devils and the Washington Commanders. So, you're a Sixer fan and you're an Eagle fan, and this guy owns the Commanders, one of your rivals in your division. Look, they've always been a love-hate relationship with that team. I mean, if you want to go back to like the late 70s, early 80s, they had a Game 7 Easter Sunday against Milwaukee. This is when Julius Erving, this is when the Sixers were really good. They got about 8,000 people. Across the street at the Vet at the time where the Phillies were playing, they had like 39,000. It's weird.
Yeah.
It's a weird dynamic. But they were horrible in most of that series. And the Knicks are playing great basketball.
Speaking of that, hot off the press odds, championship odds for the NBA.
Yeah.
The Knicks have jumped to a 6-1 chance to win the NBA championship. Okay. That's third behind the Spurs, and then obviously the Thunder, still heavy favorites. Pistons are 18-1. The Knicks are 6-1. The Pistons are 18-1.
What are the Cavs?
50-1.
Okay.
Yeah. It does make sense to a certain extent because the Knicks are playing great. But
am I wrong that I want that series?
Oh, for a lot of reasons. Because I think the crowd, because there will be a lot of New York fans there, the place will be buzzing. The Pistons are certainly not intimidated by Madison Square Garden. Hell, they won their 2 games last year in the playoffs there. They bitch slapped them in the regular season this
repeatedly
year, but I don't think that makes a difference.
No, but what I'm saying is I think the Pistons clearly have a focus and a hatred of the Knicks. They didn't want to just beat the Knicks in the regular season. They wanted to embarrass them, emasculate them, run up the score on them, make Spike Lee look dejected.
It's because they thought they were, shall we say, screwed by the non-call in the Tim Hardaway 3, I think.
Right, but now that becomes the backdrop and the animosity and the intensity if we get that series.
It'll be great. It's really good, Stiller and Chalamet will be here. I mean, they travel. It'll be fun.
Just one more note about the Knicks being such a heavy favorite over the Pistons. The Knicks are also 2 games further along than the Pistons and have advanced to the next round.
Correct.
Yeah, so that's going to be baked into these odds.
And they will have at least a week rest, probably, you assume. I'm not sure exactly when the Eastern Conference Finals is going to start, whether it goes 5 or 7 games. It's going to be the same date. I have no idea. But the Knicks won't be playing for a while.
Well, let's start there. How long do you think this series goes? What is your outlook on the Pistons and Cavs after Game 3?
It might change. I had Cleveland winning in 6, which, look, they're going to have to win a game at LCA to win the series. I get that.
And they haven't won a road game yet in this postseason.
Right, but the Pistons have shown me that they are definitely not just regular season, but playoff bound, even playoff ready. I think they're just as good as Cleveland, if not a little better. Now, things become a little dicier if they lose tonight. So I've altered it a little bit. I think the Pistons will win the series in 7 games. So you say, oh, well, boy, you can't lose your prediction. Who cares about the predictions?
Yeah, I'm just asking you today.
I'm telling you, things change. You're allowed to change by the evidence that you see.
Yeah, look, we're asking you to call in right now to talk about the series right now. I really don't care what you said last week, 2 weeks ago. How do you feel after seeing your team go up 2-0 and then dropping Game 3?
Yeah.
How do you think this series goes? How many games and who wins? 248-539-9797. How does Game 3 change your outlook, if at all?
Because when you look at the series so far, Games 2 and 3 were pretty much the same. different team winning, but each team making a really nice comeback. Cleveland actually took the lead for a second in the fourth quarter in game 2. The Pistons tied it, but you thought they had all the momentum. You thought that they might, win and just put the nail to the coffin here, and they didn't.
Yeah, I don't want to overreact to game 3.
No.
I thought Cleveland did what teams with a pulse do when backed into a corner going home down 2-0. They shoot their best. They play their best. Hell, James Harden looked more like, previous younger iterations
Hall
of
of Fame James Harden, yeah.
But do I believe that is what's going to show up game over game over game and in road spots?
Right.
Because they have to go and win in Detroit at some point.
Yeah,
I don't. So my belief is the Pistons are going to win this series regardless of what happened on Saturday.
Correct.
And if they win tonight, I think it's in 5.
Oh, I do too.
Now, if they lose tonight, then I think we're probably going 7.
Yeah.
And I'll take Cade and company with this defense at home over Cleveland.
And God forbid they lose game 5 and go into Cleveland down 3-2. I'm not willing to say that it's over either.
Yeah, you're not going to kill this team off.
No, because they've proven that with their backs to the wall, they can come back and do some things. They just need better play from some of their stars.
Yeah, my point is even if the Pistons were to lose game 4 tonight on the road, barring some catastrophic injury, I'm not coming in tomorrow selling, oh no, the Pistons are in trouble. They'll have home court. They'll still be in control of this series. Mm-hmm. To your point, they've shown when facing elimination what they can do.
Yes.
I feel like they're winning this series, regardless of what I saw on Saturday. Saturday felt like more of an outlier. Now, they have a chance, I suppose, tonight to show that they're that they're going to be in this for the long haul.
They can't live on a recipe of being down double digits, in the first half and in the third quarter, and then all of a sudden you're going to come back. Yes, basketball is the, quote, game of runs, but you can't live by that game in, game out.
Yeah, you know who else can't do that? The Cavs.
Right?
I was just
the Cavs have done it twice.
Yes.
But I point this out. Cleveland's win, game 3, the Pistons shot the ball 17 more times. Is that really the recipe to win, is to give the other team 17 more shots than you?
No.
On the series, the Pistons have shot 20 more. So it hasn't been some wild swings the other way. I'm sorry, that's not sustainable for Cleveland.
No.
Let's get to Chris. You're next up. You're on 97.1.
Hey, fellas. Yeah, I think Cleveland. I think they were in overdrive last game. I think it showed that they were in overdrive. I think they're running out of gas. I think that was James Harden's swan song, the force of Game 5. But we're going to come out tonight and just do exactly what we need to do. Just play Pistons basketball. That's it. We don't have to do anything more. Cleveland's going to run out of gas. We're going to whoop them tonight. Back to Game 5, close it out, and onward to the Knicks.
Well, I somewhat agree with you, but I do want to caution one thing. When you say play Piston basketball, I assume you're meaning the Piston basketball that we've seen the last year or two. And that Piston basketball had Jalen Duren making significant contributions. So they have to go back to not this playoff edition of Piston basketball, but the regular season if they can, or even last year, even though they lost in 6 games. And they need Duren to be either the second or third option.
To win this series?
Yes.
I don't think so. I think they could win this series with Duren being the guy he was in games 1 and 2, where he wasn't one of their top players. He just kind of did his thing around the rim.
Right.
Yeah, we need Jalen Duren to unleash a little bit of Ben Wallace. We need him to be more aggressive and really, really own the paint. He seems a little timid this year, but that could change. That could change with the snap of a finger.
But I think they could win this series if he's their 4th best player, because it means Tobias is dropping 20 a night, and it means Asar is playing the best defense of anybody on either team. That would make Duren their 4th best player, and I think that still gets them through this series.
Yes.
Cade's Cade. Cade's got a Robin and Harris. He's got a lead defensive player in Asar. If those things are rolling, the Pistons can win the series.
Yeah, absolutely. By the way, coming up shortly, there has been a leak for at least one of the opening games for the NFL schedule.
What are you guys laughing about back there? Stoney's leak?
It's not a leak.
It was announced on the Today Show. It's a little more than a leak.
Okay. Well, I'm trying
Well, if you're listening in the car right now, you have no idea what it is. We'll tell you next.
Yes.
97.1. All right, tell you about Shaner Roofing. Because, look, if you got a leak with your roof, you're going to need to call the experts. Shaner Roofing, 30 years of trusted service, proven track record serving Michigan homeowners. And now that 5-star quality that they've been putting into roofs, they're doing with windows and siding. So, Shaner Roofing. No pressure promise. If you have them out, there's not going to be a high pressure sales pitch or they put you on the spot. It's just going to be an honest assessment of your home's needs. They'll stand by their work, every roof installation, lifetime transferable warranty. And this is a local company, family owned business. While competitors are getting bought out by outside investment, Shaner's here, they're local, and they're committed to their Michigan customers. So get started. Get your quote today. MyMichiganRoof.com. That's Shaner Roofing, MyMichiganRoof.com. Who? Gage Workman.
Not Gage Workman, Gage Tater Workman. That's his official middle name. Hard to believe, huh?
Gage Workman is what I would assume a made-up player would be for a blue-collar city. But funny enough, a former Tiger draft pick back in the COVID year, 2020, out of Arizona State, a former college teammate of Spencer Torkelson. Pit stops with the Cubs and the White Sox before a pinch hit homer. Talk Tigers at 8:02. We passed the 40-game mark over the weekend, and I have a stat for you we'll get to in about 10 minutes.
All right. I use the word incorrectly. It's not a leak. It is an announcement. On the Today Show, they announced, because football in America on Sunday night is on NBC, and Week 1 has been announced. And the Dallas Cowboys will travel to the Meadowlands to take on the John Harbaugh-led New York Football Giants. So that's Sunday, September 13th. Who will the Lions? Now, Gov, does this affect your Lions schedule predictor that you usually do?
I haven't started that yet.
Okay.
I need to start working on it.
Yeah, it takes the Giants off the table for the opener, because the Lions will be playing the Giants.
They're going to play them in Germany.
Either that or the Patriots or the Bucks, we're told.
So we're going to find out that international game on Wednesday.
On Wednesday.
And the full schedule on Thursday.
Right, and I'm sure there'll be more announcements / leaks coming out even before Wednesday.
Do you like that matchup to kick off Sunday Night Football?
I think the Cowboys, I hate to say this, are going to be really freaking good this year.
I think they might win that division.
So do I. And the Giants, I don't know. John Harbaugh, new coach. They got what? Reese was their pick. Averill Reese. That'll be an interesting team. Jackson Dart, kind of popular guy. I'm
it's
okay
the New
with
York
that.
market, and it's the Dallas Cowboys. I mean, that's why those two are playing.
I'm okay with that.
That they've done this a lot on Sunday night opener, and it's just this big snooze. It's like,
I think this year's a little different because the Cowboys are going to be really good.
I think they've got a chance to be. I mean, so many people are starting to jump on that. You almost think they're not going to be.
Right. That's a good point, too.
It's a big weekend. It's week 1 or week 2 in college football. That's the week Oklahoma comes to the University of Michigan, too. So be interesting to see where the Lions open up this
Is Sharon going to be allowed to coach that one?
No, most definitely not.
No? Okay.
Jeez.
I know last year they worked through all the hoops so he could coach the Oklahoma game. I didn't know if they were going to do the same for this season as well. No?
No, that's going to actually be the game this year where we start having a quarterback controversy.
Oh, boy.
We might. I don't know. We'll see what Coy Detmer can do for Bryce Underwood. He certainly was not great in his freshman year, and he certainly was not great in the spring game.
Or towards the end of the season.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I know.
We will see.
Who's the backup at Michigan?
Oh, God.
Famous last name?
They had
Carr?
Yes, yeah. Tommy Carr. Freshman.
Who allegedly looked good in the spring game.
Right, freshman. They had a kid from LSU, and he decided he didn't want to stick around.
I'm sure people will be calm, cool, and collected, and it won't be any controversy at all. No. Anyway, I don't think there's any controversy with the Pistons. Just round the hour out with this. We'll talk Tigers in 5 minutes.
Okay.
Game 3 changed absolutely nothing for me.
No, did people think they were just going to sweep this team?
No, I didn't expect to sweep. I thought Cleveland would have some backbone. They shot 58% at home in a gotta-have-it spot. I don't expect that clutch-hardened performance 3 more times in this series. And if you really looked at the hustle stats, the Pistons won all those. Rebounds and steals and points in the paint and all the little things they did well. They had 17 more shots in that Game 3 loss. I think the underlying numbers support that the Pistons are going to still win this series, and they may do it as quickly as in 5. They win tonight. I think this thing's over in 5.
The other thing, though, playing devil's advocate I think it was Game 2, where the Pistons shot such a high percentage from the three-point land, and Saturday was back to the norm. And if they needed I wouldn't call it a historic, but a great three-point performance at home to win that game, the series is a little closer than people around here want to think.
Oh, look, if the Cavs win tonight, tied up, but I still don't feel like the Pistons are in a bad spot.
No, best of 3, 2 of them at home. You should take care of business.
Yeah, the Cavs have yet to win a road game in this postseason.
Correct.
So, and I think their role players played well at home, which is typical. Mm-hmm. Will those role players step up and be able to help you steal a game in Detroit? Yeah. I'm still dubious.
Yeah.
248-539-9797.
By the way, to be fair, because I did mention, when I mentioned the Cowboys-Giants will be the debut of Sunday Night Football, I mentioned it's the same weekend Oklahoma takes on Michigan and Ann Arbor. To be fair, it's also the same weekend that Michigan State will host Eastern Michigan.
See, equal time, people.
That's right.
Always make sure.
That's exactly. Hey.
We had some people talking about Cade's turnovers, clearly a story in Game 3.
Absolutely.
But making it bigger than that, I'm not willing to do it. And you got some texters who are jumping in saying the NBA season turnover list, the guys at the top are Cade, Luka, Jokic, Brown, Harden. Can we relax about Cade not being a point guard? When you have the ball, turnovers are going to go up.
Absolutely. I'm sure Kobe had a lot of turnovers too, and he played all those guys who had.
Well, how about this playoff all-time turnover leaders? If you think Cade's not a superstar because of turnovers, you have to remove LeBron, Magic, Steph, etc. from your list. That's J-Dub.
Well, no, because they've actually won championships. That's why they've had great playoff success.
The thing about the turnover leaders this season, he's the only one left in the playoffs.
So he's going to be magnified, especially here.
Mm-hmm. And he does lead NBA postseason currently in turnovers per game, 5.8. Mm-hmm. Might be spiked a little bit by that 2 where he had 8, I think.
Well, and they ask a lot of him with the way this team is constructed, especially if Jenkins is going to be a minus 28 on the road. You're really putting Cade in a tough spot.
But you go through the top 10 right now in the postseason, this postseason, he's one of the few remaining in the playoffs.
Yeah, but what makes Cade so special is because he plays great on both sides of the floor. Mm-hmm. But we're in a ring culture and a playoff excellence culture, and that's why that's why he's not, in my opinion, a superstar yet.
With Stoney and It's Only Right, I've got a stat of the day. It's about the Tigers at the 40-game mark. It's 97-1.
Brought to you by M&M Garage Doors. The Tigers got back in the win column last night after taking down the Royals 6-3 to close the series. Gage Workman had a 2-run homer in the 6th inning that gave Detroit a 5-3 lead before Wencel Perez added an insurance run with an RBI single in the 7th. Kenley Jansen got his 7th save of the year with a 3-up, 3-down 9th inning to close the door. Detroit is now 19-22 after 41 games as we can officially judge this team according to Sparky Anderson. They sit 1.5 games back of the Guardians for first place in the Central, heading into another 3-game series away from home. They start a series in New York tomorrow against the Mets. The Pistons are back in action tonight for Game 4 against the Cavs. Cleveland rode some hot three-point shooting to a win in Game 3 on Saturday, which was no surprise when looking at their numbers at home in the postseason. The Cavs have 0 road wins and 0 home losses in the playoffs this year. That might be because they're shooting 29% from deep on the road and 39% from downtown at home. The Pistons will need to amp up the perimeter defense tonight in order to pick up a win and go ahead 3-1 in the series. Tip-off is at 8 o'clock tonight right here on 97.1. Last night in the NBA, the Sixers were eliminated in 4 games by the Knicks, who won Game 4, 144-114 in Philly. The Timberwolves took advantage of Victor Wembanyama's flagrant 2 ejection in the second quarter as they beat the Spurs 114-109 to tie that series at 2-2. From the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1theticket or Odyssey.com.
Good morning, 97.1. Stoney loves a good stat.
Absolutely.
I got a stat of the day. It is a stolen stat of the day.
Oh, you thief. You stat thief.
I wish I could take credit for this. But it is about the Tigers at the 40-game mark.
Okay.
It's from Tony Paul, the Detroit News. The Tigers have never made the playoffs with a start this poor through 40 games. My question to you, you're watching this team, I'm watching this team. There's very few redeeming qualities.
No.
Hope or nope?
Oh, it's hope. They play in the worst division in baseball. They're a game and a half out. unless you're expecting, I thought Kansas City was going to be the team that they were going to have to battle with, and they certainly, even though they took 2 or 3 from the Tigers this weekend, don't look so great. Chicago's probably better than I thought they'd be. Minnesota is what they are. And Cleveland, they'll always be hanging around because they build good teams on a shoestring budget, basically. The teams in their division blow. So they're a game and a half out of first place. Why wouldn't I have hope that they'd win the division?
Because you don't think they're doing anything well. What do they do well right now?
Not much.
Right. Their defense is terrible.
Yes.
Their offense has been dormant specifically in the month of May.
And they have very little power with all excuses to Gage Workman.
Right. Starting pitching's in shambles, and the bullpen's been bad.
Yes.
So that would be why you don't have hope.
Yes.
Having said that, I'm not going to fight you because these injuries aren't terminal. It's not like the Lions with Aiden Hutchinson where he's done for this season. They expect to get reinforcements. And in a world where, low 80s could win this division? Slightly above 500 could win this division? Not going to throw in the towel on May 11th.
No, it'd be stupid to.
The other thing with that stat, they've never made it with a start this poor through 40 games. There weren't as many playoff teams for a long time.
And the
division always hasn't been this bad.
Right.
Yeah.
That's that is the key, right?
Yeah, that's not to make any excuses for the way they're playing.
No.
That's not to say the summer's going to be a fun watch. I mean, if you're going to win the division with 84 wins, it's not going to be a summer of a bunch of sweeps and good times.
Okay,
but they have 17 players hurt right now, with the latest being Kerry Carpenter over the weekend. Evan Petzold keeping tally, 17 players hurt for this team.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's not like one or two that you're just waiting to come back.
Here's another reason to be hopeful.
Okay.
A lot of people love this stat run differential. In the American League, your Detroit Tigers have the third best run differential in baseball in the American League. The Yankees are first at plus 73, followed by Tampa, who actually lead the Yankees by a game, at plus 20, followed by the Tigers at plus 4, and Seattle at plus 2.
That doesn't even seem possible.
Yeah.
That you said plus 4?
Plus 4
is the third best run differential
in the
American League.
Yes.
So 3 of their losses are, and there might be more, but recently in the last 2 weeks were 2 blown saves by Jansen.
Right.
And then they blew it on Friday night in KC with the bullpen late in the game.
Yes, they've had
and those are all 3 one-run losses, so their run differential might be a little fake to a degree, or they're supposed to be 500 maybe, or a game over, but because their bullpen blew such late and they only lost by 1 run. So they're a weird team.
I know.
There's no consistency. That's my troubling thing right now. They're just nothing consistent to anything they do.
They're a tough watch. I mean, this week they go to New York to take on the Mets, who've been really struggling considering they spent so much money. So who knows what's going to happen there. And then Toronto comes in, I believe, this weekend as the Jays, if I'm not mistaken.
Sounds right, sure.
Okay, Toronto, who everybody expected to be really good. I mean, they went to the World Series last year, right? Mm-hmm. Now, they had a couple of injuries, but 18-22, their run differential is minus 12. Minus 12. In the American League Central, the Tigers, the only team with a plus run differential for. Cleveland is minus 4, okay? Mm-hmm. Chicago is minus 14, even though they have the guy who's hitting all those home runs, the Japanese player. Mm-hmm. Kansas City's minus 14 and Minnesota's minus 12. In the American League West, the only team that has a positive run differential was a team that played for the ALCS last year, the disappointing 19-22 Seattle Mariners, plus 2. The A's minus 6, Texas minus 3. They're the 2 top teams in that division. Houston minus 34. Minus 34. The Angels with a rejuvenated Mike Trout minus 24. The American League blows.
So the answer is everybody stinks.
Yes.
Or most of the teams stink.
Yeah. In the American League, yes. In the National League, you have.
You know what it is? It's kind of like all the stenches blend together.
Yeah. So
how do you differentiate? It smells in there. Mm-hmm. That's the American League. So what would you say about this Tigers team at 40 games then?
I think what we've discussed, their starting pitching has been maybe the strength of the team, and even with the injuries. I mean, Flaherty, I'm surprised DraftKings doesn't have a number for over-under on walks or FanDuel every time he pitches, which is going to be is tomorrow in New York. Obviously, Scooble's out for a while, although Scott Boras says it's not going to be as long as people think. Good for that. Mize is hurt. This one's hurt. You mentioned Kerry Carpenter, Javi Baez. They have so many injuries. But still, the players that are there have to play better. Their defense is horrific. That's the one thing you could always count. I always thought on an A.J. Hinch team is they try to play clean baseball. They are the opposite of clean. They're awful defensively. They are the fourth most errors in baseball, if I'm not mistaken. How about this? Throwing a guy out at third or the plate is always pretty cool, right?
Yeah.
The Tigers, they're called outfield assists. The Tigers have one. That's worse than baseball. One outfield assist. Who in the outfield is somebody who could say, well, you can't run on this guy? No one. Nobody. Exactly.
To your point, they have all kinds of geeky analytics and stuff. The Tigers are a bad defensive run saved team. Their outfield is the worst in baseball. If you just look at the arm, they have like a whole stat on arms, 29th. Only Colorado worse.
Like Finnegan, his ERA is really good, but his other metrics are awful.
Well, because you walk too many guys, you're playing with fire.
Right.
Yeah. Look, I thought the bullpen could have been a strength with the idea you had three guys who could close games. One, Vest is hurt. Two, Kenley Jansen has been in a funk. And Finnegan, you just explain, his numbers don't tell the whole story. He's flirted with disaster.
Right. And finally, they got Drew Anderson. You can spend a little money on him. He has, pitched in Korea. Great. He was awful at the beginning of the season. Then in the last 3 or 4 starts, appearances, he was really, really good. Till last night, he gave up 3 runs, right? And the 3-run lead he blew.
Yeah. So if you're not thrilled with the pen, if you don't have healthy starters,
you have no power.
If you have no power and you don't play any defense, that's why I asked the question, hope or nope.
Right. Look, Jim, you are correct. Everything points out that this is a crappy baseball team. But the reason is their hope is it's like you're in your backyard, you're walking your dog, there's 5 piles of crap on your back porch. And you just happen to have one of them.
Well, the state of the American League should give you hope.
Yeah.
Not that says they're any good whatsoever.
Right.
But maybe because the American League's so bad, this could set up for a lot of guys get healthy at the same time, and this team starts to click.
Well, that's what I'm saying. The American League being bad doesn't make the Tigers good. The Tigers will have to be good to win this division. At least, somewhat good. Better than this. So who comes back and how quickly can they pick this thing up? That becomes the question. So like Justin Verlander, people are going to freak out. They put him on the 60-day list over the weekend. He's already missed 45 days.
If this season was going to be dependent on Justin Verlander, you knew you were in trouble before.
My point is that's a paper transaction. He'd be back at the end of the month or not, whether he was on the 15 or the 60-day. That's kind of been his time frame. We'll see. And to your point, I'm not holding my breath that a 43-year-old saves the day. I want to know when Mize is coming back.
Yeah.
Because Mize was an all-star in the first half last year. He's pitching well this season before the groin injury. Tell me I'm getting him back by June 1. Right? Start to give me some stabilizing pieces. Let me know I'm going to have some reinforcements in the next 2 to 3 weeks, and I can deal with this slop because I know better days are ahead.
You guys always do this, so I'm going to ask you, how many wins do you think it's going to take for them to win this division?
Mid to low 80s.
Okay. Pick a number.
85.
85. So right now, they are 19-22. Okay? So they have 121 games left. You said 85.
Yep.
So that would mean they need to win 66 more games, right?
And how many losses?
And so 121, 55, right?
Okay. So plus 11 baseball the rest of the way.
Yeah, right? 66 and 55 equals 121. Yeah. That's what they have to do.
I wasn't checking you on your math.
Yeah, I know. I was never good at math. So, yeah.
Now, how do they get there? Well, tell me Scooble's going to be back in a month. Tell me Mize is going to be back in less than a month. Tell me, look, I know Javi Baez isn't incredible, but one other guy who can field a baseball is going to be back in the rotation and in the lineup. Mm-hmm. Tell me Carp is a minimal thing. Yeah, but tell me Carp's just going to be a minimal, 2-week deal here. Like, I need to know these guys are...
Well, even if Carp isn't a 2-week deal, how about if when he comes back, he can hit the ball?
How about this, too, that they're wasting Riley Green turning it around?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's got a bright spot.
The people in this town who are going crazy about him the first couple of weeks, you've paid attention to what he's doing.
He's
got
great.
his OPS at 907, and it's not necessarily coming with home runs. His WAR's 1.5.
Right.
I mean, they're wasting him kind of turning back into the player he was a few years ago. You could argue here that they're missing his home runs. Mm-hmm. But at the cost of his other at-bats.
I say, still like a flirt with a 900 OPS, drawing walks.
The problem is the rest of the lineup's not taking advantage of what he's bringing.
Right.
To
Torque
the batting order.
had that one good week.
Yeah. He's so frustrating.
Well, think about it.
And Carpenter hasn't been what he quite normally is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, Torque was batting what, like
he's not
bottom of the order
He's
again?
not Kerry Bonds. He's more like Kerry Strug. I mean, seriously, he's got no power.
Text, phone calls, talking Tigers. My question was hope or nope. The worst record they've had, phrase this correctly, they've never made the playoffs with a record this poor through 40 games. Hope or nope, 97-1. Tigers get a win on Sunday. Salvage 1 against the Royals. Gave you the stat. They've never made the playoffs with a record this bad through 40 games. Do you have hope? Or is it nope?
If you only watch the Tigers, it's probably nope. But if you pay attention to the other teams in this wretched division and the league is not that much better anyway, yes, there's hope.
Says if the American League blows, our schedule sets up well considering we got a bunch of National League games out of the way. That's Keith and Frazier. Only 3 teams with the winning record in the American League. That's why the Tigers still have life. He's in the hope camp. Mm-hmm. Tex says, I'm so frustrated with this team going back to the collapse of last year. I honestly hope they're out of it by the deadline and are forced to sell. I hope they don't make the playoffs because if they don't, I feel like heads would roll. I don't want to waste Scoobles last year. It's not my preference.
No.
I don't want to be forced at gunpoint to trade him at the trade deadline.
No, and because this division is so bad, they will probably be in a competitive mode
Striking
at the
distance.
deadline, and they're just going to let it. The John Jansen theory with Scooble, just let it play out.
Right.
And what heads are going to roll?
Yes.
No major. No. Tigers are 46-63 in their last 109 games. Guys, it's just a bad ball club, plain and simple.
They're not good, but nobody's saying they're good. We say there's hope because the division blows.
Tigers make too many errors, signed Cade in Cleveland. Stoney, you picked the Cavs and are hating on Cade being a superstar. This is local sports talk, not national media hot takes.
Okay, Cade is one of the top 15 players in the league, if not the top 10 this season. I just have a different take for superstar. Superstars to me are guys who lead their teams to great playoff success. That's it. I'm not hating on Cade at all.
I would say he's tracking to do that.
Yes, but he hasn't reached it yet.
Yeah, I mean, he's been much more good than bad, including 45 points in a backed-against-the-wall game.
Right.
The performance he had in Games 6 and 7 to round out the Magic series. What he did to close out Games 1 and 2 in this series against Cleveland. He's been much more good than bad.
Yeah, I love it. I did Cade Cunningham, and he was terrific.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he's arguably as far as Wemby.
Yes.
Yeah. But are you going to tell me you'd rather have Cade Cunningham than Wemby?
I didn't say that. But Greg's point is they both achieved the same amount of
right.
And
playoff
you would
success.
say Victor Wembanyama is a superstar.
I think he's a superstar. He's going to be a superstar.
Okay, I think Cade's going to be a superstar.
Okay, yeah. I'm not denying that part.
Let's get to Bill in Birmingham. Bill, good morning.
Good morning. Yeah, I was just going to talk about the outfield arms, which are absolutely horrible. I mean, you can tag from third base on a mid-outfield fly on any of our outfielders. One thing, they don't practice pegging the ball home. They don't even do fielding practice. About 10 years ago, I asked Al Kaline about that, and he said all they do is long toss. The only time they really work off a fungo bat is in spring training. And one other point I want to make, Max Clark is batting .272 in Toledo. He has 10 doubles, and he has 6 outfield assists. He has got a tremendous arm. He's very fast. I don't know why they don't just send Perez down and bring up Max Clark. And what do they have to lose with this record right now? Give this guy some major league experience. If it doesn't work out, send him back down for more seasoning. But
I would not be opposed to that. I kind of thought that you could make a case for bringing him up when the first injury started, when Javi and Parker Meadows went down. But they brought Perez up because he has experience. Yep. So no, I would also not be stunned if he shows up before the All-Star break.
I sure hope so. Yeah. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Bill.
Because we talk about how bad this defense is. You got to be able to help a pitching staff that's beat up and a bullpen that's struggling, and your defense can go a long way in doing it. Ending innings, avoiding more, pile-on runs, avoiding an extra arm that you have to burn in a game. I mean, it all adds up.
That too, and their bullpen is horrible at throwing strikeouts. So the ball's in play.
Yep.
And you lost your strikeout thrower as a starter, and in Scooble, Valdez is more of a ground ball type of guy, so got to field that ball.
No hitting, no power, no defense, no pitching. Besides that, Mrs. Lincoln, how did you enjoy the play?
Exactly. Yeah. But, look, Mrs. Lincoln did not see that play in a crappy theater. The Ford Theater is a nice place. That's the difference.
Green has become a nice trade chip for the deadline. I hope where's this coming from? I hope we're sellers and it starts with him. I'm thrilled that this guy has found his form. And at that point, you start talking about him as a building block.
Yeah.
This town hates this guy for some reason, and I'll just never figure it out. He gets so much more criticism than he should. 2-time All-Star, right?
Yeah.
He had a
homers a year
bad
ago.
second half last year. Let's not lie. His strikeouts got out of control.
And then you know what he did about it? He publicly admitted they weren't good enough, and he's actively been better.
Yes.
Yeah.
Gosh, what a jerk. I hate that guy.
I know. He worked on stuff in the offseason to try to be better.
Boy.
To fill your, expectations of him.
Yeesh. All right, let's get to Heather with the news.
Well, this news is brought to you by Fusion Energy. You can go grab one today at 7-Eleven or Speedway. So, Bad Bunny's controversial Super Bowl halftime show triggered a wave of FCC complaints from outraged viewers who blasted the performance as pornographic, vulgar, and inappropriate for children. So, more than 2,000 complaints were filed after the performance, and most were objecting to the suggestive dancing and the lyrics, and others were criticizing the fact that much of the show was performed in Spanish. So, I do have some of the complaints.
One
viewer said,
this will be good.
Quote, "That was the most disgusting, inappropriate show. I had to make all my children go to the next room. This is the most disturbing thing I've witnessed on live TV in a long time." Another said that the Super Bowl halftime show was disgusting, pornographic gestures and language. This shouldn't be allowed on public television. There were children watching. Someone else said they had to go to counseling and therapy after the Super Bowl. They said they can't get the lyrics out of their head, and they have PTSD after his performance.
He was too catchy.
Bad Bunny therapy.
Yeah.
Wow.
And then others just said that they couldn't understand what was being sung because it was in Spanish.
Yeah, but that's not an FCC violation.
Right.
I mean, come on.
But those were some of the complaints that were sent in. Obviously, despite some of this backlash, the performance still drew 128.2 million viewers.
There was so much publicity for it. If you didn't want to see it in Spanish, you didn't go somewhere else.
I'm so confused because normally people just go get like snacks or use the bathroom during halftime. If the show's not for you, you just kind of move on. He was too catchy. I had to go to therapy.
I can't get the lyrics out of my head.
And in terms of being vulgar, I guess I don't know all of the lyrics translated in English. I saw them marry a couple. Felt kind of wholesome.
Mm-hmm. Well, I just keep thinking, well, what did they think about other halftime shows? Did they write in for,
Yeah.
I didn't find it vulgar at all. I didn't know what he was saying.
Well, the Janet Jackson, Justin Timberlake halftime show changed our business, changed
what about,
our world.
Yeah.
Shakira and
people
J-Lo.
didn't like that either. They didn't like that. I remember people complained about that.
That's more vulgar if you're going to me, with the...
Yeah.
But it was just, I don't think it was vulgar at all. To me, I that was one of my favorite halftime shows.
My biggest problem with Shakira halftime show was that her hips lied.
No, they never lie. Her hips don't lie. Anyway.
She was dancing too sexy. It's not okay.
Yeah. Okay. In some really cool news, some graduates at North Carolina State University received more than just a diploma at their commencement ceremony on Friday. There was a speaker there, Anil Kokhar, who dropped a very big surprise. He announced that he and his wife, Marilyn, were going to be paying off all final year student loans for the graduating class at the Wilson College of Textiles.
Wow.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. The crowd went wild, right? Got a standing ovation. The graduating class consists of 176 students who received their bachelor's degree and another 26 who earned a master's degree. No exact amount. I don't know the dollar amount, but it's estimated to be between $4 and $8 million.
There you go.
Yeah, isn't
Stoney,
that
when do you plan
awesome?
doing something like this?
I give $1,000 to American University's basketball team every year. That's basically what my donation is.
What is that, inflate the balls?
It doesn't do much, but, I want to bring something up about that coming up in a sec after Heather's
Okay.
news.
Okay.
Now, at one local college, the students weren't surprised with having their loans paid off, but they were surprised by their speaker, Bill Murray.
Oh.
Yeah. Murray surprised the graduates at Siena Heights University at their commencement event in Adrian. Now, he was there. He spoke to the audience after his sibling spoke, Sister Nancy Murray. Did you know that he had a nun as a sister?
No.
I didn't either, but she's of the Adrian Dominican Sisters. She lives in Adrian, and she spoke to. They both received an honorary a degree there, so
Okay.
or whatever. But he gave a little speech as well. Said he wasn't prepared to give a speech, but he did ultimately give one, and he was kind of spotted around Adrian as well, going out to eat, getting his hair cut.
Oh.
His son
Yeah.
just got the new head coaching basketball gig at Boston College.
I saw that.
Yeah, Heather, if you would have asked me how many sisters does Bill Murray have, I would have said none.
Heather with the news. Stoney, I don't know where we're going next, but you've got something. We'll mix that in. It's 97.1. Stoney, what did you want to bring up here?
Well, just briefly, because Heather in the news pointed out the North Carolina State family is donating upwards of $6, $7, $8 million to their School of Textiles and things like that. And I was away this weekend, and at a wedding, I was talking to some person, a friend of mine, kind of, and he, his family, his son went to Penn State, his wife went to Penn State. They give a lot of money to Penn State. So I said, so how much NIL do you give? And he looked at me, he says, when I give money, because he's been very successful.
Yeah.
It goes to underprivileged families. It goes to this charity. It goes to this. It goes to, if I'm giving money to Penn State, it's for education, for people who can't afford scholarships. Because I'm not giving money for a third string fullback. It's ridiculous. And I'm a big fan. So I just started thinking about the alums that give all this money to NIL. Do they really get that much out of it, that much joy, giving their money to something that is so, I don't know, frivolous as college athletics? You're paying for the players. I mean, what do you really get that much joy, or would you get more joy if you gave it to a more deserving charity, so to speak? Because, I joked, but it's true. I mean, the only thing I give to my school is for basketball, but I give to other charities around town, I wonder, because I know a couple of big Michigan donors, and I never asked them, boy, that's a lot of money that you give. Do you really get that much out of it? Does it make you feel that good that you're providing, money for, a point guard or a wide receiver that might not even make the team? Is your ego that big that you think you're such a big man that you're giving money?
Well, if you're talking like morally speaking, no, you could do many better things.
Correct.
But I think some of these guys, it's I get to hang out around the program. I'm an insider. I'm at the facility. I got the sweet seats on game day. I get to hang out at the cool tailgates. I matter. I'm important.
Didn't you ever watch Blue Chips?
Yeah.
I know it was illegal then, but what was his name? Happy.
Yeah.
The donor.
I think it was based on the UCLA guy.
That's it. It's all the access, and it's the ego trip, and their heads are exploding and growing. I know.
Why
does anybody spend anything on anything frivolous, Tony? I mean,
Yeah.
I know,
they got money to burn.
But what do you get from it? Do you get because
status? You get to feel cool.
Can I personalize this?
Yes.
Why are you a member at a country club? Why don't you just go play the city courses?
Because I don't want to wait. A lot of times.
You want perk.
Yeah.
You want people. They're stony.
Not really, but
The coach is indebted to you. You provided the receiver. You provided the linebacker.
Okay.
He owes you. If they win a national title, you did it.
Yeah.
That's the ego play.
You don't think the big Michigan donors, kind of got off on the fact that they bought a national championship?
I'm sure they do.
Well, you asked for the reasons, we're giving them to you.
Absolutely.
Hey, Dusty, you don't have yaks without me, right? I mean, that's the whole deal.
I get it. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah.
Part of it is because I went to a school that would never have any kind of athletic success, maybe. If I went to a school that was really good, maybe I would feel better about the paltry amount of money that I give.
Yeah, but I almost feel the opposite. Like, you could be a kingmaker at American. You know what I mean? Like, you could make a bigger difference there.
Yeah, a little bit, but
like a little goes a long way at those schools.
Yeah.
Be the godfather there, too.
That's true. That's a good point. Coach Simpkins, kiss my ring. Yeah. I mean,
let you announce the games since you're a big donor?
That would be cool.
You're going to start giving more, aren't you?
No. Because I know that they can't go very far. So what's the what's the use? I give it to them because it helps out, And I got more out of that at college because I did do the games than I did, donating if I donated to the library or something.
I got to say, your example here and how small your school is, are we ever going to see a smaller school have a one-off where they try to collect like a Fab Five almost for?
I know. I thought about that. I said, could we do it? Like if I had, 4 or 5 friends who were like zillionaires who went to American. Could we buy ourselves a Patriot League title and maybe some more? You know what I mean?
How awesome would it be, Jim? You went to a small school.
Yeah, I
did.
Central. Yeah, you went to Eastern.
Like, who's the biggest CMU alum now?
I mean, Chris Kamen.
You don't know non-sports?
Antonio Brown, non-sports.
Terry Foster. Dave Llewellyn. The estate of Dick Enberg. Okay.
Terry O'Quinn.
I think we got a better chance of Mr. Beast picking us and trying to make YouTube content out of it. I bought a Mac team. I'm going to see if I can win a national title.
You just brought it up. I would love to see this. I'm just thinking on the fly here. Mr. Beast has money to throw away. He actually gives millions away.
Yeah.
Could Mr. Beast just pick a random school? Like everybody, all these little schools campaign for Mr. Beast
absolutely.
For 1 year to build a super team.
I'm going to
Like a little Wheel of Fortune.
Yeah.
I'm going to spend $10 million on this middle of nowhere Midwest school.
Somebody needs to do it before there is some sort of regulation. Because think about what we're talking about.
Exactly.
You could actually do this in college athletics.
And then he'd put it out as a docu-series on his YouTube channel. He'd monetize it. That's all this is. The Mr. Beast games, he'd just do that for a college basketball. You do college basketball, right? Because that's where your money could be best spent.
Right, because it only makes a few players.
Yeah,
to
you don't
do
have to
it.
build a whole football team.
Correct.
It's can I get a couple bigs, couple shooters, and away we go. Yaxel's playing for my team next year.
Right. Now, there's a lot of smaller schools that only play basketball that are, big name school. It's like Seton Hall or something like that.
DePaul?
Yeah.
Yeah, you could find schools to
absolutely
make a difference.
So, Greg, do you donate to your alma mater at all?
No, it's rare.
Okay.
If I do, it may be like the chemical engineering department.
All right. But you're not giving up. You're not joining the Champions Club or whatever that thing is called, Victor's Club.
No.
Yeah. These players don't need your money.
I mean, I don't blame him. He didn't go to school to do this for a living. He ended up with us. Probably mad at the university. I'm kidding, Greg. Okay. I don't donate. I mean, I went to a commuter school.
But that was your choice to go to a commuter school. You could have. They have dorms there.
Right. I know.
Yeah. I don't know if Eastern was really good. If TJ said, "Hey, Gov, come on, we need a little something for the effort here for us Eastern guys. We got this point guard from Cass Tech. He needs a
TJ
little
doesn't
cash."
need my help. I see what he makes with the Lions.
Oh, okay then. Well, maybe we could all work together, as this Twitch comment says. Maybe if Eastern, Western, and Central all combined like the Megazord and Power Rangers, we could make the playoff.
Good point. And you could all
the alums
alternate every year. All right, this year Western's going to make it because they came the closest when they played.
I suddenly don't like this idea very much.
Because it's going to cost you some money?
No, because Western's going to win.
Oh, okay.
Okay, a little pit stop. We're going to get into the Tigers a little more in the 9 o'clock hour, a little more on the Pistons. We have a WTF moment from the weekend in sports. Mm-hmm. Make sure to carve out time there. Stoney, you were in Philly over the weekend.
Yes.
And we'll explore something that happened to you on Friday next. Mm-hmm. It's 97.1.
Ladies and gentlemen, Stoney here. And if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would have thought it was I never thought it would be possible. In fact, it's about my own eyes. 7 years ago, I was struggling. Couldn't read the small stuff on my phone, and my distance vision had gradually grown blurry and out of focus. So I went to see the esteemed expert in these matters, the amazing Dr. Yaldo. His solution was nothing short of, it's right, amazing. He inserted a state-of-the-art bifocal lens implant in each eye. Took just minutes, wasn't even painful. And the result was 20/20 vision then, now, and for the rest of my life. It's a remarkable technology performed by a master of his craft. If you're middle-aged and want to be done with reading glasses, because you lose them all the time, regular glasses or contacts, just do what I did. Go to YaldoEyeCenter.com for a free evaluation and tell him Stoney sent you.
All right, 9 o'clock hour. We're getting into the Pistons. Level of concern after dropping Game 3. Look ahead to Game 4 tonight. Stoney, you were in Philly on Friday night.
Yes, I was.
All weekend.
All weekend. Went to a new place for cheesesteaks on Friday.
Oh, I saw that place is blowing up.
Skinny Joey's.
Good?
Yeah, very good. Not as quite as good as the Angelo's that's gotten very popular. But Joey Merlino, if you Google him, he was a mafioso. He spent a lot of time in prison, and he came out and he was the one, I don't know if you remember this story, that former Odyssey, he's now a current Odyssey employee once again, Craig Carton, when he worked in Philly, got in trouble for accusing Eric Lindros to be associated with Joey Merlino, but he was friends with somebody. Anyway, so he opened up this cheesesteak place, and the cheesesteak is served there, on the paper. It's old Philadelphia Daily News prints of this guy going to jail for 4 years and all this. He was accused of murder. I mean, it's wild. Good cheesesteaks though. Anyway, so that was Friday during the day, and then Friday night we went out to dinner for my sister's 65th birthday.
Okay.
Shouldn't say how old she is, but she's my little sister, so I'm 67. So anyway, so we go to this restaurant. I wouldn't call it fancy, but it's a nice restaurant. And Philly, despite what Josh Hart says, is a pretty ruthless sports town, especially when their teams are in the playoffs. And the Sixers were playing Friday night. So I knew we were going to a place that wasn't going to have like tons of TVs and all that stuff. So me and my nephew and my brother-in-law, well, should we watch the game on the phone at the table, whatever. I will just peek at it at the bar. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
There was not a television at the bar.
Really?
Yes.
Maybe Josh Hart was right.
And I think that we need some rules for restaurants, especially when it comes to sports.
Okay.
That no matter how nice the restaurant is, I don't care if it's the top of the line restaurant, at the bar, if there's a big game going on, especially a playoff game, a local game, it's got to be up on the TV. You got to have that option.
Yeah, I'm not saying they got to show Timberwolves Spurs.
No, but
if there's a local playoff game going at the bar, the TV needs to show.
Right. There are sometimes, now I've done this, in past summers when my daughter and wife used to be more into the equestrian scene where they'd go away on the weekend and I'd be by myself. I'd go to a decent place. There's like Hyde Park in Birmingham or any of those places. Sit at the bar and eat dinner and, watch it. It would be a Tiger game because it was during the summer.
Yeah.
But the people go and eat sometimes at the bar. How can you not have a TV of your local team in a playoff game? That's
the only conclusion is it's not a sports town that you thought it was, Stoney.
Well, it might not be a basketball town.
So they would have the Flyers game on?
They might. I don't know. They didn't have there was no television, period.
Well, you can't put the TVs on if there's no TVs.
Right. I mean, you have to have it. There should be a law. The mayor of every city, the ombudsman of every small town, whatever. Every bar should have a television.
Have you ever had it where you ask them to change to a game and they look at you like you're from like a different country or a different planet? And you're like, what do you mean? It's a Saturday in the fall. I want you to put the big football game on.
Right. I don't want to watch the
Why
best
is USA Today on?
Right. Well, what do I need to see? It's a great show. Drivers,
Oh, the Guy Fieri?
Yeah.
Like it's
Diners, drive-ins, and
dives.
Dives, yes.
Like, hey, I want you to put on ESPN or TNT,
yes!
or I want you to put on what channel? I don't know if we get that. What do you mean you don't know if is this your first day working here?
Look, I understand with all the streaming and things like that, some bars might not want to, because you got to pay a lot of money per capita, I guess.
Okay.
I understand that to a certain extent. But man, oh man, that was really bad. And that was probably one of the only good games the Sixers even played, even though they lost. It was good for a half, I believe.
So you want people to call and text in rules for restaurants?
Rules for restaurants, especially when it comes to sporting events.
So like I'm going to go out with some friends tonight
to
a bar to watch Game 4.
Really?
Yes. You're making a face. Why?
Because big games, I hate watching.
No, and I
with a lot
normally
of people.
don't. So I've tried to vet this. I've been there once before. I don't really remember the setup, but I asked a lot of questions. I said, okay, hold on. What's the TV setup? Why are we going to this place? They said they pipe the sound through, which I think's a big win.
Yeah.
Dollar wings. Like, okay.
Okay.
You're starting to, get me out the door here.
Right.
I know what you're thinking. I normally don't like going out to watch the game at a bar. I like huddled up and,
and if
hunkered
there's a play,
down.
You want to hit rewind and watch it again.
You can't rewind at the bar. Now, I can have it on my phone if I want to go back and see something.
Or you can DVR it. Or
and I probably will.
Yes.
But yeah, to me, if you're going somewhere to watch a game, so this is more sports bar territory.
Yes.
The sound has to be piped into the sports bar.
Yeah.
It's a non-negotiable.
I agree with you. You don't want to sit there and watch the Pistons play the Cavs while, Bad Bunny or, Tom Petty's being played in the background, depending on what kind of music they play.
Right. So, we'll take some of them. 248-539-9797. Get some feedback on the phones and ticket texts. Then we'll get into the game itself because Game 4 is tonight.
Yes, it is a big game that you're watching publicly. Nauseating me.
When's the last time you did that?
I can't remember.
Really?
I can't remember for a big game. No.
So you'll go to a game, but you won't go to like a sports bar to watch a game.
Yeah.
Okay.
The ambiance. Although, I know a lot of people have fun. And,
go with a group of guys. Everybody's into it.
Everybody's rooting for the same team. I get it.
You can't exactly go to Cleveland on short notice, so this is the next best thing.
Well, you could.
I understand your point. Yeah. I can't get a group of people to all suddenly on a work night, weeknight,
right?
Drive over, buy tickets, and go to Game 4. This is just a way to get together with the guys and watch a game.
That's not fine. You could have it at your house,
being
too.
Judged. I could.
Yeah.
Brendan?
But what would you do with the cat?
Cat can watch, too.
Oh, okay.
Can I share a bad audio experience I just had for Game 3?
Yeah.
I was watching at a bar, and they had two separate TVs on. It was kind of like a split. There was one room that was like almost a pool room, and then there was a middle section that we were in. We had the TV with the cable muted. The TV in the other section that had the audio on was originally like playing music, and then it switched over to the game, but it was on Peacock, so it was behind.
Oh,
so it was delayed audio of what we had just seen. Like
I'd rather just not have the audio.
earlier.
You know what? I'd rather have it that way than the other, where you're watching something and you hear the sound that's ahead of yours.
That's true. Yes,
that's the worst.
Yeah.
But at that point, you just have to take the sound down.
Yeah.
If it's that delayed, you just can't have it.
Eventually, we just went outside, and they had it was a nicer afternoon, and they had a big video screen out there that we watched it on. But
it's like my daughter goes, "Oh God, look at all those people outside in Montreal. They're watching the game, and all the me stay at home. I don't want to be with a 1,000 strangers watching.
I don't want to hear other people's opinions on my team.
Yeah.
Well, look, I may end up loathing this. I'll be perfectly honest with you.
Stoney, I'm not I'm with you in terms of an elimination game, but like tonight would be a cool night to do what Jim's doing. Like I think you're missing out a little bit. It's a game is not like do or die tonight. I mean, I remember one of my favorite memories from the Pistons run back in the day was I was at a sports bar for Game 5 when Chauncey hit the big shot. Wow. That environment I still remember how crazy the place went.
Yeah. People forget that they lost that game.
Are you going to be like taking notes tonight? Like you got to talk about it tomorrow morning.
Steel trap mind.
Oh, there you go.
You put notes in your
your phone. You can make a couple notes, and honestly, stuff will come up in conversation that'll be good. Workshop stuff.
Yeah. Game's on NBC tonight, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it shouldn't be an issue at the restaurant.
Stoney, nobody forgets that they lost that game because every time that shot is mentioned, people say everybody forgets that they lost that game.
Mm-hmm. Okay. That was the Brian Scalabrine career game.
Everybody says that too.
Yeah. Larry didn't play Mehmet Okur enough.
All right. 30 seconds.
Thank God for ripping New Jersey in Game 6.
Damn right.
And they blew them out in Game 7.
Yes, they did.
In a game you would never go to a bar to watch.
No. Game 7? No way.
So is this a bad idea, going to a sports bar to watch Game 4 tonight? 248-539-9797. We can get some feedback on that, and then we'll talk about actually where they're at in this series.
Yes.
We'll do it after the update. We got some great feedback coming in already, including dollar wings. Where are you getting a deal like that? That's what I was told. Maybe I'm getting suckered.
Oh.
It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Guardian Alarm. The Tigers picked up a win in the series finale against the Royals 6-3 last night, snapping a 5-game losing streak. Now Detroit will head to the Big Apple, where they will start a 3-game series against the Mets tomorrow. First pitch in tomorrow's game is at 7:10. Tonight, the Pistons face the Cavs for Game 4, and they'll need to cut down the turnovers in order to pick up a win. Pistons are 4-1 this postseason when they have less than 15 turnovers as a team. They're 5-1 when Cade Cunningham has less than 7 turnovers. He had 8 in Game 3 and shared his thoughts about them after the game. Tip-off at 8 o'clock right here on 97.1. Our pregame coverage begins at 7:35 tonight. Lakers and Thunder, the only other NBA game in action. LA trying to avoid a sweep tonight. That's what happened to Philly last night as the Knicks drubbed the Sixers 144-114. For the Timberwolves, they beat the Spurs 114-109 to tie the series at 2. In the NHL, Montreal went up 2-1 on Buffalo after a dominating 6-2 win. Anaheim beat Vegas 4-3 to tie their series at 2 games apiece. Tonight, the Avalanche and Wild are back at 8 p.m. with Colorado ahead 2-1 there. The NFL also announced the first Sunday night football game of the year will be the Dallas Cowboys at the New York Giants. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Text calls. Good morning, 97.1. Jim Costa, Stoney in for John Jansen, Heather Park, Gov, and Greg behind the glass. We got Game 4 tonight. I don't know if things have changed for you after Saturday. Pistons dropped their first game of the series. Nothing changed for me. I remain confident. You got to turn your mic on.
I know. I think they're going to win in 7. I had them
first day
losing in
radio.
6. I know. You had one of those earlier today, too.
I did.
Yes.
You just didn't draw attention because you're nicer than me.
I know.
You just start talking and it's not going out over the air.
Yeah. By the way, you know, Brendan mentioned, and we talked about this briefly, that the Cowboys-Giants will open the season, Sunday Night Football.
Yeah.
That's the second game that we've already heard about. The first one is the Australia game, right? Chargers against the Rams against the 49ers, right? Isn't that what it is? Rams 49ers that Wednesday in Australia. That's the first game, correct?
Okay.
Yeah. So far, the 2 games that have been announced are all division games. Does that mean the Lions will probably play the Packers, Bears, or Vikings in week 1, maybe?
1.
Maybe they'll all be divisions. I don't know.
We're going to find out this week. Thursday, full schedule. Wednesday, we find out the Germany game, and that's if we don't get leaks before that.
Yes.
Pistons series update where people are at 248-539-9797. Game 3 didn't change a thing for me. Cavs did what they were supposed to do, and they shot ungodly well. 58% in a gotta-have-it spot at home. Forgive me if I don't expect James Harden to be clutch Harden 3 more times in this series.
Probably not.
And even in that Game 3 loss, the Pistons had a lot of the hustle stats, your offensive rebounds, your steals, the points in the paint, the little stuff, the underlying things. I still have the faith that this team wins tonight. And even if they don't, I still feel like they win this series.
If you're a Cleveland fan, he's sitting there saying, God, Tobias Harris can't get 20 points again, can he?
Except he's done it 8 straight.
I know.
It's kind of become a stabilizer for him.
I know.
We had texts on going to a sports bar to watch this game tonight. Mm-hmm. And sports bars in general and restaurant rules. Castoni, you wanted some of those.
Yes.
Rules for restaurants. If I order an appetizer, don't bring it the same time as my main.
Exactly.
Well, that's like basics. I was at a local place in Royal Oak last night and had to ask for the Tigers game to be put on. They had America's Funniest Home Videos on instead.
Was this at a sports bar or just a regular bar?
Yes.
A sports bar.
A sports bar. I'm not going to.
Yeah, I know. I understand that. So maybe they didn't have Peacock.
He says he had to ask. I'm assuming he says I had to ask that they did put it on.
Oh, okay. So I guess they did have Peacock or NBC Sportsnet.
Right, because that's the workaround for cable people.
Yes.
The looks I would get trying to get hockey put on while traveling for work in Mexico, Kevin in Oxford.
Well, I kind of understand that. It's kind of like if you're a Mexican and you're here and you want to watch some Mexican soccer, I don't think we're going to have it on.
Probably get a couple looks.
Yeah.
What about a kids section and a non-kids section? Go Pistons, sign Adam and Howell.
For a restaurant, for a sports bar, yeah. but somebody's got to be with the kids. It's going to be you.
Not my problem.
I know.
I think they just mean if you show up with kids, you sit over here. If you don't have, you don't leave the kids.
Plus, the game starts at 8. Like, you're
that could
taking
be
your kids out till
glorious, too.
11 o'clock on a Monday night.
No, you're probably staying for the first half with your kids.
Says, I don't like going to bars that show playoff hockey. Signed Dylan in Royal Oak. Worst yet is going to a sports bar when a local game is on and all the TVs are on national games, tennis, or motorsports.
That makes absolutely no sense. It does. It is infuriating.
Stoney, it's game 4. Why do you think it's a big game? It's not a big game.
I think all playoff a game that could give the Pistons a 3-1 lead heading home is still a big game. Is it an elimination do or die game? No, that is correct. It's still a big game.
I love sports, but I completely disagree with you. Sometimes a sporting event doesn't fit the vibe of the restaurant, and you as a patron should go somewhere else.
Well, it's too late for that.
You already had your Friday plans.
Yeah,
You're already there. You're not going to move the whole birthday dinner.
No, there was like 7 or 8 people. No. Figured it out.
Let's get to Matt in Detroit. Matt, good morning.
Good morning, guys. How you doing?
Good.
Good.
So, went to the bar the other night. Was grabbing late bite to eat. Watched the fourth quarter of the Pistons game, and one long bar. Obviously, already packed by the time I got there. There was one seat at the end of the bar. 3 TVs lined up. So after the Pistons game was over, was like, hey, can you put on, Stanley Cup playoffs?
Mm-hmm.
And they go, the TV in front of you is manual, so we can't change that. We can only put it on the TV on the other end of the bar. So my rule is, if it's too hard, get all of your stuff on the same sink, and not have like one TV that you can just only have on one channel, basically.
Well, if it's
I'm
manual,
confused.
why
Manual,
couldn't
yeah.
somebody do it?
To go up and change it.
Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, that's manual doesn't mean it's impossible to change the
No.
channel. It just means you're going to have to get up and press the
why do you have
buttons.
2 of your TVs that you can have remotes for, but you can't get up and change the other one?
So did someone lose the remote? Is that what happened?
I have no idea. So
That sounds like
they're
that's
like,
what
well, we
happened.
can put it down like all the way at the other end. So I just waited for the other people to leave to then move down the other end of the bar. So that was kind of a pain. So rule number 1, have all of your TVs at the bar on the same sink, and you can have a remote for them.
Yeah, that would feel like a 101 type of thing.
You know, I think
Right.
with some of these places that will leave the, they're too lazy to change a channel after a game has happened, that they're doing themselves a disservice to a degree. Yeah. I mean, look, if you have on the most attractive games on all your TVs, that's going to maybe hold people there.
Yeah, they'll stick around.
Yeah.
They get another round.
I love
get an
when
appetizer.
I'll be somewhere and some, Law and Orders that comes on. It's like, what?
No one's, yeah. Y'all are acting like children that can't function without a tablet at dinner. Enjoy the dinner without the distraction, Sean and Shelby. This is not us saying we need there to be something on all the time when we go to a restaurant. But if you're going during a big local sporting event, you want it to be on the TV, specifically at the bar.
Right. I mean, I'm not asking people to go sit there and leave your dinner, but especially if the bar is in view. I mean, this is another good way of avoid looking people in the eye. You can look at the television, watch the game. By the way, some other NFL scheduling leakage.
Yeah.
Dan Miller
Can you
has
not call it leakage.
Dan Miller has retweeted some guy named Ozzy, so Dan Miller probably knows it. Fox has acquired the rights to this year's NFL Germany game in Munich featuring the Lions. Game is scheduled for November 15th, week 10, 9:30 a.m.
Okay, so this had been rumored, floated. You understand why this is a bad thing, right?
If it's too close to the Thanksgiving?
Yes, that's exactly the issue. Are they giving us a buy in between? Because if not, it's a disaster, right?
Yeah. So November 15th.
So November 15th. Thank you. November 15th is week and a half before Thanksgiving.
Okay.
So you're going to play an international game on the 15th, allegedly.
Right.
And then you're also going to play a game on the 22nd.
And then
you're going to play I just don't like how close it is.
No, I agree with you.
Unless you're getting a bye on the 22nd, which would be great.
But they're not going to do that.
Well, wouldn't that be the right thing to do?
Of course.
You got a short week coming up. You just traveled. In between, the Lions should get a bye on November 22nd, late in the season.
There's a lot of smart things the NFL should do that they don't do because all they care about is greed and making money.
But what they don't understand is like your product still you want to protect your product. You don't want to slop product.
Jim, you're talking common sense. This is the National Football League. This is the Shield. They only care about money.
And with the additional international games you've been having in recent years, they've cared less and less about teams having a bye before or after, whatever. They just don't care.
Right, and so what's going to happen is teams like the Lions, now not every team's going to do it. I don't know if the Lions are too, but from what I was told, they're not going to go over there a few 4 or 5 days beforehand and, do all the, the glad handing with the Munich media and all that kind of crap. They're probably going to go over on, get there on Friday and get acclimated to the time change for a day and play football on Sunday.
Yeah. And then you're going to fly back.
Yeah.
And you're going to have a short week.
Yeah.
And then you're going to have another short week.
That's right.
Great. Lovely. Still don't know the opponent, right?
Yeah.
Right. Who do you want? Yeah.
Kind of want it to be the Patriots. But who knows?
Who knows who will coach them?
That's true.
248-539-9797. Chance to jump in and talk a little hoops tonight. Pistons with a game 4. Want to know where you're at after watching game 3. We can address why they lost game 3, biggest reason for it, and a WTF moment in sports over the weekend. We'll do that next. It's 97.1. Get to a WTF moment from the sports weekend. Stoney, you briefly passed along that Germany information.
Yeah.
The Lions, is this May? Is this confirmed?
Dan Miller retweeted it, so I believe Dan Miller.
Okay, so the Lions will play in Germany on November 15th?
Yes, according to that tweet.
Opponent not named, but
Correct.
puts a crunch right around Thanksgiving. It also will inconvenience quite a few Michiganders, Stoney. November 15th, the opening day of rifled deer season in Michigan.
Ooh.
Says this texter points it out, says half the Lions fans in Michigan, myself included, will be in the woods starting at 9:30 a.m. on the 15th of November. Dumb. It would be the lowest viewed game of the season.
Maybe, but I'm sure there'll be still tons of people going to be watching it nationwide. And because it's a national broadcast, that's what they care about, right?
Guess so.
Mm-hmm. That's what they care about.
So from a competitive standpoint, wouldn't you want it to be the Giants? They're perceived to be the worst of the three teams. A lot can change between now and then, as we learned last year.
So you're giving up one of these as a keep in mind, you're giving up one of these as a home game.
Yes.
So it's a team that you can't go see in your backyard.
And we've seen that. We saw the Giants were here last year.
Yeah, the Bucks were here. The Bucks have been here a lot.
Right.
I feel like it's between those two. I think you'd want the Patriots here.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And the Giants have been, I think they were in Dublin or they were somewhere a few years ago. So I don't know if they want to go back there. I don't know. Who the hell?
Maybe it'd be Tampa.
Yeah.
Baker Mayfield in Germany. We'll find out Wednesday.
Yes.
And the full schedule on Thursday.
Mm-hmm.
How nice was it to not have to care about the NFL draft lottery or the NBA draft lottery?
Pretty refreshing. We haven't had to the last 2 years, right?
Yeah. Well, we didn't have a pick last year.
Correct.
And certainly nothing to worry about with the lottery this year.
No.
But if you're curious or you got the alert or you found yourself looking to see what happened.
Because this draft is considered to be one of the best in a long time.
It looks like there's a handful of guys people are excited about at the top, not just one.
Yeah, exactly.
The WTF moment, and we can laugh because it inconveniences one of our rivals.
Correct.
How about the Indiana Pacers?
Yes, the Indiana Pacers, they made a trade with the Clippers where they received Ivica Zubac and Kobe Brown. That's who the Pacers got. And the Clippers received Mathurin, Isaiah Jackson, who I believe is from Pontiac, and the 2026 draft pick of the Indiana top 4 protected, plus 2029 Pacers unprotected first round pick, and the 2028 Mavericks second round pick. So you would think, because the Pacers were so poor, that they would drop maybe a couple spots to 4. That's what the Pacers were thinking.
Right, they had the second worst record. They felt like they would have one of the top 4 picks. They had a 52% chance of landing a top 4 pick.
Unfortunately for them, they had the Red Wings lottery luck because the Indiana Pacers got the 5th best position. So that means the pick was not protected, goes back to the Clippers.
Yeah, I don't think we can compare it to any of our Detroit teams.
No.
This is not, we lost the lottery and we fell from 1 to 5. This is we fell from 2 to do not have a pick.
Correct.
And next year they do not expect to be in the lottery. So the stakes of this trade were immense.
Yes.
It kind of silly to make this deal when you think about it, right? And I don't know if it got a lot of coverage at the time.
I think most
But what were they doing? You think Zubac for a 5th, Mathurin, and a future first?
Well, they believe, a lot of people like Zubac, okay, but still, you're right. I do think when the trade was made, if my recollection is correct, people weren't that critical of it. They were more critical from the Clippers. Like, why would you give away a potential, in this draft, top 4 pick?
Right.
And they didn't. They're going to get the 5th pick.
The Pacers general manager apologized to the fans.
Good for him. That was a classy move by Kevin Pritchard.
Kevin Pritchard saying, "I'm really sorry to all our fans. I own taking this risk. Surprised it came up to 5th this year. I thought we were due some luck. But please remember, this team deserved a starting center to compete with the best teams next year. We've always been resilient." I'm sorry. I thought we were due some luck. is not why you make trades.
No, exactly.
Could you imagine any of our GMs making a move and then saying, hey, it didn't work. I just thought we were due some luck. Dude, it was a coin flip. You risked a coin flip that you would lose your first-round pick on a team that won 19 games.
Yes. Now, granted, Halliburton's coming back.
No, I understand, but this was supposed to be their remember when David the Admiral Robinson gets hurt for the Spurs, and you get given the gift that lets you tank for Duncan.
Yes.
Tim Duncan. Now, I'm not suggesting there's a Tim Duncan in this draft, but you have Halliburton. You're in the finals, and you're going to be given a top 5 pick in this draft. Just don't trade for a center. Sorry, we can't help ourselves. We're due some luck.
It's a lame reason. There's no doubt about it. Especially with this draft. You wanted to make sure that you're going to get one of these picks. And you know why he thought he had luck? Because the Pacers, they really, not till the very, very end, really tanked in a tanking way. They just had a lot of injuries. They became a bad basketball team. But they tried to, if you watch some of their games, they tried very hard to win these games. Mm-hmm. So it wasn't a traditional, it wasn't a traditional tank job. And they didn't get, and a lot of people said, hopefully they'll win the lottery because they did it the old-fashioned way. They just sucked.
And nope on that. The other quick takeaway I saw, so the Pelicans, they made a trade last year at the draft.
It was awful.
Was it Derek Queen?
Yeah.
Yeah. Now that we see Atlanta picked up that pick, it's the 8th pick in the draft.
Right.
So the Pelicans gave up pick 5 and 8 in this year's draft for pick 13 last year.
Yeah. And
hilarious.
It could have been a lot worse because people were thinking, oh my God, you're going to give up a major, a top 5 pick in this draft.
Do you know who's running things in New Orleans? Of course you do.
Yeah.
Joe Dumars and Troy Weaver.
The biggest criticism of that deal was that it seems that they never asked for the pick to be protected.
Right.
And it ends up it didn't need to be protected because they lucked out that they're only giving up the 8th. Right.
Could have been much worse.
Yeah.
But still, to give up 2 top 10 picks for Derek Queen, who was a late lottery pick the year prior.
Yeah.
Hey, man, there's a reason some teams stay bad for a very long time. I know.
That's one of them. Derek Queen actually had a decent
season. No, but it's not about that. Zubac's a good player, too. It's just it's about what you gave up.
Exactly. Yeah, it made no sense. They got ripped for it when it happened, and I'm sure they got ripped for it yesterday, too.
It's okay. They were due some luck. Let's get to Heather with the news.
Well, this news is brought to you by Fusion Energy. So a viral TikTok is sparking a heated debate over one of air travel's biggest pet peeves. What belongs in the overhead bin? So in this video, a traveler says that you can tell whether somebody is a good person by how they store their belongings. So his rule is that large carry-on suitcases go in the overhead bin, while smaller items like backpacks, purses, and coats should go under the seat.
Jail sentence
for life.
Wow. Of course, not everybody agrees with his take. Many travelers say that if a backpack is their only carry-on item, they have the right to store it overhead if they choose.
Whose
they
side
have
you on?
the right, but you know what? If you can put the backpack under your seat or whatever, and it's not going to cause you any stress, then do that.
I always put my backpack, purse. Usually I don't have a purse because I have one personal item is my backpack. My purse goes in the backpack, and then I always put that under the seat. However, if
you're a good person, Heather.
If there is room, like once the flight's filled, if there is room up there and I want more leg space,
that's a different
then
story.
I'll go and put it up there. But I usually always put the backpack underneath the seat. So also, I want items out of it.
Yeah,
I want my snacks. I want my book. I want my,
So one of the last times I flew, I had a seat that was closer to the front half of the plane, but I was in a lower boarding situation.
Yes.
So that happens, right?
It does.
And then you have to go back. I had to go back 7 or 8 sections to put my bag up top because, well, everybody's stuffing their stuff up in the overhead.
That must have been fun when you were deboarding.
Oh, no, I made sure to say, I got to go back and get my stuff. I made a whole deal about it.
Sit back down.
I'm not going to wait longer.
Sure.
So as soon as we landed, I'm zigzagging back to get my stuff and zigzagging back up to my seat. Total inconvenience for everybody.
Costa went and told every person that they're bad people because they had to go.
Yep.
Back
Sorry,
and get
you
this.
guys made me have to do this.
Do you sleep on the plane?
Oh, every time.
Yeah. I fall asleep before we even take off.
People are still boarding and Stoney's sleeping.
Yep.
It's crazy. Good for you. I'm jealous. I wish I could. I cannot. Let's see. Parts of Oakland County are still being asked to restrict their water usage after a water main break on Sunday in Auburn Hills led to several communities switching to reserve water sources. So since the break happened, which was on early Sunday morning, Orion Township, Lake Orion, and northern Auburn Hills have been receiving water from towers, not from Great Lakes Water Authority. And once that reserve water source runs out, those communities will be completely without water. So residents, including those in Rochester Hills, are being urged to use water sparingly. So don't go take a long shower. Don't run your dishwasher or your washing machine or water your grass. Reserve it as much as possible. And obviously crews are working around the clock to do what they can do to make repairs and replace this broken main. So. Yeah. Yep. Passengers stuck on the cruise ship that was struck by the deadly hantavirus outbreak began, disembarking in Spain on Sunday. And if you haven't seen the photos, they're crazy because all the passengers have to come off the ship wearing those hazmat suits and like breathing apparatuses. And then they were sprayed down. Had to stand there with their arms out, sprayed down with disinfectants before they could then get onto a plane and return to their home countries. There were 17 Americans that flew back, it sounds like early this morning, to Nebraska for evaluation and monitoring. One of them has tested positive despite not showing any symptoms. And they say that even though this is all happening, the risk for the general public still remains very low. So take that with a grain of salt. I mean, that's good, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's see. This is sweet. Some graduates from North Carolina State University were in for a huge surprise when the commencement speaker, Anil Kokar, announced that he and his wife would pay off all final year loans for the graduating class of the Wilson College of Textiles.
What a cool donation. And
huge.
sports fans, especially the ones who, the Walmart Wolfpack, they sit there and say, why didn't this guy give money to NIL?
I'm sure they will.
It's an awesome graduation gift.
Very generous.
Yes.
Hey, by the way, I got a text I wanted to pass along on the Lions hunting opening day.
Yeah.
This text says it's actually a brilliant move by the Lions to give up the home game. Because the theory would be they'd have a home game that day. Instead, give up the home game knowing a lot of local people wouldn't go to it because of hunting season.
Right.
So is this actually a good thing that it's on November 15th? I don't know. It's the other side of the coin. We'll talk a little Tigers, and we got to get to Stoney, what happened to you on Saturday. I feel like there's something from every day of this weekend for you.
Yeah.
Get to what happened on Saturday. Your conundrum at the wedding while the Pistons are playing. It's 97-1.
great hearing George on the radio again.
Yeah.
And I'm not a dig at champion or anything like that, but it's just, it's where George became the man, was on radio first.
Why did they lose Game 3, Stoney?
They lost Game 3 for a couple of reasons. Number one, they couldn't defend early in the game. Cleveland was shooting at a really good pace. And their best player made some critical turnovers at the end of the game.
Back to back to back. 3 late turnovers for Cade Cunningham.
Yeah. It's awful.
Mm-hmm. Look, you can't give up. Was it how many in the first half? 62?
Something like that,
64, whatever it was. Not enough stops early.
No.
And James Harden turned back time late and outplayed Cade Cunningham. I don't expect that to be the norm late in games where James Harden, known playoff choker, outplays Cade Cunningham, one of the 5 or 6 best players on planet Earth.
He figured out how to, Harden did get around Tobias Harris because he was guarding him a decent amount.
Yeah, and I know there are people who wanted Asar on Harden, but don't you also want Asar on Mitchell? There is one Asar.
Mm-hmm.
They like to use him sometimes off ball too, that he can help and steals and blocks.
So you can't take his identical twin brother who's there watching Asar play and
from
get
the
him
stands.
in uniform. Yeah, you can't do that.
I'd be okay if you could find a way around it. But no, Stoney, there are rules. Dennis Jenkins, minus 28. I think the role players being better at home for the Cavs and Dennis playing like a G leaguer. Another reason they lost Game 3.
Well, I think Dennis Schroeder got in his head.
Yeah, sure. I mean, that's part of it.
Yeah.
But he was a minus 28.
I know.
He's the worst player on either team.
If you believe in the plus minus.
No, I know, but also just watch the game. I mean, he wasn't getting it done. And when he's not playing well, they can't rest Cade.
No.
So I'm not trying to make excuses for Cade. Those turnovers are inexcusable at the end of the game, but it plays into it. And then we have to address it. You lose Game 3 in part because JB loves Jalen Duren. Even when B-Ball Paul outplays him, Duren's going to get closeout minutes.
Or
there's no other way to spin that.
No, I understand that, but somebody who's not getting any blame. Now, he only played 9 minutes because he's not what he was all of a sudden. And that's Isaiah Stewart. Beef Stew's done really nothing this series.
But why would that matter? Duren's going to get closeout minutes because JB thinks he's got something there. I don't know what he watched. He had 4 rebounds in the game. I mean, I watched one of the plays with you pre-show where he's got the ball on the break, and rather than going up and dunking it, stops, turns around, and with 2 defenders tries to shoot a jumper. I don't get it. I don't know why this guy is bestowed 30 minutes. He played 29 minutes and scored 11 points. B-Ball Paul had 11 points in 10 minutes.
Correct. The B-Ball Paul, it's a great spark at times, but he's had some games where he's completely lost it.
So just play the hot hand, whether it's Stu, whether it's
fine.
Paul, whether it's Duren, because you know what they all are? They're all bigs who can't shoot.
Right.
They're all bigs who need to grab rebounds and get putbacks. Who's ever playing with the best energy plays. I do not care if you're a 22-year-old all-star.
No, I don't either. Sometimes I think people just get enamored with B-Ball Paul, but sometimes he's one of those players that he's really good in limited minutes as opposed to, the more he plays, then the reason why he's just a reserve comes out.
So what if instead of playing 10 minutes, he played 15 or 16 minutes?
I got no problem there.
That's all I'm asking for. I'm not saying he has to play 35 minutes.
I know.
But the idea that Duren is just an automatic closing big when he's playing that way, that's at least part of why they lost that game.
Yes. And
anyway,
one of the other parts is because they didn't shoot as well as they did, the other game in Detroit. Mm-hmm. Game 2. When they were really hot from three-point range. And on Saturday, they were 9 for 25. 36% is not terrible. Cleveland was only 38%, but they made 3 more because they took more.
So part of the story in Game 3 for you was a juggling act.
Yes, indeed. I was at a wedding. My longest time friend from home in Philly, his daughter, Remy, was getting married. And the ceremony was scheduled to start at 5:30. And so I'm watching, sitting there in the wedding part of the facility and watching the game. And all of a sudden you start hearing the music, which means the wedding is going to start, the ceremony is going to start, And the officiant says, will you please turn off your cell phones or silence them or whatever. And at that time, the Pistons had made the comeback. It was 104-104. So what should I have done and what did I do? 248-539-9797. The options are simple. We were sitting in like the third row and just, watch the game on silence, put AirPods in and just listen to the game. That's 2 options. 3 option is pretend you have to go to the bathroom and go to the gentleman's room for about 25 to 30 minutes for the ceremony. Or 4th option is just put your phone away and you'll find out what's going to happen when the game ends.
You're in the third row.
Mm-hmm.
If you leave, you can't come back during the ceremony, so you're shut out completely.
Yeah, from where I was sitting, yes.
Yeah, you're not making your way back into row 3 while they're exchanging vows.
Right. If I was in the back,
you could dip out and come. Maybe,
possibly,
maybe. Yes. Did you have the AirPods?
No, I didn't bring them.
Okay, so you had one choice.
I know.
You had to put the phone away.
Right.
Oh, yeah. And you were a good person, Stoney. That's what I think you did. You put the phone down, you watched the vows and the I do's, and then you quickly got your phone back out as soon as it ended.
And found out that they lost 116 and 109.
Was it like eating at you a little bit, though?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm trying to, pay attention to, what was going on at the ceremony, and in the back of my mind, I'm sitting there, oh boy, they're on a run, they're doing good, they're doing good.
Does the answer change if this is closeout, like it's
Game 7?
Game 7. Season's over, or you're moving on? You're still not skipping this, right?
No.
You can't.
No.
Because this is the daughter of a close friend.
Correct.
Now, if this was like your neighbors, brothers, dog sitters.
If this was an acquaintance wedding, that's a different story.
Yeah.
You probably wouldn't be sitting as close either, so
point.
you'd be closer
Correct.
to the back.
Right.
And if this is the reception, it's a non-issue.
Non-issue. Although,
the best man speech, who cares? You're going to watch the end of this game.
Right. And I knew there was only going to be one speech anyway, so
okay,
which was good.
Let's put it to the test. What if this was the NBA Finals? How much is this relationship gonna pull you in?
You know what? I wouldn't lose a friendship over it.
Was your friend unfriend you?
No, I don't think so. His wife might be a little pissed.
Yeah.
We get along famously, but I don't know.
Do you see he left? He left during the ceremony?
Yeah.
He stepped aside?
Yeah.
For some stupid sporting event?
Plus, I was at the same table with them for
Oh,
dinner and
no.
stuff. Yeah. So I couldn't, so I did what Heather said.
You did the right thing.
I did the right thing, I guess.
You did.
He says, I guess. Text says, hit pause. That's the right answer. Turn it off. Don't be a Stoney. No, Stoney did it right.
Yeah.
On Duran and B-Ball Paul, it says, play Reed more production in half the time. Sick of it. That's from Brian. Paul and Duran's roles need to be reversed. Whatever his name is, has no clue talking about enamored. He's out playing Duran whenever he's on the floor. Clear as day, dummy. I believe he goes by Stoney for whatever reason.
Yeah. Okay.
I didn't realize
because his last name's Stone.
Yeah,
Michael Stone.
I like B-Ball Paul. I just think sometimes these guys in any sport, the role players, the part-time players, the more time you get, the more flaws come out. And
maybe the best comment on Twitch.
Oh boy.
Kiss the bride already.
Break the damn glass.
Let's go. We got hoops to watch.
Yes, exactly.
Game 4 tonight. Talk about the Tigers coming up next. It's 97-1. Who?
Gage Workman, number 1 in your hearts, number 99 on the jersey.
That's not a real person. That's like a folk hero you make up for a blue-collar city. Workman.
Yeah.
He's Workman. He's here to work hard when your team has 17 injuries. Workman off the bench.
Detroit versus everybody. He sounds like a prosecutor.
Are we sure he's a real person? Workman is here.
Gage Workman for the prosecution of the county.
Tigers salvage a game over the weekend against the Royals. I threw out the stolen stat of the day from Tony Paul, Detroit News. Mm-hmm. The Tigers have never made the playoffs with a start this poor at Sparky's 40-game mark. They're 18-22 through 40 games. Never before have they done that and made the playoffs.
And I'm sure, well, we know Cleveland has had bad records and made the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
So last year.
It's ugly. It's ugly right now.
But I'm not ready to, throw in the towel because they're a game and a half out of first place.
I know, isn't it crazy?
They're awful. But the division is awful. The American League is really not that good either. The Tigers are fourth best in run differential in the American League with +4. Excuse me, they're third best. Seattle is fourth best at +2.
So think about that as you're watching and your eyes are actively bleeding from their sockets. This is one of the best teams in the American League.
Yeah. As far as run differential.
I know.
Right, the Yankees and Tampa Bay are the top two.
Well, their run differential is a little screwy because they've blown in the last 2 weeks 3 games they should have won, especially the 2 Jansen bullpen. Those are walk-offs. And then this last Friday night they should have won.
Well, they had a game, and they even had that game early in the season, the Jansen blew, where they had the 6-0 lead in Arizona.
Yeah, so it's like they're most of the time their run differential, they're losing games by 1 run because of these bullpen anomalies that keep happening.
Well, think about it. So the month begins. Jansen's gone awry. Vest is hurt. Finnegan's been playing with fire with walks. Suddenly, the back end of the bullpen has been a concern. The starting rotation this month, Valdez gets himself suspended. Skubal's injured and has surgery. Casey Mize is still gone. Justin Verlander is still gone. The offense in the month of May, 26th in batting average, 28th in isolated power.
And their defense, they're the 4th worst in baseball with most errors.
Yep.
And they have one outfield assist.
That's incredible.
All season.
41 games.
You're watching a game and the announcer will say, hey, you don't want to run on this guy. You're playing the Tigers. Hey, you want to run on everybody.
Well, think about this. Yeah. On Friday, it was Wenzel Perez who the ball finds him in right field and gets by him.
Yeah.
And then it's Kerry Carpenter inside the ballpark on Saturday because he's banging off the boards and jogging over to then lollipop it in. They have the worst defensive outfield in baseball. Defensive run saved, they're 30th, dead last. The worst defensive outfield.
Yeah.
So, again, there's nothing redeeming about this team right now.
No, they're awful.
And at the same time, Stoney, you're right to say you can't bury him right now.
There's no way you can bury him. I mean, come on.
Because, again, these guys aren't all, as many injuries as they have, aren't all done for the season. They're going to get these guys back.
No, I'm not even talking about like a 10-game run. You can go on a 3-game winning streak and take over first place in this pathetic division.
I had said that last week ago. If they sweep the Royals, and they didn't, but if they sweep the Royals, they'd be right in there, right in the thick of the playoffs.
Yeah, then they didn't, and they're still right
there.
in the thick of the playoffs.
Right.
They lost 2 of 3, and they're a game and a half out of first place.
Wild. And I think a half game back of a wild card right now.
I didn't even go the wild card route.
But so when we say...
That's how bad the whole American League is then.
We say, like, you don't make the playoffs when you start this poorly. Well, there's more playoff spots, and the division's pretty rough, and the injuries aren't season-ending.
The only good news...
What do you want to do about it?
The only good news, if you believe anything Scott Boras says, is he believes Skubal's injury will not keep him out as long as originally thought.
It was the greatest surgery in the history of surgeries.
That's right. The greatest surgery. Yeah. So that's
tremendous surgery.
Good. So that's good news, I guess.
Yeah.
They're just a bad baseball team.
In a world of bad baseball teams.
In a world of bad baseball teams. Yes, exactly. Let's check those standing alone.
Hey, how about this? I got a text coming in that says, when does Hinch start taking some heat? I don't know why he would right now.
Well,
You got 17 guys hurt. You're playing Workman.
Workman. You're right, Jim. They're only a half a game. Them, Kansas City, and Seattle are all a half game out of the last.
You're playing made-up mythological blue-collar superheroes. Like, I don't know why this would be an A.J. Hinch disaster. I don't know how many teams are playing sound baseball down this many key people.
There's sometimes maybe he overmanages more than he has been in the past.
A great example
with
would be
his
Cole
chaos.
Keith. Well, yeah, I don't love that Keith doesn't play against lefties. There's things I could nitpick, but,
Right.
but when a text says the team looks unprepared, when's the Heat going to start on Hinch? Like, no time soon.
No. I mean,
Not like real Heat, like, hot seat talk.
Right. Well, so some people always say, well, you got to get a new batting coach. They got 3 new ones. That hasn't really helped out in most of the players except for Riley Green, right?
Yeah, Green has been a bright spot.
Yeah. And McGonigal.
Yeah.
He's still, he's not on the torrid pace he was before, but he's still doing pretty well.
Yeah.
Still the favorite to win the American League Rookie of the Year, I believe.
Yeah, it'll be him or I know Murakami has 15 homers, but also 60 strikeouts. He'll be in the mix. Tex says, forget about the Tigers. Go Stones.
Go Stones.
By the way, John
never heard of it before?
He claimed he had never heard of it and said he hates it.
Why?
I don't know.
It's fun.
I know it became a viral thing. Other shows talked about it. I think McAfee did a bit on it.
Yeah, well, because one of their producers, Evan Fox, is a huge. He went to Michigan State. He's a huge Michigan sports fan.
Yeah,
and he and his friends call them the Stones. And maybe it's an age thing. I don't know, but I've always heard of them as the Stones.
Yeah,
and it's okay. There are a lot worse Stones in this world.
Blind ranking of Stones on tomorrow's show.
Ooh.
That would be fun.
Yeah,
Petoskey.
Kidney.
Rolling.
Oh, there you go. This could be good.
Yeah. See, don't. No, you just.
I've already blown it.
Nice job.
Tony, come up with a different one for tomorrow.
Okay.
Gator, what's up?
How is everybody?
Good.
We're good.
Obviously, we're going to talk Pistons. Big game for tonight. Tigers and their troubles with staying healthy and all that mess. But I think we're going to get hot and heavy with what's going on with Game 4 tonight.
All right, Carson Anderson coming up next. Stay tuned. It's 97.1.
Well, good morning, and welcome to the Carson Anderson program. I'm Doug Karsh. That is Scott Anderson. Scott, how are you?
All right, Doug, how are you?
I'm okay.
Anything interesting happen in the Karsh household over the weekend?
Yeah, I got a Freddie Frito story that I'll get to a little bit later on. My dad. Yeah, got escaped up north, and got up north, spent the day bouncing around northern Michigan on Saturday. Then had, took care of the mother of my children on Sunday morning with took care of. That sounds a little suggestive.
What does that mean?
You know,
a couple things.
Gifts, and took her for a little breakfast and all that on Sunday morning. Then went home and spent last night with mom and dad. So it's a good time. Good time.
You spoiled the mother of your children. Well, did you spoil your own mother as well?
Yeah, I mean, spoil. I don't know if I spoiled them, but I made sure they knew where they rank, which is high. And so, disaster avoided ever since the frying pan incident of 2004 or whatever it was. If she says right before Mother's Day, we need to get a new frying pan, don't get her frying pan.
Not for Mother's Day. Just get a frying pan.
Yep.
Because it's Tuesday.
Exactly. Do not get him a frying pan.
Don't label it as a Mother's Day. And don't say, well, I got you the frying
Not
pan
nearly
last
as
week.
bad as what I discovered Freddie Frito did, but we'll get to that a little bit later on. How about you? Did you navigate the day?
I did. I took my mom out. We went did a little shopping for her for a couple of outdoor chairs and planters and stuff like that. And then we tried to go to a restaurant. We didn't have reservations. I figured it was like 4:15, 4:30. No big deal. We'll just go for late lunch. And no, it was jam-packed, an hour and a half wait. So we audibled. And my nephew was, my brother, I should say my nephew was in town. So we said, he actually texted me, "What are you doing anything for Nana's day?" And I said, "Yeah, we're going to grab something to eat if you want to meet us over at the house." So we just grabbed some pizza and breadsticks and hung out there for a little bit.
Good.
So it was nice.
Kang, you have a good Mother's Day?
Yeah, it was good. It was funny because nowadays, like, you know how they always say for Father's Day, they just want to be away from the family, golf or something like that?
Yeah.
My wife wanted to be away from the kids.
Did she?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just, some alone time. Read a book, take a nap, things like that, which I totally get, by the way, obviously.
Yeah.
So,
how'd that go?
It went fine. I took the kids outside, said, we'll give you your peace and quiet that you want.
Yep.
They did something that I'm not sure anyone does anymore. The kids.
The kids?
Flew a kite.
Did they?
Whoa. Yeah, I know, right? We have a kite in our garage. It's been there forever. They saw it and they wanted to play with it. I'm like, go for it. I'm like, oh my God, we can use this, because I was going to throw it away. You can use kites still, people.
Okay, and how did it go over?
They loved it. I mean, you just run back and forth along the lawn or whatever, try to get it up in the air. When it does, it's kind of like, oh, we did it. So, not too bad.
I don't remember many successful kites.
So
it's not easy.
Kites, they were around more back when we were younger.
Yeah.
I think you saw more people flying kites. And I remember my dad, we had a kite, and it was a windy day, and he took us out, and that kite got so high, I got scared. Like, I was like, bring it down. It was like too high. I'm like 5 or 6. But I'll never forget that. It was like a traumatic kite experience. I'm like, it's way too high.
You were that attached to the kite.
I guess. I didn't want to lose the kite.
That kite needs a helmet, you were saying.
That poor kite, it's too high.
Is anyone going to help that poor kite?
Yeah, a kite almost escaped on its own, but we got the kite back. But I do remember that. So
that's a core memory for you.
It is a core memory, right? A kite.
Sounds like a children's book.
Kite trauma.
The Perilous Flight of the Kite.
Yeah. All right, so how long did you have the kids away from the wife?
As much as I could, but they love their mom. You guys know this, especially the younger ones. So she'd always go inside and be like, Mommy. It's like, leave her alone. Not today.
It's not that they love their mom. It's that they love you both. They just love their mom more.
Yes, well, obviously.
There's no doubt.
That's just, I'm not speaking out of turn. These are facts.
No, and I've told you these facts.
Yeah.
It's one of the absolute greatest stories.
It's directly just from the source.
Unbelievably savage when Kang turned to his daughter and said, I love you. And she looked him dead in the eye and said, I love mommy. I mean, savage.
Was it I love mommy or was it I love mommy more?
No, it was just I love mommy.
Oh,
my goodness.
That is worse.
Yeah.
Just right through my soul.
Yeah, but you took him out with a kite.
Yeah.
So you got that going for you.
How long did they run back and forth? How long did the kite entertain him?
Oh, it was a good 30 minutes at least.
Wow.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Because then they'd want me to do it too, so.
Were there high-pitched screams?
Yes. Yep.
Do you think that disturbed the wife?
I don't think so. I hope not. She didn't say anything.
That's awesome. Well, glad to hear that it went well.
Can't wait to get that dog.
Is that in the future?
No.
All right.
That's definitely not happening.
Game 4 tonight. Scott,
Doug,
I'm in a strange place. I'm really concerned that Saturday was a blown opportunity. I don't think I'm prone to panic, and I don't think this is panic. I just think the Pistons had a chance to put the Cavaliers away, and Detroit didn't bury them. And to Cleveland's credit, they wouldn't let themselves get buried. And I do have respect for that team. And because I have respect for that team, I'm worried that Saturday was a blown opportunity right there with all the pressure on Cleveland in a tight game. The Pistons had a chance to deliver essentially a knockout blow, and they didn't. And I have micro concerns and I have macro concerns. But the context of being up 2-1 playing game 4 at their place, the context of that says I shouldn't be as worried as I find myself on this Monday morning. I'm really worried they're going to rue the day they didn't finish the deal Saturday and go up 3-0.
Well, I get it. I totally understand that. And yet I'm not terribly concerned about it. I think the Pistons showed in the first 2 games this is the team that's the one to be reckoned with. You have to respect Cleveland. I said at the beginning, I think it's a 7-game series and the Pistons win it. There was a point on Saturday where I'm like, well, this may not take all that long as they came storming back from down 17. But there is one statistical anomalation when you look at the box score from that game. Mm-hmm. One that stands out. I mean, stands out starkly. And I wonder if it came because of this comment. That's Danis Jenkins after game 2, where he got a lot of praise, and rightfully so. He had been playing great. And people had asked him somebody had asked him about, hey, you kind of came on, people didn't really know you, now they know you, you feel like you're going to have to make an adjustment. And then he said that. Danis Jenkins went 1 of 5 from the field in 18 minutes. Remember, it's 18 minutes.
Yep.
So he scored 2 points, only 2 points. Had 1 rebound, dished out 3 assists, 1 turnover. He was minus 28.
Yeah, that's pretty
in
pretty
18
amazing
minutes worth of work.
Minutes.
Minus 28. The next
people don't know what that means. When he was on the floor, the Pistons got outscored by 28 points in 18 minutes.
The next closest player in the minus column was Karis LeVert at minus 10. Javonte Green was minus 9. The only players that were minus on the floor for the Pistons, well, I should say Jalen Duren was minus 14. I missed Jalen Duren. But he's still twice as much. Danis Jenkins at minus 28 over Jalen Duren's minus 14, which wasn't good. So I wonder if Cleveland heard it loud and clear what Danis Jenkins had to say after game 2, and they made an effort to attack him, and they did. And it was a better game for both of those guards, clearly. You had 54 points scored between Harden and Mitchell, and Danis Jenkins only had 2 points. When you look at a disparity like that, I see that part and say, okay, well, had Danis Jenkins just been below average, they wouldn't. I don't think they would have lost the game. And it's not all on him. Lord knows it's not all on him, because he's not the guy that turned it over after turning it over, after turning it over, after turning it over in the fourth quarter, specifically with 3 straight turnovers late in the game like Cade Cunningham did, which was inexcusable.
See, I guess I disagree a little bit.
I'm just saying there's a lot of things that happened in that game that made you go, wow. I didn't expect to see that kind of a collapse at that time, specifically from that player. And I didn't see this guy getting smoked all over the floor every minute he was on the floor.
Yeah, I wonder how many of those minutes he was on the floor without Cade, because when Cade wasn't on the floor, I don't know the numbers in front of me, but it was a stark difference.
Well, Cade was +6, and he played 39 minutes.
Yeah. So at a 48, I mean, how many of those minutes that Danis was on the floor? Because I would suspect that everybody who was on the floor when Cade wasn't on the floor struggled because they are so reliant. They were so reliant on Cade in this game, and Cade was great, and the 3 turnovers sucked, but
those 3 turnovers were worse than sucking.
See, I think, well, I'll get to that. I'll get to why you say it's inexcusable.
2 of those were absolutely ridiculous.
I think there's something going on here that really concerns me, but we'll get to that today at 10:18. Hey, look, I think people have come to know us. We're not prone to panic. I'm more concerned that I think 2-1 would lead you to believe you should be, because I just think they had a chance to put them away. They win that game, Cleveland's done. And I think they're going to get a bigger punch tonight. And, it's a huge, huge challenge for a series that was this close to essentially being over. 248-539-9797. Mondays also mean Champ and Chump. Get your Champ and Chump votes in, and we will tally them up and post on our website on Tuesday who the people select as Champ and Chump of the weekend. It is Carson Anderson here on 97.1. Hey, look, I know the Bernstein family. If you're hurt and you need a firm that insurance companies actually respect, that's Sam Bernstein Law. They've been winning here for 50 years because they demand respect for their clients. Call Sam. JB after the game, and yeah, Pistons and Cavs tonight, game 4, and I got a weird feeling. I'm concerned that there's going to be great ruing over not putting them away in game 3 in a very winnable game, and the Pistons were not great in crunch time, and Cade had the 3 consecutive turnovers that have been well documented. Here's my fear, the micro fear leading to a macro fear. The Pistons have played back-to-back for 16 consecutive days. They've had one day off between games. The Pistons' star player is the only player left in the playoffs averaging over 40 minutes a game. 4 players have done it, and the other 3 are out. Cade's minutes are piling up. I think you look at the defensive focus of the Cavs is to make life as difficult on Cade Cunningham as they possibly can, and I think the wear and tear is starting to show a little bit here. And this team, if they had gotten the 3-0 lead, I think they would have had a zombie Cavs team tonight. And now they've got a reinvigorated Cavs team. And the macro fear is now the Knicks are resting. Now, the Pistons haven't taken care of Cleveland yet. So the macro fear is a concern for later. I have concerns about the wear and tear starting to impact Cade. And I think that might have had to do with the fourth quarter turnovers. And I'm just kind of watching him, and it's something to keep an eye on. Maybe it's all much ado about nothing, but Gator, that's where I am right now. Dude's coming off a collapsed lung, had a 10-day ramp up before the postseason started, and he's been a warrior. He's an absolute warrior. He had a triple-double in that game. And yet I don't know how much longer he can keep this up. This team needs to finish off Cleveland ASAP. The Eastern Conference Finals, if they have any aspirations, and I don't know that they're going to beat Cleveland. I certainly hope that they're going to beat Cleveland. They're still in a good spot if they could come out and play their game tonight. And I'm wrong about fatigue and Cade, but they need time off, and they're back-to-back. The soonest Eastern Conference Finals could start is Sunday. They could start next Tuesday, but they got to get there first. If it goes the full 7, it's going to be every other day, right into the Eastern Conference Finals with one day off. And I don't know how much longer Cade can keep this up.
I can keep it up a lot longer. I mean, he's a young guy. He says he feels great. 39 minutes and playing 41 minutes a game or whatever. I mean, this is the playoffs. I recognize that nobody else is doing it, but he's doing it, and he's the leader in this team. Yeah, he had a triple-double, and he was 2 turnovers away from a quadruple-double. 10 of 27 from the field. I don't want to assassinate Cade Cunningham. I love Cade Cunningham. I think he's phenomenal, and I think he can handle the workload. If there are concerns, and this was my main concern heading into the playoffs with him, it was the dumb turnover, the completely unnecessary turnover. I don't mind if he's trying to thread the needle and make a pass and it gets deflected away and the ball goes the other way. All right, that's going to happen. You're going to make plays like that. But the 2 plays that were inbounding the ball, I don't know how you have that happen. Just throw it into the backcourt for Jenkins and you've got it. And he's trying to be cute with it, looking one way and throwing it the other. And Strus is like, oh, thank you. And then they had the one underneath the basket where, again, it's just a simple bounce pass to the side, gets the ball in, and he tries to do this lob underneath and it hits the bottom of the backboard, and next thing you know, it's Cavaliers' ball. He's better than that. And if there's concern about him expending too much energy, then maybe take some of those responsibilities away from him, like inbounding the basketball. Do you need him inbounding the basketball, or should he be a guy who receives the basketball?
I think that's a strategy thing, Gator, because I had a friend. But my point is why the strategy is there is my friend was asking the same thing. Why is Cade inbounding the ball? He needs to be the one getting the ball because he's going to bring it up. I think they have him inbound the ball because they know as soon as he gets it, he would get double teamed. He's the guy that you give the ball right back to once he inbounds the ball. And I agree with you. The 2 turnovers, he had a bunch of turnovers that were bad. And you're going to live with that with Cade. Yeah. Cade has the ball a lot. He's playing a lot of minutes. He's going to turn over the ball. But the 2 inbounds are inexcusable for me too. That you just cannot let that happen. And I'm not trying to crush Cade because they wouldn't be where they are without Cade. So we all say that right before we say you can't turn the ball over on inbounding the ball. That's just 2 possessions you need, man. In a close game in the fourth quarter, cannot happen.
248-539-9797. Matt's in Oxford and he's on 97.1. Hello, Matt.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
What's up?
Hey, so Doug, you made a point. You're like, hey, Pistons need to put them away as soon as possible. But I wanted to make a quick comparison because I know they're two different sports, but 2012, the Tigers, they swept the Yanks, and then Giants took it to 7. We came in and we were maybe sitting too long. Like, I get it's basketball, a lot more minutes per game. These guys are getting, wiped, but like, is it maybe in our best interest now that the Knicks are sitting and waiting to take this to 7, make 6 or 7 and then we could come into the Eastern Conference Finals and wipe these guys.
I think that sometimes can be the case. I will tell you this, Matt, and if I think Cade needs a break. To me, I'll give you an example of something that looked to me like, oh man, he is gassed. It was after one of the inbounds pass that got intercepted at midcourt. His defensive recovery after that, he looked like tired as I've seen him running back on D. And so I just want Cade to get a break. I want them to put Cleveland away and as quickly as possible. And I think there was a lot on the line to close out that game on Saturday, and they couldn't do it. And
yeah,
I give Cleveland credit. Part of this, let's keep in mind here, part of this is respect I have for Cleveland, is I think Cleveland's going to make this incredible. I think today's going to be way tougher than Saturday was.
Right. It's funny because I'm listening to the morning show, too. Even during the match with the Magic, callers were calling in saying, Game 7, Cade was looking gassed. So it's like we're now getting into middle of this next series, and if he's already starting to show it, what's he going to be like if we can even get through Cleveland against the Knicks in Game 3, 4, 5, who even knows? So it's going to be a pretty scary thing for Cade if he's already tapping out here on,
and I could be wrong. It's not like I've talked to sources close to Cade Cunningham. They tell me he's, having problems getting out of bed in the morning. I just think he looked more tired in this game than I've seen him look. And I think, I'm not sure that wasn't a reason for turnover problems.
I'm sure it doesn't help, Doug. But Bickerstaff did address that after the game, saying basically they're trying to use real-time rest for him. They count all the minutes that he's just not playing, whether it's game time or not. But it doesn't matter because
rest,
exactly. So like in football, how they say, oh, they've been off the field for this long.
Sure.
He's been off the court for this long, but it's still not a lot of minutes. He's still playing a ton, Doug.
He's still playing more than anybody else in the playoffs.
Yeah.
And, but maybe it's paranoia and it's not going to amount to anything. But I'll be watching to see if there's some spring in the step of Cade tonight and how long he can keep it up. Because the minutes are piling up more than anybody else in the league.
I would be surprised if he looks fatigued tonight.
I hope you're right. 248-539-9797. We'll get to your feedback plus Champ and Chump votes. We'll have ours today at 10:35. Let's get going on the Champ and Chump. Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Looking to upgrade your outdoor space? Well, Builders First Source has you covered. With 4 Metro Detroit locations, they specialize in top-quality composite decking. Brands that you trust, like Trex and TimberTech and AZEK. So whether you're a DIY enthusiast or you need a certified installer, their expert team will help you build the perfect deck that stands the test of time. Visit one of their locations today in Lapeer, Auburn Hills, Clinton Township, or Shelby Township, and discover why Builders First Source is your go-to for decking. Quality, service, and unbeatable value, that's the Builders First Source promise. Search buildersfirstsource.com.
It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. Look, there's no real reward in this feeling that I have that Cade is starting to show signs of wear and tear, because there's nothing I want more than to be wrong and have him come out and just be awesome from beginning to end tonight. But I'm growing concerned, and had they put him away and been up 3-0, I'd be obviously significantly less concerned, and the idea that they could get some time off before advancing. And now I think, as much as we talked about on Friday's show, expect Cleveland's best punch in Game 3. I think it's a Cleveland team with renewed life. And I mean, they had all the pressure on them. They had to win Game 3. And I think you're going to have a little vigor back with the Cleveland Cavaliers. And nobody on that Cavs roster is having to give the minutes and carrying as much of a workload as Cade Cunningham is. But, we'll see how it plays itself out. 248-539-9797.
I think Donovan Mitchell was feeling some of the pressure because he's the leader in that team, and he was was expected of him, and he played the same amount of minutes as Cade did last night or on Saturday, but not throughout the series. And Harden played 40 minutes in the game also. I hope that it's not fatigue with Cade. I just hope it's just, hey, we've seen it all season long where he's had some really awful turnovers, and those were there. I don't think he's the number one reason this team didn't come away with a victory in Game 3. I mean, he's the reason they came back from 17 down to take the lead. I put the loss more on like Jalen Duren and Danis Jenkins just not really doing much of anything. I mean, it was stunning with Jalen. I mean, it's not stunning because I guess we're used to this now. That playoff Jalen Duren is not good. But Danis Jenkins
on the offensive end,
on the offensive end. But Danis Jenkins from being, very much heralded after Game 2, and everybody's talking about how great he was and played all those minutes. So basically starters minutes, and he earned them, and he had the 14 points or whatever. And then to come out and only score 2 points in a game and be a minus 28 and, be kind of a liability out there. Now, some of it's just great shooting, right? The Cavs shot 58% from the field. Not a whole lot you can do about that. Do I expect Cleveland to shoot 58% tonight? Hell no. It's going to come back down to average somewhere, right? So I'm still confident the Pistons win this game and that they win this series. It sounds like you're a lot more concerned with.
I'm concerned about Cade. Yeah, like I said, micro and macro. But I love this text we got. Doug needs to chill out. They can win this one in Cleveland and then win the closeout game here in Detroit. I'm fully aware of how to get to 4 wins.
Oh.
I'm fully aware of the schedule of where they're playing the game. I want to know more about why I need to chill out. Like this.
Well, you sound a little alarmed.
Well, I'm not saying I don't need to chill out. I'm perfectly fine with that. What cracks me up is he points out that if they win the next 2 games, they win the series.
That's right. You didn't know that? Dude, have a Busch Light apple. Relax. Right? It's going to be okay.
Right?
I mean, it's going to be okay. You'll figure it out.
I know how to get to 4 wins, Jacobs is getting more minutes and has noticeably been helping to bring the ball up the court more than any other time I can remember with Cade on the floor. Now Jacobs needs to play better, but the strategy can and will help keep Cade fresh down the stretch. That's from an unnamed texter.
Well, the thing they did in the first 2 games is Cade hardly brought the ball up the court at all. They had everybody doing it. Asar bringing it up. Tobias bringing it up. I mean, it was, and obviously Danis Jenkins bringing it up. It wasn't an issue. Mm-hmm. So maybe they'll get back to more of that. I don't know. I just think it was a weird set of circumstances where Cleveland shot extraordinarily well. They got out to the huge lead. It took a lot out of the Pistons to eat at that lead and take it away from Cleveland. Maybe as a team they were gassed. But tonight will be a massive game. I mean, it's Game 4. It's the difference of being tied at 2, coming back to Detroit, or being up 3-1 and closing it out.
I know.
I was pointing it out to you because I'm not sure you did.
Let's go to David in Brighton. You're on 97.1. Hello, David.
Hey, buddy. This is David Gregg from Brighton.
Hi, David.
I'm calling for champ or chump.
Yep.
Reed, by far, the champ. And I think Jenkins, by far, the chump. What do you have, 2 points in how many minutes? And Reed had 11 points in 10. And do you think they're going to not play Duren as much? Reed's earned his spot.
Well, Paul Reed is a guy who gets his points in spurts, and I love Paul Reed. I've been maybe his biggest proponent here at the station. I'd love to see more of him, but I'm not sure what that, how much more I need to see of him. Because is he more effective in these short bursts where he comes out there and he's 11 points in 9 minutes like he was on Saturday? Or are you going to get more out of him if he actually plays more minutes and he settles in? I'm not sure. I'm at this point, I'm still I have no problem with how JB is going to handle this, but maybe he starts to be more of an offensive threat than Duran is.
The one thing that you got to remember is playing time is doled out based on large part A, matchups, and B, what they think is most likely to happen. My guess is that JB Bickerstaff has more faith on both ends of the court with Jalen Duran on the floor. Maybe not Isaiah Stewart. Maybe he gets into Isaiah's minutes a little bit, Paul Reed, but when it's all said and done, that maybe he should have got more minutes in that game, and maybe JB would admit that. But they have rotation set that they are determined on 82 regular season games, and what do we had 89, 92 games here. Played 92 games. That helps sets up what they think is most likely to happen with players on the floor. And so will Paul Reed get more of a chance? He could, but I don't know that it's a given.
Well, I wonder if they go to him earlier and so that they can go to him later as well. He really didn't even play much. I don't think in the fourth quarter played all that much, and they went to Duran. The other thing is that the Cleveland's bigs, they came up big in game 3. They really haven't shown too much in the first 2 games, but Mobley and Jared Allen definitely showed up in the game on Saturday and were a huge reason why they were able to win that basketball game. They think 31 points between them. They grabbed some rebounds. I think that's the other statistical anomaly is that Jalen Duran only had 4 rebounds in the entire game.
248-539-9797. Get your Champ and Chump votes in via ticket, text, or phone calls. It's time for our Champ and Chump, brought to you by Sarah Chevrolet Sterling Heights. As I mentioned already, Cade Cunningham's my champ of the weekend. I know the turnovers at the end were frustrating. Still a triple-double and still the guy that makes this team a legitimate Eastern Conference title contender. I hope I'm wrong about fatigue setting in, but still a fantastic player. Cade's my champ of the weekend.
I'm going to go with Gage Workman. His first swing at a Detroit Tiger comes in a pinch hit situation last night after a last-second call-up because of the Kerry Carpenter injury, and he delivers with a 2-run pinch hit home run that stands up to be the game-winning RBIs in the game. Nice job for Gage Workman. He deserved to be brought up because he was killing it at Toledo.
My chump is the Oklahoma City Thunder. Their flopping routines are starting to basically look like high-level parkour. The acrobatics, the spatial awareness that they show, I think Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is a great troop leader for the Oklahoma City Thunder, and the rest are following along. They are my chump of the weekend for the flopping.
Oh, boy. I also went with Western Conference, but I went with Victor Wembanyama. He lost his cool, swung a vicious elbow to Naz Reid's head. He connected with his neck, and he was rightfully ejected with a flagrant 2. Cost his team a chance to win that game because when you leave the game after just 12 minutes, that's a problem. Now the series is tied at 2 games apiece. The question now is, do you think he should be suspended for that vicious elbow? And would the NBA have the balls to do that to one of the superstars of the league?
It's interesting. We'll get into it a little bit later on. But, yeah, they already threw one of the superstars of the league out of a game. And, this is going to be – I doubt they'll suspend him, but we shall see. Let's go to Matthew in Sterling Heights. You're next here on 97.1. Hello, Matthew.
Hey, what's up, boys?
Hey.
I just wanted to say the key to today's game is keeping Thompson out of foul trouble. We saw what happened in the second quarter. He was on the bench the whole second quarter. They went up by 17. We got to keep him out of foul trouble, man, because he can bring up the ball. He can bring the ball up the court. He can take away some relief off Cade.
Asar Thompson is such a critical contributor to this team, and I think you're right. Keeping him out of foul trouble is always big. He got in foul trouble in game 2, foul trouble in game 3 for a minute there. So, yeah, something to keep an eye on, no doubt.
I wish he could shoot.
I know, right?
Oh,
yep.
Maybe he can develop that shot over the next couple of years and be a real threat. He is so good. So much talent.
Well, and he's, guys get open looks. Some guys get open looks because the other team is perfectly comfortable with them getting open looks. And yeah, if he can start knocking down some shots from outside, just something for him to work on. But boy, is he a valuable asset. on the defensive end of the floor. 248-539-9797. Tom is next here on 97.1. Hello, Tom.
Hi, how are you?
What's up?
I'm calling about the rotations for the Pistons. I think that during the regular season, we wore teams down because we have such a deep bench. And if you look, going back to in the Orlando series, guys like Holland didn't see a minute in the game. And I think, part of our success is if Robinson's not hitting threes, he doesn't play good D, get him out, put a Holland in. You've got Holland can play D with a similar intensity to a Thompson, and you can put him on Harden and mix up kind of the rotations. I think we're too predictable in what we're doing right now.
Well, hold on, because what we're doing right now is Duncan Robinson is shooting almost 60% from behind the arc. So if you said if he's not hitting threes, he's hitting threes.
Again, that's one example. Against Orlando, he wasn't hitting threes.
But he is now.
He is now.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Okay, totally agree. So, but he's one player. I'm saying we have a deep bench, so people are saying...
You just want to see more Ron Holland, is what you're saying.
No, I'm not. I'm saying we need to go with the players that are playing well. Our bench is deeper, so if we're struggling guarding certain players, run a rotation where Holland's playing, trying to mix up the defense. I'm saying we're too predictable with, Robinson's hitting threes. He's going to play. There's other rotations we can do with the players we have. That's what I'm saying.
More Holland.
It's not about Holland.
But you just said it was about Holland. You're saying run more defenses where Holland's out there is what you said.
That was my example. And you guys came back with Robinson's making threes, so he's going to play. If Duran's not playing well, play the other centers. I'm saying.
All right. Only play the guys that are going to play good when they're in there. We're in favor of that. Did he not say when Holland needs to play more because bench Robinson when he's not hitting threes and we're too predictable right now?
So we said
Robinson's
shooting. And
he
then
is
he said,
hitting
that's just one example. And then they came back and said, why don't you find a way, to get more defensive rotations with Holland? So more Holland. Right?
I don't know. If he wants to play the players that are going to only play well when they're out on the floor, I would agree, and that's what it sounded like he was saying.
Look, if you want to say
rotations are based upon what they think are going to happen when those players are out there, and it doesn't always work out.
I don't mind seeing more of Ron Holland because defensively he's really good, and I think he's a guy that can get under the skin of James Harden, and I don't think that's a bad thing. But the question becomes, where do you get the minutes from? How do you start doling those out? Duncan Robinson played 36 minutes the other night, and the reason he's playing so much is because he is knocking down the three-point shots, and he's become that big threat. But is Duncan Robinson as good defensively? No. Maybe they'll find a way to take a few minutes away from Duncan Robinson and put more Ron Holland out there. I don't know, man. Against it. It's just I get it that if you're but I don't think you need to reduce significantly the amount of minutes that Duncan Robinson's getting because he's earning the minutes.
It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson. I don't know. If we were interpreted being a jerk to the last caller, what I heard is he wants them to play players that are only going to play well when they're on the floor and don't play the guys who aren't going to play well when they're on the floor. And, you know, the coaches, JB is going off the entire season and all the evidence he has and putting players out there in advantageous positions where he thinks those players will reward him. And sometimes it doesn't happen. It just doesn't happen. Sometimes, you know, guys get played like Danis, so good at the home games, and then they go to Cleveland and Danis doesn't come through. Now, should he have anticipated that before the game and played Danis less minutes? Or would that have seemed odd coming off the start that he had to the series?
The caller made no sense. I'm just going to be honest with you.
Okay, all right. I was just trying to...
because he came in and said, and no disrespect, but his point was they were too predictable. You know, they're running the same rotation. By the newsflash, everyone knows everyone's rotation at this point. It's the second round of the playoffs. They're using the guys they used in trust, okay? Now, yeah, you can't sit... If Duncan Robinson's hitting threes, he's going to play. I mean, that's just the way it is. Now, if you want to change the rotation a little bit, I will say this. I thought Paul Reed, coming off the Orlando series, deserved 5 to 10 minutes a game. I just do. That coupled with the fact Jalen Duren is not regular season Jalen Duren right now. I think he's earned minutes, whether it's from Jalen Duren or from Isaiah Stewart. I think 5 to 10 minutes for Paul Reed is the amount you need him in every game because he brings an energy that right now Jalen Duren is lacking. I don't know if you guys notice it, but he looks more worn down than Cade Cunningham to me. And it makes no sense because he has no explosiveness. He clearly hasn't made a one-on-one move and scored a basket in forever. I can't even remember it. Everything is put back dunks or just some kind of rim running.
There've been a lot of close calls.
Yeah,
but a lot of missed shots.
But they're all missed. Yeah.
To be fair, other teams have talked about, and the Pistons have mentioned, when players turn the corner and see Duren standing in the paint, it changes dribble drive opportunities for the other team. So, you're specifically talking about the offensive end, though, right?
Yes, but I mean, he's better on the defensive than offensive end. But the offensive end, he is bringing nothing to the table. That he's not close to the same player he was during the regular season. I mean, we see the numbers, but I also just see with my own eyes. Like I said, Gator, you're right. They'll be in and out. He'll get to the rim, miss the layup. You know, he was hitting those in the regular season, and he's not right now during the playoffs.
The lob is just now part of the offense the way it was in the regular season.
No, it's not. And he wasn't alone. There were a number of missed shots at the rim in game 3. It wasn't just Duren, but Duren, they stand out because you're expecting him to, you're almost, 6'11", put it in, and he's not, and reluctant to do so, or just not finishing. It was a problem in game 3. Hopefully it's not a problem in game 4. I'm going to get a little chesty here, and I'm going to say I think Jalen Duren's going to have a pretty big game tonight.
I think I will say this about Jalen Duren, and if you take him off the floor more, I'll tell you who's happy about it. My guess is the Cavs. My guess is the Cavs will love not having him on the floor when they're on the attack in the half court.
I think I guess it depends who's on the floor with him, where I feel better about having him out there. I don't like having Jalen Duren out there if it's with like Javonte Green and Karis LeVert and Danis Jenkins running the show. If that's a group that's out there together, I'm not sure how many minutes those guys are out there together or not. I'm just saying you got to have some offensive threats out there with Duren. If there are guys that are just coming off the bench and they can provide offense occasionally, but I'm not expecting Karis LeVert to go off. I'm not expecting Javonte Green to go off, and these guys are out there because they play great defense. And if I have them out there with Duren, then I've got 3 guys that are there for defensive purposes. Who's shooting the ball?
All right, here's the feedback coming into the Carson Anderson inbox, and then we'll get back to your phone calls. Champ of the weekend, and this from an unnamed texter. Champ is Gage Workman for his first home run. My chump is Cade Cunningham for the 3 turnovers at the end of Saturday's game that ruined a great comeback attempt. Well, I mean, I felt like the reason they were there was because Cade was such a huge part of that comeback attempt. Those weren't great moments, but boy, I don't know where they'd be without Cade. My champ is all the weekend broadcasters. They showed a hell of a lot of love to Pat Caputo. My chump, injuries. Seriously, how many can the Tigers have? It's reaching unbelievable proportions with the injuries.
Was it 16 players, I think?
I thought Evan Petzold said 17.
Maybe 17, whatever it is. It's in the teens, high teens.
Crazy.
It's getting nuts. but there's help on the way in the next few weeks.
Let's get back to your phone calls. We go to Martin. You're next on 97.1. Hello, Martin.
My boys, how are you guys?
We're good. What's up?
What's up, guys? I told you, real quick, two things. I told you that they were going to come back and win in Orlando and come back home. Second, bet Duran's under all playoffs because he's not doing nothing. And the last thing, my boys, and I'll let you guys go, but Mitchell has 2 fouls within 3 minutes of the first quarter. Why is this coach not attacking this guy? Just like Paolo when he dropped 45, him and Bain both got 2 fouls within a couple minutes. Like, they're not attacking him. Do you not know this guy's got 2 fouls? And then Mobley, too. He's in the first half with 3 fouls, 6 minutes to go. Like, they're not attacking him, man. You know what I mean? I don't know if this coach doesn't know that Mitchell's got 2 fouls and he's their best player. Like, get him out of this game.
I'm pretty sure he's aware that he's their best player.
So, like, he got 2 fouls.
Yeah, well, I'm sure he knows there's 2 fouls too. But I mean, if you're attacking a guard, there's help defense that comes out there, and I don't know. Kate did launch 27 shots in the game
for sure.
So I'd like to think that they did some of that attacking.
I have to go back and look and see exactly when he picked up the second foul, what happened on the possessions right after that. I mean, there could be a point, but I'm sure he's aware. But sometimes, like you say, okay, we're going to go at this guy, and then suddenly they start switching everything, and it can change. It's not as easy as just going at a guy to pick up that third foul. But I'd have to go back and look and see what happened after he picked up the second foul. Cliff in Detroit is next. Hi, Cliff.
Hey, how you doing, guys?
What's up?
Well, first off, I agree with your comments about Paul Reed, who is my comeback player, maybe of the NBA. He's improved so much. So, yeah, he's got to play more. I don't know what's up with Duran, you know what I mean? And then, yeah, Cage's turnovers are just, that's his weak, that's his Achilles heel, turnovers.
So let me ask you a question, because I seriously think Cleveland would celebrate Duran getting less minutes because they're sick of seeing him on the offensive end. When Cleveland is in the half court offense, I think Jalen Duran is a huge nullifier in the middle.
I agree, but look at what Paul is doing per minute. He's the one that's changing the game.
Well, he may get
the team goes up. He gets his points per minute. He rebounds. He blocks. He's better than Stewart is now. He has improved himself to be beyond Stewart, and I love Stewart.
Well, Stewart's not getting many minutes either.
Well, I'm just saying, I love him. I think he's the joker in the day. Paul Reed is the joker in the day. Why not start him even? So that's what I have to say about it. I'm a Pistons fan all my life. I'm old. So I've been through it all. I have every confidence. I trust the coach.
All right, we're short on time here, Cliff. We're short on time. Thank you for the phone call. 248-539-9797. Champ and Chump votes get them in. People are coming up with changes they'd like to see for Game 4 tonight. Pistons, Cavs, 97.1.
Brought to you by Moran Buick GMC of Sterling Heights. The Lions will play their game in Munich, Germany on Sunday, November 15th at 9:30 in the morning after Fox acquired the broadcast rights to the game this morning. Flights currently cost anywhere from about $800 to $1,500 from Detroit Metro to Munich International Airport right now. Tickets for the game are still not on sale yet. That will likely happen when Detroit's opponent in the Week 10 showdown is officially announced and the NFL's full schedule release, which takes place this Thursday. The Pistons are hoping to get a better performance out of Jalen Duren tonight after he had 11 points and only 4 rebounds in Game 3. Duren is averaging just 10 and 9 in the playoffs this year, but J.B. Bickerstaff said yesterday they're not concerned with his scoring numbers. Duren still has yet to score more than 15 points in a playoff game this year after averaging almost 20 in the regular season. Tip-off tonight is at 8 o'clock right here on 97.1. Our pregame coverage begins at 7:35. In other bizarre news today, Missouri football has announced that running back Ahmad Hardy was shot at a concert in Mississippi over the weekend. The SEC's leading rusher underwent surgery and is in stable condition. The school still does not know when he will return to football activities. At the Caldwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1theticket or Odyssey.com.
I think this Paul Reed thing is interesting because, yes, he impacted the game offensively, and yes, he does seem to provide a spark at times. They rarely, this year, that I can think of, and I asked around during the commercial break, played Paul Reed and JD at the same time. Duren is such a big part of their personality. If you think about what this team, when they're at their best, they are making life hell on the other team in the half-court offense. And a big part of that is having a rim protector like Jalen Duren out there. And while Duren has struggled offensively in the postseason, unless they're going to play Reed and Duren together, are you really going to give up a big part of their defensive identity for Paul Reed's offense? And, that's why this is a difficult decision. I'm not saying unequivocally no, but that's why it's a difficult decision. When the Pistons are at their best, the team that what their skill set is, their superpower, what they do better than others is what they do on the defensive end. And the more minutes that Duren is off the floor is taking away from that superpower. And that's why this becomes a difficult decision. It's easier. It's tougher than just saying, hey, double Paul Reed's minutes. Because Paul Reed, yes, he went 4 for 4 in that game and had a 3-point play and got fouled, made a couple free throws. But he was in there when Duren was out. And if you look at the previous series, he didn't play much. But Kang, you talked about how rotations shorten the postseason. When they shorten the postseason, that means some guys who played more in the regular season aren't playing in the postseason. And apparently that's Paul Reed.
Yeah, I mean, he's the third center. He was always going to be the third center unless I talked about it, either foul trouble or injury. But maybe because of just lack of production, he deserves to get a little more minutes. It's like, I think Jalen Duren is a positive on the defensive end, but I think you probably value more defensive end than other people do.
I might.
You know what I mean? So it's not like Paul Reed's he's just out there standing out there not defending
he's
anybody.
He's not a liability.
Yeah, exactly. So I don't think he should play 20 minutes, but I think he should play 10. I think he deserves 10 minutes a game now.
Well, I was just going to say that. It's not, I don't need more minutes for Paul Reed. I just need Paul Reed. Because I think there's a sweet spot for him playing, and that sweet spot, I think, is around 10 minutes because he's instant offense when he gets out there, and he's got that role on a team. I don't think he needs to play any more than he did on Saturday, but he needs to play, and that's been the problem. That's the first appearance he's made against Cleveland. He missed the first 2 games, and he only played a few of those games against Orlando. And this is a guy who had been playing as many as 20 minutes in a month for the Pistons during the season, and has typically been getting 14 minutes each month. But in the playoffs, they've shortened the rotation. I'd like to see him play. I'm not saying replace minutes and he needs to play 20 and drop Duren down to 15. Not at all. That's not at all what I'm saying. I'd like to see him get 10 minutes a game or 9 minutes a game, something like that, because I think that is the sweet spot for him, where you get the real production.
But it's not just even offensively. You said, Doug, that their calling card is defense, which it is. Mm-hmm. It's also energy. and he brings energy, and they need that. That's what Asar Thompson, his defensive energy, his spark, and I felt like at times
Ron Holland brings.
Yeah, at times Jalen Duren just looks like he's just lacking energy right now. It's weird because he's a very young guy. Obviously, he's in tremendous shape, but the explosiveness that I saw during the regular season doesn't seem to be there right now.
Let's get back to your phone calls. Jay in Farmington Hills. Hi, Jay.
Fellas, how you doing today?
What's up, Jay?
Well, I think really what you're a little bit concerned about is I hate to say this, but I don't think they have nearly the firepower that the Knicks have. I think they're going to be in a whole lot of trouble with the Knicks.
What about Cleveland?
I think Cleveland that's the other thing. Cleveland's got a bunch of scrubs with one guy, and they're having trouble with Cleveland. I
think Cleveland has a bunch of scrubs and they have one guy? I assume you mean Donovan Mitchell is the one
I do.
guy.
They got
Everybody
one
else
guard.
is a
They
scrub.
got one guard, and everybody else are a bunch of scrubs. Basically,
You think Evan Mobley is a scrub? Jared Allen's a scrub? James Harden's a scrub?
Yep.
Okay.
Definite. James Harden is not a scrub. Okay. James Harden is on this side of retirement.
He's actually on this side of retirement.
He had one good game, and that's been it. He looks 39 years old or whatever he is.
He played 40 minutes, and he's a scrub.
They don't have nearly the firepower that the Knicks have.
Why are we worried about the Knicks right now? We need to get past
Well, because
Cleveland.
they're going to be the team you're going to supposedly play if they beat Cleveland.
Are you from New York by chance, Jay?
Absolutely.
All right, thanks.
Was a Knicks fan called up to talk trash?
Knicks
you know
won a championship in the 70s. Is that the last time they won, King? Like the Willis Reed game? Was it that team? That's it? And he's going to bow his chest for a team that couldn't beat the Pistons this year in the season? That team? Look, if the Knicks team had showed up last night...
before you embarrass yourself anymore, Scott.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay, before you embarrass yourself anymore, the Knicks did win the NBA Cup. So you better check yourself.
That's the most salient point you made today.
They won the NBA Cup. So I understand why the caller was chesty.
Hey, if the Knicks are going to knock down 27 3-pointers per game for the rest of then I'll tell you this. Not only will they beat the Pistons, they'll win the NBA championship. If they're going to knock down 27 3-pointers like they did yesterday. I don't think that's likely to happen.
I feel like he called up like all he's heard is Pistons fans talking trash about running through the East. There's concerns here in Detroit about getting past Cleveland.
I don't know why he's talking about the Knicks. It sounds like he doesn't even think the Pistons are getting by the Cavs.
He said the Cavs all they have is one guy in four.
But then he said they're in trouble. The Pistons are in trouble, even though they're up 2-1.
I think we probably spent too much attention on New York.
That guy. 248-539-9797. Doug, you need to relax. All they have to do is win 10 more games and they win the finals. It's a valid point. Rick and Ferndale said, no, look, I just want to properly characterize. I'm worried about fatigue and Cade, and damn it, they were so close to burying Cleveland. They were so close to burying Cleveland that those worries have, and the idea that they could get a rest before a potential series with the Knicks is something that I think they really, really need if they have finals aspirations. With that said, those are the macro concerns. The micro concerns are, if I'm wrong about Cade and fatigue, that's fine. I mean, he did have a triple-double. I thought in the fourth quarter, it looked like his legs were gone. But at the end of the day, I could be overreacting to a bad quarter of basketball from Cade. Champ is Gage Workman for homering in his first at-bat as a Tiger. Chump, in spite of his triple-double. Cade for his back-to-back turnovers in the last 3 minutes. That's from Rick and Ferndale. Champ is Cater. He is literally number one in the rotation right now and holding down the fort very well. Chump is Cade. Cannot overlook his fourth quarter turnovers and other poor passes that led to more and cost them game 3. Okay, nobody here is going to say the 3 turnovers were good. But I feel like the Cade Cunningham slander's got to stop here. He is one of the biggest reasons they had a shot to win that game.
I don't know. There's a ton of slander. I think, again, we have to recognize that he's the best player in his team.
He's starting to win Chump of the weekend.
Well, I wouldn't do that, but I would say that what sticks out in your mind is what you saw last, and those turnovers were horrific.
I mean, you might be able. I could see the chump for that specific moment. You know what I mean? Those back-to-back turnovers could be chump of the weekend worthy. I wouldn't necessarily chump him as a whole, but the game is on the line, so there's gonna be focus on that, Doug.
Yep,
That's
I know.
why, So like,
okay, would you chump him though?
I wouldn't chump him, but I do put a lot of blame on why they lost that game on him.
I mean, he's also the guy that knocks down a 3-point shot that makes it a 1-point game with 30 seconds to go or whatever it is. And
Cade's more positive than negative, clearly.
Way more.
But you had one guy on the other end, James Harden. He closed out that game for him. And the Pistons needed Cade to close out that game for them, and he just didn't do it the other night. And he's done it more times than not, though. But last night or Sunday afternoon, he didn't do it.
248-539-9797. Mark in Detroit. Hi, Mark.
Hey, how you doing? I'm not good. They still had a chance to win the game. I'm not concerned about Cade's minutes, but I am concerned about the defense. They need to get back to the basics. I think they're going to get back to the basics and get back to defense. They didn't play defense. The lane was open too much in that game. James Harden and Donovan Mitchell was able to get to the lane at will. They like JB Bickerstaff said, they was playing too tight on the 3-pointer. They got to look at that lane.
The players, I think you're right, Mark. I think the players addressed it after the game, and they said that they were more concerned about the defensive side than the offensive side, and they know that can get better and expect them to play much better defense tonight.
Right. I'm going to tell you about this team. The thing about the Pistons, defense travels. They play defense. As long as you play defense, you're going to have a chance to win. As terrible as they did play, they still had a chance to win.
Mark?
The Cavaliers are going to make mistakes. They are not. They haven't been together, and Harden and Mitchell are like one-on-one type of players.
Mark,
so
I got a follow-up question because you're adamant about this. Would you reduce Jalen Duren's minutes?
No.
Okay.
No. Because you lose one thing, but you gain one thing, but you lose your identity. Durham does a lot of stuff. His defense has been good. They don't win that game against Orlando without Durham. Durham was clogging up the lane everywhere. Him and Thompson are the two most important on the defensive end. Cade is good too, but them two are the anchors of their defense. So I'm not giving up that for Reed, even though I do like when he comes in and get the job done.
It's nice to see Reed do it. It's just hard to. I don't want to take Duren off the floor. What you got a look on your face? What's up?
Was he yelling at us?
Kind of.
Was he just yelling at it as a phone caller?
I think that's maybe just my man's delivery.
Yeah, it was loud.
It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. Hey, it's Doug Karsh for Sarah Chevrolet. In Sterling Heights, take advantage of Memorial Day markdowns on demo vehicles all month long. Pay just $199 a month for 24 months on a Silverado 1500 Crew Cab LT 4x4 with $999 down. $199 a month. Go now to 17.5 in Van Dyke in Sterling Heights, 87-SAY-SARAH or saysarah.com. Together, let's drive. With GM Employee Discount, Chevy Lease Loyalty in the household, 10,000 miles per year. Demo vehicles may have up to 2,000 miles, plus taxes and fees with approved credit. Offer ends at the end of the month. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Got a weird feeling today, and I don't think I've done a great job articulating it. They were so close to essentially ending this series Saturday. And I think the difference between that and where they actually stand now is so great that I see it as a massive blown opportunity. And I'm worried about Cade and his usage rate and his minutes. He's playing more minutes than anybody left in the playoffs. He's the only player left that's playing over 40 minutes a game. And I think I'm worried that fatigue might be starting to set in. The other side of that is he had a triple-double, Doug. Like, shut up. He had a triple-double. And the three in a row, the turnovers, and the get back after one of the turnovers where he kind of jogged back down court, I was like, ugh, is he starting to get tired? It seems like one of the things the callers either call me, I'm saying I'm panicking, which I'm not panicked. I just, I have my concerns about Cade's usage rate at this point, having wear and tear, because I think Cleveland is just like what everybody's going to do. They're going to try and make his life as difficult as possible, and I hope he can power through this, because they don't get any extra time off, man. It's every other day. And winning this series, being up 3-0 with a potential rest for Cade, I think is huge if you look at bigger goals, but they got to get past Cleveland.
I think you're forgetting to realize that if they win tonight and then win Game 5, that they advance to the Eastern Conference
My
Finals.
favorite text of the day. Doug, relax. If they win tonight and the next game, they advance. Thank you. I'll be relaxed if and when they do that. 248-539-9797. We also have Champ and Chump. We'll get to some Tiger stuff today at 11:30. But in the meantime, back to your phone calls and feedback. Greg is in Dearborn and next. Hello, Greg.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
What's up?
So Champ and Chump, Champ, the NHL playoffs, just the physicality. It's just every game is just a grind. It's just been a lot of fun to watch. And then Chump, Dennis Schroeder. That flop. I mean, what are we doing? Is this soccer? I mean, he didn't even get touched, and I thought he was going to have to go to the ER.
I think it was heroic the way he recovered and was able to keep playing, Greg.
I thought he was shot with a shotgun. I was worried. I was worried for everyone in the surrounding area.
I thought he was hit with a grenade launcher, personally. Oh. Yeah.
Possible.
You know what, though? We don't know. I've never been hit in the shoulder and had it affect my throat. It could be that he has a different physiological makeup, that when he gets hit in the shoulder, it affects his throat.
Well, when the officials review it, and then they basically call him out for him, and they have to call it's still a foul because it was a foul on the play, but it clearly didn't hit him in the throat. Jackass.
Look, I chumped Oklahoma City, their entire team, for it's like synchronized flopping now. Douglas,
it's a buy-in.
From an unnamed texter, Douglas, it's not that deep, bro. There's no reason to panic. Win one game on the road, and the Pistons are in cruise control. Then he writes, lose today, and that's it. I think it means the whole different deal. Justin in Newport says, the reason I feel good about today is the last game Cleveland had to come out with their best shot, and they did. They went up by 17, and the Pistons still had a shot to win. Cleveland did that both games in Detroit, but I feel good about the Pistons against Cleveland. I think the real Harden was in game 1 and 2, not game 3. Anthony Mail Truck. My champ is Paul Reed, deserves more minutes. My chump is JB, needs to give B-Ball Paul more minutes. He was the reason for the comeback Saturday. Okay, so just to be clear, he's going to get more minutes in lieu of Duren, because if you're not going to bench Duren, then are you playing Paul Reed and Duren together, which isn't a look they had a whole lot of this year? And if you're going to take away minutes from Duren, I would bet that the Cavs would love that. Because of their half-court offense trying to execute with Duren as a rim protector. I would bet.
It doesn't have to be Duren. It could be Isaiah Stewart. It could be...
but is he going to play with Duren? They don't use that lineup. I don't know. I can remember them using...
Do they not use Stewart and Duren together?
They do, but
so
they don't...
why not use Duren and Paul Reed together?
They haven't.
They could.
They could. I don't know if they're going to debut it here, but... 248-539-9797. More feedback to the Carson Anderson inbox. Pistons and Cavs, huge game tonight, obviously. My champ is Pat Caputo. Pat may have lost the battle, but he won the war. My chump is the water main break. That's from John in Lake Orion. Yeah, that's rough, man. Certainly, Pat, the tributes all weekend long were awesome. And I saw what Fox 2 put together, and it felt like everybody was talking about Pat.
The Fox 2 one's great. As someone who's a loyal viewer of watching the Sunday Sportsworks, it does crack me up watching those guys at the desk. And when Pat would do this every time he was on there, it was like he was waiting all day to deliver his zinger. You know, he had something he was working on all day, and you could see on the face of Dan Miller, because Dan recognizes it's coming. He starts to laugh or smile anyway. They had a clip with John Neal, and Neal was just dying because he knows that Caputo's ready to unleash it. And then Pat does, and he's smiling the whole time while he says it.
Yep,
he was a beauty.
No panic here. The Pistons shot 38% from the field, 13 from 3 in the first half. That's tough for any team to recover from, and the Pistons almost did it. Game 4 and 5 wins coming up for the Pistons. That's from an unnamed texter. Here's one. Okay. Unnamed texter. Cade's legs were gone in the fourth. Before the first 3 turnovers in the fourth, he was doing dead leg shuffle, shifting his weight back and forth, chest heaving. Nothing against Cade. He's the best player on the floor, but he's definitely laboring out there at times. That's what I see, and would love to get him some rest, which would have meant closing out Cleveland by winning that game Saturday. It's just a missed opportunity, and they can still, I'm not calling anything impossible here. I'm disappointed that they weren't able to just apply the knockout blow, because then they'd be a zombie Cavs team, and you'd have them.
The good news is, though, Doug, although, that would have been series over, they go up 3-0. But the good news is they were down 17 and fought back. Like, I think we all knew that the Cleveland Cavaliers were going to give their best shot game 3. It's the question was, how would Detroit respond? They responded, man. I mean, they could have just folded up and be like, you know what, this was our game to lose. They had to, they're going to get one at home. This is going to be the one they get. But no, they fought back and took the lead, not took the lead, but they tied it, and it was a hell of a fight. It's just disappointing they couldn't close it out.
Right there. They were right there. So do they do it tonight? I mean, they got a great shot. Hopefully they take care of business and bring a 3-1 series lead home. The series is not lost. Panic would be if I thought that they were in real deep trouble and they're not going to win this series. I just hope we don't look back at game 3 as a massive blown opportunity. That's all. 248-539-9797. Get to some Tiger stuff coming up in a few minutes. Champ and Chump votes, get them in. We tally them up and put them on our website, who the people select as Champ and Chump of the weekend. We do that every Tuesday. Let's go to Duke in Ann Arbor. You're next here on 97.1. What's up, Duke?
What's up, man? How are you?
Good.
I kind of just want my chump. I'm going to start off with my chump. It's JB Bickerstaff. I believe the way he handled Cade, specifically that game, I feel like he failed Cade. I mean, Joe Johnson on the podcast said it as well. After the Pistons made that comeback, right before Cade had those three turnovers in a row, you could clearly tell he's tired. He's dead tired. You could tell. And I feel like at that moment he should have called a timeout. You call a timeout, give Cade that little rest, he comes back. Because if you notice, once they did call that timeout, he comes in and scores 5 in a row. So I feel like JB failed Cade that game, or just the end of that game specifically.
I'd have to go back and see exactly when you wanted the timeout called. Do you remember what had happened?
I think it was 2 minutes and 34. I think it was at 2:34.
2:34.
When Cade just started turning the ball over.
Left in the game?
Yeah.
Okay, so what? Tie game?
It was right when they made the comeback. I think the game was tied before Cade started.
It was a tie game. And how many timeouts? Did you know how many timeouts they had left?
I do not, but okay. I believe he did have a timeout because eventually he called one. I just believe he just didn't call it at the right time.
I mean, he may agree with you. The question is, did they have any kind of momentum? Because what you said is the Pistons had come all the way back. And I think you're right. I think they come all the way back. Usually it's the team that comes all the way back doesn't want to stop the game. Usually that's the team that wants to keep playing. Maybe you foresaw that it was going to happen, that they were a team that came all the way back and tied it and should have called the timeout after they tied it. But am I wrong? It's usually the team that gave up the lead that's going to take the timeout. Now, was it obvious to him that Cade was gassed? It might have been.
Well, that's the thing.
It's hard for me to know because the specifics, I'm sorry to interrupt, but the specifics of the situation, how many timeouts they had left, matters. So, I don't know.
Well, there's nothing wrong with calling a timeout if you see that your team is gassed.
Yes.
Nothing wrong with that.
248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. Who was reporting that, Scott, if you don't mind me asking?
Ryan Karchi, who is the USC beat writer for the LA Times.
Yeah.
And it's been commented on by Nicole Auerbach as well.
Okay.
Says that USC and Notre Dame are in active discussions to resume their storied rivalry series, a source tells the LA Times.
Okay. That's great. I love all rivalries preserved.
Nicole Auerbach's addition to that was that she's been told that these conversations between USC and Notre Dame technically never stopped.
Okay, good. College Football Kings over the weekend tweeted out the following. Today marks the halfway point of the college football offseason. The 2025 season ended 111 days ago. 2026 starts in 111 days. That was yesterday. So we've moved past the tipping point and start downhill towards college football. Yay. All right, Tigers. What the hell, man? Can anybody stay healthy? Can anybody stay healthy?
Well, Kerry Carpenter, the latest one to go out after crashing into the wall, and how he's got an AC joint injury that I don't know how serious it is, but he's on the IL.
Mm-hmm.
I hate to say it this way, but it's not like he was doing a whole lot for the Tigers anyway at this point, right? He's struggling. Like a lot of the Tigers are struggling at the plate. But it feels like he hit all his home runs the first 2 weeks of the season or first 3 weeks of the season and has done very little since then. It's kind of disturbing to see how far off he's come. You know, Torkelson hasn't found his stroke again after hitting, the home runs in 5 straight games. And the only Tiger, and even McGonagall's come down to mortal levels. He's still doing way better than most.
Right.
And he's getting on base at still this ridiculous clip. But the only guy who's hitting for the Tigers right now is Riley Green. Like Dylan Dingler's been in a slump.
So, yeah, I mean, I still think there's more predictable success for Glaber and Carpenter and Javi and guys who are out right now than, Zach Short. But
they're going to be starting on Zach Short.
Well, I mean, they've got emergency break glass, some emergency break glass guys out there.
I don't know why Zach Short is still on the roster because McKinstry's back.
Well, have you refreshed Twitter? Because, I mean, it feels like Zach Short gets released right. And then re-signed over and over.
Yeah, but I understand what they did last week. There was, some manipulating of the roster numbers to get him back. But the real reason that he's here is because, okay, you got an injury to Javi as your shortstop. Fine. Well, McGonagall's your everyday shortstop, and I got McKinstry's healthy again. Why do they need Zach Short? I didn't mind seeing someone like Jace Young in the lineup every once in a while because I feel like he's kind of deserved it. And I love that they gave Gage Workman an opportunity because he absolutely deserves a chance. Is he a long-term answer? I don't know.
Well, he was killing it down in Toledo. Yeah. He's been a guy that's been on the Tigers top 20 prospect list, usually in the teens. Then he got Rule 5'd to the Cubs and then traded to the White Sox. And then the White Sox weren't going to keep him up. So he got returned to Detroit in that weird Rule 5, the way it can work out. And then yesterday, I mean, he was in the same draft as Torque.
Yeah, teammates.
Out of Arizona State. And Torque had singled and was on base when Workman hit his home run and was there to greet him, the Sun Devil teammates there at home plate. And that COVID draft, have you looked at that COVID draft?
Well, it's 5 players deep?
Yeah, but these were the 5. Torque, Dingler went second.
Out of Ohio State.
They had a compensatory pick, which was Daniel Cabrera, which I think is out of baseball. Trey Cruz, Gage Workman, Colt Keith. So they had 4. Did all 4 of those guys play yesterday? 4 guys from one draft?
Well, Trey Cruz didn't, did he?
No.
He's not with it. You said.
No, it's Torque, Dingler, Gage Workman, Colt Keith.
Yes. All 4 played in the game yesterday.
I mean, I have absolutely no way of saying this, but I'm going to say it. That's never happened in the history of baseball. That 4 guys taking the first 5 rounds of I don't know that that's true. I completely made that up. But, they all played.
Yeah,
that's weird.
I think things are getting real competitive. There's a lot of guys at Toledo that want their opportunity. Whether it's, Jace Young who got that little taste and actually did okay. Now he's back down. Max Clark wants to get up here at some point. But, he's struggled a little bit now at Toledo. He's still hitting reasonably well on the season for his totals, but his last few weeks, not so much. They've got a couple other players down there that really want to have that opportunity. Max Anderson's now back at Toledo after being injured and then doing some rehab stints at the lower levels. Now he's back at AAA. But Gage Workman, run with it, man. Do what you can.
I mean, if he could just step up and timely. I mean, it'd just be a timely thing for him to hit, even if it's not sustainable.
He can play anywhere. I mean, he can play in the infield. He can play in the outfield. It's got all that versatility. And meanwhile, it's a shuffling of guys at the bottom of the roster, right? Yeah. Because it's like, okay, is Wenzel Perez? How long are we going to, see Wenzel Perez continue to struggle with the Tigers this year? Mm-hmm. Hey, you were great last year for this team. Did some nice things, but it's in baseball. It's what have you done for me lately? Particularly if you're not one of the top 10 guys on the roster, you're expendable. There are other guys knocking on the door that want their opportunity. I like what I see out of Hao-Yu Lee. I like how he's got the ability to hit to all fields. And
he's an interesting player.
He's got some interesting power. I don't know if any of these guys are long-term solutions, but do they deserve to get more playing time now, or do they deserve to at least get the opportunity? And I think Hao-Yu Lee is running with it. I hope Gage Workman can run with it.
Hao-Yu Lee's got that look of that, when you talk about the look test, I would look at him and go, no. Unless that's all muscle, unless he's just this little ball of muscle. But he's, he tripled yesterday, and he's an intriguing player. And we did track it back. That was a Michael Lorenzen deal when Hao-Yu Lee, I think, was at single A. And the Tigers saw something projectable, and here he is, which is great if he can help out.
But they need the regulars to step it up again. They need Dingler to be, Dingler had a big hit last night, but they need him to be more consistent again. Torkelson's got to find a stroke again. Mm-hmm. It can't just be Riley Green getting on base 2 or 3 times a night, which is crazy. His on base percentage over the last 4 weeks of the season, it's like .460.
Not bad.
Yeah.
In the meantime, I saw a lot of criticism coming out over Scott Harris over this, and I'm like, how?
Over what?
Over the struggles they're having in spite of the injuries. Well, what I've seen is, he didn't do anything in the offseason, and I'm like, well, okay, you might not like Framber, and you might not like Kenley Jansen. But that's not doing anything. If you don't like the players, that's one thing. They have the highest payroll in the history of the organization right now. And they signed a closer and signed a starter. And you could say, well, I don't like those guys. Okay, that's different than not doing anything.
Well, Framber Valdez has been great in, I think it's 5 of his 8 starts, been good in 1 other start, and been horrible in 2 of the starts.
Yeah.
So if it's going to be a 70% hit rate with him or a 60% hit rate with him with being great, that's really good. Kenley Jansen has been hit or miss, but much more close to the 50% mark. But last night was great.
Sometimes when you need a guy to step up and they don't, like Framber, his last start when they had to get him out there, they needed him to step up and he didn't.
Situation, yeah.
And then he doubled down and got himself suspended. It made it even worse. And that sucks, okay? It's great when you step up, and it sucks when you don't. He made a bad situation worse by throwing at a guy and getting himself. And even if they were, looking into his glove and all that, and this is the game policing itself, it hurts. And it cranks up the intensity and the pressure on Framber Valdez to be better when he comes back. I feel like people have given up, but they shouldn't, because the division's terrible. It just is. The Tigers are a game and a half out, 3 games under 500, and a game and a half out of first. And if you're going to tell me they stay this distance or around this distance back and stay in this thing and start getting guys back, although it doesn't look like JV's coming back anytime soon.
Well, that's not true. He'll be back at the end of May.
Well, I guess he got transferred to the 60-day DL.
That was a procedural thing because of trying to manipulate people that are able to get back onto the roster. What A.J. Hinch said was there was no setback at all with him. That he's going to go through the progressions just as he has been. He's fine, but they needed to make this.
I thought it was going to be quicker than this.
Well, we thought initially, sure, but this hasn't changed the timeline from last week when we got the good news on JV last week. None of this has changed.
Well, I just keep going back to at his age, who knows? I'm crossing my fingers.
I still was good in the second half of the season.
Yeah. 248-539-9797. Champ and Chump votes, get him in. In the meantime, an MLB insider talks about what the Tigers may do, and it could surprise you. We'll get to that today at 11:50. And does the Skubal injury really impact his free agency? Apparently, some MLB insiders think so, and the result might shock you. We'll get to that in the noon hour here on 97.1.
I got to tell you, yesterday I was out walking the dog. It's not a euphemism. I was actually walking the dog. And we started on my own lawn. I couldn't believe how green and lush it was on the side of my house. It was absolutely incredible. I love how it looks. And then I remembered, oh, yeah, dummy. It looks that way in large part because you called Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service. Get green and stay green with Natural Way. 888-GET-GREEN is a telephone number. You can get green and stay green and save green when you prepay. Call by the end of the month. You get the early bird discount. They've been serving Michigan since 1990. They offer the 100% satisfaction guarantee, and Natural Way's been at my house for like a dozen years. I love it. If you're tired of fighting weeds and watching your grass thin every summer, understand great lawns don't happen by accident. You've got to prepare. You need the right timing and the right program. And at Natural Way, they offer a full menu of services to accomplish your dream lawn. Fertilization, aeration, weed control, disease control, and so much more. It is so much easier to prevent a problem than it is to fix one, so you got to get started early. Early treatments set the tone for the entire season. For a limited time only, purchase a full lawn program and you're going to get free grub control, but you have to mention my name, Gator, and the station 97.1. Call right now, 888-GET-GREEN, or go to naturalwaylawn.com.
So Bob Nightingale, USA Today, did a story about 5 teams to watch early in this major league season whose seasons haven't gone the way that they expect. executives weigh in on wild scenarios. One of the teams is the Detroit Tigers. And what he says about the Tigers, he talks about the Skubal thing and how they asked for trade offers in the winter and were willing to listen, but then doubled down and signed Framber Valdez to a contract. But given all the injuries and the fact that they finally got a win with Skubal on the IL, the first one came yesterday. He wrote a little bit about what's going on here. He said, if the Tigers somehow fall out of the race, look out. The Tigers would have the most marquee player on the trade block with Skubal since the San Diego Padres traded Juan Soto to the Yankees. The question is, how much could the Tigers get for Skubal, who has now had 3 arm surgeries in his career and is earning $32 million and certainly will be seeking a free agent contract exceeding $400 million. The Tigers would need Skubal to look like the Skubal pre-surgery or at least back on the mound and pitching in games to get the value they need in return. Then again, if Skubal is back pitching like himself again in July, it's hard to believe the Tigers will be out of the race at the trade deadline. One GM said, I just think they have too much money invested in this team to give up. I just can't see them moving Skubal. They're into this so deep. The division keeps this interesting in that they just have to stay within striking distance. And then, yes, if Skubal comes back pitching well and is healthy and is out there doing workhorse things, well, then they'll probably start winning again, in which case you don't really pull the plug. Like, it's hard to see these aligning where it makes sense to trade him. The only way it makes sense is if by the time he comes back, they're 13 games out of first.
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, if they were going to trade him, they should have traded him in the offseason. They didn't. They're riding it out. And you're 100% right. Until this team is ruled out of a legitimate playoff rush, Tarik Skubal's on this team and likely to propel this team into the playoffs, and hopefully they can go far in the playoffs. They're going to need way more than just Tarik Skubal to do that, but yeah, that's where it's at. I don't see them making any effort to move him otherwise.
Well, I don't know if they'll make an effort. The question is, if he comes back and is pitching well, do the calls come in, and how ridiculous would the offers have to be for them to move him if he's pitching well? They'd have to be pretty insane. And, they put the bat signal out in the wintertime and didn't get any insane offers. I don't know if an arm injury later they would do it, especially after they've invested in this team to try to win now.
Well, at least the injury to the arm wasn't tendon related. It was loose bodies, and apparently was a loose body. Just one bone fragment that they moved out. And if
you see Boris out there telling people he's going to be fine?
Well, I'm guessing Boris is the one that leaked the whole story and says he's going to be back sooner than you think. But if that's all legit, if it is fact that he comes back sooner than we all thought, and it was literally just one little bone spur, then there's no reason to think that that anything else is going to go south.
Yep. Let's hope so. In the meantime, does it affect his free agent contract? We'll get to that in the noon hour here on Carson Anderson on 97.1. The other thing is the Lions, it is announced that they will be in Germany on November the 13th. Germany on November the 13th. So if people are planning on going, you can book your trips now. I don't know if here at Shabbath had it in the update. Between like $800 and $1,500, you can get a round trip flight to Frankfurt. They're in Frankfurt, right, King? Frankfurt?
Munich, and it's November 15th.
Okay, November 15th. What did I say? Did I not
13th.
say November? Okay, November 15th. My bad. It's going to be a 9:30 a.m. game. And so if you want to go, do you imagine they'll get a lot of people going over there for that?
I don't know. There'll be a ton of people that go over to watch it, but and it's in November too. So I don't know.
When I start thinking about European countries I'd like to visit, Germany's high on the list. I hear great things about Germany.
Been there. I was there for several days.
I was there very briefly in the 80s on our way through Europe. One night in Munich, I think, is all we got.
I spent one night in Munich, one night in Frankfurt, a day in Heidelberg. Yeah.
Do you have fond memories?
I loved it, but I was also, 16.
Yeah.
And had a blast. It was awesome. It's a historical. I mean, there were so many things that we saw in Germany that were eye-opening and also fun.
If you had any European country, you can go visit. Free trip. Just choose your country. What would you choose?
Sweden.
Would you choose Sweden?
Yeah.
And you've never been there?
No, I had an opportunity years ago. I was actually just telling my mom this yesterday. I had a great opportunity to go years ago. A friend of mine was working, and the company sent him to Sweden for like a year and gave him this ridiculous stipend. He had this amazing place all to himself, and a couple of my buddies were going to go over to see him. They're like, hey, come with us. I'm like, I can't. And I just bailed on it, didn't go. And I regret it because it would have been a great week to spend out there. We've got relatives there. Would have been a lot of fun to go.
I feel like I'd probably end up choosing the least exotic locale, but I think I'd have the most fun, and that is in England. But, it'd be England, Spain, or Germany.
There's a lot I'd like to still. I spent a week in Europe as a 16-year-old. It was Germany, Austria, and Switzerland. Switzerland was amazing, and our day in Austria was great. I'd like to go another time to do a lot of the same things you did. I have no desire to go France.
None.
But Spain, yes.
I shouldn't say none.
Ireland.
The Tour de France interests me as an event. I want to, because whenever it's on in the summer, maybe it's because there's nothing else going on. I always pop one of these TVs on the tour, and I like looking at the French countryside, but I wouldn't want to go to Paris. I'd want to get out of Paris and go around. But that's way down the list. It'd be Germany, Spain, or England, and I'd probably go to England, and it's kind of, but I know I'd enjoy myself. I know there'd be things there I'd want to see.
I think England would be fantastic.
Kang, one European country, all expenses paid. What would you choose?
Probably Italy, Greece. Like Germany's like last on my list. So I was laughing when you said it. Yeah, I have zero interest in Germany. Sweden's a good one, Gator. Like, yeah, it's so many other countries I'd rather go to.
Iceland. I'd like to go to Iceland. Yeah, that's great.
So if as I narrow it down, I'd say London. You'd say Sweden. Kang,
I'd say Italy.
Italy. Kenny, what about you? All expenses.
England is what you would say.
What'd I say?
London.
Did I say London? All right, my bad. All expenses paid trip to one European country. What would it be?
I would say Ireland, probably. I want to try an original Guinness. That's really the only reason.
Is that it? Just to have a
Going
Guinness?
there for a beer.
Yes.
He's going to go to the local 7-Eleven and get the Guinness.
And then I'll turn around and go home.
Yeah.
Is it any different?
I hear it's a lot different.
I don't know. I thought that the real authentic Irish pubs here do it the exact way that you're supposed to do it. I don't know. What about, are you going to be okay if they don't have captain?
I'll be all right.
Okay.
I'll be fine.
All right, so we got 4 different countries. We got Sweden, England, Italy, and Ireland. We should have done a draft. European countries to go
Take
visit.
it back and forth.
Yeah.
There's a lot. There's a lot to see.
Yep.
And for different reasons. I feel like each country has its own reason to go. Would you want to go to Portugal?
Yeah. Yeah, I think you start getting into Spain and Portugal, and then I feel like there's mystery, there's excitement. Stuff, it feels like the wildest stories come out of Spain and Portugal from my friends who went.
Working your way east. I'm interested there.
Yeah.
Greece is interesting.
Ireland is, I did spend 2 months in Ireland. My dad got sent there for work, and we spent 2 months one summer in Ireland. I have one distinct memory. It rained every day. I don't know if we saw the sun for 2 months. It was beautiful, but it was like Seattle. Like, God, this place would be even better if the sun
find the
was
right
out.
time of the year to go when it doesn't rain.
I swear to God, I think my daughter didn't choose the University of Washington because she's like, doesn't it rain here every day?
It rains a lot. I'd like to see Scotland too, which is basically just northern England, right?
Yeah, essentially. All right, so let's get back to some Piston stuff. Reporting on Scooble.
I'm sure the Scots are real thrilled with me saying that. Sorry.
Some reporting on Scooble and how much the contract might get impacted. We'll get to that today at 12:24. I'm not sure how much I believe this, but it's what some GMs are saying about Scooble in the league. We'll get to that at 12:24. Champ and Chump, let's get them in on this Monday. Pistons and Cavs, huge game tonight in Cleveland. It's Carson Anderson, 248-539-9797, 97.1.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. The Lions will play their international game in Munich, Germany on Sunday, November 15th at 9:30 in the morning as Fox acquired the broadcast rights for the game today. Detroit's Week 10 opponent is still unknown for that game. That will be announced this Thursday when the NFL releases its full schedule. One game in the NFL season was already leaked today as the first Sunday night football game of the year will take place in New York between the Giants and Cowboys on Sunday, September 13th. For the Pistons, they are 3.5-point underdogs tonight against the Cavs in Game 4 before the series just back to Detroit. Cade Cunningham is averaging the most minutes per game in the playoffs this season. JB Bickerstaff usually sits Cade in the middle of the first and third quarters. He spoke about his rotation philosophy surrounding Cade yesterday. The Pistons have a plus 28 net rating with Cade on the floor compared to off it this postseason. That's in the 97th percentile of playoff players this year. Tip-off is tonight at 8 o'clock. Our pregame coverage here on 97.1 will start at 7:35. The Tigers are off today as they get ready for a 3-game series against the Mets in New York tomorrow. Today, the Miami Marlins paid $4 million to release former Tiger starter Chris Paddock after his rough start to this season. At the Carlisle Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Got a lot of calls today for more Paul Reed, and the question is Paul Reed for who? I think it's the reason why that's not just as easy as play Paul Reed more is because it means play Paul Reed for Jalen Duren. You can put Paul Reed on the floor with JD, but they only played 12 minutes together all season long, and the 12 minutes it did not go well. I can tell you that. In the meantime, if you take JD off the floor, this is why it's not an easy decision for people who just say play Paul Reed more. If you're taking Jalen Duren off the floor, then you're taking away a big part of the Pistons' defensive identity. And if you take off that big part of their defensive identity, I think the Cavs would be thrilled not to have to turn the corner and see JD as a rim protector. But, sometimes you gotta do something the unexpected. So maybe Paul Reed does get more minutes.
I don't think you have to do too much different than what you did on Saturday. I think the difference
just 10 minutes.
Yeah, I think 10 minutes is fine with Paul Reed. I think that's the sweet spot with him. It's where he's really productive. I think what happened on Saturday is they ran into a hot shooting team. They shot 58% from the field. You're not going to lose when you shoot 58% from the field, and Cleveland damn near did. So I don't expect that to happen again. I expect the Pistons to be better defensively, and hopefully that they can finish at the rim a little bit more than what they did on Saturday night, and then they'll take a 3-1 advantage after tonight. But they don't have to do too much different than what happened on Saturday.
Well, look, the thing, and my biggest concern about this whole series is I'm worried about Cade wearing down. He did have a triple-double. He did get my champ of the weekend, but he did have those 3 turnovers.
He had 8 total.
And I think he's starting to look fatigued more and more. And that's why micro finishing off Cleveland being up 3-0 with a fatigue Cade is way different than being at 2-1. And now Cleveland's got renewed life coming into this game tonight. Then the Pistons, I hope they can get this win because it's a total game changer. And the earliest Eastern Conference, if they get this win and we can start, maybe projecting forward, which not counting on them winning the series, but if you did, the earliest the Eastern Conference Finals could start would be Sunday. And if they could win the next 2 and get Cade a real legitimate rest going into that would be awesome. But their first thing is to win this series, close this series out.
Mari Sankofa just tweeted out a quick video, like a 10-second video of the Pistons, the morning shoot-around. Said that Herter and LeVert both listed as questionable. But they are working in the morning shoot-around.
Okay.
But I didn't realize LeVert was going to be questionable, but he's questionable.
Heel contusion, I believe, is what he's got. Something he aggravated in the Game 3. Look, one of the things that happened in Game 3.
And Omari writes for the Free Press, just so.
Yep. Danis Jenkins didn't have as good a game on the offensive end. He played less minutes, and I think JB kind of got a sense for that. He played 29 minutes in the opener, scored 12 points, had 7 rebounds and 3 assists. Danis Jenkins in game 2, 26 minutes, 2 of 5 from 3, 14 points, 6 rebounds, 4 assists. Then in Cleveland, 18 minutes, 1 of 5 from the floor, 0 of 3 from 3, 1 rebound, 3 assists, and 3 fouls.
And minus 28.
And minus 28 in 18 minutes, which is an amazing amount of points for your team to get outscored of it in just 18 minutes.
Yeah, we played earlier. There was the cut of Danis Jenkins after game 2 where he was feeling a little chesty about himself, where he said he doesn't think anybody in the league, and this is confidence, doesn't think that they can keep up with him. Well, Cleveland, I think, listened to that, and they made an effort on Saturday to keep up with him. More importantly, to go past him when he was on defense, because I think that's what accounts for that minus number more than anything else. He's going to have to come back and be the Danis we saw for the previous 2 games. The first 2 games in the series, he was great. And we know what he's capable of because we saw that for the last month and a half of the season.
Now, apparently Dennis Schroeder has recovered from the blow to the shoulder, which impacted his trachea, and somehow he was able to finish that game out. He is not on the injury report, though.
He's not?
No. So it's heroic, really, what has happened there.
By the way, if you want to see somebody get hit in the throat,
yes,
watch Wembanyama from yesterday.
Okay, I got a question.
That's how somebody gets hit in the throat.
Were you surprised he got ejected? Because I think people think the league protects its stars.
What's that?
People think the league protects its stars, and they wouldn't throw him out. I'm not saying he didn't deserve it.
No, I'm not surprised.
I'm saying that there are people that are.
I understand.
Yeah.
For the people that think the stars get the star treatment, I think the star treatment comes if he doesn't get suspended. I think that elbow was so vicious and so deliberate that I think if it's a regular season game, he's probably facing a suspension for it. If because it's the playoffs, do they say maybe not? And because it's Wembanyama, do they say absolutely not? That remains to be seen. But yes, he deserved to be ejected from the game, and it doesn't surprise me at all because they review that, and now that they have to review that stuff on the spot.
Yeah,
I mean,
it makes it a lot. It makes it a lot more difficult to protect him.
It's pretty transparent right there in the moment. You can't ignore that.
Kang, were you surprised a star player got ejected?
No, just like Gator said, that was pretty. I mean, especially when you can replay in slow mo everything. There's just no way they couldn't eject him from the game. The suspension is the real superstar treatment. We'll find out here. I mean, I know the league says history always plays a role in that because if it was Isaiah Stewart, he'd be done for the series. Right. Like seriously, like he'd be all right. Just find a team in Europe because you're not playing here anymore. But since Wemby doesn't have that history and he is a superstar in the league, I doubt they suspend him. But I mean, man, if it was almost anybody else, but yeah, he had to be ejected.
I mean, and that was like game over as soon as he got thrown out. All right, that's going to put one to the win column for the Timberwolves. And I mean, I guess they didn't cruise, but
I understand your thinking, though, Doug, asking the question itself.
I'm just asking a question because people think the league protects its stars. This is a star that got ejected and essentially gave a win to the Minnesota Timberwolves and tied that series at 2. Yeah, I just had I know people believe in conspiracy, so it was a pretty vicious elbow. Crazy, huh?
That was a wild elbow. I mean, that's how you throw one. That's how. I mean, if you want to get your money's worth, there you go.
Yeah.
And if you're an official or if you're a player and you want to, claim that you got hit in the throat, that was legit.
Yep.
Unlike Schroeder.
Yes. 248-539-9797 champ and chump. I did chump flopping the Oklahoma City Thunder as they are. It's synchronized flopping. It's a team effort. They all deserve it. And I can't stand that kind of basketball, and I think they're the worst at it. And it's definitely been on display in their series with the Lakers. Your chump of the weekend, Gator, was, I don't know why I started with chump this time.
My chump was Wembanyama because he ends up costing his team the game by getting himself thrown out for that vicious elbow.
Champ was Cade for the triple-double. In spite of the 3 turnovers, he's the reason they were able to come back, and he is still just an elite player. And I hope it was actually, I guess I hope it was carelessness, because if it's carelessness at the end of the game, he can correct that. If it's fatigue that's leading to the turnovers, well, I'm not sure, because it's wear and tear. 40-plus minutes might be catching up to him.
Well, we've seen him make careless mistakes before with like that, and it's the only knock I have on Cade Cunningham. Everything else I think he's superb at, but he tends to turn the ball over too much. And what he's done in the postseason is way more than what he did in the regular season. He had cut down his turnovers in the regular season, but now he's committing twice as many turnovers.
I champed him. He is leading the chump vote right now.
My champ is Gage Workman. Got his call up from the Tigers, kind of an emergency situation because of Kerry Carpenter's injury. Had earned a promotion because he'd been killing it at AAA. Comes in the game last night against the Royals. Tigers had lost 5 games in a row. They needed to get the win. Pinch hit performance. He drills a home run, a 2-run shot to right field. His first home run on his first swing as a Tiger. And it ends up being the game-winning runs.
Crazy story about a guy who got drafted out of high school, went to Arizona State, got drafted by the Tigers in the 4th round of the COVID draft, goes pro, gets blocked in the organization, gets Rule 5'd by the Cubs, who then trade him to the White Sox. The White Sox aren't going to keep him up all year, so he gets returned to Detroit, finally gets his chance, batting behind Spencer Torkelson, a Arizona State teammate who singled. Workman's first at bat as a Tiger. He yanks it down the right field line and hits a home run and has his college teammate there to give him a hug at home plate. Kind of an awesome moment.
He's not a real person. You made up that name, right? Gage Workman?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They call him
Workman.
Tater.
And
Tater's his middle name.
Yeah. So they call him Tater.
Gage Tater Workman.
That's something you make up in MLB The Show. You put the name in and you put Gage. Now let's give him Tater and Workman because I can't think of anything
Right.
else. Like I don't want to use Smith.
Don't want to use Yeoman. Let's
Nope.
use Workman.
And then I just slap a number 99 on the jersey because he's not real.
The 99, when I saw him
He's
cross
not
it,
real.
I'm like, is that 99? Come on.
How do you guys feel about the 99 jersey?
I'm not a fan of it for baseball. I love
Not
it
a
for
fan.
I love it for the NFL.
Well, you see Hassanin changed his number to 99.
I did.
So we got 2 99s in Detroit right now.
By the way, Gage Workman's dad, his name was Wid. Did you almost spit up the Gatorade you were
Sorry,
drinking?
his name was what?
Workman's father, according to his Wikipedia page, his name was W-I-D-D. Wid Workman. His middle name, Tater, was his grandfather's nickname. So there you go.
Wid
Workman.
It's
Not real.
interesting.
Not real.
Yeah.
Well, it's Wikipedia, so of course it's real.
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry. I didn't hear that part.
Yeah.
The internet.
Wid Workman. And Tater. Wid and Tater Workman. There you go. 248-539-9797. Okay. Interesting story today about Scooble and free agency. And some people in the game are talking about something that could go down with this that you might find hard to believe. We'll get to that today at 1224. Plus, we'll take your Piston calls, your champ and chump votes. 248-539-9797, 97.1.
Well, here we are. May is finally here, and now you've got a choice to make. Do you want your home to be a sanctuary, or do you want it to be a sauna? Now, before the first real heat wave hits, make sure that your home is ready to keep you cool. Don't be the person waiting a week for a repair during the July rush. Do what I did and call Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling ahead of time. Whether it's a precision AC tune-up just to keep your energy bills low, or getting that pool boiler firing so the kids can finally jump in, these guys are the local pros. From keeping your basement dry to keeping your living room crisp, they've got you covered. Visit them online at birminghamplumbingco.com. That's birminghamplumbingco.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts.
Couple things here. Somebody asked, what is the Rule 5 draft? And it's one of baseball's interesting rules. Essentially, they've set up a system that if you're a minor leaguer, and let's say throughout the Miguel Cabrera era, you were a first baseman at AAA for the Tigers, and you were really, really good, but you weren't going to get called up because Miggy was there, and you couldn't play any other position or whatever. They have something called the Rule 5 draft for players that have been in the minors for a certain period of time.
Without being on the 40-man roster.
Without being on the 40-man roster, which is how you get called up. So you're not even like on deck to get called up. That other teams can select you if they've got a spot. They have this Rule 5 draft. They can select you if they've got a spot on their major league roster for you. So you have to be on the 25-man roster. So you have to basically take up a roster spot for an entire season. So the Tigers got, who did they do that? Akil Baddoo was a Rule 5 guy who they took from Minnesota and stayed with the Tigers the entire season. Gage Workman qualified for the Rule 5 draft back in 2024. I think it was 2024. Yeah. And the Cubs took him in the Rule 5 draft. And you can be traded. He got traded to the White Sox in late April, and he had some at-bats with the White Sox. But then what happens if they decide, you know what, it's not worth it, we're not going to keep this guy with a roster spot all season long, you get returned to the original club that you got selected from. That's what happened with Workman.
It was 2025 when he was that season, the 2025 season that he was with the
Cubs. It was
Cubs.
the 2024 draft, yes. And so he started the 2025 season because it happens like in December or whatever the date is of the Rule 5 draft.
Victor Reyes was a Rule 5 guy for the Tigers.
Yeah.
That they had a few years, back in 2018. I mean, I feel like this is something where Caputo's listening right now.
Yeah. First of all, he's going, well, you missed a couple of details.
With all due respect, you don't know what you're talking about.
But you don't know what you're talking about, okay? Guy's protected, okay? Tigers had to make their decision whether they're going to protect Gage Workman or Tyrell Lorenzo, okay? They got to make their. It's kind of easy.
And so, anyway, that's what the Rule 5 draft is. And he was briefly with another organization. Now, I don't know that he's going to be some solution here. It's a cool story, and it's awesome that he hit a home run yesterday.
Yeah, but I mean, in 35 games in Toledo this year, he was hitting .358.
Dude, and it was his best.
15 doubles, 4 home runs, 28 RBIs during that time. His OPS was over 1,000.
Did you have his entire minor league career in front of you or just a season?
I have everything.
This is by far his best minor league season, isn't it?
In 2024, he spent the whole year in Erie, AA ball, 126 games. He hit .280 with an .843 OPS, 18 home runs and 89 runs driven in.
Okay, there's a reason why he was on the prospect list.
Yeah.
Usually in the teens.
Yep. In 2023, he spent time at Erie and also high A ball, 100 games total. Hit .239, a 744 OPS. Yeah, I mean, it wasn't like spectacular, but this year he has been spectacular and deserved a call up, and he got the call up, and good for him. His last year at Arizona State, it doesn't really matter. It was only 17 games. Never mind.
That was before COVID.
Yeah.
All right, so the other thing is somebody else reached out. Yes, Cade is leading Chump of the Weekend. As the voting stands right now, we'll see what happens. I'm not trying to influence the voting.
But do you think that's wild?
There's certainly room for criticism of the 3 turnovers. Let's be clear.
Well, 8, but 3. Late.
3 at the reason he's getting it is that 3 turnovers late. It was the triple double that helped them give him a chance to win the game. Do I think it's appropriate to give him a chump vote? No, I champed him, but I'm just saying.
Well, people go
as
by
the voting's going right now.
People are going to go by what happened over the weekend. You know, and you've got a massive Pistons game 3 on Saturday. Locally, the only other thing you have is the Tigers.
Yep.
And, I mean, certainly you could have chumped somebody from Friday or Saturday if you wanted to. But people are going with Cade because they were disgusted, apparently, with those turnovers. I wasn't happy with those turnovers.
I'm not either.
I was pissed because he's so much better than that. And my initial thought was, let somebody else inbound the basketball, particularly if he's that dead dog tired, like you think he was. And I'm not saying
I do think he was.
If he was that fatigued, then he shouldn't put himself in that position. But I mean, the one that Strus just basically palmed out of the air, that was horrendous.
That was frustrating. All right. So story ran on ESPN this morning. 5 way too early 26-27 MLB free agency questions. It's done by Kylie McDaniel on ESPN.com. And there's some interesting stuff in here. Question 1 is, what will Scooble's market look like following his third elbow procedure? And I'll read in part what he wrote. And the conclusion in this fascinates me. The first 2 procedures have already come up when I asked executive scouts and agents to project Scooble's potential payday over the past 6 months. But now there's another procedure on the 29-year-old's resume. Okay, so I'm going to stop reading from what he wrote there. He's asking what they think the contract's going to look like. GMs and executives, their response was, he's had 2 arm procedures already.
Sure.
And now he says, of course, he's had a third. So he writes, the morning the latest surgery was announced, I was texting those same people as part of an industry straw poll on what Scooble's contract would be. 7 of them got back to me before the news broke. The average of those projections was a 7.7-year contract for $357 million, or just over $46 million per year. Now, obviously, you can't sign a 7.7-year contract,
right,
but that's the average. So, but $46 million, 7 or 8 years is what they're projecting this at. The story goes on to say he could land a lower price in free agency due to the renewed durability questions after surgery. Then he concludes thusly. Sources agreed, though, that the chances that Scooble will go back to the Detroit Tigers on a shorter-term deal with opt-outs is much higher than it was before this injury. Okay, this is interesting. Boris signed that kind of contract for Alex Bregman in Boston. Shorter-term contract, but with opt-outs. Sources, so multiple sources, think the chances of him doing that in Detroit are, quote, much higher because of this third arm event. How do you feel about that? Short term, what if he signed a 3-year, $150 million contract with a player option to opt out after year 1? 248-539-9797. Gator, I want your take on this, and I want the people. How would you feel about that? Is this a chance to take it? Does this injury somehow work in the Tigers' favor? Would you be in favor of this? Get to more of your phone calls and feedback on this. Champ and Chump votes, get them in. Piston calls and feedback as well. Carson Anderson, I want your take on this possibility, Gator. Straight ahead here on 97.1. All right, interesting conclusion in an ESPN story today about Tarek Skubal, where executives around Major League Baseball answering anonymously do believe that the injury is going to impact his contract. And then the story concludes with the following. Sources agree, though, the chances that Skubal will go back to Detroit on a shorter-term deal with opt-outs is much higher than it was before this injury. Look, you know, when a player has an injury, right? I said I'd go to the negotiating table right now to try and see what they are thinking. And sometimes you got to take a risk, but you take a risk to help your affordability that you'll roll the dice here and there. I have gone from thinking this is the final year of Tarek Skubal in Detroit to, wow, this might actually bring him back to Detroit. Scott, how would you feel about a shorter term contract with opt-outs like Bregman had that we're aware of, most aware of that one because that's what he signed in Boston when Detroit was courting him a couple of years ago. And what did he do? He played for 1 year and opted out.
Yeah, I think it's interesting to look at it because how do you value pitchers versus position players? Kyle Tucker just signed a monster contract in the offseason. He's getting paid $33 million this year with the Dodgers, but next year it jumps up to nearly $82 million. $30 million of it is deferred. And then the last 2 years of the contract are player options at $53.5 million. So I forget what that ended up being, like $60 million on average or something like that, is a crazy total. It's a 4-year deal, but it's really it's a 2-year deal with options on the last 2 years. Would Skubal be willing to sign, or would Boris be willing to advise him to sign a similar deal where the Tigers get Skubal? It's a 4-year deal with opt-outs after 2 at, say, $55 million a year. And would I do it? I'd probably do it because if I look at it this way, here's who's coming off the books for the Tigers now after this season. Gleyber Torres, Jack Flaherty are 2 guys coming off. Same thing with Justin Verlander. He'll be coming off. Those are 3 significant contracts. If you look at it just in terms of Gleyber Torres, if you're telling me I'm losing Gleyber Torres, but I'm bringing Tarek Skubal back, and that's the money, because Skubal's getting, 32 for this year? And then you add the 22 that Gleyber Torres was making, so that's 55. That gets you right there. So then I'm still saving money because gone is Justin Verlander, gone is Jack Flaherty, and some other contracts will be gone as well. That you can make that work and still go out and get another significant piece in the offseason if you can find one. The problem is, if you want to help out your offense, the free agent class for position players is nothing special at all. In fact, it's bad. So does it make sense that when you'd be saving money, I guess, and you'd still bringing back basically the same guys for next year? We'll see how they compete at the end of the season this year. But I'm open to it, absolutely. The question is, would Skubal be open to doing that with Detroit, or would Boris get even more money from somebody else to do a similar deal? Because obviously the Dodgers paid an exorbitant amount of money to get the Kyle Tucker deal done.
Well, what he can't do is sign that contract with somebody else now or before the end of the season. He could do it with Detroit and get some money up front. We've run the gamut with Skubal calls from F this guy to give him whatever he wants. So this is an interesting middle ground where, because of the injury, he might be back at the negotiating table with the Tigers on a prove-it contract. So we'll see. 248-539-9797. Could you imagine if he comes back and he's healthy and they actually get the shorter-term deal, which is one of those like dream options, given his age, that we haven't even really thought was possible?
Well, that would be the silver lining in having his season disrupted for a couple months here, right? Is that okay? Because of that, even though it's a very minor procedure here to remove the single loose body, is what's been reported. That it's going under the knife again. It would have some teams that are scared off by it. And really, has it changed anything at all based on what you were thinking of Skubal to begin with? He still had the previous 2 major arm events. This one's not a major arm event, but it's an event. But teams were all about, I'd like to have him in the offseason, and now they'd shy away from it because of a loose body. Well, okay, if it benefits the Tigers, that's great.
248-539-9797. Let's get back to your phone calls. We go to Phil in Tecumseh. You're on 97.1.
Hey guys, pleasure to talk to you.
Phil!
I got a champ, the Detroit Pistons, including Cade Cunningham. Are you kidding me? It's like they took us to the playoffs. Here's the only excitement we have tonight, actually. So thank you. And I got to chump ESPN for trying to ram WWE back down our throats again. I thought that was eradicated, actually, but here it comes. I don't like it. I don't think it's a sport.
I'm intrigued, Phil. And Gator, you and Kang and Kenny, you guys are wrestling guys. Do you want it on ESPN?
Not really.
No?
I mean, no. There are plenty of other places you can park it, but ESPN made a deal, and they're in bed with WWE to an extent. I don't know if it's being rammed down our throats. I mean, ESPN's programming during the day. If that's where you think it's getting rammed down your throat, then I get it. But it's not like you're showing matches during the day. They're showing the superstars. They're being interviewed through, what do you call it, the car wash over there?
Yeah.
That's where you get, I guess, inundated with it.
I don't particularly care if it's on ESPN or any other platform, and I think if you're whining about it, then I'm so sorry.
Well, I mean, the thing is, if you can get it, if it cuts into your other sports, like that's why you would care. It cuts into your other sports that you want to see covered on ESPN.
Well, ESPN made a financial decision. If they think that adding WWE to their schedule is going to get better ratings than, the WNBA or something like that, then so be it. I don't know why I picked the WNBA, but I'm just thinking
could be NHL, could be NBA playoffs,
yeah. Then that's what they're doing. They're making a business decision. They along with Netflix were the companies that made that business decision.
I mean, my question is, are you getting the non-wrestling fan to pay attention to wrestling? Or because that would be my only point. Like, that would be the point, right? Like, you want to open it up to people that aren't going to watch and advertise it. Because we already know they're in bed with each other, of course. They paid money. But I know wrestling fans, big wrestling fans, that they get turned off by watching these talking heads not even know how to pronounce wrestlers' names correctly. They don't know who they are. They're talking and interviewing with them, but they have no idea what they do, what they're asking, things like that. And so they say they don't need that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think people want to tune into SportsCenter and then see a 5-minute segment talking with Seth Rollins about
that's what they're kind of getting.
Backlash upcoming or whatever. Yeah.
First Take, Get Up, whatever. They're all over.
248-539-9797. All right, here's feedback coming into the Carson Anderson inbox. The whole Workman family is made up. They're government spies for sure with those names. So let's recap. According to Wikipedia, Gage Tater Workman, real name, is the son of Widd Workman, W-I-D-D. The middle name Tater is because that's what his grandfather's nickname was. I don't know what his grandfather's actual name was. So it's Tater Workman, his son Widd Workman, and his son Gage Workman. Next text from Sauce and Howe. Guaranteeing the victory tonight. Literally took the Cavaliers' best punch on the road, down 17 at half. Still should have won. Still should have won.
Well, it's the NBA, and it's a halftime lead. If it's a third quarter lead, it's different, after 3 quarters. But with it being 17, you can come back from that. We've obviously seen the Pistons literally come back from that 2 weeks prior.
Mm-hmm.
And, okay, great. But I don't know, they should have won it. They could have won it without question. I think that there's a couple of statistical anomalies from that game, but I think the number one thing I take out of it is that Cleveland's not going to shoot 58% again. They're not going to be that good. The Pistons can be much better defensively. The final score isn't indicative of how close the game was. It was, a 1-point game with seconds to go. So we'll see how it goes tonight. I suspect Cleveland's not going to shoot as well. I think the Pistons going to play much better D. I think we're going to see a much better version of Jalen Duren tonight. I'm sure he's not feeling good about himself. And hopefully we'll see a better version of Danis Jenkins, because we need Danis Jenkins out there to take some of the burden off of Cade Cunningham.
Harry in Garden City says this about Danis. Danis' chestiness is bothersome to me. I get that that's his personality, but I think it actually shows insecurity in his playing ability. Okay, so Danis came out. What game was it where he said he didn't think anybody could guard him? Nobody could stay with his quickness. Was that game 2 or game 1? It
was after game 2.
Was it after game 2? He got off to a great start in this series. And, when he is at his best, the Pistons are really tough to beat. With him coming off the bench doing Danis things, he was not nearly as effective in game 3, and maybe that's singly can be called out as a reason why they lost that game. In 18 minutes, he went 1 for 5 from the floor, 0 for 3 from 3. Did have 3 assists and 1 rebound, but in the other 2 games, 26 minutes, 14 points, 6 rebounds, 4 assists, shot it well from the floor. That was game 2. Game 1, 29 minutes, 12 points, 7 rebounds, 3 assists. Like there's really, really, really good Danis, and I mean, if he plays that way in game 3, are we even talking about it? Are we talking about the series is over? The Pistons are up 3-0. It might be that simple. It might be that simple. But do you have a problem with Danis coming out and saying what he said after game 2?
I was there, so I saw the whole context of what it was. I thought at the time, though, okay, this could be some fuel for Cleveland if they hear this. But I also know that it is him being confident in his abilities. This guy was undrafted. Nobody really gave much thought to Danis Jenkins, and he's had to prove himself at every level. He had to prove it in college. He's had to prove it being undrafted. He's had to prove it in basically just trying to struggle to make somebody's roster. And now here he is, and he's very confident in his abilities. Did he get exposed a little bit on Saturday? I don't know if it was just a bad game for him or if Cleveland was really geared up to go after him because they heard it and they took offense to it. Or if it's just, hey, it's Donovan Mitchell.
Right.
He's great. He's a phenomenal player.
More of your phone calls and feedback coming up. Champ and Chump, get your votes in. 97.1. Hey, I've been talking about M&M Garage and how we needed to get a new garage door at our place up north. That's one thing. This Metro Detroit company covers much of the state, so that's huge benefit. And they did a great job installing our garage door. Ethan and Nassim were the technicians there. They took care of business, did it in half a day, and we love the results. The follow-up calls, they've been great as well, but they don't just do door installations. They do repairs as well. Their trucks have 3 of everything for every garage door, so they can fix it right then, right there on the spot. So if you need a repair or an installation, call 844-ONLY-DOOR. That's 844-ONLY-DOOR, or visit garagedoorrightnow.com today. That's garagedoorrightnow.com. M&M Garage Doors. Open your door to exceptional. License 210-220-6147. Big game tonight, obviously. Pistons and Cavs, 248-539-9797. Monday means Champ and Chump. Get those votes in for Champ and Chump of the weekend. We go to Mark in Flint. You're on 97.1. What's up, Mark?
Well, I'm back again to discuss what the shooting of the Pistons. Outside shooting is terrible. Unless these guys get their outside shooting together and utilize the players like Sasser, why aren't they using Sasser? He's a three-point shooter. They don't have Wesley Beasley like they had before. Robinson is sometime. The other guy is hurt. Watching them compared to OKC, there's no contest. OKC got everybody shoots half-court shots to make them, man. Unless they get better outside shooting, they're toast.
Well, they're definitely not on OKC's level, but I don't.
They're also not playing OKC right now. They're playing Cleveland. When you say, hold on, when you say they're toast, do you mean they're not going to beat OKC or they're not going to beat Cleveland?
They're not going to beat OKC, and perhaps unless they get some outside shooting, they're not going to beat Cleveland.
I don't think there's.
They got Cade. Cade is overworking himself. This guy is burnt out. This guy is burnt. They have to wait till Cade get in the game to get some excitement. Come on. During the regular season, the whole bench contributed. Now he only goes maybe 8 deep and maybe 9, and he quits using the bench. What's the problem with this guy?
Well, it's most teams actually do shorten the bench in the postseason.
Well, not OKC. OKC uses everybody.
OKC's a better team than Detroit, Mark. Did you think otherwise?
They're a better team because they utilize the players.
Well, I think
they don't depend on one.
So let me be clear here.
One guy.
You think the Pistons roster and Oklahoma City's roster, and I can't stand Oklahoma City, but for a whole other reason, but you think they are equal rosters with similar assets. It's just that JB Bickerstaff. JB Bickerstaff.
The complete team is not being played. The old bad boys at Isaiah, they used everybody.
Okay, but if let me be clear here. If they switch coaches, the Pistons would be the favorite to win the whole thing, and Oklahoma City would be in trouble.
I think he has enough brains on the bench with the coaching staff that he has. I don't know if he's following their advice or what, but he's not utilizing the team. Sasser has not played at all. He gets 1 minute, 2 minutes, and this guy's a three-point shooter. They need outside shooting.
So their calling card is defense, and I'm going to guess he doesn't do all the things that they need to justify giving him minutes, even if he can't hit threes.
How's he going to work on it if he don't get to play?
Practice.
Off season, regular season. Prove
He's
it.
probably doing that too, but he needs to get some game activity. The guy can shoot the ball. Once he gets on, he can shoot.
All right, Mark, thank you.
He likes himself some Marcus Sasser.
He really does like Sasser.
And he's really concerned about OKC.
Which would be a great problem to have. Okay,
I don't think this is the end of the runway for the Pistons. I mean, in terms of what they expect this team to be in the future, this is kind of like step 1, step 2. They're in step 2 right now. I don't know how many steps this whole process is going to be to get to the end of the runway, which would be an NBA championship. But I'm not expecting that this year. This is a wonderful jump from what we saw last year, and they're going to keep building on that.
So one thing you can't do right now is add a three-point shooter.
But they have Marcus Sasser on the bench.
They do have Marcus Sasser on the bench. You say, why isn't he playing?
Why isn't he playing?
Do you think that through all of the feedback they get from Marcus Sasser, that JB has a guy that can play the defensive end of the floor, can facilitate, do all the things, hit those threes, and do everything he asks his players to do, and he's choosing not to play him? Or do you think he shot the ball decent in some of the games he's played, but the truth is he's not close to being a full contributor for this team? What do you think the truth is more like?
Probably the latter.
Yeah. I mean, I like his stroke. He has shot the ball decent for them.
When given an opportunity, yeah.
But it doesn't feel as though they are just minutes for Sasser away from being the favorite in the NBA to be able to take down OKC. Hell, then they should be taking care of Cleveland easily if they put Marcus Sasser in. I mean, I can't imagine that that's the case.
They were 2 minutes away from being up 3-0 in this series. Right?
Yep.
I don't know if we're going to see Marcus Sasser anytime soon other than mop-up duty. I certainly don't expect to see him coming off the bench in a rotation. But one thing that Bickerstaff has done is that when he has called on guys, they've answered the bell. Like Ron Holland got a lot of praise after missing a bunch of time in the postseason. When he finally got his chance to play, he got a lot of praise for how well he played defensively, and then, had knocked down a shot or two. Same thing happened with Paul Reed. People can clamor for Paul Reed. Well, Paul Reed got a chance to play on Saturday and was instant offense, had the 11 points in 9 minutes played. Guys are answering when they're being asked to do something. And the same thing goes with just about everybody else in the roster too. But how do you get whose minutes are going to pull away?
Well, that's always a tough question. Kang, what do you think of that call?
Marcus Sasser is not playing. I'm sorry to his uncle that called in, but he's not playing. He's the fourth guard or whatever. He's behind a lot of people. I understand fans are a prisoner of the moment and what they just saw. And what they just saw was the Pistons shoot very poorly, especially in the first half from behind the arc. They came through the second half, which helped get cut into the lead. But the game before that, they shot 50% from three. Was he calling for Sasser then? No. When you lack shooting, you look for shooting. I get it. We're in the middle of the second round of the playoffs here. Marcus Sasser is not going to be playing. I do agree that he can shoot the ball, but now it's not the time to just drop him into a middle of a series that you're up 2-1, by the way. Listen, they have to shoot better. They know that. They have to turn the ball over less. They know that. Playoff series are about adjustments, Cleveland had their run. I'm happy. I'm very actually impressed that the Pistons came back from 17 down to be able to fight back like that. Unfortunately, in crunch time, we had some critical turnovers, and they couldn't hit some shots when they needed to. Cleveland pulled out the win. This is playoff basketball, down 2-1. So, yeah, Duncan Robinson's shooting just fine. Other guys, Tobias, actually, his three-point shots come around. They don't need... I would love to have Marcus Sasser come off the bench and hit some threes, but you just can't count on that at this point.
I'd also be in favor of adding some three-point shooting in the offseason.
Oh, yeah. But that's offseason's a long list. Yeah, there's stuff to do.
Jerry and Flint, you're next. Hi, Jerry.
Jerry,
are you there?
Yes, hello. This is Jerry from Flint. How you doing?
All right, go ahead, Jerry.
Yeah, I had to call in. Some of these callers are driving me nuts. I mean, it's playoff basketball, right? I understand. Yeah, I didn't get to watch the game Saturday. It was my daughter's graduation from college, so I didn't get the nuance, but I did see that they were down, they caught up, they had a chance to win it. Cade had 3 turnovers. I think the subtleties of playoff basketball is about performance, right? And always on the road, role players don't do as good as they do at home, and that obviously showed up, right? And I just think, they're gonna, and they shot really well, right? Cleveland did. Wasn't it like
yes, they shot well
at halftime or something? It was ridiculous. So I think things even out. I think they got a good chance, but I agree with you, Doug, that they probably did blow a chance to be that close.
Yeah. I just hope we don't rue the day that they didn't close that game out. Cleveland shot 68 points.
Or it's game 7 is a big deal.
Yeah.
If we're worried about Cade getting worn down,
And that's my concern. That's micro and macro. If they have.
But we can't change their strategy that got us here. Cade and Durant and the pick and roll, keep the core there on the floor. You can't, like you say, you can't take Durant off the floor. You're doing them a favor. It's just ridiculous.
I think so too. I think if I'm a Cleveland fan, I'd be thrilled if they gave Paul Reed minutes over Jalen Durant. And people want to play them both together. That's fine too, but they have barely done that. 12 minutes all year, and they got their offensive net rating was terrible. But you could try it, but look, I hate what happened at the end of the game Saturday as much as the next guy. But A, I'm not chumping Cade Cunningham for it, or champ of the weekend. And B, I don't know that we're talking about wholesale changes. They are who they are. The Pistons are who they are. They're a defensive-oriented team with a superstar and a bunch of guys who are really good in their roles. And, some of the full-scale changes that people want to make and do this and do that, they are who they are. And it's gotten them to where they are. And they're not done yet either. They're not desperate.
Some more Marcus Sasser?
It's Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Brought to you by Michigan Auto Law. The Lions will kick off in Germany on November 15th at 9:30 a.m. here in Detroit. Fox picked up the broadcast rights for that game this morning. We will learn Detroit's opponent for the Week 10 international game this Thursday during the NFL schedule release. Yesterday, J.B. Bickerstaff said, quote, "It's not points for us with him," when talking about Jalen Duren this postseason. He shed some light on the specific things that Duren can improve on near the rim in order to increase his scoring. The Pistons and Cavs tip off tonight at 8 o'clock as Duren is still in search of his first game with more than 15 points in these playoffs. Detroit was 25-5 in the regular season when Duren met his averages of 19 and 10 in a game. Our pregame coverage here on 97.1 starts tonight at 7:35 for that 8 o'clock tip. Other NBA news new this hour, Shams Charania says Victor Wembanyama will not receive any more discipline from the league for his elbow and flagrant 2 foul on Minnesota's Naz Reid last night. Wemby was ejected in the second quarter, and the Timberwolves went on to even the series at 2 games apiece with the Frenchman on the sideline. Today, the league said he will not be fined nor suspended for Game 5 tomorrow. In more offseason related news, Shams also said the Milwaukee Bucks are once again fielding trade calls for Giannis Antetokounmpo. He has been in Milwaukee for all 13 seasons of his NBA career. At the Caldwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, I promised the Freddie Frito story. I'll get to it here in the next couple of minutes. I think this is an all-time family trump card that I was not aware of.
Wow.
Back to your phone calls here in a second. 248-539-9797. Last hour to get Champ and Chump votes in. Who had the best weekend? Who should be called out for having a weekend that stinks? And we tally up the votes, post on our website on Tuesday. The people select as Champ and Chump of the weekend. Let's go to Stan next on 97.1. Hi, Stan.
Hey, guys, thanks for taking the call. I only wanted to comment about the Marcus Sasser situation. The reason why he doesn't play is because he's a liability on the defensive end of the floor. Yes, the young man can score, but at 6'1", the way the modern game is played, the way they switch on the opposite end, how can he guard Evan Mobley out on the perimeter? Mobley would just stand the three-point shooting line and shoot over him.
Yeah, I mean,
the biggest problem.
Stan, there's a reason that he's not getting minutes, and probably a spot duty appearance, I guess, wouldn't stun me if they need a 3 at some point. But the caller's implication was that the only difference between Detroit and Oklahoma City was philosophical. It has nothing to do with the roster, and I think it's I don't know if there are 2 teams in the league that I could think of that are more dissimilar in terms of the way they are built. The Pistons are a toughness rebounding team that wants to get down there and wrestle with you in the mud, and that's not how Oklahoma City plays, and that's not how their players are how their roster's built.
Yeah, I agree, but do you really think Marcus Sasser can rebound at 6'1"?
No, but I don't want to end up burying Marcus Sasser here because he's like the 12th guy on the roster, but at the end of the day, I think it's more than just, hey, put him in there to shoot. They got to shoot better from the perimeter. And by the way, their shooter is absolutely stroking it right now.
Yeah, but they need
who's
more
also
than one
a bit
shooter.
of a defensive liability.
Yes. But ideally, you'd like to have lots of players that can shoot from distance. And
be great.
Yeah.
If everybody could shoot the 3.
But the Pistons didn't win 60 games this year because they were lighting it up from three-point land.
No.
So they have to be true to who they are and maybe add to that in the offseason. If they can add to that in the offseason, which they can, do it.
Okay. I told you about this at the beginning of the show, yesterday being Mother's Day. And look, unless you're really good and savvy at gift giving and how to handle these situations, which some guys are, I suppose, there's a little bit of a challenge of survival here of like mom is one thing. The wife is what you don't want to screw up. Like the wife, it's hard. Like moms are forgiving. Moms are forgiving, and they probably want more time. They would just spend time with you, and you do dinner, you take them out to dinner, you go do something they like doing together.
As they get older,
they don't need stuff, right? And moms, maybe I shouldn't speak for everybody, but when I've screwed up on holidays, it's almost always with the wife. And early on, it was Mother's Day, and she had mentioned right before Mother's Day that we needed a new frying pan, and I got her a frying pan for Mother's Day, and it went over like a lead balloon. And Then we started taking calls, and remember the guy who got his the guy who called up and said, "My dad, when we were young, got my mom a ham." And she unwrapped a ham, and then he told the story, and he goes, and then my dad famously said, "Well, you like ham, don't you?" Which led to us. Somehow we'd end the show by saying, "Enjoy your ham."
That was a line from the home shopping network.
Was it? Oh, that's right. Yes,
they would give you a free ham with it.
Yeah, we were talking about ham.
Enjoy your ham.
And then people called up with these terrible gifts that they gave on Mother's Day or Christmas or birthdays or whatever. Growing up in our household, when I was a kid, my family cycled through quite a few used Volvo station wagons. This was my dad's car of choice, and he liked to get them used. We weren't exactly rolling in excess cash, so he was always buying used Volvos.
Reliable.
They are, but they would break down.
Swedish technology.
And you had to be very specific mechanics to get to fix them. But yeah, when I was a kid, our car breaking down was not unusual. I discovered that one year near Christmas, Dad told the story last night, I did not know it. The Volvo was having problems. And what it needed, right before Christmas, they took it in. It needed a new fuel pump. So Dad, for Christmas, paid for the repair, got the new fuel pump, asked the repair shop that we were at if he could have the old fuel pump.
He didn't wrap it up, did he? He didn't. So what did he do?
Dad proceeded to take the old fuel pump, wrap it up, put it under the tree.
Oh. Who was a lucky recipient?
Mom.
Oh.
My dad.
That's a Christmas to remember.
Gave my mom
the old fuel pump.
The old fuel pump. Said, there, that's the old one. Got the car fixed. Merry Christmas.
A lot of thought that goes into that.
Now you think back. You wonder like how it was growing up and whether or not times were a little bit tough. I think in this case, that might be an example where didn't have a whole lot of excess cash. So here's a fuel pump for Christmas. Even Mom laughed about that last night.
Well, it's brilliant.
Yep. So is that better or worse than a frying pan or ham?
Oh, I think that's worse, actually.
I was like, what'd you get for Mother's Day? The old spark plugs? Did you have those wrapped up?
Right.
Yeah. Here's a tire. We got new tires. Here's one of the old tires.
I put gas in your car. Here's a receipt.
He gave her a fuel pump. Now, what's funny is, as a kid, if she opened it up under the tree, I was there, and I was probably like, oh, yeah.
Right,
I didn't know.
You could have cared less because what you really wanted was your gift. What did I get?
Yeah, right.
And that's what you're paying attention to. A new helmet.
Yeah.
Awesome.
I never got a helmet as a kid.
Oh,
but you know what's funny?
Dare to dream.
What's funny is he mentioned that my grandma Karsh was there so his mom was there when he gave the fuel pump to my mom. And the Christmas that his mom was there, I remember distinctly. I got the old bubble hockey game, but like the one that you could buy back in the day, which was maybe the greatest gift I ever got for Christmas. Not the ones that they have, not the stand-up version, but the ones that used to sit on top of a table that were made out of like metal. They were really, really,
probably really awesome. Sharp edges, rust easy.
Yeah, sure.
Nothing but everything a growing boy needs.
So I remember that Christmas specifically because I remember getting that thing and playing with it hours and hours and hours on end.
Is it possible that they filmed that Christmas?
So it's not possible they filmed it. There is possibly a picture where we could see the fuel pump under the tree. And I think that because I know there are pictures from that Christmas with me playing with that rod hockey. I called it rod hockey back then, but that rod hockey game. And so I need to go back and look in the background to see if I can see the fuel pump. Dad gave Mom a fuel pump.
That's amazing.
Isn't it great?
That is amazing.
Yeah. So frying pan wasn't that bad. And quite frankly, neither was the ham.
Is there anything you'd like to disclose that you gave for Mother's Day?
Yeah. I gave her a redundant gift. She had a Theragun, a wife.
Yeah.
And liked it a lot, and it disappeared. And we were at a friend's house a couple weeks ago, and they had one, and she was loving it. I ordered it immediately.
You're killing me. Just stop.
And then she found the other one and was using it the other day, and I'm like sitting there with it wrapped already, and I'm like, damn it, it was missing. She loved it, and she found it. So we're returning that and getting something else.
Okay.
Swing and a miss. Epic fail. You don't like this gift?
No, I think it's great. I just don't know if I'll be talking about, the wife and the Theragun, and she loved it. And, there's a lot of things going on there. It's okay.
What am I missing?
Well, it's a device. It's a massage
It's
device.
for her back and her shoulder,
Yes,
Scott.
of course it is. Of course it is. I didn't say anything else.
We can't get over here behind the glass rod hockey. That's like no one called it that, dude. No one you want to come over and play rod hockey? No, not at all. Don't ever call me again.
Okay, here's what I'm going to stick up for Doug, because as I recall from those back in the day, it literally the hockey we see the bubble hockey you see today.
Yep.
It's the mechanisms
underneath.
Yeah, it's used to, whatever mechanism used to maneuver the players is much more significant than it was back in the 70s, where it was a literal rod.
A rod underneath the board.
Yeah.
You could see it, yeah.
I still feel like you should have called it something else.
Well, whatever. When you were 8, you probably weren't thinking in terms of those terms.
But when you're 11, you're really laughing about it.
Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Something you don't want to laugh about is how awful your lawn looks right now. If you got weeds all over the place, if you're starting to see dandelions, you don't want any of that. You want it to look beautiful. You want it to look lush and green. Call Natural Way. Hurry. Call Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service so you get green and stay green with Natural Way. 888-GET-GREEN is the telephone number, and you get green and stay green, and you'll save green when you prepay. Call by the end of the month. You're going to get the early bird discount. And Natural Way, they've been serving Michigan since 1990, and they offer the 100% satisfaction guarantee. For greener grass and fewer weeds, early treatment is the key. And in Natural Way, they've got programs designed to strengthen the turf, improve the color, and control those weeds. But you got to start early for the best results. It's easier to prevent a problem than it is to fix a problem later in the year. Call them right now, 888-GET-GREEN. And for a limited time only, you purchase a full lawn program, you'll get free grub control. But you have to mention my name, Gator, and the station 97.1. Of course, the number again, easy, 888-GET-GREEN, or go to naturalwaylawn.com.
All right, we opened the show and I talked about how I have some concerns about the Pistons not being able to finish off. They won that game Saturday. That series is over. They would have been up 3-0. And I'm worried about Cade getting tired. I got micro concerns and macro concerns. The bigger one is that they rely on Cade a ton. He's the only player left in the playoffs that's still averaging over 40 minutes per game. I hope that it was just carelessness at the end of game 4 and not fatigue actually setting in. He did have a triple-double, so it couldn't have bothered him that much. But the way the schedule's played itself out and the way that teams are defending him, they've played – tonight will be 8 games in 16 days. It's one day off in between. Had they won that game, they probably are staring at an Eastern Conference Finals that at the earliest would start on Sunday. And, I think this team's margin for error is they need everything they can to go their way. Not finishing them off, I hope they don't rue the day that they weren't able to do it. I also think that probably, as well as Cleveland did shoot the ball, especially early in that game, I think Cleveland's probably got more pep in their step coming into this game because they feel alive again. They had all the pressure on them in the end of that game 3 because they knew damn well if they lose it, they're done. And they came through. And credit them. I have respect for them. In spite of the Schroeder flop, which was epic. But at the end of this, I just hope we don't rue the day they didn't close it out. You're not as worried as I am.
No, I'm not, because I don't think Cleveland can play at that level offensively again. It's not that they can't win games, because I had the series going 7 games, but 58% is very lofty. Shooting damn near 70% in the first half is unheard of, and that's where things were. But the fact is that they got down, and then they came back. Cleveland did. Despite having a 17-point lead, they lost that lead, but they were able to get it back and hold off the Pistons. It was staving season for Cleveland, if you will. And we'll see how it goes tonight, but I suspect the Pistons are going to be much better tonight, and I think the Pistons win this game tonight.
Okay, you've also said you think a series is going 7 games. So you think they're going to be up 3-1, and Cleveland's going to win the next 2.
I think it's going to have to close it out in 7.
Okay.
I hope I'm wrong. I hope I'm dead wrong. I hope that the Pistons win it in 5. Nothing will make me happier. But I just, I don't see it. You talk about the play with Schroeder, where he gets fouled, hits on the shoulder, and he mimics as if he was, just
struck in the
throat punched, which is wild. The other one that bothered me was the Harden flop after the 3-point shot.
Yeah.
Have you seen that? Like, he drains his 3-pointer, and then where's Harden? He's lying on the floor. Like, immediately just falls to the ground. That kind of foul baiting is the most annoying thing ever. And I know you bring it up all the time with Oklahoma City and SGA and all that, but it's just, I really wish that the officials would make a stand.
I know.
And like yell at admonish the player immediately. Like, don't do that.
If that play got reviewed with Schroeder from Saturday and resulted in a foul on him, a technical, one shot and the ball for the Pistons, something, say a player got hit in the shoulder, grabbed his neck, he gets a tech for embellishing, would that make a difference?
I think it would.
Dude, I don't know if I'm crazy. He got hit in the neck. I don't know what you guys are talking about.
You hit in the shoulder.
I just watched it again. Either way, first of all, he definitely embellished. There's zero doubt about that. I get that. But I think he definitely got hit in the neck. It was just not as hard as he made it seem, which is hilarious to me because he was on the floor asking for a review while he was trying to gasp for air, apparently. But he's like, review that.
The biggest part of the contact by far looked to me like it was on the shoulder. And if the arm reaching out kind of brushed his neck, it was... But even then, it looked like it was below the neck.
I thought it hit his neck clearly, and I thought Jenkins definitely would have, I thought, disputed that greatly if he didn't even touch him in the neck, I feel like.
Well, it didn't rise to the level of anything other than a common foul.
Yeah, it was foul. I just was laughing because Schroeder was asking for a replay while on the ground.
Right.
His hand goes up immediately like, I'm dying, look at that tape.
And that kind of stuff is so unsightly to me. And the Oklahoma City Thunder, I have no vested interest in that. I just can't stand the way that they play. SGA is ridiculous. I said it looks like parkour, and it looks like he's the leader of the troop.
Yeah, I think you said like advanced parkour. I'm like, that's insulting.
Hardcore parkour.
Hardcore parkour.
That's insulting to parkour.
the spatial awareness they have, what's around them.
So that game tonight is something we haven't discussed. With not that we talk too much about the rest of the league here, but is it possible this is LeBron's last game? They're down 3-0 in this series.
Well, let me start with this. I hope not. Because when I have watched that series, I have found myself authentically rooting for LeBron and the Lakers.
Goodness.
That's where I am with OKC.
Boy. Wow.
When I sit down in front of the TV, I don't make the decision I'm going to root for the Lakers. I just am. And it is an uncomfortable place to be. And the irony is, I'm rooting for LeBron because the other team flops and embellishes.
That's crazy talk.
I don't know if I'm the only one here.
That's wild.
But it feels unnatural. But I always say this. In sports, I don't think you can make decisions, hey, I'm going to root for them. I'm going to just become a big Laker fan or whatever. It has to happen. It's just happened watching that series.
Kane, do you think this is it for LeBron?
You mean like if he loses or if he's going to lose tonight?
Let's say if they lose tonight.
If they lose, I think he comes back for one more because I think he wants the attention of the farewell tour. You know what I mean?
Like, I know what you mean. Yeah.
So I think he wants everyone to know.
Call.
Yeah, so I don't think he...
Does he come back with L.A.?
Ooh, now that's a different question. So I think he comes back, and I do think he comes back with L.A. That's where I stand as of today.
Today.
Well,
this could change.
Yeah.
It's a fluid situation.
But that series has put me in a totally uncomfortable spot, Doug. You're right. I'm in a spot where I don't want to reward OKC for all the flopping because they're already a great team. They don't need to do all the extra stuff because SGA is impossible to guard. Either guard him and you get called for a foul, and you don't guard him and he scores 40 on you. He's going to get it either way. But the Lakers, the king of the flop is LeBron.
I know.
And I mean, he's like handing off the crown. He's like passing the torch.
I mean, there's something, if they lose and that's it for him and a flopping team takes him out, there's something kind of poetic about it for LeBron, but I'm not rooting for it in the moment. I find myself rooting for the Lakers and against Oklahoma City.
I want to see them two flop against each other and both get called for a foul.
LeBron and SGA run into each other.
And they both just run into each other, air quotes.
Fantastic. Yeah, what would happen? The rest would blow whistles. They go to review it.
And they find out you guys didn't even touch each other.
There's no violation resulting in a jump ball. I mean, what would you do?
I don't know what you do in that situation, but I'd like to see it.
So you're rooting. You find yourself rooting for the Lakers.
I want them to make the series longer. I'll say that.
There's no Luka.
No,
I can't. I can't root for the Lakers. I can't do it. I can't do it. I'm sorry.
That's fine.
At the same time, I'm not sure who I want to come out of the other game between San Antonio and Minnesota. Who is going to give Oklahoma City the tougher test?
Well, I'll tell you this. I mean, as much as the flopping stuff bothers us, the winner of this Detroit-Cleveland series gets Brunson.
Right.
So,
well, Brunson, here's the thing with him, though. He can foul bait when he wants to, but he doesn't always do it. It's a power that some of these guys can always go to, and the ones that show restraint, you can have a little bit more respect for.
I don't think SGA knows how to not do it anymore.
Right.
No, it's part of his game, his DNA now.
He starts to dribble sideways, like leaning into the whole way, going east-west on the court.
If nothing develops, I'll throw myself to the ground and get a whistle. 248-539-9797. Champ and Chump votes get him in. Piston fans, how you feeling about tonight's game? I'm concerned about the direction the series is going to go because I'm worried about Cade getting fatigued here.
I also have a little concern about maybe it shouldn't direct it towards you, but I kind of want to. It's not a mean thing. It's just
okay. All right, well, we'll get to that coming up here on Carson Anderson on 97.1. Hey, I know we just made it through a heck of a weekend, but the party never stops at Twin Peaks. That's right. You got basketball tonight. Huge game, Game 4. well as hockey and basketball playoff matchups also, and take advantage of the late night happy hour for those late games. Give your wallet a break from some of those gas prices and eat up their awesome happy hour specials like $5 tall domestics or house drafts, $7 Patron shots, and they're always delicious smoked chicken quesadilla for just $7. Pair of those awesome deals with all the sports showcased on 50-plus TVs and their special video walls. Wow, the beautiful and hospitable Twin Peaks girls, well, they serve it all up. And if you're frustrated as we are with all the streaming services and you want to watch it, but the games are streamed only, Twin Peaks, they got it all. So they can carry the game for you. Show it all. Prime, Peacock, Paramount, no problem. Grab the crew and get in early for your front row seat to all the action tonight. Nobody beats the Lodge when it comes to sports. Nobody. Twin Peaks, eats drinks, scenic views. All right, my biggest concern is Cade and fatigue. What is your biggest concern about tonight's game? I know you're chesty.
I have concerns. I guess my concern is that Jalen Duren is a no-show.
Offensively or just all
offensively?
All
I mean, obviously,
kind of getting used to it offensively.
But yeah, I don't want to get used to it because we get used to seeing 20 and 10 every night, and I think he's only hit double digits in rebounding a couple times in the 10 playoff games they played. So, I mean, he's better than that. And that's where he has to contribute. He needs to have strong hands. Go up, grab the basketball, and hang on to the damn basketball.
Yeah, it's kind of a weird thing.
And finish at the rim.
There are a whole bunch of times in this series where Duren has gotten the ball in an area that I immediately think it's going to be a dunk, and he doesn't get the ball from where he caught it up to dunk it. He lets it get knocked away. I don't know why that's happening. And it feels like it's happening more in the postseason than it ever happened in the regular season. But just something to pay attention to is, those kinds of careless turnovers. Okay, what's your concern? You think you have a concern about me?
It's not really a concern, but I was expecting more of this. And that was before the series began. We talked about who's going to be that guy, who's going to be that irritant on the floor. And maybe it's because we had the weekend and we haven't really had we didn't have a ton of time to talk about this, but Kang and Evan thought for sure that Max Strus was going to be the guy that was going to put you over the edge and you were going to be mentioning it. You've hardly mentioned Max Strus, and I'm waiting for Doug to explode on this guy because he is incredibly irritating.
I think he's the kind of guy you love having on your team. I think some of the hustle turnovers that he is getting is the kind of thing that we would elevate you and turn you into a hero in Detroit. And, the batting the ball off of Duran's legs to forcing the inbounds pass off the basket support, the steal and layup he got. I mean,
don't give Timu Last Samurai any credit for that stuff. That was all self-inflicted by Cade. Just bad, careless, inexcusable turnover by Cade. Instead, we got, 2007 called. They want their man bun back. Am I right, Gator?
Right.
This guy.
He's a spaz. He's a spaz, fighting through the screen and then going right to the floor and draws the foul, tries the exact same thing again, and the referee's like, I'm not fouling for this again.
So that was a game 2 maneuver. For people who missed it, was probably the ball was getting inbound, and he came off a screen, and quite frankly, he kind of just dove to the floor and got an offensive foul before the ball was inbounded, so they got a free throw. They went to run the same inbound play, and he did the same thing again, and they didn't fall for it the second time. That bothers me more than any of the other stuff, because I think the other stuff he did, Asar does some of that stuff. And I'm just saying, I don't hate Asar.
I think Strus grew out the man bun just for the flopping purposes.
I mean, there's the man, the
hair can fly a little bit more.
Yeah, you're right. He's Timu Last Samurai.
You're disappointed. You're disappointed that I don't hate him more.
Yeah. Now I'm getting pissed. Before I was just like, is this concerned? And then now I hear you, and now
let me just back up. Hold on. Don't misconstrue this. I don't like any of the Cavs, okay? But as far as one getting under my skin to the point like Brunson did last year or Bain was in the first round, he hasn't bothered me as much as those guys have. Wow. He hasn't.
Sounds like he's not bothering you at all. And now that's bothering me.
Again, you're putting words into my mouth. I don't like any of the Cavs.
Sounds like you can say it doesn't.
I don't like Harden and his stupid beard.
But does he bother you? Does Strus bother you?
Not the way Brunson did a year ago.
I'm not comparing to Brunson.
I am. Because at my level of irritant with a player is measured against Brunson and measured against Trae Young.
So you don't get irritated unless they pass the level of Brunson or get to the level of Brunson?
No, it's just nowhere close to that yet. Maybe it will be.
Well,
look, I'm sorry I'm letting you down because I don't have the hatred.
End of the first the game 1 against the Cavs. When Cleveland made a big comeback at the end, it was a large part because of Strus knocking down 3-point shots, and I think it was a steal here and there, and drawing fouls, and he's pumping up the couple hundred Cav fans who were right there, and they were very loud. I knew right then, Kang was right. Evan was right. Strus is the guy to despise. And it bothers me that you're not sharing in this right now, that you're not buying into it hook, line, and sinker. You should despise Max Strus. And I don't know why you're not. You're just holding it up to a standard of Brunson. Live in the moment here. You're allowed to hate this guy now.
The stuff that you hate him for is the same stuff that I've been spending this entire series praising Asar for doing.
And now that's really annoying. Is it now you're sullying Asar Thompson? You don't have to do that.
But Asar's a steal your inbounds pass after a made bucket guy, and that's what Strus is for them.
When this is our team, we're allowed to be homers in some regards, okay? I'm just asking for you to dislike Strus or be honest about it, and your honesty is killing me. I can't believe that you're not disgusted by Strus.
I'm sorry.
I can't look at you right now.
Don't look at him.
I don't even want to, Ken.
Look at me.
I'm making eye contact with you.
I think he likes him.
I think he's starting to like him too. I think he's like, is there a way the Pistons can get him next year?
I don't like him.
Don't say that, dude. That's terrible.
Is that not what it sounds like?
Sounds like it.
And Doug hates when you say it sounds like. But
those are the arguments my kids make.
It sounds like you love Max Strus.
No, it doesn't sound like that, but it certainly sounds like you're not bothered by Strus.
Well, not any more than any of the rest of the Cavs.
He doesn't even stand out on the Cavs. Are you surprised by that?
Yes.
Still not. I'm not looking at him still.
Don't.
Well, you don't have to. It's not going to impact the show all that much. But you hate him that much?
I think he hates that you don't hate him.
No,
That's probably more true than
okay, but
I'm very irritated by this guy.
Yes. Do you?
When he comes on the floor, I dislike him intensely
Because he's
a spaz.
other than the flop.
Because he's a spaz.
Other than the one flop, was there another flop that I'm not thinking of? The one on the on the inbounds
back flops, by the way.
Yes.
The same flop.
Because that's really where it gets me going, and he doesn't do a lot of that, does he? Any more than
to me, he doesn't even look like a basketball
in
player.
fact, the guy I've MF today is Schroeder more than anybody else because I think he had the epic flop in this series.
Well, you can get mad at Schroeder. I'd like to see some kind of emotion out of you, a hatred towards Cleveland
Well,
in some way.
I mean,
anyway,
I'm sorry it's not measuring up to some standard that you're setting, but you're not happy with the fact that I talked about Schroeder and not Strus?
I really don't like that you liken Strus to Asar Thompson.
Yeah, that is
disrespectful. Below the belt. That is
come on, dude.
Uncalled
Strus isn't
for.
athletic. That's why he's doing all this spaz stuff.
Right.
Asar's
yeah,
athletic.
Asar's better. Actually, Asar's better at
Way
it. You're
better.
right. Yeah. But it's the same kind of stuff. The hustle points that we praise Asar for is what Strus has been giving them.
What?
A lot of the stuff that Strus does, Asar does the same thing.
Huh.
God, I didn't realize how much you hate Max Strus. Like, where does, in all-time players that you hate, where does he rank?
Well, right now he's number one because that's who they're playing right now. I can change next series. For this series, it's Max Strus.
Man, did you like Quan during the Cleveland series with the Tigers too? I feel like you're.
I wish Quan was a Tiger.
Oh, do you see? Strus? There it is.
He wants Strus to be a Piston.
Wait, hold on.
No, Doug wants Strus to be a Piston.
When Quan was rumored to be tradable last year, all of us talked about getting Quan.
Yeah, we said we love Stephen Kwan. It was regular season. Now we're in a postseason. You know what? I hated Stephen Kwan in the postseason.
Hated him.
Well,
this guy doing everything you need to do. Go away.
Sorry I let you down, man.
Do you celebrate when Strus hits threes?
No, I don't. Would you cut it out?
I know. It's a legitimate question. It's a very legitimate question.
It's the most illegitimate question he's ever asked.
Do you wish that Asar was more like Strus?
Let me know when you're done with your fake storyline here.
Didn't answer the question, did he, King?
Don't answer that unless you give the right answer.
Asar is better than Strus. In fact, Asar is better in many ways than Strus. But Strus hasn't gotten under my skin the way he's gotten under your skin. And the way Bain got under my skin last series and the way Brunson did last year. And on top of that, it was Naylor that we couldn't stand for the...
You know, I mean,
who was Rocchio? Good God, Rocchio was the worst.
King, if Doug had simply just started like spitting some venom towards like James Harden, like give me something to work with here. That'd be great. Let's talk about Harden and the flopping.
I spit venom at Schroeder earlier in this show.
It was short-lived. It was like, okay, yeah, he followed through and was pretending like he got throat punched by Chris Spielman, and he wasn't. But I feel like you need to vent a little bit against Cleveland some way. And you're reluctant to do it because of some high standard about.
Well, I guess because it isn't authentic as it is for you. You seem to authentically or fabricated this hatred for Strus. I don't have it, not yet, at least. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. Last chance to get your champ and chump votes in is right now. You're on 97.1.
Well, we've all seen it lately. Local companies are being bought out by big private equity firms from out of state, and suddenly you're just a number on a spreadsheet. But when it comes to your home, you deserve better than that. You deserve Shaner Roofing Windows and Siding. Shaner is truly family-owned, and they've been serving Michigan homeowners for over 30 years. And when they say that they treat you like family, they mean it, because they actually are one. They don't answer to distant investors. They answer to you. And what I love most about them is their no-pressure promise. You get what you won't get is a high-stakes sales pitch. Instead, what you get is an honest assessment of what your roof, windows, and siding actually need.
It's that integrity that's earned them a 4.9-star Google rating from thousands of your neighbors. Plus, you're going to get total peace of mind with a lifetime transferable warranty on every roof installation. Don't settle for a corporate middleman. Trust the name Michigan has relied on for 3 decades and get your quote today. Shaner Roofing. Check them out at mymichiganroof.com. That's mymichiganroof.com.
So there was big NBA news over the weekend. Obviously, Victor Wembanyama getting thrown out. Now we got news today that Giannis is getting shopped around and that Milwaukee wants to have some clarity before the draft so he can be a star player on the move. And there was the NBA draft lottery, which was, I don't really have any. The Pacers got burned like you wouldn't believe.
Oh, my God.
In that they had a top 4 protected pick that was 50. I guess it was only 54% that they were going to get to keep it. So you could believe that. They lost. Their pick came in 5th.
But didn't they have the same odds to get the top pick as they were one of the 3 teams?
Yes, they were one of the top 3.
And they end up getting the number 5 overall pick, which then screws it because there was top 4 protected, but not top 5 protected.
So the Clippers get it. Part of a trade deal that they made earlier, and so the Clippers will pick 5th, and Indiana doesn't have a first-round pick.
And the Pistons are fortunate because the pick that they got in the trade was top 20 protected, but this ends up being the 21st overall pick.
Yep.
for the Pistons.
So ESPN has come out with a mock draft since the draft lottery, and they got A.J. DeBonsa going number 1 overall to the Washington Wizards. Darren Peterson, the somewhat controversial guard from Kansas, going number 2 to Utah. Cam Boozer from Duke going number 3 to Memphis. Other picks of interest, because there's local guys and there is the Pistons pick. Oklahoma City would get Yaks at 12, according to this mock draft. Adai Mara goes 14 to the Charlotte Hornets, according to this mock draft. Morez Johnson goes to San Antonio at 20. And at 21, this is the third mock draft that I've seen this name coming to the Pistons, and I would love it. Bennett Sturtz, the guard from Iowa.
Oh, yeah. He's the guy who plays like Max Strus, right?
No wonder you would love it, Doug.
He plays nothing like Max Strus. He's a three-point assassin. I mean, he's a really good player. He's a taller player that could get a shot off, but that's the third mock that I've seen Bennett Sturtz going to Detroit. And I like it, but that's addressing three-point shooting, which is something that a lot of people out there screaming the Pistons need. And I'm not against getting more good shooters.
Wasn't that part of what they did last year when they drafted Chaz Lanier?
Yeah, and I wonder where he fits into their future. I wonder what they think about him moving forward.
You never have enough shooters, right? So just you only need like one of those guys to pan out. Even if they've drafted another one, like whether it's Lanier or the new draft pick, anybody would help.
Yeah. How would you feel about it, King?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, never can have enough shooters to kind of just keep swinging and swinging until you hit on one. Is there in your mock draft Jeremy Fears anywhere?
No.
Chance he comes back.
Yep.
There's a great chance it comes back.
Elliot Cadeau, same thing. Yeah, they are not going in the first 2 rounds of this draft. And it is a new thing. People put their names in. They get the evaluation from the league. They go back to college to work on the things they were told they need to work on. And that's what's expected to happen with those. It says here, Sturtz helped reaffirm his NBA readiness in March, captaining Iowa to surprise Elite 8 run. While his shooting was streakier than anticipated, he carried a heavy workload and was asked to create for himself far more than he'll need to do in the pros. His ability to navigate ball screens, limit mistakes, and knock down open shots gives him a path to be a useful bench rookie in the right situation, despite entering the league as a 23-year-old rookie.
Oh, he's 23?
Yeah.
Oh, forget it.
He says in jest.
Yes.
So tonight, key things tonight, I think a caller put it very astutely earlier, Asar stay out of foul trouble. You've talked about playing better team defense, specifically in the first half, where Cleveland was really, really good. But winnable game. Cade can early in this game probably alleviate my fears that he's starting to fatigue a little bit. But you're calling for a big game for Duren.
Yeah.
It feels like that happens. Somebody does that each game, a big offensive game. But you think tonight's a breakout?
Well, I think we've become accustomed to seeing Cade Cunningham and Tobias Harris combined for 50 points every night. And then Duncan Robinson's been great with his outside shooting.
Boy, has he ever!
He's been fantastic. But yeah, I think it's time. It's time to see Jalen Duren bounce back. He's getting a lot of criticism today. He's gotten a lot of criticism throughout the playoffs. It's about time we see the old 20-10 guy come back.
It's funny. You talk about how things tend to trend back to the average and how Cleveland has shot the ball so well early in that game that they won't do that again. Were you worried about Duncan having a correction factor?
A little bit, yeah. Yeah, I am. And I think and I would expect that to happen. I don't think he's going to shoot 60% from three-point land. But with Duren, I expect Duren to make the shots around the rim. He's missed too many shots right there at the cylinder. Whether he's deciding not to dunk it or he spins and tries to put it off the backboard and it just looks bad. I think these shots are going to start going down, and he's going to be more aggressive with it by the cylinder because he needs to. We saw in Game 3, Evan Mobley took him to school in one play, and it was ugly because he came flying through and dunked it and had all the confidence in the world. And Mobley has not been a force at all in this series, like thought that he was going to be. He kind of looked like weak. Well, he came up pretty strong in Game 3. can Duran neutralize that again, along with Jared Allen, and just play his game? Be your own guy, man. Be what you were. You've got plenty of sense memory to go back to the 82 games season and recognize you were 20-10. Why do things change now?
Champ Cade. The turnovers in Game 3 sucked, but they're not up 2-1 without him. Chump Spencer Torkelson, since the fluke streak, 12 games, 7 for 44, 1 home run.
Yeah, Torque isn't alone with the slumping going on right now. Dylan Dingler's been in a slump, though he hit the ball really hard last night, which was good to see. We're seeing Kevin McGonigal take a little bit of a step back, though he's still getting on base, but he's not hitting the doubles, not hitting it as sharply as we've seen him do, but I'm not worried about McGonigal. I think he'll be just fine. And obviously, Kerry Carpenter was in a major slump too, and then he got hurt on Saturday, and this brings up Gage Workman. I'm not counting on guys being brought up from Toledo to lead this team, but I think it's cool to see that guy got his chance because he was killing it with 350 average in 35 games at Toledo.
He's not a guy that I hadn't heard of.
Right.
So he was on the radar as a potential player down the road that could help this team. In the 2020 draft, in the first 5 rounds, the Tigers had 4 players from that draft, because it was only a 5-round draft because of the COVID. 4 players from that 5-round draft were on the field yesterday, with Spencer Torkelson, Dylan Dingler, Gage Workman, Colt Keith. It's a pretty efficient draft. Now, hopefully all those guys continue to help them win. They did win a game yesterday, which is the ultimate goal, and they haven't done enough of that lately. Beef Stew is a guy I'd take minutes from. He's a major distraction, as is Holland and Levert. Cannot shoot, especially threes. This goes for Holland and Assar.
Well, Stewart's not getting that many minutes.
No.
I mean, look at his game log in the last, let's see, he got 9 minutes in Game 3, 15 in Game 2, 13 in Game 1, and 8 minutes in Game 6 and 7, respectively, against Orlando. He's not getting many minutes at all.
I feel like Stewart's kind of lost his edge a little bit. Like he's been neutered by the league as far as don't get a technical, don't get a hard foul, things like that. And I think he needs to unleash some of that dog again in him and get a technical at this point because the energy doesn't seem like it's there like it was.
He walks onto the floor. He's been known to walk on the floor looking like he's trying to foul someone.
Yeah.
When he's checking into the game. Like, I'm here to do damage. And maybe he's up in his own head because of the way that he's been whistled.
The edge that he had been playing with, I feel like isn't there like it was. And because he doesn't want to be a distraction like that one text said, though, like he is, because I don't think he's a distraction at all. He's actually been turning the other cheek when something happens. He's not arguing, and he's not, I don't know. I think he had like the one game against Orlando that he really brought the energy. But other than that, I don't remember him being significant.
Yeah, well.
Maybe it's injury related.
Maybe it's just a simple case that they got some players that are pretty good that just need to play better.
Well, without question.
We do all the
I think it goes
hand wringing, but
every team that's not playing as well as you want them to, that's the number one
guys
reason.
who can play better,
can play better, right?
Play better, damn it. Rico Beard has walked into the studio and joins us now. What's up, man?
Not much, guys. What's happening?
Yeah,
Is there anything you trust less than the NBA draft lottery?
Oh, I trust it.
You trust it?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, I don't think people would risk prison to.
How are you going to risk prison for rigging the lottery?
I think if you rig the lottery, it's fraud.
It's your league. It's like Monopoly night at the Karsh house.
Well, I
go to jail.
Okay, so obviously you don't trust it. Is this? I think you could get in some big trouble if you were rigging the lottery.
Okay.
Do you don't trust it, huh?
I don't.
Why did they want the first pick to go to Washington?
I don't know. I mean, I'm just saying, it's like you look at poor, Indiana just went out there and tried, didn't win, and your reward, you get nothing.
Well, but as Doug pointed out, it was a 46% chance that they were going to end up with the 5th pick. So it's almost, that 50-50 mark. I mean,
I'd like to hear more. You obviously got a conspiracy theory.
Oh, no. It's just like when the Pistons were the worst team ever, and they always got screwed.
Have a great show. Stay safe, everyone, and treat each other with respect. Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Welcome, one and all, on a Monday. We are back at it. Let's, Rico, we've got to handle something before we get to the business because we're going to get to the Tigers. I've got a way to fix the NBA lottery, and then obviously Pistons Game 4. We'll talk about that in the 5 o'clock, but we are going to start with something because we have a man issue that needs to be handled. Now, I will tell you, David Hall made us all very sad. I was in a good mood. Very nice weekend. Hope everyone had a lovely Mother's Day. Look, David's like, hey, how was your weekend? And I told him, it's smoker season. We were able to get outside. It was in the 60s, and I go, you know what? It's time.
Yeah.
And then I began talking, and I could just, David's face and general tone sank like the Tigers in the standings.
Oh, boy.
And I went, dude, what is your deal? And David, I'm not going to misquote you. You went, Mike, I have to be honest. I think I'm done.
Wait, David, you didn't have a good weekend? I mean, it was great weather. It rained for a little bit, but thanks to the Knicks, I got to go out and do a lot of stuff on Sunday because Lord knows that game was over like that.
Whoops. No. David was upset that I got to barbecue or I got to use my smoker. And then David did what, and again, I'm not telling you you're wrong. I'm just making a statement of fact. You chose to, keep playing wet the whistle and popping out kids left and right. Brother. David, all these dudes with kids, all they do is complain about their kids. And I'm like, well, dude, I didn't have them for a reason. I can't help you. I don't know how you put the kid back in there. That's not how this game works.
Well, see, this is probably the second out of the third weekend I've talked to either of you on a Monday getting prepared. And Rico a few weeks ago was, I put this in the smoker and I did this weekend. I'm like, oh, that's great. That's wonderful.
See how patronizing that is?
Talked to Mike today.
The pork burnt ends.
Yes, that's right.
Pork belly burnt ends.
And so I talked to Mike and I'm like, oh, how was your weekend? And gets to that. And I'm like, that's wonderful. And I'm stuck here.
David, let me
great beef ribs, by the way.
I want to add to it, Rico, master. Sometimes when you cook or you barbecue or you smoke, where it just everything goes right, and you're like, okay, I better savor this because this is not how it normally. David, when I tell you they weren't good, they were great. Does that make you feel worse?
It actually does.
Good.
Yes, it does. Make me feel worse.
Keep being sad. I need more of this.
And David, I know you don't eat pork, but you would have loved the pork belly burnt ends. You would have given it up for a day.
It's just a stage in my life where I realize I absolutely love my kids. Let me say this again.
Oh boy,
I love my kids.
Right. Kenny's not racist, but
going to event after event, Saturday all the way to the end of my Sunday, I have no time to use my griddle. I have no time to use my grill. I am done. I think I'm going to sell it.
You should.
I'm done.
The black stone is more like a tombstone. It marks the end of you. You have nothing.
David, no. You can't sell it.
So excited when I got it, man.
Hand down, man down. This happened to my brother-in-law. Superb father. Much like David. Oh, he's got all the toys. He's got the Blackstone. He's got a smoker. He's got a grill. You know what he uses? None of them. The only thing he's using is a microwave. So here's my thing. David, I don't possess the answer.
Cooking dino nuggets.
Oh, yeah. Poor Rip. Oh, yeah. It's dino nuggets. There ain't nothing there.
Oh, Rip.
Yeah, the air fryer gets used all the time.
But here's
have to eat.
If Rip can't do this, David, I have no faith.
But this is where we need to put the bat signal out there before we get to the Tigers at 3. I'm being serious. David needs your help. Married men with children. Help this man. How does he reclaim any level of barbecue time?
I got it, David.
Start a new life in Mexico.
No. Your oldest two are how old?
15 and 13.
Perfect.
God, you're old.
No.
Yes.
This is perfect. It's how my love started. My old man would go out on the grill and say, all right, I'm going to teach you some stuff today. Hey, I'm trying to help you out here.
So what are you telling me?
Screw you.
Have them do it? I didn't play that.
No.
He played that.
No, I'm saying you get to cook, but you're also teaching them what to do.
But I'm out at their events.
There it is.
I'm not home.
It's youth.
To teach them.
Youth sports is the death of this country.
See, I'm thinking you're
248.
home.
Yes, I'm not home. I am driving Miss Daisy. Is what I'm doing.
On to the Piggly Wiggly.
And Kenny, I'm sorry. Sorry, Dad didn't teach me how to use a hot dog roller. So
No. Here. Now listen. Kenny can't participate because where he lives, he can't have a grill. This is not
It's not allowed on the property.
Right. It's not a Kenny issue. I'm saying this comes back to what has destroyed men nationwide: youth sports. How about yesterday? My nephew had a game on Mother's Day.
What?
Yep. Dude, these people are Satan. These youth sports leagues are satanic.
Their uniforms were pink for mom.
I don't know. But
wow.
Can we get some help for David? Because, David, I don't have your answer, pal. And I didn't say you asked me, how was your weekend? What'd you do for Mother's Day for your mom? I told you, and it brought you infinite sorrow. I don't know what I can do there. Not answer the question?
There was nothing you could have done there.
Like what? What could I have answered?
You just heard my voice go down like, oh, great.
You know what? If you could hold off for one more year, David.
Can we talk about the bark on these beef ribs? Go ahead.
The oldest is old enough to drive his brother.
He will be.
So if you could hold off for one more year and not sell it, and now it's the older child's, it's his responsibility. But get your brothers everywhere.
But I gotta be a father. I still have to go. I still have to.
Why?
I have to support.
Why?
Teach.
What's the difference between the games this year and 3 years ago?
Well,
exactly.
I don't know.
Exactly. There's no difference. So if you miss one, that's okay. It's not like you've never gone.
David, can I just offer something? And again, I understand I don't have kids, so this may rub people the wrong way. I'm not trying to be provocative. But if you go to a good amount of your kids' games, isn't that good enough? Like, no disrespect, you're not raising a MAC 2 guard. Like, 99% of these kids don't go pro.
Well, here's the thing.
In anything.
That would be a great commercial.
I'm just like, why can't you just go to two
Right,
out
you
every
can miss a
3?
few. Well, the only chance I get to go to games is the weekend. I can't go to anything during the week.
Why? Aren't they in school?
Well, they have things during the week, games during the week, track meets during the week, all this other stuff.
Can we get somebody from the crowd to help?
I'm stuck.
I'm not qualified to help this guy, but he makes me sad. That's really how we start the show today. We'll get to Tigers and Pistons later. David made us all sad. People, if you got kids in youth sports, David's ready to sell all of his barbecue equipment. He has no time.
Bro, that bark on your beef ribs.
That's legit. Dude, I'm telling you, no rap. David knows all about no rap. But the point is, no rap.
You know, yes.
David never raps. We know that.
Which is why I'm in this situation.
Yep. But it's all, I'm telling you, it is just the classic Texas seasoning,
I've been researching that, and I'm glad you tried it out.
But you just got to be patient, which I'm not. But you just got to go.
See, I am, but yeah.
You'll be fine.
But Mike's yelling at the microwave.
Damn you.
Minute rice. Come on. 45 seconds. Let's go.
248-539-9797. Can we get some self-respecting men to call up and help this fallen man? David is ready to liquidate all grilling items because he simply can't use it. Youth sports. How do you balance it? Is there a cheat code? Like, are you a bad parent if you just go to half your kids' games? Half. In the NBA, if you shoot 40% from 3, you're Steph Curry.
Or, you know what? No.
Why can't 50% be the good marker of a dad?
Or, Mike, maybe you just go NBA using that. Go the load management schedule.
I like that.
You make it to 65 games
No
out of 82.
back-to-backs for David.
Right. If you can go 65 games, you should be okay.
Like what?
I've seen enough that you know who the good kids on the team are. You know who the bad kids on the team are. You know who the good teams are going to play are.
And David, you know in your heart if your kids are good enough or not. So why don't we just have that conversation? You've had the other one with them. You should have this one too. Not the one about boobies. The one about you're not going pro. So why don't we pursue something more realistic here? And Dad needs to use the Blackstone. So to hell with your lacrosse game, okay?
Yeah, think about it. David, you know when the teams are bad, oh, guys, you're going to win this game, so I don't need to be there for this. So when you come home, I'm going to have barbecue waiting for everybody.
Yes, now you're team dad.
Yes. Cook for the whole team.
David.
Victory celebration. It's a celebration.
I'm just...
Celebration.
When did the standard for dads in youth sports become go to every game or social services is taking your child?
Bro, you see how beaten down TJ is every Friday. Guys, I can't do Who Said It.
I don't want to speak for TJ. Well, maybe a little. I am pretty sure if we sequestered TJ in Guantanamo Bay and gave him the truth serum, he'd say, I'd rather be back in the NFL. I had more time playing than he does as full-time sports dad. Don't want to speak for him, just a little bit.
Gotcha.
We will get to the masses. David, your adoring public. We have the men of Detroit here to help you because you can't help yourself. And if you liquidate your grilling equipment, I'm sorry. I don't know if there's a place for you on this show anymore.
You can only liquidate it if you're upgrading. That's it.
Those are the rules.
That's it.
Those are the rules. 248-539-9797. Yes, we will get to the Tigers at 3. Yes, we will get to the Pistons. Yes, I will fix the NBA lottery in a way no one has mentioned. I think you're going to love it.
Okay. And David, if you do liquidate it, don't give it to Cookies or else you're going to have to drop it off to his house.
You're right. I forgot about that.
He was too lazy to actually come and pick it up.
And he wouldn't know what to do with it.
Mike,
are we kidding, man?
I don't even think he's used it.
No, because
I felt bad. I feel like going to steal it back. Like
because he's not a man. Okay, just say what you want to say. He's a Gen Z cat enthusiast, no grill having bitch.
Well, he said
he just isn't. He's not for the culture.
He said he's cooked hot dogs on it.
Wow. Signed pot of boiling water.
What about toast?
Oh, my God. I love cookies, but he frustrates me with certain things. Take him to church.
Burgers and hot dogs. All right.
Oh.
Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service. Get green, stay green. Here was the beauty of it this weekend. While David was doing nothing but going to youth events, I was able to go out there and manicure the lawn and cut the grass. And the thing that I noticed the most, there was no weeds in sight. That is all thanks to Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service. They came out, they developed a solution for my lawn specifically, and they started treating about a little over a month ago. And guys, I'm telling you, it is worth the time. It is worth the money because not a dandelion, not a weed in sight. Just beautiful, luscious green grass. They can do the same thing for you. Call 888-GET-GREEN. That's 888-GET-GREEN. Or you go online at Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service. They'll come out. They'll design and tailor a program for you to strengthen your turf, improve your color, and control your weeds. It is not too late. Call 888-GET-GREEN. That's 888-GET-GREEN. Or go online at naturalwaylawn.com. All right, so David has a little bit of a dilemma. He hasn't been able to enjoy the weekends the way that Mike and I have, out using the tools and toys in the backyard. David, you can't get rid of your stuff, though. You can't do that unless you upgrade it. You can't sell it off, period. So that's not allowed.
And I want to say this because people's listening function is not very good. I'm not in a position to give David advice. I am but an observer to the chaos that his penis has caused because he has 7 million kids and no life. I can't offer advice. That's why I'm asking you guys. Please do not make this that, oh, Mike is I'm not lecturing David on anything. I feel for David, but I'm with Rico. If you sell all your grilling equipment, come on, dude. You're basically waving the white flag. At that point, you may as well just get a divorce and start over in Mexico.
Yeah.
We'll get a new ID made for you.
Well, to that point, someone on the text says, David needs to go get milk, relocate to Texas through witness protection, become a pit master.
That's right.
And just never return.
We're going to get David a job at Goldie's. You'll be all set. His new name is Wayne. Go ahead, and then we'll go to the callers.
No advice for David, but Mike is so right about the no-wrap beef ribs. The bark on mine this weekend was so good. Ha-ha to
David. Poor David's being used as a piñata right now.
He is. I'm going to have to try that, Mike.
I'm telling you.
80 on, this is going to be 80 this weekend?
Yep.
Coming up.
You need to find some beef plate ribs. I'm telling you.
You know, I know. We go to the same place.
Hey, listen. They just don't have them all the time. All right, let's go to the people. Go to Martin, 97.1. Martin, you're batting leadoff this week. What's going on, buddy?
All right, I got the best solution for David.
Let's hear it.
Put those bastards on eBay. No, listen, get a portable grill.
Up next, David's Googling, what do kids go for? No, I'm kidding. Like, what's a black market adoption rate, David? We got about $500,000.
So are they like cars, or are they better off in parts?
Listen, man, you got to throw the grill with the kids. Put them on eBay. They go a lot faster.
David has just packaged his kids with a Blackstone for $500,000.
Can't you just take a portable grill with you, David, and cook and then eat right after? Like, why is this so difficult from you? And the man that has no kids telling you something that you should be doing, man. You just take a portable grill. Take it with you, barbecue, make some memories, call it a day.
That's not going to work in what we're doing now with some of the stuff we're doing for the high school level. It's more get up there and leave. It's just not going to work.
So you, both of you guys are both parents. Can't one go to the game and one cooks at home?
See, there we go. Martin, look,
but now we're split though. We're split.
But I'm just saying that's what I do with my wife. I let her go to the game and I cook, or I'll go to the game and she'll cook.
It's easier said than done. We're now split. Now one son's going one way to do something, the other son's going the other way to do something.
I thought you were dropping some news for a
second. No.
I
was like,
I really got nothing for you, bro. I can't help you. I'm sorry, dude. No.
Breaking news at the 97.1 The Ticket compound. Sad news. David Hull is separated from his wife.
He was so cavalier. No, we split. Wait, he's just saying this matter of factly, like,
man.
No, David.
Don't you definitely have more time to grill.
First it was Steph Diggs and Cardi B. Now David. Love has no chance.
See, David.
No, we are together.
But so she's taking him. So
one kid has to do something.
Team?
No, one kid's still in middle school, so he has his stuff elsewhere.
When did it get like
this? High schooler goes elsewhere.
When they both get to Cass Tech, does this get easier?
Yes, it will.
Okay.
I was going to say something, but it's inappropriate, so I'm just going to go to Tony. It's much easier that way. Tony, the floor is yours. Tony? I know Tony's there.
Tony.
Okay. Tony can try again later. It's called a phone. You got to talk into it. We're going to go to Chris, 97.1. Chris, how you doing, buddy?
Good. How we doing?
Good. What's going on?
So they do make a grill. They make a smoker that you actually can operate mobily from your phone, and it does everything for you.
David?
It'll drop it in there for you. It'll separate the heat whenever you want to raise the temperature, drop the temperature. So you got to sell your old equipment, get the new equipment.
So you sell to upgrade for the youth sports lifestyle.
That's right. You can do everything.
I can understand that. I may go that route.
So basically, you just put the stuff on, you leave to go to the game, and let the smoker do all the
come back.
Yeah.
That's allowed, David.
I think I like that
You
idea.
can do the temperature up. You can take the temperature down. I mean, I'm a dad of 4, and I got kids. I'm coaching most of the kids' stuff, so I can't do anything from home. But you can be there and be there.
So,
Great.
Chris, do you ever just put the sorriest kid in the game so we can speed this thing up because I had to get home?
No, not at that level yet. Not at that level yet.
Okay. He hasn't found his Nick Maton to throw in the game.
Well, but yeah, dude, you know what? The ribs are almost done. Hey, you know what? Little Timmy, let's go ahead and bat.
Chris is looking for his Ben Sherratt. He hasn't found him yet. No, but I mean, Chris, when we were bringing this up, though, you do identify with David's plight, right? I mean, there's just like it's going to be 80 and sunny Saturday, and David already told me he's dead Saturday. He has no ability to enjoy anything. When did it get this way with youth sports? This was not how it was in the 80s and 90s.
Oh, I know. It gets insane. Everybody wants every kid thinks they're a star nowadays. But, you know, the truth, I always look at it this way. The youth, the youngers, you got to develop them, right? So you've got to get them as much as possible, and they're going to find their niche at some point in time. And then eventually they're going to figure out, like, these are the sports that I should be playing, and these are the sports I shouldn't be playing. So,
yeah, it's also, Chris, the other thing too, and like Dave, I know, David, you've had this conversation. The idea that high school sports is obsolete and now you have to play for a travel team or you have to go to all these leagues, it's amazing to me. Like kids are 6 and 7 years old. They don't practice 3 times a week. Just throw them on the damn field. What happened to kids having fun?
Because somewhere out there, Mike, you're going to run across that superstar kid, and that's why you do all of
Man, this ain't the Dominican Republic. What are you going to do? Sign him at 12 years old?
No, you do. You run across that Darius Acuff, and you're like, okay, you know what? He's going to be good. So, but you never know.
You know what I'm saying.
I understand.
The idea, like my nephew, he's not even 6 yet. They practice 3 times a week. What are they practicing? What are you running set pieces? This isn't the World Cup. They're 5 and 6 year olds running around with a soccer ball.
Oh my God! All they do is follow the ball.
Nope. Practice.
No matter what
you're supposed to practice an hour before the game and then play. This is what we doing 3 days a
David,
week.
at 6, all you do is follow the ball.
It's
all, organized babysitting.
But it's all changed. We're like now the youth sports thing has taken such a foothold. These families' only friends are the youth sports people.
Mike, there's an opportunity for us. We're missing this.
What's that?
We could give this all up and just form our own youth sports compound.
It's the
complex.
We're a decade, or maybe 20 years too late. What we needed to do is you buy some meth head land in Iowa. You build a hotel and 17 baseball fields. And then everybody comes to your complex, and it's like a hostage situation. They're paying you for the tournament. They're paying you for the hotel. Oh, look, Rico built a cafe. Now they're paying Rico for the cafe. You're basically, these youth sports leagues are the pimps and the parents are the hoes. That's all this is. You remember HBO Real Sports?
Yeah.
They did something on youth sports like 10 years ago. And this dopey family was up on TV and they were like, yuck, yuck, yuck. And they're like, how many free weekends do you have in a year? Because there's 52 weeks. I think we're traveling 40 of 52 weekends. Yuck, 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 yuck. And I'm going, you are the dumbest people on the face of the earth. How is that a life at all?
Because at some point, you realize, my kid stinks. They're not going anywhere. I mean, it's the hard truth. No, whether you and your wife are having this private conversation, but you realize, you're like, what are we doing? This kid's not going to go anywhere. They're not going to do anything.
Again, I want to say this as well. I am absolutely unqualified to have any idea how that discussion goes. Like, David, have you had to tell one of your kids, look, this ain't for you. You're just not any good.
No, I haven't, because I haven't seen that yet.
Okay. All right, cool.
So you just keep going until...
Would any parent like to call up anonymously who's had to tell their kid they're utter garbage and you need to do other things because mom and dad have better things to do? Like, how does that go?
But you know what, Mike? It's difficult because they have blinders on and they don't see it.
There's our industry.
They don't see it.
No. I can be the proxy. I can be the parental proxy. The parent hires me to tell their kid they're absolute garbage at sports.
Yeah.
And then the parents clear.
They don't, but the parents don't realize it, Mike.
I can be a consultant.
Back in the day, when I did video stuff, they were like, hey, could you make a tape for my son? And I was like,
no.
Let me be real with you. I could take all of your money and your son won't go anywhere. Your son's not that good.
You probably should have done it.
No. I felt bad.
You know, I stopped feeling bad. People do this to themselves, though.
Like, just take that $5,000 and put it on his education. Maybe he'll be an agent.
Listen, you're not Jackie Robinson and Dad wants to barbecue. Sit the hell down.
When you sign up for parental proxy, we get our hands dirty so you stay clean.
Oh, maybe, you know what? Maybe it is.
1-800, your kid's trash. That's the business plan.
Do you want Mike, you can be the aggressive version. I'll sit down with
We'll do good cop, bad cop.
Yeah.
I'll burn them down. You build them up.
Son, you know what? Maybe you're going to be a coach one day or an agent.
Or not.
Just not in this league.
97. Top of the hour, we'll get to the Tigers a little bit. Pistons at 5. There's really not much. I'm not worried. I don't believe you're sweeping your way to greatness. And look, I won't even be concerned if you lost tonight. I don't think you will. Cleveland is yet to win a road playoff game. You have home court. So until or unless I see Cleveland come here and win, there's really not much for me to worry about. But we'll get to it at 5 because we've got something else we want to bring up in the series.
I was about to say, you're not concerned that James Harden was listening to the show?
No. Okay. No, it was so lame. What chatter? Okay, James. Second of all, I want to believe in anything in this world half as much as Kenny Atkinson believes in James Harden. But we'll get to it.
Yes, and I am coming more towards your side, too, when it comes to the sideline reporters.
Man, I'm proud of you. I can't take it. It's insulting. Hey, what's the key to the winning this game? Scoring points. Okay?
We have to be better than them.
Okay.
All right, back to you in the studio.
All right, let's go to Stan, 97.1. Stan, how you doing, bud?
I'm good. Gentlemen, this is nothing but a big tailgate. That's all he has to do.
All right, let's hear it.
Get a trailer, take his cookers and smokers, and take it to the game, make some money, cook your dinner, sell the rest.
So hold on, you want David to operate a business here?
Yes, he could do that, and he solves this problem. He's at the game. He's there an hour before anyway. They're not playing. He could be cooking.
Oh, David? Stan, I like what you're thinking.
Take it. Yeah, it solves the problem. And he makes a little money on the side.
David, would you be willing to do this?
Yeah, making money is always a good proposition for me. So, yeah, like it.
There you go. Problem solved.
Look, Stan, here's the deal. The other problem is that then David has to show how much prep work. And it's not fun anymore when you got to deal with other people. All David wants to do is just enjoy,
Yeah, you cooked this wrong.
2 hours of his weekend in his backyard with his grill. And he can't do it.
You know what the funny thing is I think youth sports took an evil turn. David, I think youth sports were initially designed so that kids are out the house and mommy and daddy can have some alone time. Okay? You guys go down the street and Mr. Johnson's going to run you guys around. You're going to come back tired and ready to go to bed. And then all of a sudden you found out, oh, wait, what do you mean it's a Traverse City? What do we got to go to Traverse City for? Are we playing the neighborhood kids? No, we're better than that now. It's travel sports.
I'm telling you, it has upended everything, man. I don't get the whole concept is you're supposed to kids play all the youth sports and then the family's actually never together on weekends. We know you're not together during the week. People are working more. They have less time than ever. You don't even get to see your kids. And then what? Your weekend is spent not together with your wife, and you're in separate places in separate cities playing separate sports. How is that good for anybody?
I think we may need to come up with a business proposal. I think this works.
The parental proxy?
Yeah. Little Timmy's in the backyard.
I think it would go the way of Kramer's movie phone. I really don't think it would be a success.
No, because I'm sure there are a lot of parents out there who've come to that realization watching their kid. He or she's never going to go pro. I can't be the one to tell them that.
That's why you call the parental proxy.
You know what? They're in the backyard playing hoops right now. Can you just saunter back there?
It's like backup parent Tyler Huntley.
Yes.
You just call me.
Yes.
You could just do it assembly style, too. Have like a group of 30 kids in a gymnasium says, hey, you guys all suck at whatever sports you're playing. You're done. Goodbye. Next 30, bring them in.
I wanted to just be the one to tell you, I know you're enjoying playing sports, but unfortunately your team no longer requires your services.
And you see how much fun you're having in your own backyard? It's free.
Here, go play with some sticks.
And
Try
when
that.
you're done, you can go in the house.
And
There's
then
no traveling.
And the moral of the story, David would get to not have to sell his grill.
Yeah.
David, I think we're on to something. Let's go to Jeff, 97.1. Jeff, how you doing, buddy?
Good. How you guys?
Good, man. What's on your mind?
Good. A lot of things you covered. Let me be real quick with the first thing is I got a daughter who's 5'3". She wants to play basketball. I told her it's not happening. Okay? So I'm just cutting to the chase there on
all the next 5 years of her becoming something, okay? It's just not going to happen. She's 5'3". So you have to tell your kids what's real and what's not real.
Look, I'm in no position to judge, nor am I mad at you. But man, I'm telling you, somewhere right now, some super parent with 3 kids who thinks all 3 are going pro is probably cursing your name. Oh, Jeff.
Oh, they're saying, Jeff, wait till she hits that growth spurt and grows like 5 inches over the summer.
Jeff's got somebody
Well,
pissed.
I hear what you're saying, but I recognize that her mom, me, and the parents, we're not that tall either. So there's not a good chance of that happening. But the main thing is we started talking about David, I believe, giving up his barbecue, right?
That's his words, not us.
Okay, well, let me put it in different words that I just kind of read between the lines is if he wants to give up his manhood, there's no coming back from that.
Wow. David, how does that square, David?
Hold on now.
Hold
on now.
I have the barbecue and I have the garage, okay? I don't have a man cave, but I got 2 places. If I'm going to give up one, I mean, the wife might want this, but in the end, she wants your manhood. So we split times. We go to games. She goes to one. I go to the other. But if you got multiple kids, all right, then you have everybody meet at your house. You have a carpool. You take your turns. And the kids want a parent there. They don't need everybody there.
David, your thoughts?
One person.
Yet again, there's split times here. There's one son going the other way, the other son going somewhere else. Somebody has to be with each of them.
What if you just did it like the Hunger Games?
Oh, boy.
The son who's not as good doesn't get to play. Simplify the equation.
They're both really good.
Oh, I'm sure they are. Yeah, I'm sure they'll both be playing for the Dallas Mavericks next year.
No, I don't care about professional.
I mean, what are we doing here?
A college scholarship is all I care about.
You know what?
Oh, good. Nice bar to clear there. That's good.
Hold on. He's right, NIL, by the time his kids make it to school, it'll pay for all of this.
I don't even think it'll be around. The sport is imploding.
Mike, there's always going to be an idiot out
Rico,
there
I just
with
want to
money.
give you the biggest headline right now of the offseason. Okay. School pays quarterback $6.5 million. Quarterback steps away from program because he's a gambling degen. Dude, this thing, the horse has left the barn.
But that's the one exception. Look at all the other ones who just got paid, who's the backup center, and they're making $3 million because why? They're tall.
But they're D1 athletes.
Understand.
If
the odds of David's kids going D1?
David's kids are going to be the next 9. It means stop sign.
Right. Dueling Asurs.
They can look, I didn't say Power 4. They can make it. NIL. David gets a check.
What NIL does Albion have?
Wow.
Man. Toledo, here we come.
See, they got money.
Okay, you know what? Good luck with that, David.
You get paid in Tony Pacos.
Yes.
And a commemorative Rocket Watts pair of shorts.
Skyline chili for all.
All right. The weather's starting to break. We're going to have an 80-degree Saturday. So while David's miserable, the rest of us will enjoy our lives. Moran Chevrolet, #1 selling Chevy dealer 2 years in a row. Great pricing, inventory, and things that are actually available. I know, unique for dealerships these days. Check out the 26 Silverado Crew Cab V8 or the 26 Equinox for commuting, road trips, or as David likes to call it, split parenting youth sports. You can do whatever you like. It's MoranExpress.com. Shop online anytime. Again, MoranExpress.com or stop by on Gratiot, just north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. It's Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. It is Monday, which means we take a look at things that took place on the weekend and ask a probing question. Can we say that? David. Okay, busy weekend. What do you have?
Can we say that David is screwed and no, I'm just kidding.
No.
Can we say that Wembayama should be suspended for another game for throwing the elbow, but the only reason he is not
is because the NBA is wrestling. It's not a real league. It's a junk product, and they're a wholly unserious leadership group. Wembanyama, look, first of all,
if that was Draymond or Beef Stew.
Yeah, I agree, but they have reputations, and they're not as important to the league as Wembanyama. Second of all, when are we just going to do something about teams like the Pistons and T-Wolves? Stop trying to muck it all up and play the damn sport the way it's supposed to be played. But Wembanyama, you can't retaliate. Look, he is getting bludgeoned.
He said, I've had enough.
Right. I got a lot of problems with you people, and now you're going to hear it. Like the T-Wolves are dirty, and Naz Reid is dirty. So guess what? Wembanyama went 1987. The problem, he had to be ejected from the game. But there's no world they're taking him out of this series.
You know it's bad when he did it and said, yep, I did it. I'm leaving.
He goes, what does that mean? Oh, I'm ejected? Okay. But I mean, bottom line.
No fighting, no arguing, no nothing.
I also blame the way the game's officiated. I think it's an absurdity allowed the T-Wolves to play the way they're playing. And all Piston fans who get sensitive, no. You got a guy of your own who's a Naz Reid agitator, and you know who it is. It's Beef Stew. Same thing with Asura Thompson. Like, look, you can love it because it's your team. The rest of the league hates you. It's the same thing with the T-Wolves. That's the problem. But Wembanyama took the bait, so he had to pay the price.
He did. He had enough early, and now they're 2-2. David?
He said it all. He's right. They didn't suspend him because he's Wemby. They want him in that series.
Yeah, and let's face it, a team like Minnesota, the league doesn't care about.
They're like, you get 6 games. That's more than we thought you were going to get anyway. Can we say that Philadelphia had a rough weekend this weekend? You got 2 teams that got swept.
Yeah, the Flyers, let's be fair. They weren't supposed to be that good this year. They're a very young team. And unlike in Detroit, made the playoffs. Won a series. The Sixers is something completely different. Let me say this.
With New York taking over your arena.
Can we say the only thing more embarrassing than the Sixers being swept was the fact that their fans no-showed in games 3 and 4? Where are the proud Philadelphia fans? That was Madison Square Garden South. The only thing more embarrassing than that, you could take away all the Knicks' fourth quarter points from games 3 and 4, they still win game 3 and 4. They could have gone scoreless in each fourth quarter and still won the games.
They could have pulled a Orlando.
Correct.
Wow, you just blew my mind.
But can we say that hat trick?
Wow. You know what? Why don't you just do this?
No, I'm here to just add a shred of value.
Oh, my goodness.
But yeah, horrible weekend. You hate to see it.
Can we say that the Los Angeles Dodgers may not be as good as their record? They are 8-10 in the last 18 games. They started off hot.
I think they're bored.
Bored?
Let's face it. I mean, they've won back-to-back. Nobody goes 3 in a row. They're bored. They're going to make the playoffs. They'll flip the switch to the most talented team in the league. They're fine. But you want to say, are they going to set some – like, this is where I always laugh is people are like, oh, my God, the Dodgers are going to win 120 games. No, they're not. Just stop. No. Best team in the league will still lose better part of 70 games.
I'll give you that. Okay, bored. I can see that.
They started slow last year. Mookie didn't look that great, and people were worried. And then they won.
Well, didn't Mookie have like a tapeworm in Japan or something? And he weighed like 8 pounds.
Weird. You're right.
He had some weird like hantavirus worm or something, and he lost like 40 pounds. He looked like he was light enough he could have rode in the Belmont Stakes. He weighed like 140 pounds or whatever it was.
And then he would have won, and then he would have had something else on his resume.
There you go.
Can we say that, look, with a brand new offensive coordinator and now that they just gotten David Njoku, Justin Herbert may be up for the MVP this year. He's got all the pieces in place. I know you've been a big Chargers fan, Mike.
I think the Chargers are this year's version of the Patriots. Like last year when I was like all in on the Pats, I think Jim Harbaugh is going back to the Super Bowl. Yeah. They're putting the pieces around him. Now, that O-line's got to do their part. Let's be fair. They need Joe Alt upright.
Right. Well, they're very unfortunate. They were like the Tigers where everybody went down.
Yes. But no, I'm all in on the Bolts. And I can separate what I think of Harbaugh as a human being and what he is as an NFL coach. Mm-hmm. He's an elite NFL coach. Yeah, I think they're winning that division.
We just talked about this last week. I'm going to wait and see. Herbert's 0-3 in the playoffs. Get there, and then we'll go from there. On paper, they look good, though.
Okay. Can we say that the Indiana Pacers got screwed in the lottery?
Look, they made the trade. What do you want me to say? These protections, I'd get rid of all this crap in the NBA. You should never be allowed to trade these picks with protections. You either deal the pick or you do not deal the pick. My view. Now, they got Zubats, and he's a really good player for them. Mm-hmm. And, okay, so should they have gotten the number one pick? Well, yeah, that would have been the dream, and you get DeBonza and the whole thing. But, Rico, I guess for me, I'm glad a team got screwed because I'm tired of all the protections. Because as a fan, I can't even keep track of what has been dealt, what's real.
Right, but they were just bad because they were bad.
Like, they lost Halliburton.
Right, they weren't tanking. They were just bad.
Because they lost Halliburton.
It reminded me of the Pistons, and here's your reward. You get the 5th pick. Huh? But we were just bad.
Well, that's also why I don't care. We got screwed out of Wemby. I don't want to hear it. We're lucky we got Cade. I thought the league was going to bonus out of that. We got screwed out of Banchero.
And can we say that the Tigers are just cursed?
No.
This year.
No. I'm not. No, because they also, look, they've had some very good fortune.
Injuries.
It's part of organizational depth. Now, look, I can't overstate the amount of pitching problems. But some of the issues with the lineup is the lineup wasn't good, fully healthy. Now you're seeing, oh boy, Carey gets hurt this weekend. You lose Torres. I'm not going to say
now 60 days.
I'm not going to say cursed, but yeah, they're getting put through the ringer injury wise. And right now, no, can we say they're just not a good baseball team? They're not right now.
Is there a substation downtown?
I don't know. We can launch. Hey, pay a scientist $9 million like your team did. Magic 8 Ball says yes. I'm not going to use a curse thing.
I'm going to say they are cursed. Remember this?
Okay, that's enough.
It's all coming back to them.
Oh, the other side of the coin. There's always a price to pay when you make a deal with the devil.
Oh,
97.1.
3 o'clock, good to have you with us. Turn our attention to the Tigers. We'll get to the Pistons a little later. It's always difficult with baseball, Rico, because the season is so damn long. But we are at the quarter pole. I mean, we just are. We're a couple games past it. So we can have a conversation. And I will tell you the backdrop is I'm not panicked, but I'm also not going to pretend that this team is any good right now. They're not. Oh, great. They saved, let me check my notes, getting swept again. Like, you've already been swept 3 times this year. Getting swept out of KC would have been brutal following what we watched against the Sox. Right. They won last night. You lost the first 2. You lose Kerry Carpenter in the process. So the injuries are mounting. And I wanted to ask a question to the people, which is the following. I can't change the division they play in. We all know they're very fortunate to be there because, frankly, if this division had any chops at all, they're at least 6 or 7 games out of first. I think you're 1.5 out. You're 19-22. You're not a good baseball team. But I think what's really damning about all of it is, and this is where people who were still angry after they paid all the pitching, okay, and I know the injuries are a big part of this, but a lot of people called in and said, yeah, but what about the offense? And my response to it was, look, the offense is never going to be great. I think if it could be middle of the road and the pitching could be elite, they can make a run. Rico, when you do a deep dive into the numbers, and I'm talking about whether guys are healthy or not, McGonigal's been slumping, but he's been a revelation to start the year. Okay, so he's a 2.2 WAR guy, right? Mm-hmm. Riley Green has had a really nice year too. I'd like to see a little more power, but I digress. The OPS is there. Rico, do you realize they don't have another player on this team that's even a 1 WAR? And it was Gleyber Torres. He's hurt. Everybody else, here's the WAR of everybody else who's taken an at-bat for this team this year. 0.3, 0.1, 0.1, 0, 0. And then the other 9 players that I won't bother to read are all negative assets. If I just played a replacement-level minor leaguer, they would be better than the Torkelsons, the Rogers, the Carpenters, the Shorts, the McKinstries, the Veerlings, the Baezes, the Perezes, etc., etc., etc. Wow. That's how bad it is. So at 19-22, here's my best hope. And I want to know if this is copium. I said to you when Scooble went down, okay, look, now we've hit a point where, buddy, we're running out of bullets. Then Torres gets hurt. Mm-hmm. Now Kerry Carpenter gets hurt. All I want is in the next 40 games, can they just be within 5 games of first place? Just Teddy KGB hanging around, just hang around. Because the Comedy Store AL Central, I don't think anyone's going to pull away. Could you buy 40 games, be within 5 games of first, and get a Verlander back? Get a Scooble back after 2 to 3 months. Get a Mize back. Get some of your offensive pieces like Torres, like Carp, like whomever. Rico, that's all I can offer.
Right.
Because I'm not going to write off their season because they do play at the Comedy Castle, but they're not a good baseball. Like they're bad. Defensively, they are morbid. I'm asking you.
No, I get what you're saying, Mike, but I think that's asking a lot just to stay within 5 games because they're falling apart. And you just hit me with the WAR stat. And
it's just to show you their refusal to spend on the lineup is really biting them in the ass because, yes, injuries have hurt them, but even the guys who are injured aren't that good. Right. Kerry Carpenter has not been a plus this year, okay? Now, Gleyber is fine. But when I'm talking about the preponderance of the players that I'm talking about are here. This is the downside of the optionality. Mm-hmm. Because do you remember the quote that Scott Harris said where he's like, I'm paraphrasing, it was like, I'm lying awake at night trying to figure out how a top 5 offense became a bottom 5 offense. And I think the solution's very easy. You were never a top 5 offense.
It was fake.
It was totally fake. Yeah. You could say middle of the road, and I would agree with Scott Harris in saying, look, no way we're bottom 5 in the league. Middle of the road is all you really needed. But the pitching, bad. The late high leverage moments in the pen have been bad.
Yeah.
And offensively, Rico, the best teams in baseball have already scored 50 more runs in 40 games.
I think, because last year we were seduced by Red Hot Javi coming right out the gate.
I would.
And then Veerling made the All-Star team.
Your boy.
Hey, he made it.
Face of the franchise. Hey,
by
the way, where's Matt Veerling here? Oh, yeah, negative.
And now I think Water's found its level. I mean, it's sad because that's the only thing you can rely on is the division that you play in.
Is the division your lone source of hope right now? I'm okay if you say yes, but I fully understand this team has to find a way to get healthy. But here's your problem. Scooble's not a part of the conversation because even if he's back on an expedited timeline, it's 2 months. All right? Verlander's longer term. All right? Melton's longer term. Okay? Now, I can get Mize back. All right, that's positive, right? Offensively, you hope Glaber. But remember, the oblique is a tricky injury. Like, Rico, who's caping up to save you?
Yeah, McGonigal, he's starting to see more major league pitching, and they've started to figure.
Before you call up and say, bring up Max Clark is like 4 for his last 50. Okay?
But did you see the home run? No, Mike, here's the reason why I think it's going to be difficult. You're losing series to bad teams. That's why I don't know if you'll be within 5 games of first place. Let's just say that the Guardians.
I do it all the time. Don't worry about it.
The Guardians keep this thing going. You can't keep losing series. And that's what's bothering me about, I don't know if they will. If they are 5 games in the next 40 games, 5 games out, then you're right. You got a point. You still got a chance because this division's not that good. I don't know if you're going to be sitting there because I don't think this is going to be a year where you could come back from double digits and win and see the voodoo that we saw a few years ago.
The other problem is they have no power. They have no power. They got to be bottom 7 in the league, bottom 8 in the league. I don't even think as a team they have 40 home runs in 40 games. I mean, look, there's not a lot there.
37.
Okay, dude, I'm just spitballing like Rico. Look, I want to ask the people, and maybe, hey, if you're not paying attention to the Tigers, you can just be honest about that too. But your concern level, but like, do we just need to accept they're not good, and they won't be good until or unless 2 things happen: A, they get healthy, and B, there's a seismic. Like, there's a paradigm shift in some of these guys that have been terrible becoming great. Because when you watch the games, they don't look like a good baseball team. No. Fundamentally, defensively.
No.
There's no clutch.
Like, even when they go into the 9th inning with a lead, you're like, okay, who's going to blow it tonight? I mean, you don't. When you win a game, you take a deep breath and you feel lucky. Okay, we got one out of this series. But you're right. I don't see the. We thought this team was going to be all about the pitching. The pitchers went down multiple.
Right.
We knew the hitting was going to be
hopefully middle of the road.
Yeah.
But the problem is, if you're bottom 10 in home runs but top 10 in strikeouts, do the math. I can live with the strikeouts if you're leading the league in home run, but they don't have power. They strike out a ton. They're giving away runs. Defensively, it is remarkable how bad they've been. I'm asking the people, and you know what? Maybe you're giving me the answer. Maybe you just don't care. Maybe you know that they're not good. You know they're banged up. You'll check back later in the summer. That's up to you guys. But I just wanted to bring it up because, okay, great. They won last night. That was to avoid getting swept. That was ending a 5-game losing streak. Oh, but we're in the AL Central. Right. Part of the reason the division stinks is you. You're 19-22. And factually, no Tiger team under 500 at 40 games has ever made the playoffs. Shout out Jim Costa. Do I think that's a relevant stat? Not really. You could probably play the SMARM alarm. But it does play in I don't have a lot of evidence to draw upon. but I'm not going to give up yet. But no, are they fun to watch? No. Are they playing good ball? No.
No.
And I don't know how to fix it.
No, and when you're just praying to God you could take a series, you're starting to get bottom. Because don't get swept.
Look, the other thing is, these guys knew the pressure that this season was supposed to be real. They know they're struggling. They're probably pressing. And you don't need to panic 3 games under 500, but dig yourself a little bit more of a hole. No, panic does set in because then it becomes a math equation. Look, let's say you have another bad week this week. Hope it doesn't happen, but let's say you lose 4 of your next 6. Now you're almost 50 games into the season. Mm-hmm. You're 4 games under 500. And you're looking around and going, well, how do I clean this up? Well, do the math. Oh, just go 20-10. Oh, okay.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And then what? Then you're 5 games over? And what does that do?
And that's why I said by the time you hit your next 40 games, now you're going to have to start doing the impossible, and you're going to have to go on one of those miraculous runs, how you finished the season out a couple of years ago.
They got to snap out of this with the pieces they have. The problem is the pieces they have are either not playing good enough or they don't belong in Major League Baseball. Yeah. Let's just be clear. They have several guys on this team by injury or by design. They're not MLB players.
No, because the good news is, as bad as you played, you're 1.5 games out of first.
Shout out the AL Comedy Central. Northville Lumber, largest Trex decking outlet in the country, and Northville is Michigan's Trex Superstore. Brand new warehouse, phenomenal. Stop out, see it. If you're a contractor, you owe it to yourself and your business to do so as well. Don't leave money on the table. Nobody beats Northville with selection, service, price. Nobody. Full window program as well. So stop on out. You can take home samples if you like, or go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. Let's get to the people. David, I'll let you get the text together here. We'll go to Chuck, 97.1. Chuck, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, guys. How are you?
Good, Chuck. What do you got, pal?
Good. Love your show. Well, lots of things, but you mainly stole my thunder. You guys are spot on with everything you said, in my opinion. The only thing that kind of fractures me, and I know this team don't like to spend money, but when I heard they picked up Zach Short, I thought they had Steve Yzerman picking up their players again. So, I just don't understand. Zach Short cannot help you in any way, matter, or form. With that being said, yes, I know they're thin. I know they have injuries, but a lot of times, like last year, they had career years out of Zach McKinstry, Dylan Dingler, and there was another guy that comes to mind. Maybe it was Jemiah Jones. I can't remember. And so to depend on lifetime 250 hitters to have the same year they had last year is kind of a stretch. On top of that, when he's got a pitcher that's just, moseying along like Montero was the other night, don't pull him. Keep him in there until, I'm not saying make him throw 120 pitches, but and then he goes to the bullpen and he puts in 5 or 6 guys. He's bound to find someone having an off night. Just go with the hot hand and stay with it till you get out of this little funk. But when they picked up Zach Short, of course they got a lacrosse player running as their GM, so I don't understand that either. But when you pick up a guy like Zach Short, man, I'll tell you what, I'm a diehard Tiger fan, but when I see that, man, you're not trying to win. There's got to be somebody in the minors that, they like that kid they called up yesterday, that lefty. I forgot his name right now.
Workman?
Yeah. And I'm not saying he's the answer, but just real frustrated, and they're so boring to watch because the reality is they've got about 6 guys on their team when you count Perez and all these guys that would just basically be role players on other teams. A team like the Dodgers would never think about picking up a Jemiah Jones or a Zach McKinstry or a Wenzel Perez. And I know that's kind of a long comparison, but No,
I understand the principle of what you're saying. I think the other thing people need to recognize, and I'll say it again, look, they forcibly built their team that they were going to invest in pitching. But let's do it this way. Let's take a look at the payroll allocation. Okay, and this is why it looks the way it looks offensively. All right, your highest paid player is Skubal, $32 million. No one's got a problem with that. No one should. Okay, Baez making $24 million. I've wanted him gone for 3 years. I don't care about his magical 2 months last year. That contract is here because it has to be, not because you want it to be. Right. Okay, so that's not good. Framber Valdez, 22.8 this year, no problem. Gleyber Torres, 22. Didn't want him back. Didn't want the qualifying offer extended, and he took it. The next 5 guys, all right, $10 million to Flaherty. You got $10 million to Finnegan. You got $9 million to Kenley. You got $7.8 to Verlander. You got 7 to Drew Anderson. You got 6 to Mize. These are all pitchers. Look at your lineup. Green is 5. Keith is 4. McKinstry's 4. Torkelson is 4. Carpenter is 3. Matt Vierling, 3. Jake Rogers, 3. And the rest of the guys, they're paying in Kenny's hot dog roller. So, when you start to look at the split, it's all on pitching.
You pay for the pitching, and your everyday players are still young off those rookie deals.
The problem is a lot of those guys aren't young.
Correct.
That's the issue. McGonigal's real money doesn't kick in till 2029 or 30. Colt Keith doesn't cost anything, but he's also not good. You could say the OPS is fine, but he has no home runs.
Right.
And I think he's a liability defensively. I'm sorry.
No, well, I think we talked about it last segment. Mike, 37 home runs in over 40 games. You're not even hitting a home run a night? Yeah.
No, you'll set a record for futility at that point. So let's go to Dean, 97.1. Dino, what's good, buddy?
Hey, everything you said is 100% correct about the Tigers. But what you have to look at is if you take a look at the standings in the American League, there are only 3 teams out of 15 that are above 500.
Yep.
So even though the Tigers do stink, the rest of the whole American League stinks. So they're right there.
Now, I agree. Okay, there's no argument. Dean, the American League's bad, but you're part of the reason it's bad. Like, my argument would be, okay, injuries or not, we should be better than this. Would you at least agree with that?
Absolutely.
I'll meet you in the middle. Perfect. No, and Dean, it is jarring to look at the American League and go, oh, my God, everybody stinks. But that's the problem in all of it is this is supposed to be your all-in year. The injuries are bad. And look, I'm not ready to future cast anything, but if they look in another 30, 40 games, if they look the way they look now, that's going to be a very uncomfortable trade deadline. Very uncomfortable.
I agree.
Because I won't be able to scream and yell about buy, and do all that. Again, I don't even want to go there. A good 2 weeks could turn the whole thing and turn the vibes around. But I'll tell you.
We keep waiting for that good 2 weeks.
I'm tired of talking about the division and the American League and like all these reasons why it's okay to suck. No, they're not good. And I'll show them some grace for the injuries. But like, man, the fundamental stuff, they're not even doing well.
Well, see, that's why originally I was just like, can you give me a reason why you think this team is going to be a playoff caliber team without saying, but you play in this division?
It's a hard argument to make. And I currently can't make it. That's why I have to buy you lunch Thursday. You win.
Season is not over.
I'm paying the lunch now as a tax to not listen to you.
David, I just happen to notice.
I want to notice the text.
Okay, just for the people wondering, what are we talking about? You know, we have the bets that we have up on the
stupid board, yeah.
And I said, hey, Mike, I may go 2-1. Mike, I gave him Arizona and Michigan in basketball. Congratulations. Mm-hmm. You won. Mm-hmm. You got your bet. Then I happened to look, David, and he's got the Tigers in the World Series.
Uh-oh.
And also Geno Smith.
Yeah. They also didn't have enough lifeboats on the Titanic. Okay, I know I'm sunk. We're just going to go.
Sunk. Voodoo.
Thursday
lunch.
Thursday lunch.
Believe.
I believe in David.
Yeah, I'll just read the text here. It says, hey, Mike, we're not worried. We're one of 4 teams with a positive run differential in the American League. It's the beginning of May. There's 120 games left. They will be fine.
Yeah, okay, cool. I mean, I kind of laid out the injuries, and there's no one coming to save you. They're not playing good ball. And by the way, a positive 4 run differential, I'm not sure you're playing tickle your walnuts. Come on, dude. Really? We'll be just fine. Do you watch the games? Are you watching the lack of quality right now?
See, that's the thing, because everyone likes to do this.
Jeez.
Oh, the next 2 weeks are important. And then you start looking at a schedule, you say, oh, we got them. We'll be okay.
Right.
But you can't say that when the Tigers have lost the series to Boston, when they've got swept by the Minnesota Twins. They've now lost the series to the Royals. Yeah. Now you can't look ahead and say, oh, we got these teams. We'll be fine. You can't say it anymore.
David, and that was the 2 weeks right there. That was your get right 2 weeks. That was your homecoming games. That was, we figured it all out and we were back on top. And instead, you lost the series and got swept twice and almost 3 times.
You're exactly right. Can we say Verlander is this year's Alex Cobb, and we won't see him on the field this year? That is Roy in Clarkston.
I'm not ready to say that, but obviously the move to the 60-day IL is not ideal. But no, I'm not going to ever insult Verlander with an Alex Cobb award.
From Drew and Redford, he says, aside from McGonigal, this lineup is garbage. No one is scary. That's the part that worries me.
Look, Riley Green he's got, 13 or 14 doubles. I know the homers aren't there. He's played okay. But look, give Riley Green a shout out. Now, you want to say the rest of the lineup stinks? I'm fine. Just for the sake of accuracy. Riley's been fine.
My saving grace is that the pitching is coming back.
When?
The only saving grace.
No. When?
At some point this year. I think that's what they're saying. At some point.
Okay, but some point is not now. I need help now.
And can we end this? Because I'm just going to read this because I'm sick and tired of it. Jake in Oxford. Tigers should go get Trevor Bauer. It's not happening, people. It's not happening.
I just got off the phone with somebody with that exact argument.
Okay. If you've reached that stage, I mean, that's like being an NFL team in 2021 clamoring for Colin Kaepernick. What are we doing?
I was just about to say that, or the Cam Newton.
Yeah, and again, did he get blackballed from the league? Yes. Did Kaepernick? Yes. Teams have made a decision. The noise and the nonsense of this guy is not worth our time. Do I think it's right what happened to him, considering he did get exonerated, or whatever you want to call it? Yeah, he got railroaded. But he's also a jackass. Both things can be true. He's a noisemaker. People do not want that. Now, I don't even know if he's any good anymore. Where's he pitching? New Zealand?
He can barely pitch against YouTubers on his YouTube channel. I don't want to hear about how good he is.
Okay, so that Kenny went. Perfect. There you go. If you're not any good, you're going to bring a bunch of bad press. I don't need it. I got a business to run. All right, good talk. That was uplifting stuff, David. Thank you. 248-539-9797. I have a question I want to ask, Piston fan. I'm going to do this now, and you guys have to answer it for me, because I think it's one thing to blurt this out. It's another when I force you to answer it. Just don't worry. Go ahead, Rico. Take him to church.
I think it means stop sign.
No.
Sure.
I am certain,
Okay.
Reed.
I got it right. Usually when something sounds way too good to be true, it is. Imagine somebody says you can cut your mobile bill in half. Sounds like a fantasy, but with Xfinity Mobile, it's the real deal, folks, because when you have Xfinity Internet, you can cut your mobile bill in half, plus try Xfinity Mobile free for a year. No commitment. That's a lot of streaming and sharing and scrolling or whatever else it is you can do with your phone, all for half the price and none of the commitment. That means you save big over Verizon, AT&T, and T-Mobile. It's wild, right? Now, all you got to do is think about how much you'll spend on all that extra money that you are saving. Go to XfinityMobile.com or visit your local Xfinity store today to switch. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Savings compared to one line of Xfinity Mobile Select to comparable plans with T-Mobile, Verizon, and AT&T as of 3/24/26. Taxes and fees are extra. $30 monthly discount limited to new mobile customers only. After 12 months, regular rates apply.
All right, so we want to dabble a little bit with the Pistons, and we'll do it again at 5 o'clock. But I have a question, because I know what we're going to get at 5. We may as well do it now. I want to try to do my best Piston fan imitation. We got to play more b-ball Paul. Okay, so it's one thing to say that. He's an energy guy. If you give him 7 minutes, he's going to give you everything he's got. He'll score a little bit. Fine. This is all fine. But here's the part you're leaving out. If you want, this is like the scales of justice, all right? You want to play Paul Reed more. Who are you getting rid of? Because here's your problem. And I want you to really think about this. He's your third string center. It's Duren, it's Beef Stew, it's B-Ball Paul, right? We are in a time where you're trying to ascertain whether you're going to make Duren a lucrative contract offer. You also have a love affair with the backup, which is Beef Stew, who's a bit of a cult hero in town, who you do pay $16 million a year to. There is no world Paul Reed, who's paid in conies, is simply going to casually play more than these guys without you needing to make a decision in the offseason who you're getting rid of. But in the short term, Rico, okay, last game, Beef Stew played 8 minutes. Paul Reed played 7 minutes. Duren, for some reason, I don't know why they're playing Duren this much. I don't. Oh, did you enjoy the 4 rebounds in 30 minutes he offered you? The 0 blocks, the 4 turnovers? And don't even hit me with offense. What do you have, 10 points? I don't know why they even went back to Duren to close the game out. The point I'm making is, if you want more B-ball Paul, I'm taking minutes from Duren, not Beef Stew. Because Beef Stew is a rim protector. Beef Stew is the toughness quotient. And Beef Stew has, and will at least feign interest in taking an open look from more than 6 inches from the basket. But I wanted to ask the question. If you want more B-ball Paul, who's playing less? Because I think people are looking at it the wrong way if they say play Stew less.
But can you play? No, what you're saying makes sense, but
you cut yourself off. You realize that, right?
I know.
I didn't say a word. You cut yourself off.
No, what you're saying makes sense, but then it's like, well, Duren gave you, 20 points a game in the regular season.
Once again, the regular season's fake. Sign James Harden's existence. This is what I try. Hey, look, all I can do is try to teach Piston fan. Okay, I can't change them.
But that's why, because it's like because you've seen his potential, and you're hoping that he'll duplicate that in the playoffs.
And I've seen 10 playoff games, and I don't need him at all. I'm trying to win now.
No,
so right. I'm asking for Piston fans when Game 4 comes around tonight. If you're of the B-ball Paul movement, who are you taking minutes from? Because right now, for me, I have the Charles Barkley approach. If you're 7 feet tall, 6'11" in this league, and you play 30 minutes, 10 rebounds, that's like a bare minimum. Like, I don't want to hear about it.
Yeah.
Hey, Jalen Duren had 4 boards, no blocks, 4 turnovers. If you want more B-ball Paul, take the minutes away from Duren. Because I'll tell you right now, I don't know why they put Duren back in that game. They could have won it. They didn't. No big deal. I'm not worried. I'm not worried even if they lose tonight. Cleveland is undefeated at home. They're winless on the road. They got to come up here and win before they get my attention. But this B-ball Paul thing I always find hilarious because people act like it's not like a lever. Mm-hmm. More minutes to one person takes food off someone else's table. Who are you playing less?
No, you're right.
Would you play Stu less? Is that what you want to do?
No.
I don't. David, do you want to play Stu less?
See, I thought about it because I just don't like the way Stewart looks, meaning he dealt with an injury before the end of the year, and I'm wondering if something's there. But there's still no minutes to take from him because I'm looking at what happened in the game in Game 3. He played 9, Paul played 10. So you're not taking anything from Stewart. You're going to have to take it from Duren. You're going to take 5 to 7 more minutes away from Duren to play Paul Reed. That's how you have to do it if you want to.
Yeah, and I mean, when you look at his numbers, David, Duren's numbers get cut in half in the postseason. It's a smaller sampler size, but it's money time. And it's why we do say that the the postseason is more difficult to play. He goes from 20 points to averaging 10 points in the postseason. And I think a lot of people he's supposed to be your guy, that number 2 guy. He's Cade's boy. It's all of these reasons. So you keep waiting and waiting and waiting for it to kick in, but you may be waiting your way to Cancun because it may not happen.
But Paul Reed is doing –
He's
having the same numbers that Duren has with the third of the time. So you got to find a way to get him a little bit more.
Or you don't play beef stew. Those are your options. Less from Duren, or you simply take beef stew, you take the 8 or 9 minutes away, or 10 minutes, and you give him the Paul Reed. But to me, at least I know with Stewart what I'm getting defensively. He has shown, even in the playoffs, an ability to take and make a 3. And I know he's the enforcer. I love the presence he can provide. I don't like all his antics, let me be clear. But I'm asking the question to you guys because I know what we're going to get tonight.
Yeah. For me, you got to take minutes away from Duren. You got to bite the bullet and realize this is as good as it gets for the playoffs.
So
regular
far.
season, Mike, it went past from just having a bad game.
Yep. No, it's
10
10
games.
He's 10 games into the playoffs.
And he's had one really good game.
What game was that?
It's a game 7.
Don't care.
Orlando,
You were playing a corpse.
I was about to say Orlando really wasn't trying.
It's just, for me, I've seen what I need to see, and we'll figure out the Duren thing later. I need to just put the best lineup on the floor. Look, I don't do the Paul Reed thing the way other people do. I would just give more minutes to beef stew and call it a day. But if people want this guy, fine. Who are you taking it from? David, Tex.
I don't understand why Beef Stew doesn't get more minutes. He's an elite defender and can stretch the floor offensively. He can shoot from the perimeter. Take some minutes away from Duren and give it to Stewart.
So we're coming back to the Duren thing now.
Yeah.
Because remember, you can do this any way you want, but make no mistake, it all ends in the same place. It's taking minutes from Duren.
Right.
You're never going to effectively play 3 centers.
Right. Duren averages about almost 32 minutes in the playoffs. He's giving you 10 points. Reed, 6 minutes, and he's giving you 4 points, averaging.
Would anyone be upset if we just reduced Duren's minutes to between 20 and 25 a night until he shows he's going to give you more? Look, if he comes out and is dominating in the first half, cool. Give you 35 minutes. I got no problem with it. But I'm 10 games deep. I mean, what am I supposed to do? Go ahead, David.
This is where coaches get in trouble being, quote unquote, loyal to their guys or to players. Duren had no business coming back in.
Agreed.
JB needs to wake up and get a little more cutthroat.
Look, between JB and Atkinson, you're seeing kind of their blind spot. For JB, it's Duren. For Atkinson, it's Harden. Why Harden's played more minutes than Spider Mitchell, I'll never understand. And then here they are at home. Their season, any hope of them being in this series is on the line. They completely deconstruct their offense, and Atkinson goes, James, do it. And I'm going, oh, my God, this guy thinks he's back with the Rockets again.
Yeah, but here's the thing. He did it.
And
now, see, I knew, James, I believed in you, and I knew you would do this. And if you're a Pistons fan, be happy.
It'll cost them the series. I agree.
Exactly.
I mean, it's ridiculous to me. We're doing clear outs for 36-year-old Philip Banks.
He hit the dagger and then said, what noise?
Well, the other thing, the Pistons just need to start blitzing him. I mean, if they're going to dictate it through screens to get Duncan or to get Uncle T out there, and then Harden's going to wave him off and do his CYO league, slow motion ball, just blitz him. Guy will dribble it off his nuts, and you're going the other way. We'll get with David. I'll tell you what, let me be timely. 248-539-9797. But if you're going to call in about B-Ball Paul, I need to know who you're taking minutes from. We'll get some Piston fans. We'll get some texts as well. FanDuel, giving you better payouts on same-game parlays all NBA playoffs long. More ways to build, more value every time you play. Do it whatever way you like. You got a theory on Game 4 tonight. Maybe you're a B-Ball Paul SGP. Do whatever. That's Rico's department. FanDuel.com/Michigan to get started. FanDuel, official partner of the NBA. Play your game. 21 and up. Present Michigan. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-GAMBLER. Straight to the people, little Tiger talk, and we've entered the Paul Reed phase. And look, if you want the guy, and even I, because I'm a hardliner that I don't do this whole B-ball Paul thing, even I agree with there was no reason for Duran to come back into that game. There wasn't. He offered you nothing. He was essentially meaningless in his 30 minutes in Cleveland. Was it 9 points, 4 boards, no blocks, 4 turnover? Meaningless. From a guy with his physical and athletic ability, that is a nothing burger. I totally understand the clamoring for Paul Reed at the end of that game versus whatever Duran offered you. But my point is, if there's going to be a seed change, I think you get whatever you can out of Beef Stew. If you believe he's banged up, if you just believe he's better in an 8 to 12 minute role, fine. I'm taking minutes from Duran. I'm 10 games into the playoffs. So if you want more Reed, it probably has to come from JD's minutes. Are you willing to do that? Now, again, if JD wants to protect his minutes, do more with your minutes. And you could do that on a game-in, game-out basis. If JD's playing great tonight, this discussion goes right into the gutter. And you just play him 35 minutes.
All right.
But why am I guaranteeing anyone minutes right now, not named Cade or Tobias?
No, you're right.
It's how you play. Let's go to the people. Go to Eddie, 97.1. Eddie, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, Mike, how are you?
Good, brother. What's up?
Yes, sir. Hey, I wanted to call in about the Tigers real quick.
Sure.
I heard a stat the other day. I was listening to it on the radio, and Dan Dickerson said out of the last 400 at-bats, they hit 5 home runs.
Yes.
That's insane to me. Okay.
Totally.
The problem with this team is not the pitching. It's the lineup. There's only 2 guys that are worth you. It's Kevin McGonigal and it's
yeah. So far,
these other guys on any other reputable major league lineup, they're hitting 8th or 9th or probably not even in the lineup as an everyday player. We could literally have Walter Johnson, Satchel Paige, Bob Gibbs, Sandy Koufax. That's the primary issue. And again, maybe it's the loyal thing. They're super.
okay, Eddie, I don't know what happened to your phone. I don't know if you and the phone both went over Niagara Falls in a barrel. I don't know what happened there. I can't hear you, buddy. I tried.
Yeah, he was there.
He was gone. He's back. He's gone. He's back. He's gone. Eddie, I hear what you're saying. I think the biggest indictment is look at a guy like Torkelson facing a lefty and AJ's hitting him 7th. I mean, that's essentially telling your kid he's not good at youth sports. You're one of the only right-handed power sources in this lineup against a lefty. We're going to bet you 7th. May as well not play the guy.
Confidence building.
Let's go to T, 97.1. T, how you been?
Man, been great afternoon, buddies. Listen, I'm going to just sum it up like this. Duran needs to play 5 minutes a quarter and come the fourth quarter based on those 15 some odd minutes. Dictates whether you get any more minutes. He looks like a snow plotter in an ice storm, man. He can't keep up. The pace is too quick. Paul Reed was a little more active, as well as Holland. I just think that Bickerstaff, I can see why he got clipped in Cleveland. Him and Atkinson are both morons when it comes to strategy. And just to give a little icing on the cake, I don't understand how Jenkins continuously gets to play basketball. He has more turnovers than an Apple turnover.
Well, I mean, see, look, from the approach of the Duran thing, I understand there's an element of, hey, you dance with the one who brought you, but I'm with you. We're 10 games into this. And, look, we all know they got to get out of jail free card with Wagner getting hurt in the first round. They own this series. I'm kind of with you of, look, whatever Duran gives me in the first half is going to determine whether I make him a major part of my rotation in the second half. Mm-hmm. Because it's just not good.
How about this? Well, all of you who talk about him being this enforcer, between Mobley and Allen, the way they were slamming those dunks in his face, I just don't think he's tough enough. He looks
He looks tough, but
Well, he looks like a player who's lost his
angry dunk
confidence.
slap the other night.
He looks like he's lost his confidence. I want to be fair to him, but see, look, this is the other thing. This is why I don't respect the regular season. He put up his numbers on a night in, night out basis, not exclusively, but to a large extent against nothing. The Eastern Conference, historically bad. Eastern bigs, dead or bad. Then how many games did they play against teams? And we would mock it on the air. Oh, look, Jokic on a minutes restriction. Oh, look, OKC sitting 8 people. Oh, look, it's the Wizards, which is homeless people. Well, now you're in the playoffs. That's not the scenario. His confidence looks like it's gone. And that's scary to me. So I just got to roll with it, try to get his confidence back. Lord knows, if and when they beat the Cavs, he'll get his confidence back when you're facing noted cat enthusiast Karl Anthony Towns.
I don't know, man.
Okay, if Duran looks like this against them,
they look pretty good.
Listen, 11. You mean 11 of 12 from deep in the first quarter is good?
I know we sit there and say, "Hey, regular season means this is a different next."
But that's why you've just made my point for me.
I'm trying, man.
It's just the NBA is a junk league in the regular season. It is. Right. Remember the player poll from last week? 25% of players admit there's an integrity issue in the league. Mm-hmm. Oh, you mean Duran's not putting up 25 and 12? No. The Jazz aren't in town.
Correct.
So I have to roll with what's now. I want Duran to look, if this team's going to win an NBA championship, they need Duran to be regular season Duran. They do. But in the here and now, I'm totally fine when people call in and go, look, Paul Reed should have closed that game out in game 3. They're right. I can't argue that. But that's how bad Duran is, not how good Reed is. Duran offered you 29 of the most meaningless minutes you'll ever see. And by the way, if you're willing to take away minutes from Duran so easily, ask yourself this question during a few advertisements. What other max big would you take minutes away to play B-ball Paul? Go ahead and ruminate on that one. The answer is there isn't one. 97.1.
We'll get back to business in a moment. It is Monday. Let's do part 2 of Can We Say That? David? Thank you, Stoney. All right, what do you got for me?
Guys, as dominant as they looked, can we here in the city of Detroit actually say that the New York Knicks are the team to beat in the East?
I'm not ready to say that. I mean, look, what they did to Philly was super impressive, no question. But the Pistons have been better. And again, the regular season, to me, a lot of this is fake. I'm going to base, there's a mental advantage. The Pistons have something here. And I'm going to question the Knicks' toughness until they do it. When they bully the bully, I'll be willing to change my opinion. I'm going to say no. Okay. But it was super impressive. You don't sweep second-round series very often.
Dominant.
And in game 3 and 4, like I said to you earlier, if the Knicks had scored 0 fourth-quarter points in game 3 and 4, they still win game 3 and 4.
Yeah.
That's
on the road.
That's crazy. Well, it was actually a home game.
And you know what? You're right.
It was crazy.
You're right.
Go ahead.
The Knicks look really good, but when you're facing a team that has Paul George, who is playoff P, who has not looked like playoff P in years, that's what happens. I'm sorry. You can't win with Paul George. So that's why Philly looked like that. Sorry.
David, that's not all Paul George, though. Philly got destroyed.
I can't respect any team that has Paul George because Paul George always fails in the playoffs.
Is this your new
and
Chris
then
Paul?
This is what happens.
Is this your new Chris Paul?
It is for now because Chris Paul's gone.
I like that. I like the spite.
At least he's consistent. Look, more rumors have come out. Can we say that Odell Beckham Jr. is going to be on a roster this year? It may not be the Giants, but there's a lot of smoke that he may be back in the NFL.
I just don't know what to believe, Rico. That's the problem. Like, we always go through this with the Scooble, John Heyman, Boris connection. Like, our agent, is this just the agent sphere pumping it out there and there's a, integrity for access? Hey, get this story out there, get my client signed, I'll give you a good tidbit later. I don't know what to make of it because Odell has been so detached from productivity since blowing out in the Super Bowl, 4 years ago?
Right.
I'll say yes. But again, he was in the league and on a roster last year. What did he do?
Did you see him in the flag football competition?
There we go. David, go ahead.
Yeah, but that's all he can do now. He's now 33 years old, hasn't played much football in the last couple of years, so I'm going to say he will not be on a roster. No, we cannot say that.
Okay. Guys, can we say that the was it Las Vegas A's, Oakland A's, the A's are a legitimate team and maybe a playoff contending team this year?
Yes. I told you they were my darling in the AL to start the year. Yeah, they got a lot of good young ball players and a lineup that is pesky big time. Now, look, their biggest prop, they strike out an absolute ton. But a guy like Brent Rooker, guys like that who can hit 40 home runs, who can be that, 1,000 OPS type player. Right. And from a pitching standpoint, they've rebuilt themselves from the ashes. It's not perfect. It's not a finished product. It's a bad American League. Won't surprise me in the least if they're in the wild card hunt. And it's sad because they don't have a home. Obviously, leaving Oakland and not in Vegas yet. And that's the sad part of it. They should be in Oakland, but John Fisher's awful.
No, you're right about that. No, they look really good so far this year, but it's just tough. They look like the store-bought brand of something. Like you don't see a city next to them.
What, Hydrox?
Yeah, that's what they look like. It's just athletics. Yeah. It's just tough to see. But yes, they're a good team.
Guys, can we say that the Golden State Warriors should just hit the reset button and move on from Steve Kerr?
Be done with it. 100%.
He's back for 2 years.
No, it's just no more. I can't take anymore. No. He's got to go. Retire, end it, be done with it. You're out.
See, I also would say that because what they're probably going to do is they're going to do the soft reset, which means Draymond will probably be gone. A few other pieces will probably be gone, but it won't be the full reset that they need to do. Still have Kerr. They still have Curry. No, they needed a completely clean house and Kerr needed to be the beginning.
You got to burn it to the ground.
Yes.
Probably have Steph retire.
Yes.
Just it's over. Done.
Yeah.
Or you'll just be on the treadmill of mediocrity and be a playing team for the next 3 years. What's the point?
They'll be the number 10 seed trying to get in. Yes.
Because here's the other thing. In the West, Rico, no one's beating the Spurs or Thunder the next year or two. You may as well rebuild now.
Right.
You're not beating those teams.
No, I'm laughing because I think that I think it means more to Steph and the Warriors that he goes and retires a Warrior, that they don't trade him away.
Then retire.
That he's not Jordan in a Wizards uniform or,
Or just be someone in your same uniform because you don't look the same.
Right. He's not Ewing in a Magic. Yeah, I think that he just wants to retire and he wants one more shot at this thing. Can we say that tanking actually worked for the Utah Jazz? They got fined over $500,000 for tanking, and they ended up with the number 2 pick. Not the number 1, but I still think there will be some shenanigans so that they can get Bonza and keep him in the state.
No, the whole lottery is stupid. But I think the last point you made, that's the one thing that has to happen. They got to call the Wizards, and they got to make an organizational all-in, what do we have to do to get this pick? That includes players. It could include 4 first-round picks. It could include whatever it takes. Utah getting DeBonza after he played at BYU for the way they're running their program, that's the player they need. I'd love to see him in Utah. I would. But as far as a lottery, man, I guess. Sure, maybe it worked.
They just said, yeah, we'll pay the fine. We're not trying.
If you don't get the number 1 pick, it's hard for me to say it worked. I'm a bit of a hardliner when it comes down to that.
Number 2, I got to figure it'd be easier to pick swap, and you say, here's some extra, just give us that number 1.
No. Are you kidding me? If you're the Wizards and you've waited all this time to get the number 1 pick, nah.
No, I'm saying you'll get players.
You're giving me Markkanen and 4 first-round picks if you want the Bonds' rookie scale deal.
Correct.
I am going to literally take your head off.
Give me the house and more.
Interesting.
You imagine in D.C. trading the number 1 pick and you get kibbles and bits?
Well, no, it's a deep draft this year.
Outside of DeBonza, what is really there that you're sure of? Be real with me now. What are you going to say, Caleb Wilson?
I'll say Boozer.
Oh, boy.
That ain't a sure thing to me.
He's a good Boozer. He ain't the bad
He
Boozer.
lacks size. He's a tweener.
6'10".
You want to say Peterson? You don't even know if he's going to try every night. A-Cuff's an undersized guard.
That's the problem with A-Cuff, undersized.
You want Kingston Fleming, who's the mid-range lord from Houston? Who's the sure thing? DeBonza's the sure thing. Okay. He's day 1 ready. He's Cooper Flag 2.0.
I think Peterson will be ready because he's getting paid a lot more.
Oh, I must have missed where he was a charity at Kansas. Wasn't he making $3 million?
I said a lot more. Now he's in the NBA.
I guess it's 1985 all over again. They're not getting paid. They're just playing.
Yeah, he can have
said a lot more.
He did. David, honestly, David, you're busting Rico's chops now.
You know what?
He corrected himself.
This is what happens when you don't grill on the weekend.
There it is.
You lose your hearing. Can we say that the Pistons should try to see what they can do to jump into the Giannis sweepstakes? Because once again, Milwaukee is saying the doors of the church are open.
Probably
Make me a deal.
Probably not a fit here. You don't have enough shooting. And you'd be adding another guy who's not a shooter. I think for the Pistons, it's got to be a wing/stretch 4. It's got to be somebody who can shoot the 3. I don't think you have really what it takes. I mean, Milwaukee, they can go 2 pathways. They can demand a zillion picks and, a young centerpiece player. Well, who's your young centerpiece player? It's not Duren. Obvious. Duh. You're not moving Cade. Right. Who? The 9 mean stop sign?
No.
That's not doing it. No, I think in order to get a guy like Giannis, the other pathway is they don't go 1 for 1, but they go out and get another all-NBA caliber type player. Look, you're already seeing the rumors happen with Jaylen Brown. Jaylen Brown plus picks or Jaylen Brown plus one of the young Celtics for Giannis. I'm not telling you that's happening. I'm just saying, the Celtics have enough shooting, they could absorb Giannis, and then it's Giannis, Tatum, and a bunch of threes. I don't think it's the move for the Pistons because he's not a shooter. And I don't even know how you do it. What do you think?
I think before this series, before the playoffs, you probably could have threw Duren in the deal. I don't think that's going to happen now.
Yeah, right now I'd be like, okay, yeah, great. You can give me Duran, and then what? Like, oh, Duran and Asor. Great. The Milwaukee Bucks have just said we're never hitting a three ever again. I don't know. I don't know how you sell that to your fan base.
Yeah, see, I understand everything Mike is saying. I do say you got to do the Jeremy Otto and you got to try. You got to put it out there. You got to ask because you don't ever know if you don't ask. But then I'll also say this. Well, yeah, just try. I'll leave it at that.
Guys, can we say if Shohei Ohtani gets enough innings pitched that he could give Paul Skeens a run for the Cy Young in the NL? I know we're speculating, but he's not. He's doing really well on the mound right now. It's just how long will the Dodgers go with this experiment of leaving him out there?
Yeah, and it's also too. Is Skeens healthy? Does he continue? It's so hard to project in May a Cy Young, but I dig it. I'm fine. Sure, why not? Ohtani's Babe Ruth. This is what we apparently missed in the 1910s. Okay, he's Babe Ruth.
It was great, Mike. We went to the games.
I'm sure.
I just beat you to it. Finally, can we say that RJ Day, Ryan Day's kid, made the right decision and not commit to Ohio State to play quarterback? He's going to Northwestern instead.
Go to Northwestern. They actually make you go to class. Get away from your father. Get away from all the pressure. Get away from a place you'll never see the field. And it's a lot like what Herb Street's kid did. He went to Michigan. He couldn't go to Ohio State. Yeah. He's never going to play at Michigan. He probably won't even stay there.
Here's the beauty of it, Mike. If you go to Northwestern and you're good, guess who's calling? Dad.
Well, yeah, and it's more just get a degree, go to an actual university. I mean, most of these places are no different. Like, I mean, Michigan State, Michigan, all these schools now, they're just junior colleges. Graduate in 2 years with an easy payment plan. What meaningful degree you getting in 2 years?
Lego.
Legos 402. Got it.
For individuals like RJ Day and Herb Street's kid, what's probably going to happen, they'll get a degree. They may go into coaching. That's their future probably because of what their fathers do.
Or here's the thing. All of a sudden, you just blow up. You're gone. Now you're going to – Ohio State's going to – hey, we knew you were going to be good. We just need you to get some actual work on the field. Now come play for a champion. So that's Can We Say That? Part 2, 97-1. All right, guys, here's the beauty of it. I'll be watching the playoffs in the basement done by Matrix Basements. You've heard me talk about it. It's great for the man cave, movies, anything, and you can have the same thing. You've been thinking about it. You've been saying, maybe I should get this thing done for weeks, for months, some of you even years, saying, I want to get this basement done. It's totally unfinished, and you're going to go down there and do the handiwork yourself? No. Because now you're just going to end up costing yourself more time and more money. Let the experts do it. Go to matrixbasements.com right now, and their award-winning design staff will come up with your dream basement for you. Whether it's totally unfinished like mine or you're just adding onto a room, Matrix Basements will get it done for you. Go to their website, matrixbasements.com, and let that award-winning staff hook you up. Matrix Basements, design that pays off.
All right, so one note before we get back to the people, and certainly we'll really turn our attention to the Pistons at 5. But, you brought up this whole Utah Bonza thing and the lottery and Indiana. Here's what I want to tell you. For all the conversation about the NBA and the problems and the tanking and the lottery, here's the best idea I have. I shared it with David. We were talking this morning. I said, look, here's what you could do. There is no lottery. There isn't even a draft anymore. You just turn it into an open-air whore market. It's free agency. And before you laugh, hear what I'm thinking something like in Holland. Like you just put AJ DeBonza into a window with red lights and you go, I'd like to buy this player for $100 million. We've already lived through the Big Dog Robinson era.
So what you're saying is not like that, but almost like one of those fantasy leagues where you bid on players.
Yeah, I'm basically saying we turn this into NIL 2.0 because the client base has changed. Players are making more in college than they are in the NBA. Yaxel or a Hunter Dickinson or whatever Arkansas was paying Acuff, you're seeing the numbers skyrocket. Players are now used to negotiating for what they're worth versus salary slotting. So here's my thing. You and I both lived through when you could draft a player, but there's no salary slot. So when Milwaukee drafted Big Dog and they paid him $90 million, and that was 1993?
Yeah.
My point would be, forget about all these bum-ass franchises and ping pong balls and controversy and bull jive. You want DeBonza? He sets up a card table. What am I worth to you? And if Utah wanted to pay him $40 million because he's worth more to them than maybe the Wiz, and you want to give him a 5-year deal, $200 million, that's their prerogative. You just create open bidding. I don't have to sit back as a team who got screwed in the lottery like the Brooklyn Nets, and I may have a need. Now, I have the financial wherewithal.
Okay.
Now it's on my organization to stand up for itself and sell why you should want to play for me. Cut all this garbage out. Why shouldn't the Pistons have an ability to go buy a player? You know what? Maybe the Pistons have a guy they really like, and you go, well, we got a winning culture. Why would you want to go play for Charlotte? What you would do is take away any benefit to losing. Any. And now, get your bleep together, make your bed, clean up your room, go take a shower, you stink-ridden, filth-bomb franchises, and now you got to compete.
Okay. See, now that you put it that way, it sounds a lot more serious than putting them up on a pole.
I was just making a point. Basically turn it into the red light district because the league has lost all cabin pressure on credibility and systems. There is no lottery system.
So basically this gets treated like almost recruiting season.
100%.
Where, okay, guys, for the next 15 days, it's open market. You can't recruit before.
Yeah, I think you have a 90-day period from the national championship, April, May, June, and up until that draft. And then you have a transfer window like European soccer has. And that's what we do. You can broker your deals. To me, that's the only way forward. The drama that would come from the negotiations, think about what LeBron went through when he was taking all those meetings. And then he rented out the kids for the Boys and Girls Club of Akron. Look, that's what this should be. Why we are living in a time now where colleges, it's not who won the national championship, it's the Spender of the Year award. The clientele has changed. We have it backwards. Why should a kid have no cap to what they can make, could negotiate anything they want in college, but then possibly have to take a pay cut getting drafted into the NBA? No. Make these teams do business.
I get it. You take the pay cut for the first year, but long term, you're going to make more money in the NBA.
The second contract has always been the thing.
Right.
The point I'm trying to make is all this nonsense, like all the conversation in the sports sphere today is, did Indiana make a mistake or did Brooklyn get screwed? Here's an idea. F them all.
All right. So, but here's the thing, Mike. If using what you're saying, when does that take place? Because if you implement this let's just say you become the commissioner and you implement this next year, you've basically just screwed over OKC because they got a ton of draft picks that mean nothing now.
Right. No, and guess what?
Why?
No. That part of it is why. Because the reality is good players are going to want to play for good teams. And you'll say, well, it'll be the rich getting richer. Not quite. Because you know what good teams don't have a lot of? Cap space. You would still be required to run your franchise. Now, would teams have to make decisions that on surface might not make sense? Maybe. But it would increase player movement, it would increase intrigue, and it would get rid of all view of impropriety.
You know, this would actually work. I was laughing at you, but
I know, because I made the Holland joke.
No, but
Amsterdam.
You would have to have a hard cap where there is no apron.
Correct.
You just can't go over this, period. And you're right. So now all of a sudden, Sacramento, hey, we got a ton of money. And
here's the other way to do it.
You can't go play for San Antonio, but we can pay you $40 million.
What if a team wants to take a more Tigers approach? Optionality. What if a team wants to sign 3 or 4 guys who had first-round grades, but they're more affordable? They fit their system more. Hey, and here's the other thing I would do. I don't care how long a player signs for. You come out of college, maybe you do a LeBron 1-1. Maybe DeBonza wants to bet on himself, take $30 million on base. Player option on year 2 or hit free agency again. The whole point I'm making is they've wrecked college sports. So
now we're going to wreck pro sports?
Well, you may as well because there's no credibility in this league anyways. Why am I watching a video of DeBonza being depressed that Washington won the lottery?
Yeah, it's shades of Zion.
Okay, so my point is let's get rid of all of that. These players have ideas where they want to be and what they want to do. And ultimately, if Team A can offer double the money of Team B, free market.
Tanking would go out the window.
Right. What benefit would there be to tanking? Wouldn't be one.
No. Now your benefit is how can we pare down this payroll so that we can be players this year? Because this is a year you want to clear out a ton of cap space. So if anything, if you don't even get your player that you want in the free agency or the recruiting period,
call it whatever you want,
then you could go after whoever gets cut from other teams.
Open air drug market. That's what it would be.
See, I'm trying to make this serious.
No, I am.
No, it's a good idea.
I know.
I'm taking away the foolishness.
Fair.
It's a good idea.
David, is it a good idea? Or is it a crackheaded idea?
Somewhere in the middle. It's not crackheadish. It's not a great idea. It's an idea that I'm still trying to wrap my head around. I'm used to tradition, so getting rid of the draft just feels wrong to me. But I like the idea of what you're saying.
They've been doing this in the elite soccer leagues.
They have.
In the rest of the world
the bidding,
for decades.
Sure
you have a transfer window every day. You'd have wall-to-wall coverage. Oh, my God. This team just sold this player outright to open cap space. Now, I'm not telling you the NBA should do what they do in Europe either, where I can lease a player to you. That happens. You still own the player and his contract, but you lease him out. We're not doing that. But this, to me, the NBA thrives on attention, and they thrive on storylines.
And it would work. I mean, think about how we are for just NFL free agency.
Correct.
That's more intriguing than the draft. Draft's okay. But free agency is like, okay, this person's now visiting this team. Will they even allow him to hop on a plane, or are they going to lock him up and sign him? I do kind of this. It won't work.
Why wouldn't it work?
Well, the NBA, because it makes too much sense.
Okay,
Mike.
That's different than saying the league won't do it. Look, here's what I'd like. If you like or hate this idea, if you're not going to do what David did, which is the Stoney, shaking both hands, you either love it or hate it, 248-539-9797. But all the talk about fixing the lottery, I haven't heard anybody talking the way I am. Here's what I would do.
See, I don't know if the players' union would allow that.
Why? They make more money.
No, but remember, they were the ones they got upset because rookies were coming in making way more than they were.
Well, now I'll give it to you. Well, 248-539-9790. You should be more upset that these kids made more money than NBA journeymen in college. The whole point I'm trying to make is the average NBA starter makes about $20 million a year. What are we doing? Look, if you don't want to spend big on a rookie because you don't, look, great example. You think Azor Thompson was coming into the league and was going to get 10, 12, $15 million? No. Not under my system, he wouldn't. So guess what? Azor could have signed a short-term deal. Bet on himself. Or you take long-term security. Yeah. Look, Oklahoma City's got A.J. Mitchell now for 5 years at $2.5 million a year, and A.J. Mitchell looks like a top 50 player in this league. Reward shrewdness, punish dumbness. That's it. And you go out and pay A.J. DeBonza $40 million, and he sucks. He turns into DeAndre Ayton. That's on you.
And now you got to figure it out. Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead. People feel free. But it's all I've been thinking about, and I'm like, I'm just going to bring it to the air. Don't care. All right. Well, if you've been thinking about upgrading your ride before summer, check out Moran Buick GMC of Sterling Heights, one of the biggest selections of Buick and GMC vehicles in Michigan. Even Denali's are in stock. Look, no matter what you need, they got you covered. Whether it's an Acadia, a Yukon, the luxury feel of a Denali for road trips, David all over town, never getting to enjoy his life, but driving his kids to endless youth sports. Well, Moran will help you out with that. So make the smart move and get the best pricing. It's Moran Buick of GMC. Moran Buick of GMC. How about Moran Buick GMC of Sterling Heights, where you always get the best price, period. You can visit them on Van Dyke just south of 18 Mile or shop anytime at MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade. I can tell you Rico's only become more interested in my idea. I listened to 3 recruiting pitches from Rico during the commercial.
Okay, Mike, let me tell you why I think this is going to be good, because, David, it's almost going to go to what recruiting used to be for colleges. I could just see, let's say you open this thing up for a month, Mike, and in the end, A.J. DeBonza has the hat ceremony where he has, or we all know where he wants to go.
Lakers, Heat, Pistons.
There's Darius Acuff, and he's got the Lakers hat, he's got the Celtics hat, he's got the Heat hat, and the Pistons hat, and we have no idea where he's going. And he holds his ceremony at his high school. He goes to Castech, David, and has his ceremony. And he puts on the hat and watch everybody melt down or just cheer for excitement. Or you pull a Flintstones Fab Five type of thing where, you know what? We're going to be a package deal. Like Amen and Asar would have been a package deal. You want one? You're going to take the other.
Shout out the Sedin twins.
Yeah.
No, but the point I'm making is, when 13 teams tank this year, we've reached a breaking point. Now, no, there's no rewarding any of it. And also, no more silly trading of picks with protections 10 years from now. There is no dealing picks because there are no picks. You'll deal players for players or players for cap relief or players for Kenny's hot dog roller. Bottom line, make teams do business and make owners stop being grifters and be owners.
Yeah.
Spend your money.
And the only way this works, there has to be a hard cap. There is no more aprons.
Nope.
There's no more, well, I can sign the Supermax to my player. No. It's this number. So
that's the other thing I'd love to get rid of.
What?
I'd get rid of max contracts. Players, like, if the Pistons want to pay Cade $75 million a year, let him. Why are we? Because all the max contract does is artificially produce faulty contracts.
Unmaxed players.
There aren't enough max players for every team to have a max player.
Mike, I've said that for the longest because we get the super max and then the max. Either you are really good or you're not.
How about
and
your
we
worth?
Know that.
You're worth whatever the market says you're worth. LeBron should have been making $100 million a year the last 15 years. What do I care? Mm-hmm. So to me, I'm tired of the half measures. I'm tired of the lottery. I'm tired of the NBA. Fix it. Here's how you fix it. Take the model that colleges used, and now you make all your governors have to step up. Get your house in order, your facilities, your money, your vision to win. And we cut the nonsense. That's all.
No, and we get the intrigue because, I mean, we get the hat dances of, okay, there's the guy.
How about this one? Pistons have the ability to clear a bunch of cap this summer. How electric would it be? No matter what the Pistons do short of winning an NBA championship. Imagine if the Pistons all of a sudden we're going to go to the front of the line and pay DeBonza $40 million a year. Now, what's that going to look like?
That's going to look really good.
But that's my point. This league has decapitated itself. Go ahead, David. I'm willing to be made fun of, but if you don't like my idea, cool. What's yours? Go ahead.
I'm leaning in your direction because now you said the Pistons. We can go out there and get the best shooter that's out there.
Why not?
Just get them.
The Pistons have the ability with player options.
Correct.
With team options to clear cap space. This was a prime example of why the NBA should just get rid of the draft and get rid of the lottery. And I'm not saying the Pistons would go in that direction. I'm saying they should have free will to run their operation whatever way they want. The same way that the Memphis Grizzlies do. That's where this league has gone off the rails. You have teams wasting all these seasons, and it's like it was one thing when it was 3 or 4 teams. There were 13 teams tanking this year. Can't do it.
Yeah, David, could you imagine the backcourt? You can get rid of Dennis Jenkins, and you could go out and bid for Acuff.
I'm in now. You say get rid of Jenkins? I'm in. I am all in now.
Now that's your backcourt.
Go ahead. What did the texter say?
A text says, I like Mike's basketball red light district. The players can sit in a window, dribbling around a metal folding chair, shouting out Darko, LOL.
Right. I like it.
Roy in Clarkston.
I like it.
Someone else says, you are basically saying pro basketball players are like houses. Get an agent and then we have open bidding for that player. Love it.
Yeah, it's called capitalism.
Yep.
You are worth what the market says you're worth. And if there's a generational player like whatever it is, a LeBron,
Kobe,
whatever, or KD came out, whoever, if your organization believes this is the guy, they should be able to pay whatever they want to get him.
And if they make a mistake and you went out and you pay for Greg Oden,
ready? What? That's on you. Live with it.
I really like Mike's idea. Rico, would this be Occam's razor? It's from AP in Florida.
It's more the sword of Damocles.
I'm thinking it's
Schrodinger's puppy.
Schrodinger's puppy.
I like it. Hard cap, it could work, but you can't do this whole, well, we can go over. No.
Nope.
Nobody can go over the cap. If you go over the cap, you're paying a ridiculous, you just can't do it.
Nope.
Yeah, they announced it at $200 million.
No, I'll give you an example.
Million.
I'll give you an example. Doesn't matter how badly, let's say a player's dying to go to the Knicks or dying to go, well, no one's dying to go to the Cavs, but they physically do not have the money to enter this chat. That good teams rarely do.
Yeah.
But teams that are smart and have movable deals, why shouldn't a Pistons or an OKC or teams that have maneuverability should be rewarded? And for all these teams that are just terrible and can't make the right decisions, you force them to get serious about business. And I would argue you give them another way to get better.
No, I like it. I do. I think. And if you go over the cap, unlike the New Orleans Saints, you're not playing.
We repo your building.
You're not playing. You forfeit every game until you get under the cap.
Rico's like Edward James Olmos. He's locking the doors of the high school. There will be no entrance to the sleep center in Sacramento.
You know what? Hey, you started off 0-5 because you were over the cap. You got to cut somebody.
David, go ahead, buddy.
In Mike's scenario, the best players will play for the teams in states with no income tax, and the rest of the league will get the droppings.
No, you can't say that. That while that's attractive, those teams would have to be in a position to bid. I'll give you an example. Miami Heat. Everyone will go to Miami. How? They're $55 million over.
And let me just really, I know a lot of people like to use the state income tax thing. You still pay tax in whatever city you play in.
The job
So
tax.
unless you play all games in Miami, when you play in Detroit,
right,
you get taxed for playing in Detroit.
There are certain benefits, right? I think the more relevant benefit is being a U.S. team versus a team like Toronto who has to pay in U.S. currency while generating revenue in Canadian funny money. But the bottom line in all of it is those teams would still have to be in a position to bid, to play. It just creates a better way of doing business, and maybe we stop the nonsense. And I mean it. I'm sick and tired of, the Knicks have just traded 4 alternating first-round picks to protected in this year, but top 4 here, top 12 here, full moon protected here. Protect this. Get rid of all the picks. The picks are garbage. Goodbye.
No, you're right. How long ago was the SGA Paul George trade? And they were still satisfying that in his lottery. It's crazy.
He's right, you know. Yeah. 248-539-9797. Let me take care of some business. We'll get to Can We Say That? And then I want to turn our attention to Game 4 tonight, Pistons and Cavs. If you are in an accident, you can feel like you're on your own. The insurance company, not your friend. The paperwork, yikes. That's why you need to call David Femininio. Only Femininio Law is the accident response team. You need action. You need it now. They have counselors to keep life moving. They have forensic experts to lock your case down. It's smart. It's fast. Straight up, it's built to win. Get David, get paid. That's not a tagline. It's a playbook. Call 855-65-CRASH or go to getdavidgetpaid.com. That's getdavidgetpaid.com. Okay, busy weekend.
It
What do you
was.
have?
Can we say that David is screwed no, I'm just kidding.
No.
Can we say that Wembayama should be suspended for another game for throwing the elbow, but the only reason he is not
is because the NBA is wrestling. It's not a real league. It's a junk product, and they're a wholly unserious leadership group. Wembanyama, look, but first of all,
if that was Draymond or Beef Stew.
Yeah, I agree, but they have reputations, and they're not as important to the league as Wembanyama. Second of all, when are we just going to do something about teams like the Pistons and T-Wolves? Stop trying to muck it all up and play the damn sport the way it's supposed to be played. But Wembanyama, you can't retaliate. Look, he is getting bludgeoned.
He said, I've had enough.
Right. I got a lot of problems with you people, and now you're going to hear it. Like the T-Wolves are dirty, and Naz Reid is dirty. So guess what? Wembanyama went 1987. The problem, he had to be ejected from the game. But there's no world they're taking him out of this series.
You know it's bad when he did it and said, yep, I did it. I'm leaving.
He goes, what does that mean? Oh, I'm ejected? Okay. But I mean, bottom line.
No fighting, no arguing, no nothing.
I also blame the way the game's officiated. I think it's an absurdity allowed the T-Wolves to play the way they're playing. And all Piston fans who get sensitive, no. You got a guy of your own who's a Naz Reid agitator, and you know who it is. It's Beef Stew. Same thing with Asura Thompson. Like, look, you can love it because it's your team. The rest of the league hates you. It's the same thing with the T-Wolves. That's the problem. But Wembanyama took the bait, so he had to pay the price.
He did. He had enough early, and now they're 2-2. David?
He said it all. He's right. They didn't suspend him because he's Wemby. They want him in that series.
Yeah, and let's face it, a team like Minnesota, the league doesn't care about.
They're like, you get 6 games. That's more than we thought you were going to get anyway. Can we say that Philadelphia had a rough weekend this weekend? You got 2 teams that got swept.
Yeah, the Flyers, let's be fair. They weren't supposed to be that good this year. They're a very young team. And unlike in Detroit, made the playoffs. Won series. The Sixers is something completely different. Let me say this.
With New York taking over your arena.
Can we say the only thing more embarrassing than the Sixers being swept was the fact that their fans no-showed in games 3 and 4? Where are the proud Philadelphia fans? That was Madison Square Garden South. The only thing more embarrassing than that, you could take away all the Knicks' fourth quarter points from games 3 and 4, they still win game 3 and 4. They could have gone scoreless in each fourth quarter and still won the games.
They could have pulled a Orlando.
Correct.
Wow, you just blew my mind.
But can we say that hat trick?
Wow. You know what? Why don't you just do this?
No, I'm here to just add a shred of value.
Oh, my goodness.
But yeah, horrible weekend. You hate to see it.
Can we say that the Los Angeles Dodgers may not be as good as their record? They are 8-10 in the last 18 games. They started off hot.
I think they're bored.
Bored?
Let's face it. I mean, they've won back-to-back. Nobody goes 3 in a row. They're bored. They're going to make the playoffs. They'll flip the switch. They're the most talented team in the league. They're fine. But you want to say, are they going to set some – like, this is where I always laugh is people are like, oh, my God, the Dodgers are going to win 120 games. No, they're not. Just stop. No. Best team in the league will still lose better part of 70 games.
I'll give you that. Okay, bored. I can see that.
They started slow last year. Mookie didn't look that great, and people were worried. And then they won.
Well, didn't Mookie have like a tapeworm in Japan or something? And he weighed like 8 pounds.
Weird. You're right.
He had some weird like hantavirus worm or something, and he lost like 40 pounds. He looked like he was light enough he could have rode in the Belmont Stakes. He weighed like 140 pounds or whatever it was.
And then he would have won, and then he would have had something else on his resume.
There you go.
Can we say that, look, with a brand new offensive coordinator and now that they just gotten David Njoku, Justin Herbert may be up for the MVP this year. He's got all the pieces in place. I know you've been a big Chargers fan, Mike.
I think the Chargers are this year's version of the Patriots. Like last year when I was like all in on the Pats, I think Jim Harbaugh is going back to the Super Bowl. Yeah. They're putting the pieces around them. Now, that O-line's got to do their part. Let's be fair. They need Joe Alt upright.
Right. Well, they're very unfortunate. They were like the Tigers where everybody went down.
Yes. But no, I'm all in on the Bolts. And I can separate what I think of Harbaugh as a human being and what he is as an NFL coach. He's an elite NFL coach. Yeah, I think they're winning that division.
We just talked about this last week. I'm going to wait and see. Herbert's 0-3 in the playoffs. Get there, and then we'll go from there. On paper, they look good, though.
Okay. Can we say that the Indiana Pacers got screwed in the lottery?
Look, they made the trade. What do you want me to say? These protections, I'd get rid of all this crap in the NBA. You should never be allowed to trade these picks with protections. You either deal the pick or you do not deal the pick. My view. Now, they got Zubats, and he's a really good player for them. And, okay, so should they have gotten the number one pick? Well, yeah, that would have been the dream, and you get the Bonza and the whole thing, but Rico, I guess for me, I'm glad a team got screwed because I'm tired of all the protections. Because as a fan, I can't even keep track of what has been dealt, what's real.
Right, but they were just bad because they were bad.
Like, they lost Halliburton.
Right, they weren't tanking. They were just bad.
Because they lost Halliburton.
Right, it reminded me of the Pistons, and here's your reward. You get the 5th pick. Huh? But we were just bad.
Well, that's also why I don't care. We got screwed out of Wemby. I don't want to hear it. We're lucky we got Cade. I thought the league was going to bonus out of that. We got screwed out of Banchero.
And can we say that the Tigers are just cursed?
No.
This year.
No. I'm not. No, because they also, look, they've had some very good fortune.
Injuries.
It's part of organizational depth. Now, look, I can't overstate the amount of pitching problems. But some of the issues with the lineup is the lineup wasn't good, fully healthy. Now you're seeing, oh boy, Carey gets hurt this weekend. You lose Torres. I'm not going to say
now 60 days.
I'm not going to say cursed, but yeah, they're getting put through the ringer injury wise. And right now, no, can we say they're just not a good baseball team? They're not right now.
Is there a substation downtown?
I don't know. We can launch. Hey, pay a scientist $9 million like your team did. Magic 8 Ball says yes. I'm not going to use a curse thing.
I'm going to say they are cursed. Remember this?
Okay, that's enough.
It's all coming back to them.
Oh, the other side of the coin. There's always a price to pay when you make a deal with the devil.
Oh,
97.1.
Brought to you by Moran Buick GMC of Sterling Heights. The Pistons hope to be up 3-1 by the end of Game 4 tonight in Cleveland. Karis LeVert and Kevin Huerter are questionable. Pregame coverage right here on at 7:35 on the ticket. JB Bickerstaff spoke about big man Jalen Duren yesterday as well. Per Shams Charania, there will be no further punishment after Spurs star Victor Wembanyama elbowed Naz Reid in the neck yesterday. Wemby was ejected from that game. Per ESPN, the Bucks are open for business on trades for Giannis. They're looking for a young blue-chip talent and a surplus of draft picks. The Thunder have a chance to sweep the Lakers tonight. If it happens, it will mark just the fourth time LeBron has been swept in 57 playoff career series. Tip-off at 10:30 there. The NFL schedule releases later this week. We now know the Lions-Germany game will be Week 10, November 15th at 9:30 Eastern a.m., airing on Fox. The opponent still TBA. The Tigers have the night off before they start a 3-game series in New York tomorrow against the Mets. In case you missed it yesterday, Justin Verlander transferred to the 60-day injured list, not eligible to return until May 31st. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Five o'clock, let's get to business. Game 4 tonight. We got a lot to talk about. I think, Rico, you made a point to me off the air. I think it's spot on. You win tonight. The series is over in 5.
Yep.
And we're on to New York. You lose tonight, it kind of alters things because it does give the Knicks a ton of rest. That partially, look, scheduling plays a role. And the Knicks swept the Sixers, but I agree with your point. I think that's interesting tonight. But here's my thing. Tell me if I'm being arrogant.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever happens tonight from a series standpoint, forget about the rest. I can't argue your point. I won't even try. Nothing that happens tonight is going to change my opinion. Cleveland is yet to lose a home game. They're yet to win a road game.
Right.
I refuse to believe they're going to come up here and win. I got to see it to believe it.
No, and that's why I said if the Pistons lose tonight, this is going to be a 7-game series. You'll probably win in 7 games, but the problem is you don't know what's going to happen because you're one rolled ankle away from or somebody doing something stupid, a.k.a. Wemby, and now you're shorthanded. Right. So, yes, you win tonight. This thing's over in 5. You lose, and it's probably going to go, everybody's going to win their home games, and now we're going to come down to Game 7. The whole time, Knicks got their feet up on the couch.
So the other question was, for all of the B-ball Paul truthers, okay, so you want to play your man more. Cool. Whose minutes you cutting? And I truly believe it comes down to Duren. And look, you heard Bickerstaff talking there, and he's got to take up for his guy. And I'm not oversimplifying it. It's not just about points. It's a comprehensive thing that, I'm sorry, you play 29 minutes and you offer me 5 points or 4 rebounds. See, that deflates JB's entire speech right there. 29 minutes, 4 rebounds, no blocks, 4 turnovers. Forget about the points. That's a nothing burger performance. We're 10 games into the playoffs. Is it time for Duren's minutes on a merit basis to be analyzed? Meaning, we love JD, and he was amazing in the regular. Great. So he's a better version of DeAndre Ayton is what you're telling me. The DeAndre Ayton who averaged 19 and 12 in Phoenix and then would go to the playoffs and turn into a turd burger. I don't know. But I'll tell you what I'm not going to do. If I have Isaiah Stewart, who, whether he's banged up or not, I can get 8 to 12 minutes. And if I have B-ball Paul, who people here adore, then maybe I'm not playing Duren 32 minutes. Maybe I'm playing him 25. I'm asking you guys. Now, the last piece to this that does give me confidence is I want to believe in something half as much as Kenny Atkinson believes in James Harden.
JB is in Duren.
More. If Bickerstaff believes in Duren Atkinson believes to the point of worship. The idea that they stopped running their offense and said, James, it's 2018. We're going to clear out, screen for matchup, and you just do beard things. I couldn't believe they did that again. And I know it worked.
No,
but it'll be their undoing.
So you mean more like Steelers and Aaron Rodgers?
I don't think the Steelers – I think the Steelers are in an abusive relationship. I think that's what that is. The Steelers are in it for the sake of the kids. Like there's an emotionally abusive aspect to that relationship of Aaron and Pittsburgh. We're in it for the kids, David.
I think that's accurate.
Well, Cleveland is at this Harden winning the game for them, calling game and knocking down that three. Yeah. He's got carte blanche tonight.
And that's why they'll lose. Because ultimately, Harden is not a good three-point shooter anymore. And if I'm the Pistons, I'm probably going to blitz him a little bit more, force the ball out and force somebody else to take and make that shot. And again, look, Spider Mitchell's a hell of a good player, but he's not a dead-eye three-point shooter. No. Obviously, you can't leave Strus.
No.
Merrill played a role. Obviously, he missed the first two games, gave you like 4 minutes in game one. He played a role in that game. I'm just saying I'm still very confident based on if their out is get to the fourth quarter and pretend that Harden is 26, not 36. Man, I wish you good luck with that.
No, and Mike, when you look at the stats of that game, it was all pretty much even. The difference was they made 3 more three-pointers than you.
Wait, you mean the three-point line matters?
Yeah.
Oh.
That was the difference in the game.
Weird.
Because, everything else was, you had way more offensive rebounds. You didn't use them.
First half, I think the Pistons at one point had 12 offensive rebounds before the Cavs got their first, and you were down by 9.
Yeah.
That was one of the wildest, box score commercial break moments of the playoffs for me, where I'm going, oh, boy.
But, yeah, I do think that if the Cavs have held serve at home, if that happens, then you're looking at game 7 here.
There's no argument. I'm asking about the Duren thing.
Yeah, Duren thing, you got to – I do think that you got to separate regular season from postseason. You have to JD, you got to earn your minutes. You want to get in the fourth quarter, you got to earn that time.
That's how I'd be doing it.
I'm not giving it to you. And now, if you go out there and play a hell of a game,
you're golden.
You're in. But if you don't and you give me average, you're giving me 10 points, and a lot of that comes because I spoon feed you an alley-oop late in the game. No, I'm going to go to B-ball.
And it's all I want to say it again to you. I am a big believer, and I'm not saying everything he says is right. It's not, but Barkley's always been right about this. Why do we make a big deal about double-doubles for 7 feet tall guys who play 35 minutes? Seriously. Yeah. If you play 30 minutes of an NBA basketball game and you just sit there and grab 4 rebounds, are you kidding me? And then I'm supposed to sit here and accept that good Duren is 11 and 9? No. Name a max big in this league who would lose minutes to Paul Reed. Cool. So that's my point.
Ayton?
Yeah, exactly. Only the mistakes. That's the problem. And right now, I'll deal with Duren in the summer. Right here and now, look, Duren should not have closed that game out. No. And I'm not a Paul Reed person, but he was better. He was more impactful. He was more energetic. And Duren had 29 minutes to show me he was worth it. 4 rebounds, no blocks, 4 turnovers.
Oh, you're right.
And 3 more along came Polly moments. 248-539-9797. So there's a number of things about Game 4 tonight. Do you agree if you win tonight, this is done in 5? Do you agree a loss tonight, you're going 7? Do you agree with the Duren stuff? Do you agree that the 9 means stop sign? Do you agree that 6-6 means that you have to watch this? I'm asking.
No, I'm just thinking. Yeah, because
come on.
No, because I'm looking at just Cleveland. Paul Reed's not going to sit down Allen or Mobley late in the game.
And I wouldn't mind if he sat Mobley down. There's another guy, 35 minutes, 1 rebound. You kidding me? $46 million a year, nice league. I mean, I know he won Defensive Player of the Year 2 years ago, but good gravy. For the talent that kid has, Very underwhelming since they paid
He had
him.
one play, and then Noah Eagle, he's back. Dude, what? It was one dunk. Like, I'm sick of it.
All right, do you?
Hey, what about all the outside noise to James Harden? What noise?
Can I say this again? I'm going to say this again, and I want to be respectful.
It's real.
Okay,
it's real.
I want to be.
Here is real.
I actually think Noah Eagle might be dumb.
With all due respect.
With all respect.
Right. There you go, Rico.
I'm just throwing that out there. Just because you went to Newhouse doesn't mean you're smart. I'm sorry. Like,
I think it's one dunk.
He says things, and it's like, okay, maybe this is why we don't hand like 24-year-olds NBA playoff assignments. And you're not your dad. In fact, you're nowhere close. So stop trying to be your dad.
Yeah.
Stop yelling at everything. Stop trying to make everything a moment. You're not the Birdman. That's your dad. Stop.
See, maybe he said he learned his mistake from Joe Buck. He was too passive.
Well,
and people bashed him for that.
Joe Buck was on Quaaludes for some of the biggest moments in NFL history. Touchdown, Megatron.
But the game is over. Harden plays for the Cleveland Cavaliers, and he says, the former Rocket. I'm like, dude, why would you even bring that up? He plays for the Cavaliers right now.
And also, it's a wig. Convinced.
There it is.
248-539-9797. I don't know, man. I feel like we offered 4 or 5 things with the Pistons. It's up to you guys. What do you want me to do? Bitch about the fact the game's at 8, not 7? Not going to do it. Am I happy about it? No.
What channel is it on tonight?
NBC. It's actually on TV.
What is that?
NBC.
Where do I find NBC? What streaming service?
It's standard.
Rico, there's this rectangle that actually shows light on it. That's actually where you can find it.
That's it?
Don't
That's
worry.
it?
Wednesday nights on Fubo TV or whatever. I mean, the way the NBA is selling their rights, it's going to be on QVC in between jewelry specials.
I would have been looking everywhere. Like, oh, it was on Channel 4 the whole time.
Good luck. It's on Comedy Central tonight.
Exactly. 248-539.
Right after the Kevin Hart roast.
Oh, boy. Did you see Cat Williams?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Got a little uncomfortable.
You know, the line of the night by Cat Williams was, you know they're lacking star power when they're calling and inviting your enemies here. Kevin Hart's 3 feet away.
Well, he buried the hatchet.
No.
He had no choice.
No, he took the hatchet out and then reburied it in Kevin Hart's spine. If you think he was kidding during that roast, you are...
Oh, he wasn't kidding.
You are levels of naive I don't have a word for.
At the end, I think Kevin Hart heard it all, was like, okay, I got to end this beef now.
Right.
This has to stop.
Oh, and he went to the whole Diddy route. Like, oh boy. You know, just because he's quiet doesn't mean anything.
Okay, you know what? Spring things. Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical there to ensure you stay cool. $79 AC tune-up and free on-check when you tell them you heard it here. If you look for the total upgrade, they got you covered. You buy a new furnace or AC, you get half off the installation. The experts at Mastercraft, they understand same-day service, 24/7 availability. For any emergency, it's worth its weight in gold. That's why they offer it. All work backed by a 5-year warranty. They offer flexible financing options. Call the pros at Mastercraft today for all your plumbing, electrical, and generator needs. For every power failure and seasonal shift, Mastercraft has you covered. It's mastercraftheating.com. That's mastercraftheating.com. All right, we'll get to the callers. David, text first. A myriad of Piston topics in the 5 o'clock.
Yeah, text communication here. Someone says, I'm not suggesting this, but there is a world where the Pistons play Reed and Duren together when Cleveland runs Mobley and Allen out there together, where Reed takes minutes away from Javonte Green. Is that possible?
But Javonte Green's not really even playing.
Correct. So you're not really taking but nothing from him. 20 minutes for Beef Stew, 18 for Duren, 10 for B-Ball Paul.
Okay.
So you're not changing anything but for Stewart.
Can Stewart give you 20?
I don't know if he can
Because,
now.
again, the theory on him being banged up, you give you 8 to 10. Guys, it's simple. Should Duren be getting 30 minutes a night the way he's playing? No. No, and I'm with Rico totally. I think Rico made the best point. It's merit-based. If he comes out and dominates, I'll play you until the wheels fall off. Yeah. But if he's going to come out and give me 4 rebounds in 29 minutes, let me tell you who's not closing the game out. You.
Yeah. Case in point, merit-based is when you saw Dennis Jenkins here at LCA.
In game 2, yes.
You know what, son? You can go out there. Or, you know what? Uncle T is shown this playoffs. I can't take you off the court. So I'm going to give you minutes like I give Cade because I'm going to need your 20-plus points again tonight.
Duren can't stretch the floor. You don't win in this league with true centers. His minutes have to be reduced. Someone else says, gentlemen, I feel very confident about tonight's game. I think Cunningham and Harris do their thing like usual, but also Jenkins and Duren do step up with big games tonight. Pistons win 107-102.
That's
Marlin
cool.
and Wall Lake.
What's that based on? See, that's my problem. That's just a grab your balls opinion. What's it based on other than what you want to happen? What would lead you to believe that Duren is going to put up that type of game? We all would love to see it. What's it based on? That's the problem I have with all this stuff. We can all say things of what we want to happen. How about we deal in reality for a second? The reality is you probably blew being up 3-0 in this series because you put Duren back in and took Reed out.
No, you're right. I mean, but I think a lot of people see the regular season Duren, and you're waiting for game 7 Duren to show back up, because I think a lot of Piston fans are like, see, there it is.
Okay.
That's the guy we're going to give the max contract to, and then he went away again.
So I'll say it again to you. Here's the other problem. If you give someone enough chances amidst their failure, they'll eventually succeed once. He's had 10 playoff games. He has one that I feel like has been truly him.
So Mike's hitting us with the broken clock theory, but I like it. It's apt here.
Kind of. I mean, it's just kind of.
No, it's right. When the Pistons were down 3-1 to Orlando, I said it on the air. I crossed out Duren in my head. It was all about, at the time, didn't know if Uncle T was going to continue it. I said, if he continued, I don't care what Duren does. If he gives me something, he gives me something. He's not. Well, so stop saying he will. He won't.
I mean, and again, I mean, when you do you like plus minus? I'm not a huge fan of it, but we can talk about it. Reed was plus 11. Duren was minus 15. There's no defense at this point. It just is what it is. He's having a rancid playoff. You hope it changes. But I kind of feel like unless he earns more minutes tonight, the second half is going to be up for debate. I'll give you the first half in our normal rotation. The second half is going to be up for debate. I'm Team Rico on that one. Let me go to the people. Go to Tom, 97.1. Tommy, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, Mike, how you doing?
Good, Tom. What's on your mind, pal?
Man, you're full of it today with the the homeless Washington Wizards, the toxic abusive relationship with Pittsburgh Steelers. You got a few good zingers today.
Well, anyway, it's Monday. I'm fresh. Go ahead.
Wacky Mondays. I got you. Are you fresh? I don't know. But anyways, it gave me a tough stat before I wanted to chime in on JD with the minus 15. But I do think the Pistons are building something big. I think JD's a top 7 or 8 center in the league. I think you need him. I'm sure I'll get some blowback on that. But I think you need him to win this series. I think you need him to win the championship.
I agree totally.
Still an outside chance. Every team left has a pretty good center, whether it's Wemby or Gobert or Holmgren or whoever it is. Even New York's got bigs that are tough to play. I think he does a lot for you on the court. And I think that with a guy like that, if you bench him, it's going to kill his confidence. And he's a very important part of this team chemistry. I think his presence helps on the court. I think
I agree.
The pick and roll.
Tom, why
think
would I
that
push
you
back
gotta
on that?
play through it.
The best version
Well,
of
you've
this.
been hard on him the whole playoffs.
Hold
JD.
on. Time out. Now, these two things are separate. Your opinion is correct. So is mine. I wouldn't push back for a second on what you said. The best version of this team features Duren being a dominator, being a rim runner, a rim protector, being a force.
Mm-hmm.
There's no argument.
Hey, can I say this last thing? I just think this is a team. I don't know if they're going to get over the hump this year, but we feel it coming. And I think in order for it to come and this team to build something where they can go finals a couple years in a row, maybe win one, I think Duren has to be a big part of it. I think he's the second most important player on the team. Even though Tobias is playing out of his mind, Duncan Robinson is playing good, I still think it's Cade and JD's team. That's my opinion.
Tom, I think they're one move away from being championship good. Wouldn't argue it for a second. Culture's there. I don't have to love the way they play, but they're one move away. Here's my thing. You have a big summer decision to make. And look, Duren has to write his story. But every night he puts a dud out there in the playoffs makes that regular season look fake as hell. So you have to make a determination on, okay, I know I want him here, but at what cost? If his representation thinks he's a max player or he's 5 at 200, you're on your own. I'm not doing that. Not at the cost of adding someone.
It'd be kind of hard, I think, to walk.
Oh,
but
boy.
no, you know what? Actually, it wouldn't. But I'm like, it'll be ridiculous to walk in there and say, you know what? I'm a max player.
Welcome to the NBA, brother.
Did you see any of your playoff games?
What do you think Dennis Jenkins was? Oh, my God. Dennis Jenkins plus minus. Just guess.
-5.
A little higher.
-3.
A little higher.
-1.
No, the other direction.
Oh.
Like higher, like worse.
Oh, -9.
A little higher.
11.
15. Slightly higher.
20.
-28.
Okay, we'd have been here all day.
On the court, -28. Off the court, +21. Oh, boy. You hate to see it. Okay, we'll just keep it moving. Let's go over to Tony, 97.1. Tony, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, Mike and Rico.
Hey.
Say, but I agree with you with sitting Duren. To me, he seems like he has too much muscle mass, and he's slowing the team down. His lift,
no.
He used to jump about 25 inches off the ground. Now he's barely jumping 2 to 5 inches off the ground. His explosiveness is going. I think he's carrying too much bulk for the playoffs.
Now, hold on. His bulk wasn't a problem when he was going 20-12 in the regular season now, Tony. Come on now.
But it's changed for the playoffs. He's lost. He's out of gas at the halftime.
Hold on. What are you looking at? Body fat? Yeah. What is it? Shallow Hal? He put on a different pair of glasses? Come on, Tony.
He's carrying too much beef, in my opinion. Remember a guy named Otis Thorpe who played with the Pistons?
Oh my God, with the Houston Rockets.
Yeah, he was full of muscle too, and he couldn't score. He was too tight.
Listen,
Duren is tight right now.
Of all the things I would say about Jalen Duren, respectfully, I don't think the muscle mass is going to make the top 20 concerns. He's in impeccable shape. He's lost his confidence, and maybe he can get it back tonight. Lord knows, it'd be nice, but man, you're reaching there, pal.
Yeah.
That's like claiming somebody's new haircut has cost him the ability at the free throw line. What are we doing?
You know what? At least we don't have to hear about his ex-girlfriend. How about that?
Yeah, I don't care.
Here's a little bit of news outside of the NBA. We now know who the Cowboys will be hosting on Thanksgiving.
Leak. It's not confirmed. It's a leak.
Oh, it's a leak?
Yeah,
Okay.
it's just a leak.
Okay. Eagles.
Oh, God, I'm so bored of it.
Really?
Dude, listen. I don't want to get into an argument with people. I don't even want Thanksgiving football anymore. I don't want it on Thanksgiving. I don't want it on Christmas. I just don't care. I want a day with family. I don't care.
Right, but Thanksgiving is
that's
a tradition.
Cool. My point. Then fine. The Lions play the only game. Leave me alone.
Jerry's going to want the Dallas game.
I don't care. Just do whatever you want. It's your day.
It's my day.
Now they got games. 3 games on Thanksgiving.
3 games
Friday,
on Christmas. Black
Thanksgiving
Friday.
Eve, Black Friday.
And you know what? Here's the funny thing. You two are complaining about it, and guess what?
No, I'm not.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
No, but we also
No.
have a right to complain about it.
Like, David, are you watching the game on your phone? No.
Hey, if
highlights.
But again, if you do this for a living and you're not watching, then you're not.
No, Mike, I understand, but yeah, not just you. Everybody who complains ends up watching it anyway, because they'll tell you everything that bad that happened in the game because they watched it. I'm not an advocate for it, but the Lions and the Cowboys have been on Thanksgiving forever.
I know.
Like they've been grandfathered in.
I know. I'm tired of the concept. Look, it's not an argument for today. Let's go back to talking during. I also love how a guy's like, well, you've been hard on him these playoffs. Yeah, because he's been bad. What am I supposed to say?
Well, he's carrying too much muscle.
No,
man.
that was a different caller. Will you read something, please? For the love of all that's holy.
It says the 9.
No, it doesn't. Okay. Hi, Rico Beard here. 6'6", you're going to need to watch this.
From Oklahoma State. There's no mistake.
Noted Oklahoma State legend. He was there for 10 minutes and tanked in the first round of the tourney. I think they lost to Oregon State and Bobby Tinkle or whatever his name is.
I don't think they made the tourney.
They didn't make the tourney.
They didn't make the tourney.
What? Wait a minute. So was it the year after him then that they made it and got bombed by Oregon State?
I think so, but he did not play in the tournament.
He never played in the tournament.
I was going to. Oh,
Fun
wow.
fact.
Jeez.
Let's talk about something else. How about this? Let's talk
Make
about
no mistake.
Let's talk about the Chevy dealer in the area that's been leading the way. It's Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren. Andrew and the sales staff want to be your Chevy dealer because they're going to guarantee you the lowest payment on your next Chevy, period, because they're going to find you every discount, rebate, and incentive to save you some money. So get into Hamilton Chevrolet right now and hit the road with the great deals on their massive inventory because the selection is best right now, and no waiting because they're ready for immediate delivery, including the May Rico deal, a new 2026 Silverado Crew Cab 4x4 as low as $249 a month for 24 months. Walk into Hamilton with $995 down. You'll drive off with 10,000 miles a year. Guys, you know what I say. The best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mound. Stop in to see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet. Tell them I sent you and make Hamilton Chevrolet your Chevy dealer. Visit HamiltonChevy.com. That's HamiltonChevy.com. Together, let's drive.
Thank you, Stoney. All right, what do you got for me?
Guys, as dominant as they looked, can we here in the city of Detroit actually say that the New York Knicks are the team to beat in the East?
I'm not ready to say that. I mean, look, what they did to Philly was super impressive, no question. But the Pistons have been better. And again, the regular season, to me, a lot of this is fake. I'm going to base, there's a mental advantage. The Pistons have something here. And I'm going to question the Knicks' toughness until they do it. When they bully the bully, I'll be willing to change my opinion. I'm going to say no. Okay. But it was super impressive. You don't sweep second-round series very often.
Dominant.
And in game 3 and 4, like I said to you earlier, if the Knicks had scored 0 fourth-quarter points in game 3 and 4, they still win game 3 and 4.
Yeah.
That's
on the road.
That's crazy. Well, it was actually a home game.
And you know what? You're right.
It was crazy.
You're right.
Go ahead.
The Knicks look really good, but when you're facing a team that has Paul George, who is playoff P, who has not looked like playoff P in years, that's what happens. I'm sorry. You can't win with Paul George. So that's why Philly looked like that. Sorry.
David, that's not all Paul George, though. Philly got destroyed.
I can't respect any team that has Paul George because Paul George always fails in the playoffs.
Is this your new
and
Chris
then
Paul?
This is what happens.
Is this your new Chris Paul?
It is for now because Chris Paul's gone.
I like that. I like the spite.
At least he's consistent. Look, more rumors have come out. Can we say that Odell Beckham Jr. is going to be on a roster this year? It may not be the Giants, but there's a lot of smoke that he may be back in the NFL.
I just don't know what to believe, Rico. That's the problem. Like, we always go through this with the Scooble, John Heyman, Boris connection. Like, our agent, is this just the agent sphere pumping it out there and there's a, integrity for access? Hey, get this story out there, get my client signed, I'll give you a good tidbit later. I don't know what to make of it because Odell has been so detached from productivity since blowing out in the Super Bowl, 4 years ago?
Right.
I'll say yes. But again, he was in the league and on a roster last year. What did he do?
Did you see him in the flag football competition?
There we go. David, go ahead.
Yeah, but that's all he can do now. He's now 33 years old, hasn't played much football in the last couple of years, so I'm going to say he will not be on a roster. No, we cannot say that.
Okay. Guys, can we say that the Las Vegas A's, Oakland A's, the A's are a legitimate team and maybe a playoff contending team this year?
Yes. I told you they were my darling in the AL to start the year. Yeah, they got a lot of good young ball players and a lineup that is pesky big time. Now, look, their biggest prop, they strike out an absolute ton. But a guy like Brent Rooker, guys like that who can hit 40 home runs, who can be that, 1,000 OPS type player. Right. And from a pitching standpoint, they've rebuilt themselves from the ashes. It's not perfect. It's not a finished product. It's a bad American League. Won't surprise me in the least if they're in the wild card hunt. And it's sad because they don't have a home. Obviously, leaving Oakland and not in Vegas yet. And that's the sad part of it. They should be in Oakland, but John Fisher's awful.
No, you're right about that. No, they look really good so far this year, but it's just tough. They look like the store-bought brand of something. Like you don't see a city next to them.
What, Hydrox?
Yeah, that's what they look like. It's just athletics. Yeah. It's just tough to see. But yes, they're a good team.
Guys, can we say that the Golden State Warriors should just hit the reset button and move on from Steve Kerr?
Be done with it. 100%.
He's back for 2 years.
No, it's just no more. I can't take anymore. No. He's got to go. Retire, end it, be done with it. You're out. That's it.
See, I also would say that because what they're probably going to do is they're going to do the soft reset, which means Draymond will probably be gone. A few other pieces will probably be gone, but it won't be the full reset that they need to do. Still have Kerr. They still have Curry. No, they needed a completely clean house, and Kerr needed to be the beginning.
You got to burn it to the ground.
Yes.
Probably have Steph retire.
Yes.
Just it's over. Done. Yeah. Or you'll just be on the treadmill of mediocrity and be a playing team for the next 3 years. What's the point?
They'll be the number 10 seed trying to get in. Yes.
Because here's the other thing. In the West, Rico, no one's beating the Spurs or Thunder the next year or two. You may as well rebuild now.
Right.
You're not beating those teams.
No, I'm laughing because I think that I think it means more to Steph and the Warriors that he goes and retires a Warrior, that they don't trade him away.
Then retire.
That he's not Jordan in a Wizards uniform or,
Or just be someone in your same uniform because you don't look the same.
Right. He's not Ewing in a Magic. Yeah, I think that he just wants to retire and he wants one more shot at this thing. Can we say that tanking actually worked for the Utah Jazz? They got fined over $500,000 for tanking, and they ended up with the number 2 pick. Not the number 1, but I still think there will be some shenanigans so that they can get the Bonza and keep him in the state.
No, the whole lottery is stupid. But I think the last point you made, that's the one thing that has to happen. They got to call the Wizards, and they got to make an organizational all-in, what do we have to do to get this pick? That includes players. It could include 4 first-round picks. It could include whatever it takes. Utah getting DeBonza after he played at BYU for the way they're running their program, that's the player they need. I'd love to see him in Utah. I would. But as far as a lottery, man, I guess. Sure, maybe it worked.
They just said, yeah, we'll pay the fine. We're not trying.
If you don't get the number 1 pick, it's hard for me to say it worked. I'm a bit of a hardliner when it comes down to that.
Number 2, I got to figure it'd be easier to pick swap, and you say, here's some extra. Just give us that number 1.
No. Are you kidding me? If you're the Wizards and you've waited all this time to get the number 1 pick, nah.
No, I'm saying you'll get players.
You're giving me Markkanen and 4 first-round picks if you want the Bonds' rookie scale deal. Correct. I am going to literally take your head off.
Give me the house and more.
Interesting.
You imagine in D.C. trading the number 1 pick and you get kibbles and bits?
Well, no, it's a deep draft this year.
Outside of DeBonza, what is really there that you're sure of? Be real with me now. What are you going to say, Caleb Wilson?
I'll say Boozer.
Oh, boy.
That ain't a sure thing to me.
He's a good Boozer. He ain't a bad
He lacks size. He's a tweener. You want to say Peterson? You don't even know if he's going to try every night. A-Cuff's an undersized guard.
That's the problem with A-Cuff, undersized.
You want Kingston Fleming, who's the mid-range lord from Houston? Who's the sure thing? DeBonza's the sure thing. Okay. He's day 1 ready. He's Cooper Flag 2.0.
I think Peterson will be ready because he's getting paid a lot more.
Oh, I must have missed where he was a charity at Kansas. Wasn't he making $3 million?
I said a lot more. Now he's in the NBA.
Guess it's 1985 all over again. They're not getting paid. They're just playing.
Yeah, he can have
said a lot more.
He did. David, honestly, David, you're busting Rico's chops now.
You know what?
He corrected himself.
This is what happens when you don't grill on the weekend. There it is. You lose your hearing. Can we say that the Pistons should try to see what they can do to jump into the Giannis sweepstakes? Because once again, Milwaukee is saying the doors of the church are open.
Probably
Make me a deal.
Probably not a fit here. You don't have enough shooting. And you'd be adding another guy who's not a shooter. I think for the Pistons, it's got to be a wing/stretch 4. It's got to be somebody who can shoot the 3. I don't think you have really what it takes. Milwaukee, they can go 2 pathways. They can demand a zillion picks and, a young centerpiece player. Well, who's your young centerpiece player? It's not Duren. Obvious. Duh, you're not moving Cade. Right. Who? The 9 mean stop sign?
No.
That's not doing it. No, I think in order to get a guy like Giannis, the other pathway is they don't go 1 for 1, but they go out and get another all-NBA caliber type player. Look, you're already seeing the rumors happen with Jaylen Brown. Jaylen Brown plus picks or Jaylen Brown plus one of the young Celtics for Giannis. I'm not telling you that's happening. I'm just saying, the Celtics have enough shooting, they could absorb Giannis, and then it's Giannis, Tatum, and a bunch of threes. I don't think it's the move for the Pistons because he's not a shooter. And I don't even know how you do it. What do you think?
I think before this series, before the playoffs, you probably could have threw Duren in the deal. I don't think that's going to happen now.
Yeah, right now I'd be like, okay, yeah, great. You can give me Duren, and then what? Duren and Asor. Great. The Milwaukee Bucks have just said we're never hitting a 3 ever again. I don't know. I don't know how you sell that to your fan base.
Yeah, see, I understand everything Mike is saying. I do say You got to do the Jeremiato, and you got to try. You got to put it out there. You got to ask, because you don't ever know if you don't ask. But then I'll also say this. Well, yeah, just try. I'll leave it at that.
Guys, can we say if Shohei Ohtani gets enough innings pitched that he could give Paul Skeens a run for the Cy Young in the NL? I know we're speculating, but he's not. He's doing really well on the mound right now. It's just how long will the Dodgers go with this experiment of leaving him out there?
Yeah, and it's also too. Is Skeens healthy? Does he continue? It's so hard to project in May a Cy Young, but I dig it. I'm fine. Sure, why not? Ohtani's Babe Ruth. This is what we apparently missed in the 1910s. Okay, he's Babe Ruth.
It was great, Mike. We went to the games.
I'm sure.
I just beat you to it. Finally, can we say that RJ Day, Ryan Day's kid, made the right decision and not commit to Ohio State to play quarterback? He's going to Northwestern instead.
Go to Northwestern. They actually make you go to class. Get away from your father. Get away from all the pressure. Get away from a place you'll never see the field. And it's a lot like what Herb Street's kid did. He went to Michigan. He couldn't go to Ohio State. Yeah. He's never going to play at Michigan. He probably won't even stay there.
Here's the beauty
Distracted
of it, Mike.
driving's
If
an
you go to
epidemic.
Northwestern,
You're probably experiencing that right
Yes,
now. Bottom line, if you're on the road without life insurance,
and
you
it's
are at
more
risk.
just
And even
get a
more
degree,
importantly,
go to
your
an actual
family is
university.
too.
Call
Most
Mike.
of these places are no different. Like Michigan State, Michigan, all these schools now, they're just junior colleges. Graduate in 2 years with an easy payment plan. What meaningful degree you getting in 2 years?
Lego.
Legos 402. Got it.
For individuals like RJ Day and Herb Street's kid, what's probably going to happen, they'll get a degree. They may go into coaching. That's their future probably because of what their fathers do.
Or here's the thing. All of a sudden, you just blow up. You're gone. Now you're going to, Ohio State's going to, hey, we knew you were going to be good. We just need you to get some actual work on the field. Now come play for a champion. So that's Can We Say That? Part 2. 97-1.
I would like to offer a correction that my compatriots are too small to offer. I knew Cade made the tournament because I remembered watching that game against Oregon State and Pete Tinkle.
Yeah,
you guys gaslit me that he didn't make the tournament.
That you didn't give us a chance.
I didn't want to.
Back. We didn't get no chance to correct ourselves.
You did right. We both realized, like, oh, he did make the tournament.
Ready? What?
You wouldn't even give us a chance.
That's part of the fun.
You feel good about yourself?
No, I feel terrible. Okay. All right.
Tigers in the
also,
World Series.
We're going to get into this tomorrow. Lane Kiffin, somebody take the microphone away. Oh, my God. His attempt to justify leaving Ole Miss, I can't wait to get into this tomorrow. We'll just save it for then. We welcome in the Mighty Wojo and Little Rieger.
Yeah, that
I believe is what you call
Mighty Wojo and the Little Rieger kid.
Oh,
yes.
Guys, I haven't.
Rieger's back. What? We're chewing it and doing it.
No.
Wait,
There's
regular
no more chew it
Rieger's
and do
back?
it. There's no more chew it and do it. It now dissolves under your tongue. It's dissolve and evolve, if you will.
Oh, okay.
I just made that up.
Is that Jalen Duren's phrase during the playoffs?
Oh.
Dissolve.
Well, first of all, I'm very disappointed in you guys because I haven't heard the last hour, so maybe you talked about it. But Diane Rossini kissing her husband in a photo op.
Saw
a Mother's Day.
They hugged and they kissed.
They looked so sincere.
The only thing he's missing is a Liberty hat. If you know, you know.
Okay, but
we'll just leave it for tomorrow.
Hold
Which
on
way
a second.
which way is the chair facing?
Brother, I'm leaving it alone.
So, you know why, right? She wants back in the business. So if husband has forgiven her, then what's wrong with us? It's the same reason why Sharon Moore's wife showed up to court all that time.
I kind of need to revisit the third trimester boat trip with another man.
Well,
that might be a tough one to get
but
by.
hold on a second. Like, now he's a public figure. If he stays with her, he looks worse than she does.
But
He's gotta leave her.
ultimately, they don't care. Here's why. He's like second in command at Shake Shack, and her career's over. They'll just go buy their own private island.
Is he a big shot? Is he?
Yeah, he's like second in command at Shake Shack.
Holy
He doesn't need the
crap.
money.
And she's first in command at Shake It Shack.
Okay, you're done. Yep, he's done. Okay.
What?
Nope.
What?
Nope.
What was wrong with that?
I'm not doing this.
That was clever. Shake It Shack was
Pistons by
clever.
40 tonight. Okay. What do you guys have?
You really think Pistons by
No,
40?
I don't. I just wanted to move away from your
Shake it,
grotesque
Jack.
comment.
No, that's clever.
Do you think his coworkers made fun of him?
Yeah. Oh,
At
yes.
Shake Shack?
Don't you think?
I mean, I would assume so.
Yeah. How does I think it's a tough game tonight for the just because they're evenly matched. It's in Cleveland. They haven't lost at home in the playoffs.
Yeah, and they haven't won on the road. And the last I checked, they got to get one up here.
We'll worry about that when they get back here.
And if Kenny Atkinson is going to continue to believe in James Harden like Santa Claus, I refuse to believe that Philip Banks is going to close the Pistons out 2 nights in a row.
Harden pulled it out at the end, scored 7 points in the last minute, I believe. Even
all while yelling, Vivian! I just, there's absolutely no way.
Come on, it was a little impressive, though, was it not?
No, it was ridiculous.
It was great. That jump back three.
No,
and
it's
then
that the
fouls.
Pistons continued to allow them to manipulate the matchup through screens and not blitz him.
You think James Harden on Duncan Robinson isn't a good matchup?
Yeah, or on Uncle T. Yeah, no,
That one
not
too.
good.
Hey, you leave Unk alone. Unk never misses.
You got Unk and Dunk when things are going well.
Unk and Dunk. Rieger came up with that.
Yeah, that's going to be a thing.
I came up with Shake It Shack, but he came up with Unk and Dunk.
I can't do this.
No, we come up with so
So
many
are you guys going to
things.
talk about Rossini tomorrow?
Club Rossini could
Okay.
make an
All
appearance.
right,
It's
good.
possible.
Good.
But Lane
Let's talk about
Kiffin
the
is really going to draw my
Are
ire.
there like TV news, like TMZ, just driving
so.
around her neighborhood like
No,
every
I think,
day?
No, I think people have old photographs and they're looking like, wait.
No, but this was a new one.
Yeah, this was
a Mother's
yesterday.
Day delight.
Oh,
Yes,
I thought you meant the
and
one.
he looks so happy while they're smooching, by the
Okay,
way.
all right, we're done.
Doesn't look forced
David,
into it
turn
at
off
all.
their microphones.
Hey!